Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 461, Chapter 460, Preparations for Future Taxation. That position holds little significance for me. Nareth knew that although the Emperor was now beginning to consider establishing the position of War Master, it wouldn't be finalized until M31. Horus Heresy became War Master and launched his rebellion just 7 years later. After that, galaxy-spanning warp storms would make it difficult for orders to reach other legions. In other words, direct command authority over the Crusade fleets might only be usable for 7 years. Nareth's mind raced, considering 3 major factors. Firstly, Horus spent considerable time earning recognition, attracting envy from some of his brothers. Secondly, the War Master wasn't even a member of the Council of Terra led by Malcador, had limited power, and would have to haggle with various factions. Finally, Lorgar Aurelian and the Four Gods, to launch their rebellion, would target the highly influential position of War Master. Considering all this, the War Master was a position with limited power, a short effective period, unrewarding for the effort, and prone to attacks. He had no interest in it whatsoever. If my goal were to prevent the triumph of Alinor, I might scheme for the War Master's position to wield that power. But preventing the triumph was never my objective. On the contrary, it is my opportunity. With the Teleportarium combined with the Kalium Gate, I can launch targeted strikes. Seize resource-rich territories, raid the homes of traitor Primarchs, plunder resources, steal technology. There are great benefits to be reaped. Nareth also knew that after the Great Slaughter, the Imperium would be left with few loyalist Primarchs, perhaps even disappearing gradually as in his memory. By then, he could naturally secure considerable political power for himself. Once he possessed sufficient strength, with his confidence grown into high-ranking sequence powerhouses and the Legion's core all at middle sequences, having accumulated enough power, he would establish his own realm. Nareth reigned in his thoughts and continued. Not just Gardenal. All future territories like Gardenal, not located along key warp routes, must have their true conditions concealed. The 2nd and 12th chapters are responsible for expanding into neighboring star systems, constructing interference devices on moons throughout the system to disrupt auger scans. Should any vessel appear, immediately expel it on the grounds that the star system harbors vital secrets and has been sealed off by my order. Nareth remembered that the Gardenal system was originally detected in 858.M30 by the rogue traitor vessel Far Voyager, immediately drawing the attention of the War Council and the Emperor. My lord, I understand. You wish to conceal the strength of the Gardenal system. Arsena said thoughtfully. Correct, but it's more than that. The Imperium's crusade consumes vast resources. Previously, Malcador demanded I temporarily provide supplies. Although more Forge worlds are emerging, they can hardly satisfy the needs of the increasing number of Crusade fleets. Malcador will eventually reach into the worlds we conquer. Nareth recalled that after Horus became War Master, Malcador dispatched Imperial administration officials to assess various worlds and begin taxation. Horus believed the timing was not yet appropriate. Taxation would incite rebellion across the worlds and undo the achievements of the Great Crusade. For this reason, he delayed the Imperial administration's progress. Of course, the resentment caused by Malcador's taxation also became a useful tool for Horus to foment rebellion after his fall. Nareth believed the future Imperium would begin taxing its worlds to sustain its rule. He needed to start preparing now. Concealing territories was just one method, he had more ways to avoid taxes. Worlds like Cypermundi, Alicia, and the Abyssport that cannot be hidden must conceal their production capacity and wealth as much as possible. Newly established worlds in the Coronet New Zone, remote ones will not be reported, those reported must also mask their true situation. In the future, Nareth would employ many methods to avoid paying the imperial tithe from his territories, such as establishing defensive perimeters like the Iron Hands. Claiming his territories do not belong to him directly, that he merely provides protection and collects taxes to meet resource needs. Every rule could be utilized to serve his own purposes. After understanding the order, the Primarch's attendant spoke. I understand. I will follow your command, concealing our territories within the shadows as much as possible. My lord, which chapter will govern Gardenal? The 2nd chapter. Nareth had already decided. The caste system had taken root on Gardenal for 5,000 years. Change would not happen overnight. The 2nd chapter, primarily following the Sun pathway, was most suitable. Bards would shift the object of the Gardenal's piety and obedience from the High Lords to himself. Light suppliants could also bring light to this world dominated by grey tones. Solar high priests could further propagate faith in him, establishing a nation that worships him on the eastern fringes of the galaxy, beyond the reach of the imperial truth. I will inform the Light Lord and forward Captain Diana's report to him. Arsena continued. The Forge Lord has disassembled Cardinal tanks. He found the Rhino variant differs little from what we possess, but their predator patterns are different. Unlike the Gabriel pattern Predator, which focuses more on anti-infantry and light vehicle roles, the Cardinal Predator has versions designed with more anti-armor firepower in mind. This newly discovered standard template construct utilizes autocannons, and even gravity cannons not yet discovered by the Mechanicum. Excellent find, Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Order the Forge Lord to make targeted improvements to this STC, then initiate mass production. Cardinal manufacturing was suited for their warrior caste and required targeted modifications for his forces. Remembering his recent battle with the High Lord, he asked further. What is the progress on research into the Reliquary Warsuit and the Tripodal Walkers? The Forge Lord's research on the Reliquary Warsuit is still in its early stages. That war machine is exceedingly complex, the pinnacle of Cardinal industry. He believes studying the Reliquary Warsuit could lead to improvements in the Tripodal Walkers, allowing them to serve as war machines larger than dreadnoughts for the Shadows of Order. Having personally fought the Reliquary Warsuit, Nareth knew Rozicki would require a long time for research. Prioritize modifying the Rhinos and Predators. Research on the Reliquary Warsuit can come later. What of the other 3 High Lords? The Chief Librarian has taken over my work, Arsena replied. Matus's mental defenses have collapsed. I will transfer him to the Light Lord. With his cooperation, I believe Cardinal's administrative system will resume operation swiftly. The Chief Librarian is delving into the secrets Berether held. Methods related to genetics and creating psychers are his primary focus. Marlena is working with him to uncover the genetic and biochemical secrets Uriah possessed. Creating different castes through biochemical means is what she desires most. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 462, Chapter 461, Archon Land invited to join the squat convoy. 2 months after Cardinal's surrender, the 1st, 3rd, and 6th chapters departed the Eastern Galactic Crown in succession. Having concluded her conversation with the last subject, Diana recorded the information on her data slate. After sending her report to Arsena and copying it to Wilshire, she rose from her office and walked out. Diana headed towards the Stormbird. She had received orders from the Primarch to return to Vostroya, but before leaving, she wished to personally verify the results of her efforts. The black aircraft lifted off, soaring out of the capital. The capital quickly receded behind them. Diana looked through the viewport at rows of iron-gray buildings, hearing the roar of machinery. She saw hab towers erected around factories, realizing the 2nd chapter had adopted her submitted report. After the Stormbird landed and Diana disembarked, she saw a fenced-off area to her right. Curious, she walked forward several dozen meters. An attendant beside her began to explain. The individuals you previously spoke with have become representatives of the Cardinal people. Consequently, several surrounding industrial zones have been merged into one large integrated industrial complex. The constructed hab towers accommodate over 12 million people. The Legion has built a temporary training ground here for preliminary screening of children of suitable age. Cardinal's crown lacks for nothing in population. Initial screening needs to be conducted at multiple locations simultaneously. Diana nodded. She stopped outside the red restricted area sign of the training ground. The 12 insignia on the right shoulder of the black armored warriors confirmed the Shadows of Order conducting the recruitment were from the 12th chapter. Clearly, the 12th chapter was permitted to recruit new neophyte on Cardinal's crown. Images from past war councils flashed through Diana's mind. Among the various lords, Wilshire and Howard Fender displayed the greatest strategic vision. Howard's came from his noble upbringing, Wilshire's stemmed from an admiration for the Primarch that surpassed others. Lord Nareth ordered the 12th chapter to assist the 2nd in conquering neighboring star systems. Naturally, Wilshire would allow them to recruit here. As Diana pondered, her blue-green eyes remained fixed on the training ground. The candidates wore simple, unadorned attire, clearly from the working class. Having only recently left the worker caste, they now lived in new dwellings, but their clothing hadn't fundamentally changed. The psychiatrist's superhuman vision could see trimmed edges on sleeves and trouser legs, and she could smell the engine oil that refused to wash out. Evidently, these were hand-me-downs from their parents, altered to fit. They were climbing a gray granite cliff face. A large black bell suspended above clanged, urging the youths to exert their utmost. Their arms were bruised black and blue, some even had their hands scraped raw by sharp edges, blood dripping. Among them was one youth who had left the other candidates far behind. Compared to the others, he moved with greater composure. Shifting within a small range, each chosen foothold was precisely right, allowing him to climb with minimal effort. The psychiatrist's gaze focused intently. William Wood, who had recently cut his long hair short, keenly sensed that besides the Shadows of Order watching from above, over a dozen additional eyes were now fixed on him from behind. An image flashed through his mind, a figure in military uniform, golden hair loose, eyes sharp as if they could pierce through his body. William's body trembled slightly, almost losing his grip on the protruding rock. At the critical moment, his wilderness-honed reflexes allowed him to reach out desperately as he tilted, grabbing another rock. Pebbles fell. William took a deep breath, pouring all his awareness back into perceiving the optimal route. No longer sensing the situation behind him, William focused solely on climbing, swiftly scaling the cliff face to the top. Wiping sweat from his brow, William heard a dignified, resonant voice sound beside his ear. "William Wood, congratulations. You have passed the initial screening." William's back, chilled by sweat and battered by cold wind, was suddenly enveloped in warmth. He looked up at the giant. Since the gloomy sky had been illuminated, he had foreseen the High Lord's downfall. Though William didn't fully understand what becoming part of the Shadows of Order entailed, he knew that was his future. Standing behind the black-armored giant, William looked down. He saw the graceful figure in the black military uniform, her stride brisk and powerful. Was it her watching me earlier? Her gaze is sharper than the instructor's. Seeing the youth falter under her gaze, Diana withdrew her eyes and walked towards the industrial complex. At the gray gates of the complex, she saw a group of familiar yet changed figures. Rafa Cadona and others had been notified long ago. Compared to 2 months prior, they now wore neat black uniforms. In the psychiatrist's eyes, their greatest change was the absence of negative emotions like resentment or confusion. Their auras shimmered with the light of hope. Diana smiled. "We meet again. Lady Diana, welcome. Thank you for choosing the Predator tank manufacturing complex under our management as the final stop before your departure." Rafa stepped forward with a smile, gesturing behind him towards the gray structure that rose from the ground, reaching into the clouds. The orbital elevator will deliver raw materials gathered by collectors to the factory. Subsequently, the entire process of smelting and forging will be completed within this area. The final manufactured products will be received by the Great Shadows of Order, taking their place in the armories. Diana nodded slightly. The psychiatrist listened while scrutinizing the group. Over the next 5 hours of the tour, she witnessed the entire process from raw materials to finished battle tanks. She saw long-haired Cardinal working tirelessly on production lines, sweating profusely. At their parting, Rafa said to her, "Lady Diana, thank you for your guidance. We have received everything we desired, even more than we imagined." Diana instantly felt something within her dissolve completely, like a sugar cube melting in coffee. "I have become the true psychiatrist." 5 days later, the Shadow's sovereignty and part of the 11th chapter's fleet set sail for Vostroya. At the same time, in the Galactic Core, Archon land boarded a squat fortress ship. Though the Squat League generally excluded members of the Mechanicum, Archon had gained much on this journey. Compared to the rejection he faced on Mars for disliking mechanical implants, seen as not drawing closer to the Omnisia, he was far more welcome among the squats. Having mastered over 50 languages by age 5, he integrated smoothly into squat society. He worked alongside miners, extracting precious minerals from the galactic core. Archon assisted the squats in capturing a star ahead of schedule, becoming the only outsider invited on the journey to Vostroya. The Squat League was gifting Lord Nareth a star. The Primarch had selected the Vostroya star system as the delivery location. Filled with curiosity about the squat's grand journey of towing a star from the galactic core to the northern galaxy, Archon naturally did not refuse. Ordering his attendants to bring his data slates to his quarters, he immediately headed for the bridge. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 463, Chapter 462, Since there is room for improvement, you shall stay. Throughout the year 855.m30, the Vostroya star system made final preparations to receive the star. Preparations had begun the moment the Primarch selected Vostroya as the delivery site. This was far more complex than simply inserting a star into the system. The new star's arrival would trigger gravitational waves, disrupt stable planetary orbits, and potentially cause celestial collisions. Furthermore, Vostroya, as an early hub for the teleportarium, required additional considerations. Fortunately, the squats had experience in this area and provided ample data for reference. Tech Marines used the Simulus chambers to perform countless calculations, adjusting the Fortress-class void shields deployed around Vostroya, its moons, the Symphony of the Sea, and the portal accordingly. After the Ramles-class starfort in the Galactic Core region transmitted the final stellar parameters of the captured star, adjustments to the Fortress-class void shield power settings were completed. In the third stellar month of 856.m30, the star, having journeyed a great distance, arrived at Vostroya. The people of Vostroya were granted a collective holiday, outside of any festival cycle. Machinery in all factories temporarily ceased operation. Only the planet's 33 Punisher-class reactors operated at full capacity. The shining light of the Fortress-class void shields resembled miniature suns, illuminating Vostroya's sky and the entire star system. Within the Legion Fortress of the Shadows of Order, the Shadowhold, Martin of the second chapter walked along a passage shrouded in black mist between the main and auxiliary towers. At a junction where paths led down left and up right, he took the descending left route for 5 steps, then at a 3-way fork, chose the ascending right staircase. This winding, serpentine passage, modified by the Techmarines and enhanced with psychic arrays by the Librarius, was like an endless maze. Martin still remembered getting lost on these arbitrarily ascending and descending, irregularly placed stairs when he first reported for duty in the Honor Guard. Later, he learned the Techmarines used a modular design. The stair arrangements were reconfigured daily, with the routes sent to the data slates of relevant personnel. The Black Mist was a psychic array deployed by the Librarius to obscure vision and disrupt perception. Martin proceeded, traversing over 1,000 steps before reaching a platform. This was the best stargazing spot within his patrol area. He adjusted the bronze telescope to maximum magnification and looked towards the sky. Martin found the newcomer. It was a star emitting an iron-gray radiance. Martin stared for a long time. Even as the star, under the toe of the squat fortress ship, reached its designated position, he felt not the slightest tremor within the shadowhold. Releasing the telescope, he looked up at the brilliantly shining fortress-class void shields, thoughtful. Without them, the reception process might not have been so smooth. At the same moment, Rozaki entered the Primarch's palace. "My lord, the star has been towed to its designated position. No disruptive effects have occurred." Nareth nodded with a smile, then turned to Arsena. "Well done. Immediately conduct a full-spectrum scan of the star and formulate an exploitation plan." "As you command, my lord." Arsena accepted the order, then spoke again. "I have received a request." The Mechanicum Muggos, Archon land, accompanied the squat convoy. He requests permission to visit Vostroya. Hearing this, Nareth's black eyes gleamed. Archon land is one of the most outstanding technical minds of this era, having unearthed numerous STCs. If I can corrode him, that's another exceptional technical talent gained. Though I already have the Muggos Lien Ramles and the Tech Priest Malevolus, I won't complain about having more. Thinking this, he readily agreed. "Grant his request. Bring him to see me after his tour concludes." "As you command, my lord." Arsena acknowledged. 15 work cycles later, after compiling reports from his aides, Arsena immediately went to the Primarch's office to report. "My lord, calculations indicate the star has a radius of 752,000 kilometers, slightly larger than the star of the Sol system, placing it in the medium range. Stellar density in the galactic core region is generally higher than in other sectors. Its mass is approximately 2.83 times that of Sol. It contains 192 common metals such as gold, silver, and iron, and 105 rare mineral deposits including tungsten, molybdenum, and rare earth elements." The Primarch's attendant paused briefly before continuing. "The star's subsurface also contains naturally occurring adamantium." Hearing this, Nareth's eyes brightened. As Vostroya's shipyards developed, the adamantium demands were becoming insufficient to meet growing needs. New adamantium deposits would inject fresh momentum into the shipyard's development. Naturally occurring adamantium was exceptionally rare. He only knew of Nostromo, homeworld of the Night Lords, having vast subsurface deposits of natural adamantium. The mineral trade had brought immense wealth to Nostromo, but it was also the root cause of rampant murder, extortion, and other vile crimes. Nostromo ranked quite high on Nareth's list of targets for plunder after the triumph. "I am pleased with the squat's gift. Deploy void particle excavators immediately to mine the stellar deposits." "Understood," Arsena acknowledged, then continued. "Muggos Archon land has concluded his tour and has arrived at the Shadowhold. Bring him to me." Shortly after, Archon entered the Primarch's office. Nareth leaned back on his throne, his eyes fixed intently on Archon. Unlike most members of the Mechanicum who pursued the sanctification of the flesh through machinery, Archon possessed remarkably few mechanical augmentations, fewer than many acolytes. His eyes were bright, his white beard hanging before his chest. Nareth knew part of Archon's reluctance for mechanical augmentation stemmed from his reverence for the Emperor as the Omnicia. The Emperor displayed no mechanical augmentation, thus, Archon did not obsess over it. "Archon land, let us see which is stronger, your faith, or my corrosion." As Nareth pondered, Archon stood before him. When he made the request, he only wished to visit the famed Vostroya. He hadn't expected the Primarch to grant him an audience. "Lord Nareth." "Archon, what are your impressions of Vostroya?" Nareth asked, his gaze fixed on Archon. "Vostroya is not inferior to most Forge worlds, though it falls short of Sacred Mars. However, I believe Vostroya still has considerable room for improvement. Efficiency could be further enhanced." Nareth knew Archon was inherently proud and blunt, and did not take offense. Ferrus Manus once said the same. "Since there is room for improvement, you shall stay on Vostroya. You will provide me with daily suggestions for improvement." Archon was taken aback. He was about to refuse when he heard the Primarch speak again. "Before long, I will recover a formidable weapon created during the Dark Age of technology. I believe you would be interested. Hearing this, Arkan's eyes shone. He recalled Lord Nareth had previously recovered several holy templates. He immediately agreed. As you wish. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinzu. Chapter 464, Chapter 463, Mortarian's Displeasure. The third stellar month of 858.M30, in the Primarch's office. Archon Land spoke at length, bluntly proposing one improvement suggestion after another for the hive cities of the Primarch's domain. Lord Nareth, as I just stated, adjusting the production line of this Lasgun manufactorum would increase efficiency by 5%. Over the past 23 work cycles, I have identified all areas for improvement within the hive of Tiska. Archon remained puzzled by the Primarch's requirement for a report every work cycle. Without the time lost in travel, he could have completed his survey of Tiska hive at least 4 work cycles earlier. The Baron of Corruption leaned back on his throne, scrutinizing Archon, his words, his posture. Archon's faith in the Emperor is quite firm. Corroding him indeed won't be easy. Once I succeed in corroding him, my digestion progress will advance, conservatively estimated to exceed 50%. Reviewing past corrosion cases, Nareth's mind raced with analysis. Hathermot was corroded through the Kingdom of Disorder, contributing almost nothing to digestion progress. His primary corrosion targets thus far were only Lien Ramles, Geos Vironii, and Malevolus. Because of the STCs he uncovered and their prior interactions, Lien and Malevolus already possessed a degree of loyalty to him. He had saved House Vironi. Corrosion played a limited role in solidifying the complete loyalty of these three. Based on past digestion experience, his current progress was close to 1/3. Successfully corroding Archon would greatly advance the digestion of Baron of Corrupt. Conservatively estimated, progress would exceed half. The key was how to corrode the steadfastly faithful Archon. Nareth's eyes grew profound. After a moment's thought, he mused to himself. Mere accumulation of time is ineffective. I must show Archon a miracle. The Void Claw is that miracle. But the Velian Swirlx is a significant obstacle. Nareth knew the Velian Swirlx was, in essence, a nearly impenetrable storm. His mind spun rapidly, calculating the odds of success. The Dice Prophecy's recharge will complete in approximately half a year. Then, I can find a route to the research station holding the Void Claw. Set out early, try other methods, and let Archon attempt as well. If he finds it, it will still be due to my guidance. If he fails, my eventual intervention will make him recognize the miracle even more profoundly. Having reached this conclusion, he spoke. Archon, you will continue your surveys of the various hives. Report once per work cycle. The fleet will set sail within 1 stellar month to search for the Dark Age of Technology era weapon. Hearing this, Archon's eyes shone. Your will be done. As Archon left, he passed the silver-haired Primarch's aide entering the office. The two nodded to each other. Though their interactions were few, they respected each other's knowledge. Only after the door closed did Arsena speak. My lord, the Emperor has decided to convene a new war council, time for the beginning of the White Light Shift. Nareth nodded slightly. What is the agenda? Arsena's mind flashed through the intelligence gathered. He spoke. According to reports from the Shadow Guard on Terra, Lorgar delivered a speech at the celebration of his return, praising the Emperor. He believes a position should be established within the Space Marine Legions to extol the Emperor's achievements in leading the Great Crusade and inspire the Astartes' fighting spirit. The Polymath stated his conclusion. Lord Lorgar wishes to propagate faith in the Emperor within the legions. I understand. When the bells marking the end of the Black Night Shift and the beginning of the time for the beginning of the White Light Shift sounded, Nareth's consciousness traversed the starry sea, descending into Terra's golden palace. Nareth's gaze swept the hall. Besides Malkador, 15 Primarchs, including himself, were present. The most notable seating change was for the First Legion. After Lion L. Johnson's return, having emerged from the disgraceful victory at Caliban, criticized by Robert Gilliman, and the subsequent bloody, costly proof of worth, the Lion now sat to Robert Gilliman's right, surpassing Rogel Dorn. To the Lion's right sat Leman Russ, Sanguinius, Fulgrim, Vulcan, and the recently returned Lorgar. Lorgar's shaven head bore inscriptions in Colchian script. His golden skin made his gray eyes resemble winter snowfall, the charcoal smudged around them made his gaze seem even brighter. Nareth's eyes scanned Lorgar's pale skin. Thousands of symbols written in gold pigment were clearly visible. Rows of neat text ran from his smooth scalp to his jawline, containing reverent blessings, words of a bright future, and invocations for divine aid. Nareth withdrew his gaze. To his side sat Ferrus Manus, Dorn, Perturabo, Hannibal, Magnus, and Mordorion. Nareth. Horus's tone was relaxed. The shadows of order hadn't recently closed the gap with the Luna Wolves, which put him more at ease. Our new brother, Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian. He then said to Lorgar. Primarch of the 11th Legion, Nareth. Lorgar's grey eyes gleamed. Nareth, during my time on Terra, I've heard your legendary tales most frequently. The people of Terra call you the conqueror of Xenos. Welcome, Lorgar. After exchanging greetings, Nareth was about to offer a modest remark when a grating, boorish voice sounded in his ear. Lorgar, that's all in the past. The Shadows of Order suffered heavy casualties in the galactic core. Since then, there have been no noteworthy achievements. It's normal. Relying on your witchcraft was merely winning temporary victories. Only true warriors earn enduring glory. Before Russ finished speaking, Magnus was the first to rebut. False words are not only ugly but also pollute the minds of listeners. Imagine the knowledge librarian's record will grant us a millennium from now. Sanguinius, seeing Russ's eyes grow sharp and fierce, spoke before he could, his tone measured and forceful. Past wars have proven the Librarius provides legions with new tactical options. During my engagement in the Tega system. Even while countering Russ's point, Sanguinius still wore a smile, his tone calm yet powerful. Just as Nareth thought the debate would conclude with Sanguinius's charismatic speech, the silent Mordorion spoke. I harbor doubts about establishing Librarius divisions within the Astartes. I am concerned about what schemes the Thousand Sons seek to plant within each legion. The Death Guard will not be tainted by a Librarius division like the Blood Angels. Committing evil is like walking a path. The human heart decays by accumulating small evils. Nareth's eyes flickered. The edge in Mortarian's words targeted Magnus and Sanguinius, but not himself. Is this because of the aid I provided on Barbarous, helping him fulfill his mission? But the way he targets Sanguinius more than Magnus is quite odd. Nareth's gaze grew profound. His mind raced, then inspiration struck. The name Galaspar flashed through his thoughts. He recalled that recently, the Emperor had dispatched Horus and Sanguinius to Galaspar to investigate. Galaspar was Mortarian's first battle after rejoining the Imperium, a battlefield he had chosen. Galaspar's psychic policies and enslavement reminded Mordorion of Barbarous and the Overlord. He reaped the knightly orders there like a scythe. On Galaspar, Mordorion freed the enslaved Sinis, she later became a protégé of the Death Guard. Mordorion is deeply dissatisfied with Sanguinius's subsequent inquiry and accountability, scorned Vulcan's concerns, and believes the path the Emperor wished Horus to teach him is unfit. It seems even after successfully killing Nikaer, he still took up the scythe and walked his own path of death. Sinis is less Mortarian's protégé and more his herald, solidifying his path towards damnation. A brief silence fell in the Golden Hall. Sanguinius's smile faded, but his expression remained calm. He exchanged a look with Horus, understanding Mortarian's words were a counter to the Galaspar inquiry. Horus remained silent for a few seconds, then decided to speak to soothe Mordorion. But Lorgar spoke first. Father has permitted the establishment of the Librarius. We should obey. His decree is absolute. Nareth looked at Lorgar. Unlike some previously returned Primarchs who observed cautiously after joining the War Council, Lorgar was like an intruding fanatic, eager to display his pious faith in the Emperor. Horus followed Lorgar's words. Precisely. Father has made his decision. As the Fabricator General of Mars entered the Golden Hall, Mordorion spoke no more. He did not believe his father's path was correct. On the contrary, his father wielded the scythe with too many restraints, and the policies enforced across Imperial worlds were too brutal. Mordorion knew he could not speak of this openly. His hood and rebreather seemed to grow darker, as if isolating him from his surroundings. Golden light flared. The Emperor and Constantine Valdor appeared within the radiance. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 465, Chapter 464, Lorgar advocates for chaplains to enter the Space Marine Legions. After the Emperor took his seat, he surveyed the gathering and spoke. This War Council is convened due to Lorgar's proposal to establish a new position within the legions. Lorgar, you may explain to your brothers. At the Emperor's indication, Lorgar Aurelian stood, beginning to speak as if delivering a sermon on Calchas. No force forges bonds and kindles great ambitions as firmly as faith. Faith is the backbone of sentient races, the pillar that elevates us above beasts, machines, and Xenos. Listening to Lorgar's opening, Nareth noted his words made Horus Lupercal and Robert Gilliman frown deeply. Lion L. Johnson and Rogel Dorn remained expressionless, but Nareth believed Dorn would not agree with Lorgar. Lorgar, I have emphasized to you. I am not a god, the Emperor declared with authority. Do not forget the imperial truth. Lorgar paused briefly, then decided not to dwell on that truth today, focusing solely on his objective. He skirted the sensitive topic and continued. Before I assumed command, the 17th Legion had warriors acting as heralds of the Imperium. They wielded winged scepters, delivering ultimatums to newly discovered worlds, submit or be destroyed. Just as I renamed the legion the word-bearers, I renamed the heralds to chaplains. Establishing chaplains within the legions can bring enlightenment to foolish worlds, cleansing the stains of the past. Chaplains will also instruct our warriors in the truth, fight alongside battle brothers, chant sacred battle creeds, and inspire them towards greater acts of valor. Lorgar spoke at length, depicting the positive effects chaplains could bring to the legions. After listening, the Emperor looked at the Primarchs and spoke gravely. What are your thoughts? Sanguinius, whom Lorgar had earlier helped, was the first to speak. My legion has wardens. They are mentors and guides for new blood angels, and also uphold the legion's laws. They provide tactical counsel before battle and conduct memorial rites for fallen sons afterward. I believe establishing chaplains would benefit the legions greatly. My legion has those who convey the voice of fire, Vulcan said next. They tell my sons that every life holds equal importance. Ferrus Manus's silver coin eyes gleamed, his voice sounding like poured lead. Iron Father served dual roles as tech marines and chaplains. I see no need for change. The legion needs no chaplains. The Imperial fists are unyielding as bedrock. Dorn spoke bluntly, the first to explicitly oppose. Hearing this, Nareth found it aligned with his expectations. Before the Council of Nicaea, only the word-bearers, blood angels, salamanders, and iron hands had established chaplain positions on a large scale. Other legions either had none or only a few chaplains. After the council, the already fallen Lorgar offered aid to other Primarchs, placating their legion's librarious discontent and making them accept the responsibility of reverting to ordinary Astartes. Most Primarchs accepted his offer. Word-bearer chaplains entered various legions, spreading the seeds of chaos faith. Thus, chaplains took root within the legions. After the heresy, most loyalist chapters also had chaplains. Not just the traitor legions, loyalist legions were also affected. He recalled the underground warfare in the later stages of the Battle of Calth, where Ultramarines chaplains and many battle brothers were brainwashed and turned to chaos. Sanguinius, however, insisted his wardens handle such duties and did not accept word-bearer chaplains. Seeing others have no desire to speak, the Emperor's gaze turned to him. Nareth spoke. The legions would benefit from establishing chaplain positions. I support Lorgar's proposal. Hearing Nareth, Hannibal fell into thought. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up. I also support Lorgar's suggestion. Nareth looked at Hannibal. Though only seeing a psychic projection, he keenly noticed Hannibal's cheekbones had slightly proliferated outward, and there were protrusions at the junction of his forehead and parietal bone. For a Primarch, these were significant changes. How many Xenos has Hannibal consumed? A sudden thought flashed through Nareth's mind. Could Hannibal hope to establish chaplains to indoctrinate his sons with dining rituals for consuming Xenos? As Nareth pondered, he heard the Emperor speak. You may each decide whether to establish chaplains and their scale. After the War Council concluded, Nareth returned to the Shadow's sovereignty. He sent a message to Arsena, summoning him to the office. Walking to his office, Nareth contemplated how to arrange the chaplain position. Regardless of how other legions define chaplain duties, for me, they serve two main purposes. One is to boost morale, act as commanders, and lead certain scales of the Order of Shadows. Sun Pathway Beyonders are most suitable here. The other is to scrutinize the loyalty of the Shadows of Order and propagate faith in me. Visionary Pathway Beyonders are best suited for this work. Nareth knew the Alpha Legion infiltrated other legions. Though he couldn't be sure if they had begun infiltrating before meeting the secret cult and joining the rebellion, precautions were necessary. Key positions in his legion were held by court members, personally observed and confirmed loyal by Nareth. Core secrets were held by high-ranking Beyonders, his confidants. The Primarch's superhuman perception and psychic abilities confirmed they weren't compromised, but currently, nearly two-thirds of the Legion were not members of the court, and not all might be evaluated before the heresy. Chaos corruption must also be considered. My scrutiny can only confirm no issues at that time. I cannot guarantee situations won't arise later. What I can ensure is only a few common confidants. We need robust mental defenses to promptly detect issues among the sons and address them early. After organizing his thoughts, Nareth reached a conclusion. Loyalty and faith are more important than boosting morale. The chaplain position should primarily follow the visionary, supplemented by the Sun Pathway Beyonders. Spectators and telepathist can examine the hearts of the Shadows of Order during conversations. Psychiatrists, hypnotists, and dreamwalkers can uncover hidden secrets, subtly making the Shadows of Order and territorial populace loyal to me, even faithful to the Black Emperor. In that case, Wilshire might not be the optimal choice to oversee the Legion's chaplains. Contemplating this, Nareth returned to his office. Seated on the throne adorned with 33 black iron sword, he resolved to first inquire of Wilshire's perspective before making a decision. Before that, he needed to confirm the current status of Cardinal. Nareth looked at Arsena and asked, "What is Cardinal's current status?" My lord, the 2nd and 12th chapters have occupied 5 neighboring star systems, constructing a defensive perimeter to shroud Cardinal in shadow. 1 Terran month ago, the rogue traitor vessel Far Voyager entered into the Cardinal system via the warp and withdrew in accordance with your blockade order. Seeing the Black Emperor nod with satisfaction, Arsena continued. My lord, with the Cardinal campaign concluded, I have compiled casualty figures for each chapter. Total fatalities, 4,920. The 2nd chapter suffered the heaviest losses, with 1,740 fallen during the assault on the Bioreclamation Center. Arsena, less sorrowful than in the past, continued. Considering Cardinal's strength, past campaigns, and the brilliant victory we achieved, the sacrifices were relatively minor. My lord, this is all due to your selection of the High Lords as targets and the thunderous execution. Your actions were highly effective. Nareth did not withhold praise. Though he didn't know the Iron Hand's exact losses, the Ultramarines first suffered defeat with over 2,000 casualties, then were used as cannon fodder by Manus in the assault on the capital, resulting in the death of Chapter Master Cicerus. The Emperor's children's 2nd captain, Akaduana, and his warriors perished. Manus's honor guard suffered nearly 50% casualties. Amadeus Duquesne and Gabriel Santer, among others, were crippled. Considering everything, the combined losses of the 3 legions were likely no less than his own. Without resorting to forbidden weapons, Nareth could accept this casualty figure. Auxilia fatalities totaled 74,000, the majority lost during operations in the capital. Vostroyan Auxilia suffered the most, over 50,000. Additionally, 1,500 Katakan devils fell, and 380 elite Katakan wraiths. Nareth nodded slightly. Compared to Manus's use of forbidden weapons, which killed millions of Imperial Auxilia, his auxiliary losses were far fewer. The Legio Asterum lost 17 Titans. The Legio Furians lost 35 Titans. Nareth recalled Legio Adoris lost over half its strength in the Cardinal campaign. 52 Titan losses were acceptable. House Vironii lost 63 knights. Most were destroyed fighting Tripodal Walkers, a few were slain by the High Lords. Considering Tripodal Walkers could match Warhound Titans and the Reliquary Warsuit was formidable, Nareth accepted these losses. Instruct the Forge World of Mazoa to replenish House Vironii's lost knight suits promptly. Among them, there must be at least 2 Castores-class Knight Megara. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 466, Chapter 465, The Harvest Priestess, establishes new standards for agri-worlds. The world designated by the Imperium as 33 to 305, internally numbered November 12, 21 by the Shadows of Order, was the 21st world conquered by the 12th chapter. The 12th chapter named this world Barnet. After receiving it, the 2nd chapter conducted a full scan and assessment. Barnet was similar in size to the standard set by the Administratum for agri-worlds, located in a comparable stellar orbit and bathed in a specific stellar radiation spectrum. Its soil contained strictly regulated components and was close to major supply worlds, thus unsurprisingly classified as an agri-world. However, unlike other agri-worlds designed and planned according to templates, Barnet's transformation was not led by the Mechanicum but by the Harvest Priestess. Carey reviewed the conventional proposal submitted by Mars. The first 50 years follow standard land modification protocols. All pre-existing life is eradicated via controlled phage viruses or incendiary bombing. First, deploy macroprocessors. Subsequently, operate through command node installations. Precipitation is controlled and scheduled via low-orbit satellites and fleet vessels. Carey frowned. She knew Barnet's natural climate would vanish as a result. She opened the holographic display, examining results from past Mechanicum world transformations. On a vast plain, high-yield crops undulated in the wind. Carey noted the plain lacked any distinctive features. As an experienced planter, she knew the first planting season would completely deplete the soil's nutrients, necessitating a constant influx of nitrates and phosphates, shipped in from other worlds via supply vessels. Pollution from fertilizer factories would turn the air orange, unfiltered air would be unbreathable. The entire world would be crisscrossed by drainage pipes scorched by chemical residue, with topsoil continually degrading into ever thinner dust. Experience as a planter allowed her to foresee crop quality steadily declining, though quantity could be maintained almost indefinitely. Of course, this assumed that supply lines were maintained, and imports remained stable. A planet, if not struck by a cataclysm destroying the entire world, would, after such usage, eventually collapse into a dead world after millennia. Since leaving the Symphony of the Sea, joining the Imperium with her Lady Marlena, she knew the Imperium was no gentle steward. The Mechanicum considered only efficiency and output. She continued reviewing the Mugos' proposal. Land will be divided into vast production zones, laid with rail tracks, patrolled by pest exterminators. 4,180,000 servitors will serve as labor, possessing minimal cognitive function, their work capacity bioengineered for enhancement. 250,000 personnel. From this report, Carey found the first highlight: maintaining this agri-world required a population smaller than a single dome in a medium-sized hive city. Will control inventories of semi-autonomous vehicles and monitor the grid of weather control nodes. 3 garrison points are required, stationing 410 standard troops, constructing 1 astropathic tower, a basic orbital defense grid, a naval station, and offices subordinate to the administratum. After browsing the Mechanicum's submitted standard template materials, Carey put down the data slate and addressed the 5 planters beside her. Lord Nareth and Lady Marlena desire a world different from this. We need to design a sustainable, stable plan based on Barnett's conditions. When Lord Nareth granted her new power, he hoped she would explore standards for agri-worlds in the Eastern Galaxy. To establish a comprehensive, referential standard for worlds generally suitable but requiring some modification. Carey's ideal world was Tanith, rich in agricultural output, abundant in mineral resources, and beautiful. But she knew that was the result of Eldar technology combined with psychic power. The Legion had acquired some of the technology. Fortunately, she didn't need to recreate Tanith and didn't have to consider mineral aspects. She possessed both the beyonder abilities of a harvest priestess and the experimental results from Katakan recorded in the data crystal given to her by Lady Marlena. From her study, she knew it required not just parahuman power but also psychic abilities. She said to the planters beside her, "Send a message to Lord Wilshire. Request that his lordship dispatch librarians to assist." 1 Terran month later, the relic-class battleship Glory of Light arrived at Barnet. After Wilshire's Aquila lander landed on the surface, he immediately entered the command node established at the equator. After taking over the subsector centered on Gardnal, his greatest challenge was food. The universally improved food standards allowed the Shadows of Order to swiftly win hearts on Gardnal, but even a slight increase for nearly 90 billion people posed a severe test for food supply. Supplies from Tanith, the Symphony of the Sea, and Talasser could meet demand. But the Light Lord preferred not to rely indefinitely on supplies from other territories, which also presented a potential strategic security risk. Amid the hiss of hydraulics, the door slowly opened. Wilshire entered the office, nodding slightly to those present before asking, "Carey, outline your plan." "Lord," Carey began, "I will lead my followers to guide farmers in cultivation. Compared to the Mechanicum plan, I require more population, approximately 520,000. Though the required population is double, future Barnet's food quality will not decline, aligning with Lord Nareth's concept of sustainable development. Of course, this requires assistance from the Librarius team." Wilshire looked at the librarian present. The librarian replied, "Lord, the psychic arrays deployed by the Thousand Suns on Tisca are superior to Mechanicum methods for weather control." The chief librarian brought back some data from Tisca. "Hathermot helped us complete the missing information during his secondment to the Legion. He also provided methods for constructing psychic hydroponic arrays in confined spaces like cities and mountains." Wilshire nodded slightly. Compared to the librarian, he knew more. From the permissions the Black Emperor granted Hather and the attitude of the Thousand Suns chief librarian, he knew the son of Magnus had a relationship with the Legion deeper than mere closeness from secondment. As Wilshire pondered, the Harvest Priestess spoke confidently. "Combining Lady Marlena's insights into Eldar Maiden world creation secrets and with librarian assistance, I am capable of creating a world rich in produce and sustainable." "How long?" "Estimated yield?" Wilshire asked his most pressing questions. "Phase 1 transformation can be completed in 3 years, producing enough to feed 13 million people." Carey's words made Wilshire's eyes light up. The entire subsector, excluding Gardnal, had a projected maximum population of around 10 million across all other worlds. To meet the food needs of 100 billion people requires 5 more phases of development, taking approximately 23 years. Wilshire nodded. He was satisfied with this timeline, 3 years less than half the time the Mechanicum required. "My plan does not adopt the Mechanicum methods for land and weather transformation," Carey explained in detail. "My plan is based on modifying Barnet's existing soil conditions, hence the shorter duration. Progress depends on the capabilities of the librarians and my team. Barnet's northern hemisphere is a single vast plain. The soil is suitable for producing 15 types of nutrient-rich crops." As Carey spoke, her fingers flew across the screen, highlighting the entire area. Wilshire saw the entire region marked with 15 colors for crops. The 2 largest were yellow for maize and light yellow for wheat. Each crop wasn't confined to one area, maize cultivation alone had 58 zones. Clearly, Carey had identified the most suitable land for each crop. The colorful cultivation zones resembled a mirror reflecting a kaleidoscope. After presenting all southern hemisphere regions under control, Carey continued. "The southern continent's area is only a quarter of the northern continent's. Surrounding seas are suitable for fisheries. The mainland terrain is primarily grassland. I recommend animal husbandry. I suggest introducing the Attilan Ovigor. The husbandry worlds in the Coronid New Zone have achieved good results. After listening to plans for Northern Hemisphere seas and grasslands, Wilshire nodded with satisfaction. I am satisfied with your plan. Proceed accordingly. I will communicate with Sanchez to arrange the introduction of the Ovigor. My lord, I will not fail your expectations. The Harvest Priestess said excitedly. Previously, she oversaw Tanith, where Lady Marlena had already laid the foundation. This was her first time leading the construction of an agri-world and fulfilling Lord Nareth's task of establishing agri-world standards. Returning to the glory of light, Wilshire ordered the chapter's librarians to fully cooperate with Carey. As the Relic-class battleship set sail to return to Gardenal, black mist engulfed Wilshire. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the mysterious realm. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 467, Chapter 466, The Blackstone Rich Continent. Within the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth nodded with satisfaction after hearing Wilshire's report. This is good news. The new standards Carey establishes will help us create agri-worlds different from most Imperial planets. For the foreseeable future, before he obtained the secrets of Eldar Maiden World creation or Beyonders of the Mother Pathway, like Marlena gained the ability to transform entire worlds, targeted improvements for each world were the best approach. You should already know from the last War Council that Lorgar Aurelian proposed establishing chaplains. The Emperor ultimately decided to let each legion decide. I have decided to establish the chaplain position to scrutinize the minds of the Shadows of Order and boost morale in battle. Do you wish to continue as chapter master, or shift to leading the chaplains? Wilshire fell into thought. After over 10 seconds, he spoke. My lord, I prefer commanding the Shadows of Order in battle. Of course, I will ensure the second chapter becomes your most faithful believers. Good. Nareth didn't press. He preferred Beyonders of the Visionary Pathway for this role, but currently lacked a suitable candidate. Among your ranks, is there anyone suitable to serve as a chaplain? This time, Wilshire replied without hesitation. Martin. His will is firm, loyal to you. He is the most suitable candidate. I have already granted him power, making him a member of the court. The Martin Wilshire mentioned had long been within Nareth's sight. Besides him, Nareth had elevated 36 bards within the second chapter from this batch of honor guard and selected 52 spectators from other chapters. They were all equipped with Crozius Arcanum, becoming the first chaplains. But Martin's abilities were somewhat inferior to Wilshire's, not meeting his standard. He could only serve as the second-in-command for the future chaplaincy system, overseeing court members of the Sun Pathway. I'll leave the position vacant for now. Select a chaplain master when a suitable candidate emerges. As Nareth pondered about to send Wilshire back, he heard him speak. My lord, I discovered that the guard caste on Gardenal use a special type of amber in their prisons. They call it body-binding amber. The amber isn't natural, it's synthesized using various biochemical energies. I thought you might be interested. Hearing body-binding amber, Nareth immediately realized Wilshire might be referring to the main ingredient for the Sequence 6 Judge potion of the Justiciar Pathway. After you return, conduct a ritual and offer a portion of the amber to me. He then sent Wilshire back to the glory of light. After a brief wait, a whispering sound reached his ear. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality extended, touching the shimmering golden sphere. A crystal case appeared in Nareth's hand. The Primarch recalled briefly, confirming the golden-yellow amber inside matched the shape of body-binding amber described on the blasphemous slate. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality extended again, touching Wilshire's sphere, saying, I am very interested in them. After severing the connection with Wilshire, he touched Howard Fender's sphere. Nareth then saw Howard swing his arm, a power fist crashing onto an Eldar's head. Is Howard pursuing Eldar pirates near Alicia? He whispered, pray to me after the battle concludes, then transmitted the message through the subtle connection to the sphere. Unable to prepare a potion for Howard immediately, Nareth willed himself to leave the Kingdom of Disorder. Returning to reality, his comm bead buzzed. Nareth pressed the comm bead, hearing Arsina's voice. My lord, the fleet has exited the portal, arriving in the Vigilus system. Good, Nareth replied, then left his quarters. The Black Wolf Freddy and the Gyrinx John immediately rose, following him. Shortly after, Nareth arrived on the bridge. Seeing him, Arsina immediately reported. My lord, the ship is proceeding towards Vigilus. Estimated arrival within 1 ship day. Nareth nodded, ordering, open the viewport shield. During the battle with the Siam Han, he had come and gone in haste, never observing this star system crucial to both humanity and the Eldar. Motors hummed. Shutters rose on both sides of the window. Arsina approached, stopping slightly behind and to the side of the Black Emperor. My lord, besides Vigilus and its moon, Neovelum, there is another important planet in this system. The system's edge holds the planet Nemengast, along with its asteroid belt, rich in mineral resources. The Arbiter Lord has developed it into an industrial world, entirely controlled by the Legion. Its output even surpasses some forge worlds the Imperium is developing. Besides standard military and civilian equipment, it has made the fastest progress in adapting the squat void shield technology. Following Arsina's explanation, the Primarch's gaze traversed the void towards the system's edge. Countless celestial bodies of varying sizes and irregular shapes orbited Nemengast like grains of sand. The Primarch's pupils constricted. Focusing his vision, he could see high-powered lumen lights illuminating the space around the asteroids. Vehicles, like ants, moved in constant streams, transporting the products of steel foundries to cargo ships. Nareth withdrew his gaze, looking towards the system's primary star. Arsina, who had been observing the Black Emperor's movements, spoke. Because the Fortress-class void shield was excavated here, local houses have a strong preference for shield technology. Of course, none of these houses individually possesses the technology to construct and maintain an entire hive city. The ruling house Agamemnus only has technology for constructing and maintaining a single dome. But under the guidance of librarians and tech marines, they can manufacture components for the Rangdan personal energy shields, accelerating the Legion's deployment. Nareth nodded slightly. In his warp insight, invisible psychic shields shimmered with colored light, protecting each hive city. My lord, there is a peculiar matter I believe warrants your attention. The polymath alerted him. What is it? Nareth asked. The Legion's base here is established in the Megaborealis continent in the planet's north, protected by a fortress-class void shield. Strangely, the shield's energy consumption is 12.5% higher than in other planetary regions. Though the energy consumption itself wasn't particularly noteworthy, even less than the consumption required to support other worlds due to local water scarcity, the polymath still deemed it worth noting. Nareth didn't turn. Following the flight path, he looked towards the northern continent of Vigilus. After a brief recollection, he knew the reason. Deep beneath the Megaborealis continent lie rich deposits of blackstone. Though not excavated or utilized, their natural energy field interferes with the void shield. Instruct the tech marines to commence excavation. Nareth recalled that originally, House Agamemnus, after excavating the fortress-class void shield, couldn't maintain it. Thus, they struck a deal with the forge world of Styges VIII, ceding control of the Megaborealis in exchange for the tech priest's maintenance. Later, the Xenorite faction of Styges VIII, which revered Xenos technology, discovered Blackstone-related tech while exploring Necron ruins and began excavation. After the Great Rift opened, during the massive battle for Vigilus among various factions, Styges VIII cared nothing for Imperial civilian lives, only defending their mining shafts, even refusing to share drinking water they extracted from polar glaciers. Because Nareth intervened early, the Megaborealis of Vigilus, the Blackstone beneath it, and the Doomsday weapon, the Void Claw, were all within his domain. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 468, Chapter 467, Stone Slates from a Lost Ancient Era. Having arrived at his domain, Nareth decided to meet with the local governor. He ordered Arsina Dun and Archon Land to proceed first to the periphery of the Vulian Swirl, establish a temporary base, and conduct preliminary reconnaissance. Then, Nareth boarded a Black Aquila lander, heading towards the primary hive. Through the viewport, Nareth saw layers upon layers of magnificent hive cities, each larger than the paradigm city of Ostroia. Among the hive cities he had seen, only those on Terra, Necromunda, and Gardinal were larger. Vigilus already shows signs of its future. Before the Great Rift opened, this world's population reached 167 billion. The last census on Vigilus recorded 85.2 billion. Though Vostroia has surpassed the 1 billion peak from my memory, now at 3.4 billion, the difference is still vast. Unfortunately, Vigilus is not only on a warp route but also a future choke point towards the Eye of Terror, making concealment impossible. Nareth knew Vigilus's importance would increase further after the heresy. Imperial forces heading towards the Eye of Terror would mostly assemble here for final resupply before proceeding to the war zone. After the Great Rift opened, Abaddon would set his strategic sights here to claim the power of the Void Claw in a bid to reshape the Nachmund Gauntlet, completely isolating the Imperium Nihilus from the rest of the Imperium. Contemplating this, the Black Aquila lander folded its wings, gently landing on the landing pad atop the hive spire. The hive spire of House Agamemnus had a diameter larger than a dome in the mid-hive. The spacious landing pad could accommodate over 100 aircraft. The planetary governor in ornate robes waited in the reception area, with dozens of noble representatives behind him. Gripping a ruby scepter, he took a deep breath to calm his nerves, stepped forward with a broad smile towards the Primarch. Boero Agamemnus, on behalf of all houses and people of Vigilus, welcomes Lord Nareth. Boero, I am satisfied with your achievements in the Vigilus system. Receiving the Primarch's acknowledgement, Boero felt strength surge within him. It was like returning to his youth, injecting stimulants to win the Arbitrator Lord's trust and secure the planetary governorship. Lord, I have prepared a banquet in your honor. Lead the way. Nareth glanced at the gathered nobles, nodding slightly to them. 16 servo-skulls orbited overhead, streamers fluttered, flowers scattered, and stirring synthetic music from sonic arrays played. Rejoice! The protector of Vigilus, the conqueror of Xenos, the Primarch of the 11th Legion, the monarch of Vostroia, walks among you. For the people of Vigilus, among the Primarch's many titles, conqueror of Xenos was most commonly used, the victory over the Siam handcraft world etched in their memory. Within the opulent palace, the banquet commenced. Nobles who dictated the direction of hive cities and guild representatives whose whims decided the fates of hundreds of thousands in their domes watched Nareth's every move carefully, seeking opportunities to approach. The Primarch leaned back on the black iron throne specially crafted for him, even replicating the 33 swords from his own. Clearly, Boero had invested considerable effort in researching his preferences. He was relatively satisfied with the Agamemnus and had no intention of lingering. Accepting the banquet invitation was merely to show support for the planetary governor. Wishing to depart for Wolian soon, Nareth asked. Boero, what is Vigilus's current development status? Any difficulties? The prepared planetary governor immediately set down his glass, answering calmly. Lord, Vigilus develops well. This year's production capacity will increase by 1.2%. Output of personal energy shield components for the Legion will rise by 23%, reaching 1,400 sets. The population will see new growth, projected to reach 86 billion. Good. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Boero scanned the hall, his gaze sweeping over nobles listening intently. It lingered meaningfully on several ambitious houses, moving on as they offered uneasy smiles. Lord, I've heard you are fond of unusual artifacts. I possess some stone slates from ancient times that might interest you. Oh. Nareth said with interest. I am quite interested. I will have them brought up immediately. Boero pressed his comm bead, issuing orders. Minutes later, over 100 servitors carried in 3 massive stone slates, 5 meters wide and 2 meters tall. Nareth rose, walking before the slates, examining each. The patterns on the slates were fragmented, images and text scattered sporadically. Nareth's gaze lingered on the final slate. At the bottom row, countless tiny black figures worshipped something above. A figure shrouded in mist and shadow, the image incomplete, impossible to discern. Even without spiritual radiance, he was still intrigued. Where were they discovered? Seeing Lord Nareth's interest, Boero quickly replied. Lord, mining teams discovered them while excavating underground mines, ancient ruins. Within a collapsed stone temple of antiquity, there were many fragmented images. Research indicates the temple belonged to a lost ancient civilization. Their language is completely different from current tongues. Various possibilities flashed through Nareth's mind, but clues were too few for confirmation. He returned to the throne. Transport them to the starport. My librarians will receive them. I am satisfied with your gift. Send me the coordinates of the ruins. Your will be done. Boero scanned the banquet hall again. Lord, though Vigilus develops smoothly, one problem remains unresolved. Since its founding as a colony, Vigilus has always lacked water resources. The Arbiter Lord has decreed that lower-class civilians must no longer drink the extremely filthy groundwater, replaced with recycled water. Ordinary citizens drink chemically treated water. As the population grows, the water issue worsens, especially the glacier water consumed by nobles and guilds, which recently faces threats. Nareth nodded. He knew Vigilus lacked water resources. In the future, the ecclesiarchy gained massive popular support here by adding purified holy water to chemically treated water, providing it to some believers. What is the issue? Glaciers are inhabited by mantis-shaped monstrosities. They possess sharp claws and fangs, our soldiers cannot withstand them. Their every appearance brings calamity, causing severe drinking water crises. Thus, we call them calamity mantises. Suddenly, Nareth's eyes lit up. He knew mantises lived in Vigilus's glaciers, even causing trouble for Styges 8 Scitarii, but didn't know they were called calamity. This immediately made him think of Calamity Mantis, the main ingredient for the Sequence 7 Lucky 1 and subsequent Sequence 6 Calamity Priest of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Nareth spoke immediately. I will dispatch warriors to resolve the calamity. He then recalled Styges 8 solution, constructing a space elevator to draw water from the asteroid belt. I will order the construction of a space elevator to collect water from the asteroid belt. The surplus allocated to the Megaborealis will be provided to you. Hearing this, Boero said gratefully, Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Nobles raised their glasses, extolling the protector of Vigilus. Nareth picked up his glass, draining it in one go. I have pressing matters to attend to. The Primarch departed amidst the nobles' enthusiastic farewells. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 469, Chapter 468, The Velian Swirl. The black Aquila lander lifted off from the hive spire, heading towards its target. Nelson's hands flew across the controls, locking onto the target. Due to his exceptional performance during the Cardinal Air battles, he had joined the Honor Guard and recently become the Primarch's personal pilot. Nelson quickly locked onto the Velian swirl, gripping the control stick tightly. Even without coordinates, no pilot could overlook this meteorological wonder. Not only because its footprint rivaled any hive city, but also because it constantly surged upwards, covering an ever-expanding area with no apparent limit. The dust vortex even towered higher than the primary hive spires, piercing the clouds, visible clearly from the void. Nelson opened the throttle and pushed the control stick. The Aquila lander, like a great black bird, flew towards the surging vortex. The distance on the dial rapidly decreased. 100 kilometers, 95 kilometers. When the dial's digits jumped to 49 kilometers, Nelson, who had recently become a monster, suddenly had a vision flash in his mind. A colorful vortex swept forth. The lander shuddered violently, engulfed. A flicker of astonishment passed through the monster's eyes. He glanced at the vid screen. The image remained the ochre of a dust storm, no sign of a colorful vortex. Nelson took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to report to his father. His father was aboard his aircraft. He was responsible for his father's life, even if it meant being scrutinized later. Since the chaplaincy's establishment, Shadows of Order members experiencing visions became subjects of special attention. Nelson also trusted his father. From their time together, he believed even if the reason sounded improbable, his father would understand. He immediately opened the comm, switched to a private channel, and reported. "Father, I just had a vision." Inside the cabin, with the black wolf and strong-brained cat at his feet, Nareth listened. He understood that monster had sensed the danger of the Velian swirl. He knew the void claw contained immense energy. Even powered down, it generated the perpetual massive dust storm surrounding it, the cause of the Velian swirl. Coincidentally, vast underground areas of Vigilus were rich in blackstone deposits. Influenced by this energy, a storm formed. Blackstone could actually function bidirectionally. Necron pylons could suppress psychic power but could also be used to amplify warp energy, a secret Abaddon discovered during the Black Crusades. You, relying on the power I granted, detected hidden danger. Trust your inspiration. Reduce speed. Locate the camp. Hearing his father's affirmation, Nelson's worries dissipated. Following orders, he reduced speed, heading towards the ground base. When the dial jumped to 24 kilometers, another vision flashed in Nelson's mind, a colorful lightning strike. The Aquila lander was pierced, burning wreckage falling like meteors. His father's words echoed, "Trust your inspiration." Nelson immediately pulled the control stick, banking sharply down and right. The Aquila shuddered. Nelson saw red runes flash on the video screen. An etheric shockwave grazed the left fuselage. The monster's confidence soared. His hands worked the control stick continuously, letting inspiration guide him. The black lander veered left and right, avoiding blue lightning and red flames, continuously descending. At 517 meters above ground, the monster felt danger recede. He smoothly piloted the Aquila lander to land at the base. Nareth walked onto the deck but didn't immediately approach the waiting Primarch's attendant. He walked to Nelson, who had emerged from the cockpit, calming himself. "Well done. Your inspiration guided you through this perilous flight." Nelson instantly felt something dissolve within him, like sugar cubes rapidly dissolving in his cup at the Rika coffee machine before flight missions. "I have become a true monster." After a brief moment of stunned realization, Nelson quickly composed himself. "Father, it is my honor. Go rest," Nareth said, then walked towards Arsena. The hydraulic airlock hissed open. Nareth entered the command base. Arriving at the holographic display table, his gaze swept over Marlena and Thomas, finally settling on Archon. He asked. "Progress." Archon's expression was grave. "My reconnaissance servitors have circumnavigated the Velian swirl in different directions. Total reconnaissance distance, 112 kilometers. Collecting energy readings." He raised his staff, pointing at the servitor standing behind him. "Authorization, transmit data file, number 1295. The servitor's eyes glowed blue-green, emitting a synthetic sonic array voice. "Activating transmission protocol. Transmitting data file number 1295. Its chest panel opened, revealing a data storage unit. The servitor lifted its right hand, extracting a data disk. The Primarch's attendant had already activated the cogitator with his control rod. The servitor stepped over, inserting the disk. The overhead video screen lit up. Archon continued. "The dust vortex's energy readings are exceptionally high. Ordinary humans entering would be torn apart instantly. Even Astartes would sustain damage over prolonged exposure. The magnetic field is chaotic, making navigation difficult and extremely hazardous. More dangerously, warp readings are anomalous. Multiple sudden hazards may occur, lightning strikes from above, flames appearing out of thin air, and even a bizarre labyrinth. Nareth nodded. Any additions? The polymath exchanged a look with the chief librarian, then said, My lord, I believe these anomalies are related to Blackstone. Excavations in the surrounding area should mitigate its effects. Too time-consuming. Nareth rejected the polymath's suggestion, though it aligned with his own conjecture. The fallen angels and the Batten who seized the Void Claw didn't seem affected by warp energy, likely due to Stygi's 8 prolonged excavations. Looking at the 4 individuals possessing different capabilities, he said, First, find a path to the central research station, Citadel Vigilant. The Dice of Prophecy required 5 more months to recharge. Nareth decided to let them attempt first. If they found a path, he could save this Dice of Prophecy divination for other uses. If not, his intervention would further impress Archon. As you wish. Archon said. He hoped to recover the Doomsday Weapon, a sacred duty as a servant of the Omnisia. As the 4 departed the command base to begin reconnaissance, a whispering sound reached Nareth's ear. Leaving the Dionysian spear on the ground, Nareth went to the prepared rest chamber. With a thought, he arrived in the Kingdom of Disorder. His spirituality extended towards the spheres. Nareth saw Howard kneeling before an altar in prayer. He didn't immediately pull Howard into the Kingdom of Disorder. With a thought, he went to the first layer, instructing the Jokeros to prepare the Sequence 6 Judge potion using the body-binding amber and other ingredients. After obtaining the potion, the Baron of Corruption returned to the 4th layer. His spirituality extended, pulling Howard into the Kingdom of Disorder. The Primarch's eyes flashed. Telekinetic force delivered the golden potion before Howard. Drink it. Howard's eyes shone. He knew he received another gift from the Black Emperor. He took the amber-like potion, pouring it down. Howard's eyes turned gold, light radiating, shimmering within the black mist. Moments later, the newly ascended Judge contained his power. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Nareth nodded slightly. He recalled that Howard was battling Eldars earlier. You cleared the Eldar pirates. I have cleared all pirates within the Alicia system, both Eldar and human. The Arbiter Lord replied. But Alicia lies at a warp route junction and is a regional trade hub. I believe it won't be long before pirate harassment resumes. A foreseeable future, Nareth agreed. Use them as training targets for new recruits and auxilia. As you wish. Howard accepted the order, then was returned to the Judgment's glory. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 470, Chapter 469, The Calamity Mantises. Vigilus, Polar Glaciers. Marcus, clad in Mark III power armor, led a team for the first time as a chaplain. Internal oxygen supply ensured smooth breathing, temperature regulators shielded them from the cold. Hearing the sound of wings slicing through the air, Marcus immediately barked over the comm channel. They're here. Prepare for the hunt. He raised his arm, lifting the arc projector. The mantises that appeared were similar in size to ordinary humans. The difference lay in their bulbous abdomens, each bearing 2 large mouths, with an additional mouth at the tail. Mutated mantis monstrosities. Marcus wondered briefly, then issued the order. Attack. The shadows of order pulled their triggers. Brilliant arcs of electricity filled the cavern. Screeching shrieks erupted. The mantis monstrosities' bodies grew blacker from the electricity, but they did not fall. Their leathery wings displayed purplish-red patterns, raised like sails. Increase output. Level 4. Marcus commanded. The arc projectors, designed based on Yuger technology and continuously refined during hunts, could now adjust power output based on target resilience with a single switch. The shadows of order turned dials. Energy cells flashed yellow runes, then turned green. The electrical arcs grew brighter, slashing through the dark cavern like lightning, striking the mantis monstrosities. Thump. 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 One after another, mantises dropped to the ground. Marcus opened a channel, ordering the follow-up team to transport the mantises his father required. Ending the call, the team advanced. The passage widened, as if entering a great dome. Stone columns thrust downwards from above, suspended over their heads. The Sleepless from Mordian looked up. Possessing exceptional vision in darkness, the Sleepless immediately saw the black mantises clinging to the stone columns. He shouted a warning over the comm channel. Mantises. Above. Marcus immediately ordered, combat formation. Mutual cover. The shadows of order instantly formed groups of 3, back to back, raising their weapons. With an ear-splitting shriek, countless black shadows swarmed down from above, scythe-like serrated hooks slashing. The shadows of order calmly pulled their triggers. Those selected for the guard were elites from each chapter, every shot hit its mark. One after another, black forms crashed to the ground, yet the air remained thick with shadows. Endless calamity mantises screeched, their abdominal mouths gaping, disgusting mucus spattering down. Mucus struck personal energy shields, sizzling sharply. The shadows of order smelled an exceptionally pungent stench, simultaneously thinking. The mucus from the calamity mantises' mouths is highly corrosive. A bard suddenly began singing, his voice clear, resonating through the comm channel. The shadows of order felt strength surge within, as if freshly rested, unburdened by the march and battle. Their arm movements, their trigger pulls, grew slightly faster. Thump thump thump. Calamity mantises fell faster, piling layer upon layer within the cavern. In Marcus's vision, the black shadows noticeably thinned. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed. A massive form, comparable in size to an Astartes, leaped down from above. With a crackling sound, it evaded several electrical arcs. The sleepless eyes grew profound. His spiritual intuition sharpened in the darkness. He suddenly pulled the trigger. The electrical arc shot out, not aiming at the calamity mantis, seemingly missing. The next instant, the arc struck the leathery wing as if the mantis had flown into it. Sizzle. The massive calamity mantis spun downwards, crashing. The monster suddenly shouted over the comm channel, "It's faking. It's not out." Marcus immediately drew his Crozius Arcanum. Though newly introduced to the Astartes legions, the Crozius Arcanum already had many forms. It was typically crafted as a scepter or maul, topped with the imperial Aquila or a winged skull symbolizing the emperor's sacrifice for humanity. Some chaplains used special decorations, the salamanders resembled artisan hammers more closely. The shadows of order chaplains adorned their scepters with spread wings, symbolizing their genefather's golden wings. Marcus strode forward, simultaneously increasing the Crozius Arcanum's energy field intensity. The diving calamity mantis was clearly a mutated lifeform, stronger than its kin. Chanting a hymn, he charged swiftly towards the black shadow. The calamity mantis swung its pair of scythes, slashing down fiercely. With a loud crack, the mantis's twin scythes struck the personal energy shield. Its bulbous abdomen curled, three gaping mouths biting forward, blocked by the energy shield, mucus splattering. Marcus's body swayed. Warning runes flashed on his helm. The mutated calamity mantis's slash and bite had drained 74% of the personal energy shield's power. The bard knew he couldn't withstand another strike. Relying on his enhanced post-ascension physique, he weathered the impact. The bard swung the Crozius Arcanum, smashing it onto the mutated calamity mantis's head. Blue light crackled. The carapace sizzled. Stars swam in the mantis's eyes. Its raised sides went limp, dropping to the ground. It's really out this time. The approaching sleepless carefully examined it, firing a supplemental shot. The mutated mantis's body twitched instinctively. While the chaplain led the hunt for calamity mantises, Nareth was flying towards a newly discovered ruin. The archaeologist and mystery prior had discovered a crumbling ruin northeast of the one excavated by House Agamemnus. After receiving the report and noting a broken statue within the new ruin, Nareth decided to investigate personally. Nelson piloted the Aquila lander towards the target. The black Aquila lander smoothly navigated away from the Velian swirl, flying over the dusty wasteland towards the objective. Dust storms laden with chemical waste billowed upwards. Smaller than the Velian swirl, they were more common in the vast wastelands between hives. The machine set the augers to maximum power, mentally charting the fastest, safest route. The black Aquila elegantly weaved through the dust storms, not a grain of sand touching its hull. The best pilots on Vigilus, whether of aircraft or transport vehicles, would marvel. The Aquila lander's landing gear deployed, touching down steadily. Dust blew away in calculated directions, leaving the pristine fuselage untouched. Nareth stepped onto the wasteland. Any unprotected human crossing the wastes between hives would die swiftly, but for him and the shadows of order, it posed little danger. The shadows of order had established a cordon, isolating a 2-kilometer radius around the ruin. "Father." Nareth nodded slightly. "Lead the way." Following the shadows of order member, he reached the entrance, descending via cable to a depth of 1.3 kilometers underground. The archaeologist had already excavated its general outline. Nareth passed through a stone archway, gazing at the broken statue. The statue's lower half remained only a thick right leg. The upper half retained part of a muscular chest connected to a severed left arm, with a tattered batwing covering the left shoulder. The head was reduced to a ferocious, gaping maw. Nareth looked at the fragmented images on the crumbling walls. He saw patterns similar to the earlier murals, tiny black figures in worship. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He walked to the right, examining the mural's edges. He saw mantis after mantis, identifying them as calamity mantises by the mouths on their abdomens and tails. Could the calamity mantises be connected to the being worshipped by the ancient race depicted in the statue and murals? After inspecting the area, Nareth returned before the statue. He gazed at it. Countless lines flashed through his mind. He thought silently. Though difficult, I can indeed reconstruct it. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 471, Chapter 470, Spiritual Sculpture restores the statue of the first Prince of Chaos. Vigilus, Underground Ruins. Nareth held a piece of obsidian, 1 meter tall and 50 centimeters in diameter, in his left hand. The Primarch gazed at the statue for a quarter of an hour before beginning to carve. The Baron of Corruption's right hand held a ritual knife, spiritual essence erupting from its tip. The statue in the Baron of Corruption's hand rapidly took shape within a minute, the right leg, the fragmented left arm, the wing behind, and the ferocious maw. Nareth paused, glancing up at the original statue. The Baron of Corruption didn't require normal senses like sight for confirmation. His spirituality alerted him that the statue in his hand was identical to the one before him and possessed a certain spiritual connection. Nareth's gaze returned to the statue in his hand. Confirming it was correct, he began carving on the opposite side, based on the existing broken statue. The left leg, the fragmented right arm, and the wing behind. After a moment, he stopped the knife, confirmed no errors, and began completing the remaining parts. The Primarch recalled all scattered parts from the murals, then focused on the broken right arm. Countless geometric shapes flashed through the Baron of Corruption's mind. The claws from the same mural connected. From myriad shapes, he found the most natural, smoothest lines, then began working. 1 stellar hour later, Nareth gazed at the restored claw arm, thoughtful. He could now narrow down the statue's subject to a certain range. Resembles a humanoid entity, a demon prince after falling to chaos. Could the doomsday weapon have been created by colonists to deal with him? This is a crisis hidden on Vigilus, unknown to me. Must be clarified. As the Baron of Corruption pondered, he completed carving the left arm. His gaze shifted to the statue's chest. 2 work cycles later, the Baron of Corruption completed his first spiritual sculpture. Setting down the psychic knife, he gazed at the lifelike statue. Spread bat wings, a terrifying visage with 2 sharp horns extending backward, sharp claws gleaming coldly. Nareth almost immediately recognized the statue's identity, Belisarius, the first demon prince, Belisarius. He bore many titles, the Dark Master, the First Damned. As the first mortal chosen by the Dark Gods, he was granted a portion of each Chaos God's power. Initially, he played the gods against each other, benefiting from their rivalry. However, the gods soon realized Belisarius was uncontrollable and would never be wholly loyal to any one of them, beginning to recruit new demon princes. Belisarius remained the mightiest among demon princes, but as the gods granted power to other servants, his strength gradually waned. Nareth knew Belisarius had ruled countless galactic empires over millions of Terran years. He had enslaved thousands of worlds, forcing billions to worship him as a god. But Belisarius' greed and malevolence ultimately destroyed these races. Growing bored, he would seek a nascent race as a new plaything. He hid within shifting legends and absurd rumors, lurking in the shadows behind racial rises and expansions. After the ancient empire preceding human colonization fell, Belisarius abandoned Vigilus, leaving only ancient ruins. Nareth recalled the Mechanica Muggos Coriel Zeth, who spent her life searching for ancient ruins from the dark age of technology, piecing together histories of ancient beings. Unaware of Belisarius' existence, he believed all artifacts recorded as Xeno's overlord, but he was actually Belisarius' puppet. Following clues, Coriel discovered new star systems and planets, empires destroyed by Belisarius, collecting relics lost to time. Ultimately, Belisarius reclaimed his artifacts, restoring lost power, then erased all traces of himself and Coriel. Nareth's mind raced, recalling other known details about Belisarius. Belisarius' earliest activities, to prevent Vashtor from ascending to rival the gods, were hidden within Abaddon's shadow. During the Third Black Crusade, Belisarius manipulated the demon prince Talaman to assist Abaddon's assault on Cadia. During the Sixth Black Crusade, Belisarius gifted Abaddon information regarding the treachery of Drekarth the Sightless, leading to the destruction of the Sons of the Eye. Though Nareth didn't recall Belisarius' specific connection to Vigilus, nor any significant activity during the Great Crusade or Horus Heresy in his memory, he didn't underestimate the potential threat. Belisarius was a demon prince operating in the shadows, he might erase traces of his actions. Belisarius is ambitious, seeks godhood, enjoys scheming in shadows, may involve my domains. Noteworthy. I cannot ignore his existence. I should have Arsena and others investigate. Nareth opened a comm channel, ordering the archaeologist and mystery prior to seal the statue and all excavated artifacts using black stone pylons. After experimental use on Cardinal, Techmarcines had gained more understanding of black stone technology, capable of deploying small-scale pylon arrays. 3 months after excavating the ruins, Nareth received Archon Land's report, a method to enter the Vulian swirl had been found. He immediately convened a meeting. 2 servitors, each carrying a spherical device 1 meter in diameter, entered the conference room. Archon's voice brimmed with excitement as he explained. The formation of the Velian swirl is essentially due to energy influence. As long as the chaotic energy flows can be calmed, entry is possible. I spent 2 months creating machines that can normalize chaotic energy within a 2-kilometer radius. I have conducted 5 experiments, all of which proved successful. Nareth nodded, looking at the others. Have you made any discoveries? The warlock Thomas spoke first. My lord, I collected dust samples around the vortex. They differ from dust on other hive worlds and other regions of Vigilus. I used them to create a powder. Igniting it can provide us protection. Marlena's tea-brown pupils glowed with green light. I planted catachan vines and other flora within the dust storm. 5 species can survive briefly, providing protection. My lord, Arsena concluded, I combined Muggos Archons, the chief librarians, and Lady Marlena's results for simulations. I believe we can proceed immediately. Hearing the polymath's assessment, Nareth nodded slightly. The dice of prophecy required about 12 more work cycles to recharge. Even if Akin's methods failed and they encountered danger, he could respond. In that case, we depart in 3 hours. Leaving the Dionysian spear in the conference room, Nareth returned to the Kingdom of Disorder while others prepared, bringing the dice of prophecy back to reality. Within the Velian swirl, if danger arose, he might not have time to retrieve the dice of prophecy unnoticed. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 472, Chapter 471, my calculations were wrong. Nareth, accompanied by his honor guard from various pathways, walked towards the assembly point. Arsena, Thomas, and Marlena brought only 2 attendants each. Archon Land led 12 Scitarii and 5 servitors. A mechanically augmented monkey perched on his left shoulder. Let us proceed, Nareth said, then strode towards the Velian swirl. Viewed from afar, the Velian swirl resembled a bowl, its outer rim expanding progressively higher. Nareth knew this was due to energy dissipation. The team advanced. When 1 kilometer from the vortex's edge, Nareth halted. His black armor creaked and groaned. The black wolf Freddy and the Gyrinx John, beside him, also stopped. Freddy gazed up at the dust vortex. His spiritual intuition sensed no mortal threat within. But he perceived mist-like energy distorting physical space, layering, and spreading, limiting his vision to 5 kilometers. The Primarch keenly sensed that proceeding further would subject them to warp energy influence. In his warp insight, colored mist swirled, from the Baron of Corruption's perspective, threads of rules twisted and tangled. This energy intensity wouldn't affect him significantly, but would harm the minimally augmented bodies of Archon and others. Recalling the meeting, Archon immediately issued an order to a servitor. Activate the energy suppressor. The servitor placed the spherical device it carried on the sandy ground, pressing a hand onto the metal apparatus's top. After a series of green runes flashed, the sphere extended 2 antennae. Energy currents danced between magnetic poles, emitting sharp crackles. Beneath it, 2 mechanical claw feet extended, stepping onto the sand, moving forward. Light and shadow flickered in Nareth's eyes. He could see invisible energy currents encircling the magnetic antennae. Dust drifting nearby visibly settled, surging warp energy calmed. In Nareth's warp insight, the colored mist dissipated. The Baron of Corruption also saw threads of the physical world stretching out, returning to normal. Truly worthy of Archon. He praised inwardly, continuing forward. As the machine's energy field touched the Velian swirl area, a waterfall of dust cascaded from the sky towards the ground. Everyone knew psychic power couldn't be used under such conditions, it would disrupt the machine's operation. Marlena raised a hand. Vines from the interstices of her dominum armor rapidly spread and grew. The biologist's spirituality extended. Vines layered overhead, covering the group. Dust surging skyward, weighing tens of tons, slammed onto the vines like a slithering python, producing dull thuds. The vines shuddered for several seconds, then stilled. The team advanced. The vines, seemingly alive, moved with the biologist's steps, blocking the continuous dustfall overhead. Archon, leaning on his cane, wearing a respirator, trudged through the sandy sea. The monkey on his shoulder held a data slate, large eyes behind protective goggles fixed on the screen. The screen was divided into sections. The largest occupied from the top left, extending right and down. It was subdivided into 5 areas, only the central one was lit. After the monkey confirmed that the activated energy interference device operated normally, it looked right. In the top right area, digits jumped continuously, increasing. That was the distance traveled. When the digits reached 13.57, it suddenly saw the number representing the influence range on the energy interference device flicker, changing to 999.4 meters. The monkey immediately presented the data slate to Archon. Archon halted, examining all data on the slate. Pressing his throat calm, he spoke on the team channel. Lord Nareth, everyone. Closer to the vortex center, energy density increases. My interference device is already affected, its range has shrunk by 0.6 meters. My prior calculations indicated that continuing 5 kilometers would compress the device's range within 100 meters, my set safety limit. Then I would activate the second device. According to calculations, 5 devices should suffice for this journey. The polymath, having simulated their plan, added. 5 devices are also our operational limit. Archon supplemented. The energy interference devices emit some energy while operating. Different machines' energies interfere with each other. 5 is the equilibrium. Understood, Nareth said. Proceed. The second device was deployed, initially positioned 950 meters from the first. The team repositioned accordingly, reforming around the midpoint between the two machines. As they prepared to advance, Nareth suddenly ordered over the comm channel. Marlena, prepare for impact. The biologist immediately extended her spirituality. Vines grew wildly. A giant armored transport fell from the sky, slamming onto the vines. The vines rustled and shook, taking dozens of seconds to stabilize. With a thought from the biologist, dozens of vine tendrils extended from the canopy, grabbing the transport like ropes, flinging it aside. The biologist paled. Spiritual expenditure forced her to reduce coverage. The vines, like snakes returning to nest, contracted to a 100-meter radius. More incoming. Nareth's eyes flashed. He knew the Vulian swirl lifted tanks and giant armored transports into the air. Navigating by experience wasn't entirely safe, warp energy fluctuations triggered storms. He keenly sensed more armored transports in the air, falling towards them as dust cleared, clearly a convoy. Flight trajectories flashed through the Primarch's mind. 2 armored transports would strike the team, another would hit the energy interference device ahead. Open the canopy. Freddy. The Black Wolf followed Nareth, dashing to the vine canopy. The biologist opened a way for them. The Primarch beat his wings, appearing above the energy interference device. His left arm swung, the power gauntlet struck the giant armored vehicle. The vehicle crumpled into layered scrap, flying dozens of meters before crashing. The Black Wolf's legs tensed, leaping into the air. He raised a paw, shoving forcefully. 2 giant armored transports were successively batted away, crashing into the sandy sea. The Black Wolf looked at his master. Nareth had already turned other falling vehicles to scrap, landing them afar. After clearing obstacles, the Black Wolf returned with his master to the vine canopy, strutting proudly past John. The team advanced. After deploying the third energy interference device, the stable triangular formation allowed smooth progress for 5 days. On the 10th day, all 5 devices were deployed, now compressed within the 100-meter safety radius. Archon's voice suddenly sounded over the comm channel. Lord Nareth, everyone. I made an error. Archon admitted bitterly for the first time in his life. According to the data slate, we should have completed the journey, reaching the vortex center. Hearing this, Arsena's expression changed. He snatched the data slate, examining the data. In the bottom right corner, the black dot representing their position had reached the green dot at the center of the yellow circle. The polymath's mind raced. Moments later, a possibility occurred. The energy interference devices don't fully eliminate chaotic energy. The distance traveled, recorded by sensors, isn't the actual distance. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Peering through the vines, he surveyed the surroundings. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, threads of rules were also chaotically tangled. In his warp insight, faint mist swirled nearby. After a moment's thought, Nareth spoke. Archon's machines aren't useless. We've completed most of the journey. But closer to the Void Claw, the device's effectiveness weakens. Moreover, the Void Claw can distort spacetime, compounded by warp energy interference, causing this outcome. This is my fault for not accounting for this variable. The proud Archon self-criticized. We haven't been traveling a straight line. My operational plan also had flaws, Arsena added. No matter. I have a solution. Nareth didn't blame Archon for the failure. He hadn't detected the minute deviation either, indicating it was extremely slight. He believed that after exiting the vortex and repeating exploration several times, Archon could correct the error. But Nareth didn't want to spend more time. He glanced at the dice of prophecy. Approximately 1 day until full recharge. Without knowing the deviation's extent, only the dice of prophecy could find a path within the vortex. Just as Nareth prepared to find a place to wait, a voice sounded in his mind. Master, I think I can find Citadel Vigilant. Hearing this, Nareth looked at the Gyrinx. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 473, Chapter 472, Today is my lucky day. Through his psychic link with John, Nareth instantly understood his thought. Today is his lucky day. The Primarch's mind raced, assessing feasibility. Gyrinx are naturally keen. Monster granted him exceptional inspiration, machine, and Lucky One further enhanced it slightly. Lucky One is beginning to exhibit characteristics of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Though unable to control his luck, he can sense its peaks and troughs. Considering this, Nareth believed the Lucky One indeed stood a good chance of finding the path. It's worth a try. The dice of prophecy still needs a day to recharge. We can't proceed during that time anyway. With that thought, Nareth sent a psychic impulse through the link. John, then you lead the way. He addressed the group. John tells me he can find Citadel vigilant. Everyone exchanged glances, focusing on the gingerford Gyrinx. The Gyrinx of Arsena, Thomas, and Marlena also looked at their kin. The black wolf turned its head, looking at John on its master's other side, eyes full of skepticism. As a higher-order life form, his own inspiration couldn't navigate the dust vortex. How could a lower-order being like John discern it? Lord Nareth, Arkan's face paled, a flash of anger in his eyes. Recovering a doomsday weapon is a sacred journey. How can we place our hope in? He struggled to suppress his anger. In your pet. Arkan knew this feline wasn't ordinary. Many Terran nobles kept Gyrinx. Though possessing peculiar abilities, they weren't intelligent enough to solve problems he found challenging. Nareth remained calm. For talent he wished to recruit, he had patience. Arkan, do you have another solution? I need time for experiments to correct the error, Arkan stated confidently. I am confident of breaching the vortex within 10 years. Too long. Nareth shook his head. 10 years to recover a doomsday weapon wasn't long for any Mechanicum member. But for him, it was too long, slower than searching himself. Flying sand and stone that could shred ordinary flesh posed little threat to him. I trust him. He will find it. Nareth's eyes gleamed. If his pet found the doomsday weapon, it would surely shake Arkan's convictions. As for failure, impossible. He hadn't limited it to the Lucky One's lucky day. If John failed, tomorrow, he could use the dice of prophecy and relay the path through their psychic link. Nareth doubted that would happen. After all, today was John's lucky day. Your will be done, Arkan said stiffly, taking the data slate from his shoulder monkey, accessing the command interface. Arkan expected the ginger Gyrinx to carefully examine its surroundings. Instead, it immediately strode towards the right rear direction from their previous heading. Seeing it move like a Terran noble's pet on a stroll, Arkan's face turned icy. He tapped the data slate forcefully, adjusting the 5 energy interference device's course. Arkan watched the digits in the top right corner jump. Along the new route, they had traveled 1.9 kilometers, but the surrounding data remained unchanged. If the route were correct, the suppressor's effective range should shrink. As expected, one cannot rely on pets. Lord Nareth's Gyrinx is still just a Gyrinx. Merely a waste of time. Arkan spoke no more, not solely out of deference to the Primarch. Though meeting Lord Nareth daily for a year had convinced him Nareth was foremost among the Primarchs, he never restrained himself based on identity. Even facing the Omnicia himself, the Emperor, it would be the same. Only because the outcome remained undetermined did he remain silent. When the Gyrinx inevitably failed, in Arkan's view, he would speak. As Arkan pondered, the digits jumped to 5.2 kilometers. Arkan's eyes widened, fixed on the data slate. He murmured, "How is this possible?" Arsena and Marlena immediately approached. They had anticipated this. They guessed the Gyrinx, empowered by the Black Emperor, could find the path to Citadel vigilant. The energy suppressor's effective range is shrinking. Arkan said, shocked. Only 95 meters remaining. Arkan stared in astonishment at the gingerford Gyrinx. John sensed the gazes from behind. He felt the astonishment in Arkan's and the Scutarii's eyes, and those of several Shadows of Order members in attendance. He calmly lifted a paw, placed it down, maintaining his stride. Today is my lucky day, of course I won't go wrong. Arkan's gaze shifted between the Gyrinx and Lord Nareth. A coincidence? Perhaps the Gyrinx randomly chose a direction and got lucky. He can't remain this lucky. Closer to the doomsday weapon, spatial distortion increases, a straight line would deviate. As Arkan contemplated, he suddenly saw the Gyrinx turn, heading towards the 11 o'clock direction from their current path. Arkan hurriedly adjusted the energy suppressor's course, then watched the data slate intently. After 660 meters, the data changed again. The suppressor's effective range was now only 85 meters. Simultaneously, a Scutarii standing at the vine canopy's edge suddenly swayed, feeling an invisible force strike him. Just as he was about to be hurled away, Thomas flashed to his side. The warlock flicked out a vial of bright yellow powder, enveloping himself and the tech priest. The Scutarii immediately felt the invisible force vanish. Grateful for his salvation, he said. Thank you for your aid, Chief Librarian. Arkan's pupils constricted violently, watching the elegantly proceeding gyrinx. It wasn't a coincidence after all. As the team advanced, the other 4 devices continuously converged towards the center. Soon, they were only 20 meters from the central device. The vines contracted accordingly, blocking the falling dust. Nareth had already stepped outside the protective canopy, making room for those who needed it. Dust roared and slammed against him, then slid to the ground. John's pace slowed. Lucky One didn't further enhance his physicality, only Machine had granted significant bodily improvement. Without using psychic power, the final leg was a trial. Fortunately, since beginning to lead, he had felt something dissolving within him. Having experienced this before, he knew he was nearing full mastery of the power his master granted. The Lucky One changed direction every few steps, turning his body. The Primarch, maintaining the psychic link, knew John wasn't thinking at all, each step was instinctive. Suddenly, Nareth's eyes brightened. His vision pierced the storm, seeing a magnificent, towering structure. The structure was as vast as a dome, an immense cylindrical building housing a weapon more massive and dangerous than a macrocannon. The others, after advancing another kilometer, gradually saw the magnificent structure dozens of meters away. Arkan stared in wonder at the entrance of Citadel Vigilant. He saw the gyrinx casually tapping the touch keypad, somehow deactivating the ancient fortress's defense mechanisms. The gates of Citadel Vigilant slowly opened with a hydraulic hiss. He gaped at the ginger form and Lord Nareth beside him. Lord Nareth truly is favored by the Omnisia, even his pet is. The gyrinx was the first to step into Citadel Vigilant. He suddenly felt something shatter within him. Having experienced this twice before, he thought to himself, I have become a true Lucky One. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 474, Chapter 473, the 6th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Corrosion of Objects. Entering Citadel Vigilant, Arkan Land eagerly began studying the doomsday weapon from the dark age of technology. Nareth's eyes filled with threads of rules. The glowing energy core, dim screens of silver machines, everything around him transformed into strands of rule threads. He felt something within him dissolving like sugar cubes, blending seamlessly into coffee. Moments later, the dense web of rule threads vanished. Nareth felt his spirituality grow more vibrant. Combined with past digestion experience, he quickly assessed his progress. Approximately 3/5. More than the projected half. Nareth's gaze swept the group. After the long journey, they were somewhat fatigued. Rest as needed. Then, leaving the Dionysian spear on the ground, he exited Citadel Vigilant. The Black Wolf followed with relaxed steps, the gyrinx strained to keep up. You stay. Exiting Citadel Vigilant, Nareth avoided the other sight within the dust storm, arriving at the Kingdom of Disorder. He was about to instruct the Jokeros to prepare potions when he sensed a change in the Kingdom of Disorder. His increased control over the Kingdom of Disorder after ascending to mid-sequence allowed him to feel another layer's mist had cleared. With a thought, he arrived at the 6th layer. The space was empty, devoid even of black mist. Yet, Nareth instantly understood this layer's ability. Still corrosion, but its target expanded beyond people to new domains. Nareth's eyes grew profound. His mind raced, ideas flashing. Corroding objects circulating in the world, indirectly corroding others for his use. Corroding spiritual sculptures, then using the 4th layer's connection to animate them. As thoughts flowed, his eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps its greatest use is corroding gene seed from other legions. I could first corrode apothecaries, have them offer gene seed, then corrupt it. His thoughts followed the captured inspiration. If after the heresy, the Imperium imposes gene seed tithes on Astartes chapters as in my memory, I could also corrode inspection personnel, gaining access to various chapters. Whether these gene seeds are used to rebuild severely damaged chapters or found new ones, they would bear my influence. Over time, wouldn't that allow infiltration, even control, of many chapters? With this new idea, his thoughts continued to diverge. This would also facilitate actions after Primaris research succeeds. He anticipated acquiring the Sancprimus Portum, corroding and elevating Cawl as a Beyonder, then, with assistance from Beyonders of the Mother, Paragon, and Moon pathways, combined with squat cloning technology, Cardinal biochemical cast tech, developing Primaris versions earlier. Once achieved, other Imperial factions would quickly notice. Sudden, massive physical changes would be hard to explain conventionally. Nareth didn't want other factions to possess Primaris, though he could exert some influence while corroding them. Astartes' culture often compelled repayment for aid received, but that still wasn't enough. If he could corrupt gene seed and deliver Primaris as packages, it would be a wiser move. Reining in his thoughts, Nareth considered the feasibility of the gene seed corrosion plan. Corrosion doesn't operate on the genetic level but on a supernatural, mystical level. Hathermot has been corroded for a long time without detection. The gene seed corrosion plan has high success probability. First test with my own son's gene seed. After corrosion, have Meckel check for abnormalities. With that thought, he willed himself to the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He instructed the Jokeros to prepare the Savant potion, then the Calamity Priest potion using Calamity Mantis and other ingredients. As the Jokeros worked swiftly, Nareth's gaze grew profound. He looked towards the shadow side, then through the 6 layers, into the depths of the Kingdom of Disorder. After ascending to Baron of Corruption, I've unlocked 2 layers. Complete digestion should unlock another. From 1 layer per sequence initially, to 2 later, now 3. As my sequence rises, the layers I unlock increase. He also considered how corrosion could make Hathermot loyal and affect objects. Comparing the connection to the 4th layer and the simple storage of the 1st layer, he inwardly marveled. The Kingdom of Disorder's layers grow increasingly miraculous. Corrosion leverages more of the Sephira's power. Gazing into the depths, he hoped. I wonder if any layer might leverage resurrection power before I ascend to Black Emperor. Among all sequence 0, the Black Emperor possesses the strongest resurrection capability. As he pondered, the Jokeros finished preparing both potions. He then returned to reality, entered Citadel Vigilant, and handed the black potion to John. Your reward. The Gyrinx's jet black eyes fixed on the potion. Extending a ginger-furred paw, he eagerly consumed it. Instantly, John's eyes filled with sand, his ears echoing with howling winds. For the next dozen seconds, he was engulfed in volcanic lava, swept by tidal surges. The Gyrinx's ginger fur momentarily turned black, emitting an eerie, dangerous glow. Seeing the Gyrinx lose control from fear of calamity, Nareth soothed through their psychic link. Don't fear. You can foresee calamities, prepare in advance. John's mind echoed with his master's calm, firm voice. His fear receded. He forced himself into robot state. Right, I can foresee calamities, prepare. I also have my master. No one can harm me. The Gyrinx's fur returned to ginger. He contained the potion's dissipating power, ascending to a sequence 6 parahuman. Grateful for surviving the ordeal, John glanced at his master. But the next instant, the Calamity Priest, lying steadily on the ground, suddenly rolled aside. A pipe section as long as an arm fell from above, crashing where he had been. John bared his teeth angrily, looking up at the servitor on the railing. Seeing the servitor unresponsive, he withdrew his gaze resentfully, black eyes tinged with grievance as he looked at Nareth. Through the psychic link, Nareth sensed John's thought. Today was supposed to be my lucky day. Amused, Nareth gently stroked his fur, then ascended. He found Archon in the data storage room. The room held 52 shelves labeled A to Z, filled with data slates, plus a cabinet of data crystals. Archon, your contributions on this journey were significant. This is your reward. The proud Archon said with shame. No, my lord. My calculations were wrong. Nareth shook his head slightly. The energy suppression devices you built were the foundation for our arrival. Moreover, they enable you to review these materials faster. I need you to find a way to dismantle the Void Claw and safely place it aboard the Shadow's sovereignty. Archon examined the potion in Lord Nareth's hand curiously. What? Helps me review these materials. A stimulant. Those have little effect on me. Seeing Lord Nareth offered no explanation, Archon suppressed his curiosity and accepted the potion. In that case, Lord Nareth, I accept with humility. He drank it. The next moment, information exploded in his mind. Having mastered over 50 languages by age 5, constantly ostracized, Archon had relied solely on reading to attain his knowledge. Now, every book, every data slate he had ever read transformed into an information torrent flashing through his mind. After 3 minutes, the longest pause in Archon's life, the new savant took a deep breath, recovering. He gazed at Lord Nareth in amazement, thinking. A single potion can awaken and make me comprehend all my memories. Lord Nareth knew of the doomsday weapon in this system. His Gyrinx found it. Only the Omnisia could accomplish this. Archon's gaze grew fervent. I once believed the Emperor was the Omnisia. No. I was wrong. Lord Nareth is the true Omnisia. Praise be the Omnisia. Praise my lord. Thank you for the gift. Seeing the fully corroded Archon working diligently in the data storage room, Nareth smiled, feeling a sense of completing a collection. The 3 greatest talents of the Mechanicum during the Great Crusade, Magos Lien Ramles, Magos Archon Land, and Tech Priest Malevolus, all are now my loyal believers. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 475, Chapter 474, Archon lands Martian archaeological mission. 12 days after arriving at Citadel Vigilant, Archon, having immersed himself in the data ocean, sought out Nareth. My lord, I have reviewed all materials in the database and mastered the method to activate the doomsday weapon. However, the structural diagrams are missing. Dismantling it would require 4 years. I believe the creators may not have wanted future generations to reproduce such a dangerous weapon. Nareth frowned. The absence of the structural diagram from the data storage chamber was perplexing. He recalled Abaddon's decision to leave the Void Claw behind, removing only its critical components. Perhaps this too stemmed from the lack of diagrams. Understood. Organize the materials and send them to me. I will find a way. My lord, I have prepared them. Archon produced a data crystal. This contains crucial information on the Void Claw. He then departed. If the Omnisia said there was a way, there was. After Archon left, Nareth inserted the data crystal into a playback device, rapidly reviewing it. Even as a non-specialized diviner, he knew divination difficulty increased with obscurity and secrecy. More information could improve the success probability. Divining star charts required fragmentary information, but divining a doomsday weapon's structural diagrams differed. After one review, the Primarch's superhuman mind memorized all information. Nareth retrieved the dice of prophecy from his waist. Information on the Void Claw flashed through his mind. The Void Claw doesn't fire physical projectiles. It emits energy streams bypassing all types of fields and obstacles, causing a breach in spacetime. Fragmented spacetime energy transmits to a preset coordinate point, opening a microscopic singularity, releasing destructive power akin to a black hole effect. Artificially created black holes possess sufficient power to warp spacetime continuity and induce gravitational anomalies. At maximum output, the Void Claw can create phenomena mimicking black hole gravitational collapse, causing galactic-scale astronomical cataclysms. After mentally reciting 11 times, he tossed the dice of prophecy. The tetrahedron tumbled through the air before falling, landing in Nareth's outstretched palm. A grand vision unfolded before him. A silver machine, interconnected by a dense network of conduits. Nareth produced a blank data crystal, recording the Void Claw's structural diagrams. After verification, he found Archon. Machines in the control room glowed. Archon worked at the central console, hands flying across the panel. Nareth approached Archon, handing him the data crystal. Structural diagrams for the Void Claw. Archon's eyes widened, thinking. How is this possible? It's only been 6.5 hours. Archon immediately inserted the data crystal into a data machine, rapidly examining. Seeing the flawless creation, every internal conduit, every rune, he felt as though he'd experienced a cosmic explosion. Archon beheld the breathtaking perfection of the Void Claw's exquisite structure, the ultimate embodiment of the machine god's mysteries. His mind reeled, knowledge boiled within him, overturning all conventional wisdom. How could one possibly master the blueprint of a doomsday weapon within 6 hours? No one could achieve that. A thought like lightning cleaved Archon's chaotic mind. Lord Nareth truly is the Omnisia. Only he could accomplish this. Now a true savant, Archon's emotions stabilized. Opening his eyes, he gazed devoutly at Nareth. My lord, through your might, I have grasped the Void Claw's secret key. I can transfer it from the fortress to the battleship. I believe soon, we can manufacture more doomsday weapons to serve you. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Archon's attitude and wording showed he had completely replaced the Emperor in his heart. 60 work cycles later, the people of Vigilus were astonished to see the Velian swirl, raging for millennia, vanish for the first time. Learning this, Boero Agamemnus immediately dispatched numerous agents to explore the dust storm region. 15 work cycles later, he received reports. What? The shadows of order forbids entry. Soon after Lord Nareth's arrival, the Velian swirl vanished. This must be Lord Nareth's doing. Such tremendous power. Nareth's image sharpened in Boero's mind. Previously, he knew the Primarch was undefeated, but it remained somewhat vague. A day later, receiving the Primarch's aid's order to submit Vigilus's production capacity to Magos Archon, he complied without hesitation. With the Forge Lord's assistance, Archon mobilized production from Nemengast, Vigilus, and its moon Neovelum. Within 5 Terran months, a grand engineering project was completed. On the Shadow's Sovereignty upper midsection, a magnificent fortress rose, the second tallest structure on the Gloriana-class battleship, its peak only surpassed by the Primarch's palace base. Before ordering departure for Vostroya, Nareth specifically met with Archon. Archon, you depart for Mars tomorrow. No, Archon immediately said. Please allow me to follow you. Archon, I fully understand your loyalty, but I have a task for you. Hearing the Omnisia had a task, Archon's disappointment at not following the divine light subsided. My lord, please command me. Mars holds perilous underground catacombs and technovaults, hiding lost standard templates, lost creations, and technologies. Your mission is to find them. Archon recalled his original plan. After the squat planetary tow, he intended to return to Mars and begin excavations. I understand. I will accomplish the sacred task you assign. Nareth thought of Archon leading a team into the Librarius Omnis on Mars, searching for functional STC databases. This expedition became the most prolific STC recovery operation during the Great Crusade. Archon not only found blueprints for the Land Raider battle tank, Land Crawler multi-purpose heavy engineering vehicle, and Mars Universal Land Engine, but also rare antigrav plate technical data for the Land Speeder. All these bore his surname. Looking at the archaeologist, he said, "Your first destination is the Librarius Omnis on Mars. There, you will find lost secrets. In this process, you will master the power I granted." I understand. I will not fail you. Archon said solemnly. I will dispatch a frigate and 5 tech marines to accompany you. Report any discoveries to me via prayer. Your will be done. Archon accepted. Long isolated, he had few subordinates. Though tech marines couldn't access core areas through certification, their assistance would make exploration more efficient. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 476, Chapter 475, The Shadows of Order, the Largest Legion. The 11th Terran month of 861. M30, Vostroya, Primarch's office, Shadowhold. Nareth convened a meeting to understand the Legion's current status. Chief Apothecary Michael spoke first. My lord, I examined the 500 gene seed samples you previously provided. No abnormalities were detected. I utilized them to perform augmentation procedures on neophytes from 5 chapters. The swiftest among them have already undergone 3 augmentation stages, with both physical responses and success rates falling within normal parameters. Lady Marlena and her doctors also participated in this process, and no irregularities were observed. Noticing the Black Emperor's gaze upon her, Marlena also spoke. My lord, I tracked 100 neophytes. 89 passed implantation, 6 rejected the second heart, 5 failed to complete the second and third implant procedures. The entire modification process proceeded without incident. Neophytes who failed the modification survived and are being trained as auxilia. Benefiting from potions developed by Michael and taught to Apothecary, care rejection rates were extremely low. Implantation success rates even surpassed legions like the Ultramarines. Those failing during surgery, aided by doctors, survived to join the auxilia. Having undergone varying degrees of implantation, they were generally stronger than other auxilia soldiers. Compared to other legions where most failures perish immediately, survivors are typically converted into mechanical servants at worst or reduced to mere retainers. These soldiers were considerably more fortunate. Nareth nodded slightly. This allowed experimentation with the gene seed corrosion plan. The impending second Rangdan genocide was an opportunity. He recalled that besides the Dark Angels, Space Wolves, and an unknown legion serving as the main forces, 9 other legions had dispatched contingent forces to participate. The decisive battle at Taxil saw as many as 300,000 Astartes engage. Opportunities for corrosion certainly existed. Progress on Clonescane's technology exploration. Michael spoke, his face tinged with shame. My lord, progress is slow. The Emperor's technology differs completely from squat methods. Many aspects remain incomprehensible. The sole advancement is increased resilience for neophytes, improving their adaptability to extreme environments. After a moment's thought, Nareth said. This isn't your fault. The Emperor's Astartes creation technology uses warp-related techniques. Squat Clonescane's technology consciously avoids warp dangers, except for Grimner, designed as a psyker. Continue exploration. I will take action to uncover Astartes creation secrets. Nareth's plan proceeded on 2 fronts, people and objects. The person was Belisarius Cawl, inheriting the personality, skills, and memories of Ezekiel Sedain, head of the Imperial Biotechnical Division, who held the Emperor's Astartes creation secrets. The object was the Sancprimus Portum, containing all Legion genetic secrets. Nareth looked to his Forge Lord. Application of Archon lands discoveries. Archon, now an archaeologist, completed his expedition into the Librarius Omnis on Mars in just over 2 years. As in Nareth's memory, he found blueprints for the Land Raider battle tank, Land Crawler multi-purpose heavy engineering vehicle, Mars Universal Land Engine, and rare antigrav plate technical data for the Land Speeder, +1 ruin. The Land Raider battle tank production line is established on Firestorm, and mass production begun. The Land Crawler and Mars Universal Land Engine have entered production on the newly developed Cyclothrave. Gonfall, with Mechanicum assistance, completed construction and manufacturing of land speeders. After brief thought, Nareth decided to allow Archon to publicly disclose the 4 discoveries bearing his name. Once these widely applicable equipments appeared on battlefields, secrecy would be difficult. Other Astartes legions, even the Custodes, would demand them. monopoly would invite significant pressure. Simultaneously, Archon's status within the Mechanicum should rise. Nareth believed this would yield greater benefits. Arsena, Archon isn't skilled at negotiation. Assemble a team of court members comprising of lawyers, student of ratiocination, to support him. Originally viewing the Emperor as the Omnicia, Archon would have unconditionally offered his discoveries to the Imperium. Now, corroded, he naturally followed Nareth's will. Nareth wouldn't give them to the Mechanicum for free, sufficient resources must be exchanged. Considering the coming war, he asked the Forge Lord. What new developments exist regarding other weaponry and equipment? The Dominum armor, after Cardinal experiments, has advanced. Malevolus and I designed targeted versions for Viscounts and Barons. The Forge Lord felt overwhelmed by concurrent projects. After Malevolus became an artisan, he surpassed him in armor crafting. He said, Malevolus now leads this work. He crafted armor for Lord Horus Lupercal, assisted Lord Ferrus Manus, and was a primary developer of the Cataphractii Dreadnought armor. I believe he should lead production. Very well. Nareth granted the request, thinking. Time for a more specialized division. After a moment's thought, he said. Gabriel as Marshal of Ordnance shall oversee armored vehicles and related equipment. Wojciech Blayek is appointed as Chief Logistician, assisting Arsena in coordinating production across the domains to meet the Legion's requirements. Lien Ramley shall serve as Void Master, responsible for artificial Warmoon development, Starfort improvements, and Voidcraft construction. Malevolus as Armor Master. While Archon shall temporarily step back from administrative duties to focus on exploration and excavation on Mars. You shall oversee all affairs, primarily responsible for classified project development. After the Forge Lord recorded the Black Emperor's division of responsibilities, he continued reporting. Weaponry-wise, the greatest advancement is mastering the Imperium's lost shockwave technology, based on your materials. Regarding the Void Claw, combining structural diagrams and Archon's data, I developed experimental devices, but the effective range is only 25 kilometers. Excellent. The Void Claw causes galactic-scale cataclysms, unsuitable as a conventional weapon. The Void Claw was merely a last-resort option against threats like the Rangdan. He didn't want his territories reduced to ruins. Manufacture 5 experimental devices. Deploy and record data. Nareth decided to deploy them in the upcoming battles. Your will be done. After Rozicki finished, Nareth looked at Arsene. He immediately spoke. As commanded, 15 Ramleys-class starforts are assembled. 5 at the Kalium Gate, 5 each in the Cipra Mundi and Vostroya systems. Considering the second Rangdan Xenocide would involve over 12 Rangdan artificial war moons, he had many strategic points to cover. But he wouldn't face the Rangdan alone, so he prepared 15 Ramleys-class starforts preemptively. As of October summaries, the Legion totals 285,100 Astartes. Among them, the largest is the 11th chapter, 33,000. The smallest is the 12th chapter, 17,200. Hearing this, Nareth thought. My Shadows of Order is the largest legion. The latest explicit figure I know is 899.m30, the Ultramarines numbered 166,000, then the largest legion. The Dark Angels then were likely over 100,000. Currently, without experiencing 3 Rangdan Xenocides, minus growth over the next 37 years, net change puts them between 200,000 to 250,000 now. After the meeting concluded and the 4 departed, Nareth leaned back on his throne, considering which world to divine using the Dice of Prophecy. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 477, Chapter 476, The Calamity Priest foresees a magma eruption. Nareth leaned back on his throne, eyes half closed, stroking the ginger fur of the Gyrinx, contemplating. The second Rangdan Xenocide affects vast regions of the galaxy's northern reaches. First, exclude worlds in these areas. Though not all will be engulfed, I don't know every affected world. Resources invested there might be destroyed by war, wasting a divination opportunity. Also exclude worlds requiring massive forces and prolonged conquest. Opening a new front now is unwise. After considering exclusion criteria, he thought of the Legion's needs. After the war with the Rangdan, Legion numbers will inevitably suffer. A suitable recruitment world is needed. Preferably one that can be integrated swiftly without lengthy campaigns. Suddenly, a name stood out in Nareth's mind, Ventrilia. Ventrilia was in the fringe of the galactic east, impossible to be war-affected. Ventrilia had a proud military culture with a history that predated the Imperium. Few Ventrilian nobles risked dishonor by evading military service. In Nareth's memory, those passing the trial of the Lava Lake's underground coming-of-age ritual had wealth enough to buy their way out of the Imperial Guard dozens of times. Yet they voluntarily enlisted, bringing their fine weapons. Having reached this conclusion, Nareth decided. Leaving the Dionysian spear on the weapon rack, he returned to his quarters, then he went to the third layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Information about Ventrilia flashed rapidly through Nareth's mind. Ultima Segmentum, Mining World, Ventrilia. Ventrilia produces gemstones valuable for both manufacturing and research. Everything Nareth knew about Ventrilia flashed through his mind. He mentally recited. Star charts from the Kalium Gate to Ventrilia. Star charts from the Kalium Gate to Ventrilia. After 11 recitations, he tossed the dice of prophecy. Nareth recorded the star charts on a data crystal, then returned to real space. Through their psychic link, he shared Ventrilia information with John. The Calamity Priest's home in Shadowhold was far more spacious than his cramped cabin on the Shadow's sovereignty. 2 of 5 bookshelves were filled with divination texts, the other 3 held data slates. On his divination table, a crystal ball, pendulum, and tarot cards were neatly arranged. John snatched a quill, scribbled on high-quality parchment, quickly reviewed it, then comfortably reclined on a leather sofa. Instantly, a vision flashed in his mind. A lava lake erupting, dozens of nobles engulfed by surging magma. Thousands of nobles fleeing upwards in terror, avoiding spreading magma. The Calamity Priest's divination ability wasn't fundamentally enhanced over Robot, but his spirituality had improved at both Lucky 1 and current stages. The Calamity Priest's higher inspiration compared to other pathways allowed him to precisely grasp Ventrilia's situation. Through the psychic link, Nareth immediately knew the Calamity Priest had accurately foreseen Ventrilia would experience a magma eruption during the coming-of-age ritual 2 months later. He instantly recognized this as an opportunity to swiftly win Ventrilia hearts. Well done. You successfully foresaw the calamity. John immediately felt something dissolve within him. Nareth went to the 4th layer. Considering Ventrilia's dueling culture and chapter situations, he decided to assign this world to the 8th chapter. Extending his spirituality, confirming Thierry was alone, he pulled the Night Lord into the Kingdom of Disorder. What is your chapter's current status? Thierry quickly recovered from the momentary disorientation of being pulled into the mysterious realm. He replied. My lord, as commanded, half the chapter's strength, 15,800 is assembled at Kasai. 1 Ramles-class Starfort is deployed at Kasai, guarding the teleportarium to Vostroya and the Kalium Gate. Nareth telekinetically wrapped the data crystal, delivering it to Thierry. Lead 5,000 to Ventrilia recorded in the data crystal. It will be your chapter's new recruitment world. Ventrilia is remote. You must conceal this world. Thierry accepted the data crystal gratefully. Thank you, my lord. I shall obey your will, in concealing Ventrilia. Compared to his achievements and reputation in the Imperium, Thierry valued his court position and the Black Emperor's intentions more. In 2 Terran months, Ventrilia's noble coming-of-age ritual will encounter a magma eruption. Issue a warning beforehand, and you will gain their support. After speaking, Nareth returned Thierry to the Razor. Back on his flagship, Thierry immediately ordered the fleet to set sail. The 8th chapter's fleet traveled through the portal, reaching the Kalium Gate after 5 weeks. Then, via the repaired 5th paired station's Kalium Gate projection, the fleet traversed from the northeast of the Segmentum Obscurus to the eastern fringe of the Ultima Segmentum in just 4 weeks. This region remained untouched by Imperial fleets. After full-spectrum broadcasts, Thierry received a reply from Ventrilia's ruling Noble Alliance, inviting them to the surface. Leaving 1st Captain Buka to command at Kasai, Thierry left 2nd Captain Gerger in command of the fleet. With 3rd Captain Pierre Wright, he boarded an Aquila lander. The black Aquila shuttle bore the Legion emblem on its right side, the left displayed the chapter's symbol. Pierre carried a psychic longsword meticulously forged by Tech Marine Kesai. Even for an Astartes' superhuman frame, it was a longsword, 1/5 of the blade above his waist, the remainder extending past his knees. Pierre walked slightly behind and to the side of his lord, scanning the Ventrilians. His eyes suddenly brightened. He noted that, like his homeworld, every Ventrilian noble wore a dueling sword or heavy 2-handed blade. A noble adorned with emerald headgear, sapphire necklace, 2 rows of gemstones on his attire, and a ruby-studded longsword on a gem-encrusted belt approached Thierry, arms open. Through librarian translation, Thierry and Pierre understood his words. Justin Wattera, Consul of Ventrilia, representing the Ventrilia Noble Council, welcomes the Shadows of Order. After mutual courtesies, Pierre boarded a vehicle. As they proceeded, Pierre noticed that unlike Kasai where everyone bore blades, not every Ventrilia did. Ordinary citizens walking the city wore 1 or 2 smaller gemstones but no weapons. Only nobles carried blades. The vehicle stopped before an ornate palace. Pierre and others entered to musical accompaniment. He discovered the palace had 14 levels, accommodating tens of thousands of nobles. He thought silently, Ventrilia is wealthier than Kasai, abundant in gemstones, supporting many nobles. The nobles here likely represent only a portion. Pierre ascended lavish steps, seated at the palace center. Delicacies and wines were served by attendants. The banquet lasted 2 days. In harmonious atmosphere, the Night Lord, via librarians, answered every question from Ventrilia nobles. The nobles understood Nareth's principles and requirements, deciding to accept the Shadows of Order governance. As the celebratory banquet neared its end, Justin, having learned some basic phrases, smiled and slowly said to the Night Lord, "Lord, in 4 days, we hold underground coming-of-age ritual. We wish to invite you and Shadows of Order. Justin, this year's ritual cannot proceed. The lava lake will erupt." After consulting the librarian, Justin understood. He frowned. The coming-of-age ritual was a Ventrilian noble tradition, crucial for him as consul to gain support from new nobles. Especially now, as Ventrilia faced unprecedented change in millennia, transitioning from independent nation to the Lord's domain. Justin's smile faded. He said gravely, "Can you be certain? This is vital for Ventrilia. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 478, Chapter 477, Winning the Loyalty of the Ventrilian Nobility. I am certain. The Night Lord's voice rang firm. Thierry held no doubt in the Black Emperor's words. Many nobles in the hall understood their conversation, murmuring amongst themselves. Seeing Justin Watara's troubled expression, combined with the Black Emperor's information in the data crystal and recent observations, Thierry guessed his dilemma over cancelling the vital coming-of-age ritual. The ritual can still proceed, just in a different form. Justin asked thoughtfully, "What form?" "Your original ritual involves entering the lava lake, battling monstrosities, survivors becoming true nobles. This year, the lava lake offers no foothold, but combat can continue, merely changing the form. Since Ventrilium nobles relish dueling, why not use noble ritual duels for this year's ceremony? I will also dispatch elite swordsmen from my chapter to participate." Justin looked at the superhuman Shadows of Order warrior opposite him. That is feasible. They would take pride in dueling the Shadows of Order. He didn't believe Thierry's prophecy but couldn't refuse. Considering the suggestion workable, he agreed. 2 days later, Ventrilia's coming-of-age ceremony commenced as usual. The consul proclaimed from the viewing platform, "Honorable lords, ladies, and aspiring nobles participating in the coming-of-age. Today, we witness this moment in a new form. To commemorate Ventrilia becoming the Lord's domain, the Shadows of Order are invited. Duel victors earn the right to challenge superior swordsmen." Noble youths drew their swords, raising them high with enthusiastic cheers. Justin raised his gleaming sword, then lowered it. The nobles immediately fell silent. 14,800 participants. Those winning 5 duels become nobles and earn the opportunity to duel the great Shadows of Order warriors. Pierre sat on the viewing platform, watching the aspirants below. Learning about Ventrilia's noble coming-of-age ritual had startled him. Like Necromunda's hunting trial, the Ventrilia ritual was perilous. Navigating a lava lake was hazardous enough, let alone battling various dangerous monstrosities within. Now he saw the noble youths below, each physically robust. Feasts and wines hadn't made these nobles obese, each clearly underwent prolonged combat training. At most, 925 will become nobles, strict standards indeed. Similar to the trial of the lava lake's pass rate, the sole difference, those failing won't die. Those passing will be excellent warriors. Though their age makes them unsuitable for legion recruits, they'll be superb auxilia, the first soldiers for the Ventrilian army. As Pierre contemplated, Justin finished his address. Pierre watched with interest. Superhuman vision allowed him to observe all 45 dueling platforms simultaneously. He saw pairs of nobles, right arms bent forward, sword points angled towards the ground, left hands over their hearts in salute. Some Ventrilian nobles eagerly charged, thumbs and index fingers guiding sword points, middle, ring, and little fingers gripping hilts tightly. Running with center of gravity positioned between the feet, bodies slightly leaning, ready to launch a decisive strike. Defenders held palms outward at 45 degrees, blades aligned towards incoming strikes. Blades clashed. Youths fought fiercely, yielding no ground. Well-trained, with practical experience. Though lacking a codified Elvira sword-style system like us Kassaians, not mere showmanship. Their instructors are decent swordsmen. Duel after duel concluded. Winners stood proud, losers looked ashen. After announcing the first round's end, Justin quietly asked an attendant in Ventrilia. Learning the lava lake showed no eruption signs, he smirked inwardly. As expected, prophecies are unreliable. No signs of magma eruption. 3 days passed. Justin daily inquired about the lava lake region, receiving reports of no abnormalities. He and the Ventrilian nobles became convinced Thierry's prophecy wouldn't materialize. On the 4th day, as the final 4th-round victor was decided, a Ventrilian noble wearing a long sword hurried onto the platform. Glancing at the Shadows of Order, he addressed Justin. "Consul, the lava lake for the coming-of-age ritual is erupting. What? Justin and surrounding nobles exclaimed, staring at the shadows of order. Thierry calmly said, I said it would erupt. It was inevitable. On the 6th day of the ceremony, newly elevated nobles who earned the right to duel the shadows of order excitedly gathered around the dueling platform. To perform optimally, they had spent considerable gemstones for recovery, some even purchasing combat stimulants. Nearby, Pierre, clad in black knightly attire, addressed identically dressed battle brothers. You will use skill, the Elvira style, not strength or speed, to defeat Ventrilian nobles. This is today's training. 103rd Company warriors acknowledged. Pierre led them into the arena. Ventrilian nobles applauded immediately. Unarmored shadows of order appeared less imposing than before but commanded greater respect. Challenges commenced. After injecting high-grade combat stimulants worth 80 gemstones, a young Ventrilian noble felt power surge within. He roared excitedly, single-handedly swinging a heavy two-handed sword, charging the shadows of order warrior. The Kasayan shadows of order calmly drew his long sword, infusing minimal psychic energy, igniting the blade. The energized blade raised horizontally, blocking the noble's fierce assault. Without exerting further force, he leaned left, then leaped, slashing diagonally downwards from right to left. The blade halted above the noble's head. A spark flashed, several hairs drifted down. The noble youth froze, other Ventrilian nobles also froze. They hadn't expected a Ventrilia elite noble to be defeated by pure sword skill in one exchange. Pierre watched his warriors successively defeat Ventrilian nobles using Ursa and Virabey form. Observing the astonished nobles, he spoke. Every Kasayan trains with swords from childhood. Before becoming Shadows of Order, we underwent numerous trials. We fought Ogrins in the 8-man star system, slew nameless dangerous mutants aboard space hulks at Islington. After becoming Shadows of Order, we fought over 100 battles, against Rangdan Xenos, tenacious squats in a life-and-death struggle. Our combat experience far exceeds that of newly adult nobles. Therefore, I suggest you arrange multiple combatants. This will make duels more engaging. Trust me, as a former noble from Kasai, similar to Ventrilia, I mean no disrespect. Though Justin didn't precisely know what Ogrins, Rangdan, or squats were, he understood Pierre's meaning. After a moment's thought, he announced to the nobles. You may form teams, challenging the Shadows of Order collectively. After several more crushing defeats, Ventrilian nobles finally realized Shadows of Order couldn't be overcome singly. Pierre noted nobles swiftly accepted reality, cooperating in teams to challenge Shadows of Order. They fared less poorly, engaging elite swordsmen for longer periods. Pierre looked at his lord. Both understood the same sentiment from each other's eyes. Ventrilian nobles valued honor but weren't vain. As the finale, Pierre accepted a challenge from 14 finest Ventrilia swordsmen. Ventrilian nobles made a clear division of responsibilities. 5 formed an arrowhead, charging Pierre first. 4 each flanked Pierre. The strongest swordsman lurked behind, seeking an opportunity. Pierre drew his long sword, setting the blade ablaze. Recently ascended to Weapon Master, he fully unlocked his psychic longsword's potential. Pierre swung, tracing a figure 8 in the air. The Weapon Master moved swiftly. He almost simultaneously swung, outlining a burning pattern to block 5 ancestral dueling swords. The 8 noble combatants, injected with stimulants, roared in unison, attacking the Shadows of Order warrior. The Weapon Master remained composed, flicking his wrist. The psychic longsword felt like part of his body, slashing diagonally left and right to parry. Clang clang clang. Amidst a series of impacts, the Weapon Master used USA form to deflect attacks. Baron Wattera, seeing others successively repelled, knew he must seize the sole opportunity. Injecting his family's treasured combat potions into his neck, his eyes gleaming brilliantly, he gripped his ancestral sword, charging the Shadows of Order warrior swiftly. The next instant, his eyes were illuminated by even brighter light. The dazzling radiance rushed towards him instantly. Baron Wattera couldn't react. His ancestral sword was knocked away, a crackling, shining blade halted before him. Death's threat chilled him, surging power within warmed him. Suppressing internal power, overcoming fear, Baron Wattera strained to see past the brilliance. The Weapon Master controlled the lethal strike with ease, dissipating the Urka form's power. Justin paled, relieved seeing his heir unharmed, eagerly announcing the conclusion of the challenge. In subsequent detailed negotiations, Ventrilia nobles ceased haggling, accepting all Shadows of Order terms. Thierry knew he had won the Ventrilian nobles' loyalty. Chapter 479, Chapter 478, Land appraises a forbidden weapon. 3rd month 862.m30, Mars. Within a gloomy underground catacomb, Archon Land walked with brisk steps. His monkey perched on his shoulder, yet his pace surpassed some tech priests with mechanical augmentations. During his over 2-year expedition exploring the Librarius Omnis, Archon had become a true archaeologist, and recently an appraiser. Besides numerous blueprints, Archon, relying on historical knowledge, located the tomb of what he believed to be a dark age of technology Martian Magos. Records were fragmentary, seemingly deliberately erased. He spared no effort to reconstruct lost history, only revealed that Magos Armas 41 conducted dangerous experiments. He caused many deaths, especially several figures equivalent to Magos Majores, leading to universal ostracism. Archon believed such dangerous power only the Omnicia was worthy of wielding. Using ruin-related knowledge, he opened this tomb. During prior excavations, Archon found Dark Age of Technology data slates, enriching his knowledge. Now, he reached the main burial chamber. Arriving before a sealed stone chamber, he circled it first, discovering the chamber supported by 12 Oramite pillars, divided into 4 sectors. The highest burial specifications. This chamber held great significance for Magos Armas 41 interred here. Returning to the entrance, Archon examined the sentinel guarding the doorway. An automated construct created by excising human brain lobes and modification. The sentinel turned its head towards him, one eye socket glowed with a crimson iris. Archon carefully examined the synthetic materials for mechanical components, very peculiar, some even unfamiliar to him. A dark age of technology technological relic, remaining loyal guardians after millennia. The sole obstacle before me. Archon approached slowly. The sentinel on the door moved, emitting metallic grating sounds. It leaned forward. With a piercing shriek, the right video screen lit up, displaying mysterious symbols on a green background. As an experienced Martian archaeologist, Archon realized he had only one attempt. Entering the wrong runes would trigger defense arrays attacking his team. Not believing he possessed luck like the Omnicia's strong brain cat, he must rely on his own ability to find the unlocking runes. Entering, he stared at the 0 to 9 numeral rune keypad, mind racing. From Armas 41's writings and chamber architecture, the machine god's sacred number 12 held great significance for him. Password is 12 digits. Structure of 3 and 4, binary 0 and 1 important, also 41, his chosen personal number. The appraiser extracted a sequence from historical ruins, arranging digits according to Armas 41's personality. Standing before the keypad, he rapidly tapped runes. The cogitator's video screen flickered continuously. Hearing servo motors were in mechanical pumps hum, Archon sighed in relief. The door hissed open. Archon immediately entered. On the laboratory bench, he found the dangerous experimental item. The appraiser cautiously examined the glass-structured grenade, not touching it, carefully extending his spirituality. As spirituality rapidly depleted, information about the glass grenade surfaced in the appraiser's mind. Simultaneously, he felt something dissolve within him. The appraiser stared at the glass grenade, already intuitively perceiving the dormant warp brainworms within. These forbidden weapons, created at humanity's peak mastery of physical laws, targeted souls. They could not only annihilate flesh but also obliterate their celestial reflections. 3 days later, Archon returned to the orbital docks with the dangerous glass grenades. Stepping off the Aquila lander's deck, Archon noticed many red-robed tech priests present. He frowned slightly but paid no mind. He had always been an outlier on Mars, they couldn't be seeking him. As Archon headed towards the frigate gifted by the Omnicia, a red-robed tech priest turned, spotting him, excitedly shouting. Magos Archon land. His cry drew surrounding tech priests, crowding around. Archon was instantly surrounded by hundreds. His expression changed. He was anxiously watching the servitors carrying cases. Do not approach. Fearing disaster, Archon spent 2 long minutes ascertaining the situation. These tech priests were outliers without mentors or ostracized. His published 4 standard template constructs had shocked the Imperium, including Mars and many Forge worlds. These tech priests sought the Omnicia's light-bearer, wishing to follow him. From them, Archon also learned the Fabricator General and various conclaves decided to construct a Mechanicum Arc for him. Scanning hundreds of fervent tech priests, previously he wouldn't have accepted them. But now, a new thought emerged. Perhaps they can serve the Omnicia. With this thought, Archon spoke. Follow me. Archon boarded his frigate amidst the throng. After having attendants settle the tech priests, he directed servitors to bring crates of glass to his quarters, placing them on the altar. Then he devoutly prayed to the Black Emperor. Black Emperor of the Order of Shadows. In Archon's mind, the Black Emperor was the Omnicia, as he once mistakenly believed the Emperor was the Omnicia. The Omnicia and the Black Emperor were one, the deity he worshipped. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor. I offer you sacrifices. Reciting the 5th time, black mist engulfed him and the crates of offerings. Within the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, after hearing Archon's report, Nareth gazed at the glass grenades. The Dark Angel's forbidden vaults hold several such dangerous weapons. Unexpectedly, Archon found 41 and acquired manufacturing technology. Other conventional weapons can be licensed to Mars and other Forge worlds, but such forbidden weapons must never enter standard template construct sequences, only secretly manufactured. Nareth looked appreciatively at Archon. Well done. All glory belongs to my lord. Archon said devoutly. Continue exploring Mars. Through appraising ancient relics, you will master the power I granted. Nareth instructed. The tech priests following you shall learn under you and assist in receiving the Arc Mechanicum. A negotiation team will assist you in dealings with various Forge worlds. Your will be done. After Archon accepted, Nareth returned him to the frigate. Back in reality, Nareth immediately messaged the Forge Lord. Shortly after, Rozicki entered the Primarch's office. Nareth pushed the data crystal towards the master of the Forge, gesturing at the crates. Take 1 crate of glass grenades for reference. Secretly manufacture them aboard the fortress ship. The remainder and manufactured products will be sealed aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty and Chapter flagships. Use of this forbidden weapon requires simultaneous authorization from at least the Chapter Master and another Court Baron. As you command, my lord. The Forge immediately handled the glass grenades per the Nareth's orders. Nareth was about to attend to other official duties when he suddenly received a request for an audience from Arsena. Moments later, Arsena entered the office. My lord, the Emperor has convened an emergency war council. Forge world Zana is under siege. The enemy has breached orbital defenses and made planetfall. Hearing this, Nareth knew the second Rangdan genocide had begun. Chapter 480, Chapter 479, The Opportunity to Corrode 2 Legions. Nareth's psychic projection traversed the void, arriving at the Golden Palace of Terra. He glanced around. The seating arrangement of the War Council was unchanged. The Emperor had urged Lorgar multiple times, yet he still saw spreading faith as his mission. Unlike before, the Fabricator General of Mars hadn't arrived at the last minute, he appeared even earlier than Nareth. Due to the Rangdan Xenos invading Forge World Zana 2, urgently seeking relief. As Nareth pondered, Leman Russ's grating. Nareth, your witch boys grow increasingly sluggish. For this campaign, you can just cheer for the real warriors. Hearing this, the Fabricator General's hood flickered with light beneath it. The Space Wolves were a legion he did not wish to be sent to relieve Zana. Wherever the wolves passed, only ruins remained. He inwardly resolved to prevent the Space Wolves from being sent to Zana. Nareth didn't even look at Russ. I don't mind. You can make the request. Russ doesn't yet know the strength of the Rangdan. The wolves number only about 70,000 now, they'd be wiped out as the main force. Among returned Primarchs, only the 5 largest legions can serve as the absolute main force. Nareth knew the Dark Angels, which bore the brunt of the 3 Rangdan conflicts, suffered approximately 150,000 casualties. They lost nearly 10,000 in the first Rangdan genocide, 50,000 in the third Rangdan genocide, and about 90,000 in the largest, most brutal second Rangdan genocide. The Advex Moors of the first Rangdan genocide was merely a secondary outpost on the Rangdan border. This war would encounter the main Rangdan force. In Nareth's memory, during the 20 years of brutal warfare, the Imperium would face a massive fleet comprising thousands of ships and over a dozen war moons. Imperial expedition fleets were destroyed with no survivors, 19 star systems were obliterated, and dozens of Titan legions were annihilated. The Dark Angels' combat prowess ranked top tier among legions, meaning the absolute main force legion must number at least 100,000. Among the current Astartes legions, only Shadows of Order, Dark Angels, Ultramarines, Luna Wolves, and Iron Hands exceeded 100,000. These 5 legions each had their strengths. Facing the main Rangdan force, they would suffer varying degrees of losses but would not be crippled. The Space Wolves and other legions cannot serve as the absolute main force on the battlefield. Even if forced, post-war, they'd prematurely adopt the future Codex chapter mode, requiring rebuilding. Though most first founding chapters weren't Codex chapters and could extract pure gene seed from their Primarch, recovery would still take considerable time. Russ keenly sensed Nareth's indifference. His eyes narrowed, thoughtful. He spoke no further. The War Council commenced in silence. After the Emperor took his seat, he spoke gravely. Zana 2 is under Xenos invasion. Thousands of vessels shattered the orbital fleet and defenses within days. The enemy has made planetfall. Titans and the Legio Cybernetica cannot halt their advance. Nearby 5th and 19th legions responded promptly, but the situation remains dire. In Nareth's memory, Zana would endure an 8-month siege. The 2 legions would suffer over 3,000 casualties, and Zana would lose hundreds of thousands before reinforcement arrived from the Dark Angels and Death Guard. Just as he thought the Emperor would seek opinions, Nareth keenly sensed the gaze falling upon him. Nareth, my Pegasus. Only your legion, via the Kalium Gate, can reach Zana swiftly. Hearing this, the Fabricator General leaned back. The Emperor dispatching Nareth gave him no concern. The enemy would surely be crushed, Zana would be spared. Nareth sighed inwardly. As expected, the Emperor had chosen my legion again as the absolute main force against the Rangdan. He knew his legion would suffer the heaviest losses, but this was also an opportunity, not just for alchemical materials, but for his corrosion plan. Jagatai Khan and Corvus Corax have not yet returned. Rescuing the 5th and 19th legions presents the best chance to corrode them through their gratitude, leveraging my Primarch status. Both the men and their gene seed are targets of my corrosion. Later, there will be opportunities to corrode the legion detachments. If it unfolds as I remember, with 9 legions eventually sending detachments, that means at least 4 or 5 more legions can be corroded, given this war should last over a decade. With this thought, Nareth spoke. As you will, my lord. Since Titans cannot resist the enemy, the Xenos likely possess powerful war machines. I need stronger weapons to counter them. Hearing this, Russ's ice blue eyes gleamed brightly, even through psychic projection. Whatever they are, the wolves can defeat them. He bared his teeth. True hunters will prove superior warriors to witch boys. Nareth glanced at Russ, ignoring the provocation. He knew the Rangdan Cerebors and Asivors were 2 main forces, exceedingly powerful, even Titans were unable to withstand them. Most of the dozens of annihilated Titan legions were destroyed by the Asivors. The Emperor had to deploy one of his trump cards, Psi Titan, to counter them. To reduce his son's casualties, Nareth wanted the Emperor to deploy that card earlier. The resilient Death Guard can stand against powerful foes. Mortarian's voice came through his rebreather, low and somber. Hannibal's throat quivered slightly. My legion has just concluded an expedition in the eastern fringe. I am willing to lead my legion to relieve Xana. The Knights of Caliban will deliver a crushing blow to the enemies of the Imperium, Lion L. Johnson, rarely speaking, said gravely, head held high. Though after reforming the Dark Angels, he had relieved the Ultramarines garrison on that planet, crushing the Orc defenders and freeing the First Legion from the shame of Robot Guilliman's censure, he still yearned for a great battle to proclaim the Legion's rebirth. The Emperor surveyed the others. He noticed Sanguinius, Magnus, and Fulgrim, among others, also had eager looks in their eyes, clearly interested in participating. His gaze finally settled on Perturabo, who had not voiced an opinion. Perturabo will assist you in relieving Xana. Not getting his most desired outcome, Nareth sighed inwardly. The strength the Rangdan have currently displayed, while concerning to the Emperor, is merely their vanguard. He does not yet truly grasp the enemy's full strength and is unwilling to deploy his trump cards. He cannot imagine that during the decisive battle at Taxil, even with 300,000 Astartes led by 3 Primarchs, including the Lion, the situation would become so dire that he would have to use another trump card, shattering the Labyrinth of Night and releasing a shard of the Void Dragon, to secure victory. Perturabo's rock-like voice interrupted Nareth's thoughts. As you command, Father. Nareth looked at Perturabo, thinking further. If facing the Asivors, Perturabo with his formidable technical expertise would indeed be most helpful. I can also take this opportunity to learn more about Perturabo. At least become friends with him first, then find a way to win him over in the future. Nareth knew that even with the Kingdom of Disorder, winning over a Primarch was no easy task, a breakthrough point was necessary. The War Council thus concluded. As Nareth was about to return to the Shadow's sovereignty, a leaden voice sounded. Nareth, a moment. Nareth recognized the voice as Ferrus Manus's. He turned to meet those eyes. Perturabo, who had intended to discuss battle plans with Nareth, spoke instead. I will formulate the operational plans and have the astropaths transmit them to you. Good. Chapter 481, Chapter 480, Replacing Guilliman, accepting Ferrus Manus's invitation to co-develop a heavy tank. Nareth noted that the Fabricator General of Mars also had not left the Golden Palace clearly. What Ferrus Manus had to say concerned him as well. As the Great Crusade progresses, we encounter increasingly formidable enemies, Ferrus continued, his silver coin eyes gleaming. These enemies possess stronger armor protection, like the Squat's void shields. We need more powerful heavy tanks to deliver devastating blows. The Fabricator General's vox grill vibrated, emitting a synthesized mechanical voice. We have reached a consensus to develop a new type of heavy tank. We wish to invite you to join. You have discovered many sacred STCs, the Omnicia favors you. Your numerous industrial worlds will ensure our results can be rapidly deployed for combat, supporting the crusade. Hearing this, Nareth understood Ferrus's purpose in stopping him, an invitation to join the development of the Sicaran battle tank. I remember originally Ferrus invited Robot Guilliman. The 3 of them, Ferrus, Guilliman, and the Magi, completed the development. Although Manus approached Guilliman because he controlled many industrial worlds, Guilliman did contribute a small part to the research and development. All Primarchs possessed superhuman abilities across multiple domains, even those not their specialties. What they could achieve mostly depended on their intent, they often outperformed most in those fields. With sufficient time, Guilliman could achieve technical feats matching most tech priests. If he took up crafting armor, while perhaps not matching the likes of Cawl, who crafted the armor of fate, or Malevolus, who crafted Primarch armor, he would exceed most tech priests. Thinking of Guilliman, Nareth considered Ferris's reason for inviting him. Because the industrial worlds I control, excluding concealed ones like Cardinal, surpass Guilliman's in number and output. I've also discovered many STCs, so Manus and the Mechanicum deem me a more suitable collaborator, replacing Guilliman. Nareth knew the Sicaran battle tank was among the most advanced armored assets in the Great Crusade arsenal, exclusively for Astartes use. Based on component technologies from various STCs like Rhino and Land Raider, it was a new high-speed tank destroyer, complementing Predators and Land Raiders for a comprehensive, multi-layered armored force on battlefields. Nareth also recalled that during the Heresy, legions were still introducing Sicarans, only the Iron Hands and Ultramarines deployed them on a large scale. Horus used his War Master authority to ensure these new tanks entered the armories of legions who would side with him before the Civil War erupted. By the 41st millennium, because neither Primarch revealed manufacturing secrets to their sons, Sicaran battle tanks became rare relics. Even the Masters of the Forge in various chapters seldom understood its systems. They were forced into long-term stasis to prevent damage, awakened only when needed, their machine spirits roused. To ensure my legion is equipped with the Sicaran battle tank and masters its technology, I should join the development. In the future, perhaps the Sicarans will become an exclusive Shadows of Order technology. With this thought, Nareth spoke. I accept the invitation. Together, we shall develop new battle tanks to inflict heavy damage upon the Imperium's foes. The three then discussed preliminary divisions of labor. Ferris would undertake the core work, while Nareth's responsibilities were the lightest. He handled 2 modules, one for secondary weapons mounted on sponsons, another for auspex and various detection systems. After the responsibilities were assigned, Nareth willed himself back to the Shadow's sovereignty. He sent a message to Arsena and others, then left the Astropath's chapel. Moments later, Nareth leaned on his throne, gazing at the star chart. A region in the Segmentum Pacificus, Galactic West, was highlighted. The second Rangdan Xenocide, as in his memory, erupted at Forge World Xana II. Nareth now faced a question, whether to deploy one of the 15 Ramles-class starforts to the Xanavisidec system. He considered not only winning the Xana campaign but also the role of the Ramles-class starfort afterward. As a military asset, if not destroyed, it had at least 3 millennia of service life. Xana II was a powerful Forge world, difficult to bring to heel. Discovered in 843.M30 by rogue traitor Casilida de Niaci, Xana II maintained considerable independence due to its strength. The Imperium only demanded Xana to participate in the Great Crusade, guaranteeing its sovereign independence. Xana II merely dispatched 2 Titan legions, Legio Vulturum, the Gore Crows, and Legio Kidianos, the Death Cry, fulfilling obligations. Xana II's strength far surpasses Incaladian's. Even after rescuing them, it would be difficult to bring this Forge world under control. No opportunity now, but during the Heresy, it would be possible. Nareth knew Xana II would later be called the foremost Mechanicum heretic. During the Heresy, they sided with Horus. Post-war, they retreated into the Eye of Terror, becoming core forces of the Dark Mechanicum. As Xana's liberator, deploying a force to guard the system is reasonable. I can exert influence and corrode some tech priests, gaining benefits during the Great Slaughter. With this conclusion, Nareth decided. Seeing Arsena and others enter the office, he spoke. The Rangdan Xenos we encountered at Advex Moors, their main force has halted conquests in other directions and is attacking the Imperium. This will be a long, brutal war. You must all understand this. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, the Arsena immediately understood why he had ordered the chapters to assemble and move the Ramles-class starforts to the region around the Kalium Gate. The Black Emperor foresaw war with the Xenos long ago. He previously established the Broken Claw Order and hunting bases, familiarizing chapters with Rangdan combat methods. As the polymath pondered, Nareth continued. The Xenos vanguard has invaded Xana II. Our primary mission is to liberate Xana II, using it as a base to launch attacks. Nareth did not want the flames of war to reach his own domains, though he had deployed Ramles-class starforts to important territories like Cyclothrave and key allied territories like Demetus. But territories in the galactic north, like the Coronid New Zone, could still be attacked, and the Ramles-class starforts could not counter all threats. To pressure the Rangdan, he must swiftly crush their slave legions, reopening Xana's Manufactoria. Relay my orders, 3rd, 5th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th chapters, after leaving necessary garrisons, proceed via the Kalium Gate to the Xanavisidec system swiftly. Deploy 1 Ramles-class starfort to secure void superiority. The remaining chapters are to assemble near the Kalium Gate, ready to join the battle at any time. Your will be done. Arsena immediately transmitted orders to the chapters. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 482, Chapter 481, Astrologer. After 2 Terran weeks of travel, the Shadow's sovereignty and the 11th chapter's fleet arrived at the Kalium Gate. As the ships returned to reality, Nareth heard footsteps, setting down his data slate. Since the War Council, his spare time was spent deciding the Sicaran battle tank's secondary weapon systems. Ultimately, as in his memory, he chose laser cannons for sponsons to swiftly eliminate enemy infantry. Arsena entered the office, seeing over 100 data slates neatly stacked on the desk. "My lord, the astropath has received an astropathic communication from the 125th Fleet. Lord Perturabo has assembled 65,000 warriors and charted the shortest course. They will arrive at the Kalium Gate in 3 Terran months, then proceed to the Xanavisidek system. He has formulated operational plans, already transmitted to your data slate." Nareth wasn't surprised by the Iron Warrior's movement speed. Without the Teleportarium and Kalium Gate travel system, reaching the Xanavisidek system was a lengthy journey. In his memory, the 5th and 19th Legions held out for 8 months before Dark Angels and Death Guard reinforcements arrived. As the Nareth contemplated, he rapidly reviewed the data slate. Understood. Nareth set down the data slate. Perturabo's planning ability was strong, but his knowledge of the Rangdan was limited to Nareth's previous War Council report, which was lacking. Perturabo will at most catch the tail end of the campaign. "How is the progress of the 5th chapter?" "My lord, the 5th chapter and the Ramles-class Starfort have already transited the Kalium Gate first. Estimated arrival at the Xanavisidek system in 3 and 4 Terran weeks, respectively." The Primarch's attendant said proudly, this was the Shadows of Order's speed. The Shadows of Order could reach any warzone in the galaxy within 1 Terran month. The 5th chapter, garrisoning the Kalium Gate, was swifter than even the famously rapid response Space Wolves and the would-be White Scars. None could match them. Due to transit capacity limits, the remaining 5 chapters' 1,652 vessels will be deployed in batches over the next 2 weeks. Captain Diana and I formulated a schedule, transmitted to your data slate. Nareth tapped, reviewing the polymaths and his flagship captain's plan, nodding slightly. "Proceed as scheduled." After Arsena departed, Nareth left the Dionysian spear on the weapon rack, returning to his quarters. With a thought, he arrived at the 5th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Approaching Slough Dha, the Eldar Autarch's eyes burned with fury as if to consume him. "Slough Dha, I must say, your fighting spirit is vigorous. Do not think to obtain desired information from me here." Slough Dha raised his chin defiantly, speaking in Eldari. "Do you know? The special verb forms in Eldari always confuse me." The Eldari Autarch looked at the Monkey before him with puzzlement, wondering if their crude language held meanings he had not perceived. "I have already gained much from you." Nareth's eyes gleamed. "I don't need your words, I obtain through your mind. You, facing your own mind, will know." A complex, multi-layered expression crossed Slough Dha's face, unwillingness to face reality, the fear of exposure. A trace of despair filled his eyes as he stared at the giant before him like he was the worst demon. In that instant, the Primarch's consciousness extended towards the gates of Slough Dha's mind. He saw a slender figure in green armor saying to Slough Dha, "Swift assault, without a trace, the striking scorpion's creed." Still unable to breach Slough Dha's defenses for information on perpetuals or the Cabal, the Primarch continued probing the secrets of the striking scorpion path. 4th Terran month, 862.m30. Segmentum Pacificus, Visidax Thule Sector, Xanavisidek System. One after another, black vessels of the 5th chapter emerged from the translation point. On the bridge of the Relic-class battleship Starcaller, Santiago Boardcamp spoke gravely. "Open viewport shields." As an astrologer, he could perceive the stars. Upon becoming a lord, he had moved his command throne next to the viewport. The holographic table was replaced by screens suspended to the left of the command throne. Santiago looked at the hollow screen. A vast armada of red-hulled ships, like a school of bloodthirsty sharks, was converging. His superhuman mind rapidly processed the situation, grasping the details of both friendly and enemy fleets. 825 Rangdan ships. They all masqueraded as Imperial vessel signatures, but all had been identified by the chapter's Simulus chamber and were being further classified. His chapter had deployed 470 ships for this operation, more than half the enemy's number. Guarding the Kalium Gate and supporting various war zones, though the chapter numbered only 20,500, the third smallest, its vessel count led all chapters. Because it garrisoned the Kalium Gate and bore the task of supporting various war zones, though it had only 20,500 warriors, the third smallest in number among the chapters, its ship count was the highest. Santiago examined the view screen on the right. The tech marines of the Simulus chamber had completed comparisons using the database. The Lord studied the tactical data and issued orders. The Rangdan Xenos never imagined we could identify their signatures. We seize the opportunity, launch a surprise attack, then disperse among the stars. Turn to 514, incline 6, advance. The real space engines of the numerous black ships maintained normal power as they traversed the nebulae. The soft lights on their prows flickered in the dark void. Communication ships, kept in storage due to the Simulus chamber's use, were dispatched, pretending to liaise with the Imperial fleet. While the astrologer monitored the vast fleet's progress, he plotted the post-engagement battlefield on the console. Unlike Pell, who preferred planning battles through the Simulus chamber, or other lords who conducted macro-level coordination from their command thrones, Santiago preferred to complete his depictions of the stars at the console. A crystal orb slowly rotated to his right, streams of light flowing within. The astrologer's left hand moved swiftly across the tactical hollow screen. Glimmering stellar runes rapidly generated. He charted navigation routes for each subfleet. Santiago felt a slight dissolving sensation within. He raised his hand, issuing another command. Order, all fleets plot courses in advance. After delivering a devastating blow to enemy ships, withdraw into the stars. Santiago shifted his attention back to the hololith. His star caller was already within range but did not fire immediately, waiting for other ships to reach their designated positions. Capital ships and escorts began slowly building kinetic energy. When the star symbols representing readiness lit up, Santiago gave the order. Initiate Phase 1. The ships of the 5th chapter's fleet drew power from their stern void shields, channeling it into their main lances, unleashing attacks on the marked engagement runes. Bright beams of light slashed across the void, striking their targets. Ships bristling with spikes and flails tumbled like headless hedgehogs sent spinning. Communication channels filled with contradictory information. Commanders didn't know why their ships had been unmasked. Their invincible fleet had never encountered this before, not even in previous battles with the human Imperium. Santiago gazed at the view screen on the right. With flashes of light, layered waves of fiery conflagrations rose and expanded, filling the cold void. Initiate Phase 2. His command transmitted through his helmet's internal comms to the entire fleet. The black fleet scattered like stars shattering into meteors, spreading along dozens of trajectories, simultaneously unleashing volleys from their loaded broadsides upon the Rangdan fleet. The spiky Rangdan fleet, jolted awake, unleashed dense bursts of radioactive electromagnetic waves at the black ships. Santiago glanced at the tactical hololith. The surprise attack had cost the Rangdan over 50 ships, creating gaps in their formation. His fleet, following his orders, had powered up and attacked early, scoring over 20 more victories. Most of the Xenos' attacks missed. Electromagnetic waves battered against the fortress-grade energy shields of the capital ships like moths to a flame. Streaks of light collided with the psychic shields, then dissipated into nothingness. He had lost only a few destroyers and one frigate, their shields unable to withstand the furious roar of the Shadowbreakers. Santiago's gaze returned to the crystal orb, thinking to himself. Next, we shall play a hunting game among the stars. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 483, Chapter 482, Reinforcements cannot arrive this quickly. Xanavisadek System, Surface of Xana 2. Arcas Fal, Shadow Lord of the 19th Legion, wielded an axe with a thunderous roar, its savage shriek even drowning out the sound of bolter fire. Arcas charged ferociously into the slave horde of the Xenos. Men enslaved by neural collars still foolishly rushed at him, but the terror in their eyes betrayed their fear. He raised his autogun, trying to inflict some harm, but the chain axe swept down, tearing through the plasteel machine, then the head, the neural collar, and the torso without pause, stopping only at the pelvis. Flesh and shattered bone splattered across Arcas's armor. The corpse, split in two, collapsed like a slaughtered grox. Arcas pulled the chain axe free from the mangled limbs and tore apart another enemy charging with a scream. Metal bullets clattered against his Terminator armor, then ricocheted away. Fal's autosensors picked up an attack from the left. Without hesitation, he charged into the crowd, crashing into them savagely. An armored fist crushed a human slave's skull. The motor-roaring chain axe bit into a second, shredding him into a bloody mist. More gunfire came. The slaves attacked Arcas in desperation. Arcas led his battle brothers, continuing the merciless slaughter. They were all recruited from the barbaric, battle-skilled, arid tribes of Terra's Asiatic dust storms region, each the firstborn son of a warrior. With bolters, chain swords, and power fists, they butchered the enemies like livestock. While killing, Fal felt that rising, savage fury. He kept killing, blood flying, leaving no survivors. Amid the echoing screams and the sound of blades cleaving bone, his thoughts remained silent. Arcas slaughtered in silence until a voice broke the stillness. Lord of Shadows, they are merely the driven. You should not waste your strength on them. Arcas's movements didn't stop. As he swung his axe, tearing three apart, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He didn't need to identify it, he knew whose voice it was. Librarian Balsar Kurthuri. Among the Legion's librarians, only he could pierce Arcas's resilient will and speak into his mind. As Arcas's thoughts flashed, black flames descended from the sky. Slave after slave was engulfed in flames, wailing in agony. Arcas turned his head, looking at Balsar, whose eyes gleamed with golden light. You interrupted my killing. I hope your reason is sufficient. Shadow Lord, a void fortress approaches through the tides of the warp. I also see more shadows continuously pouring in. We are about to receive relief. Balsar, you are mistaken, Arcas said coldly. Although Balsar was one of the Legion's most outstanding librarians, possessing powerful psychic abilities, not inferior even compared to librarians of Shadows of Order in the Thousand Suns, especially skilled in foresight, he was certainly wrong this time. We will receive reinforcements, but not this quickly. The nearest Legion would need at least 5 months to arrive. After speaking, Arcas turned and charged forward to kill again. Leave none alive, he said into the Vox. The same moment, the void of the Xanavisidec system. Santiago's eyes were deep, fixed on the crystal orb. The astrologer gazed at the rippling waves within the rotating crystal. He rapidly marked runes on the tactical hololith while speaking into the Vox. First Company, Asteroid Belt 4. Gravitational anomalies will trigger tides in 2 hours, 18 minutes. Duration, 5 hours, 21 minutes. Asteroid 186 is minimally affected. You are to reach the ambush point in 2 hours and attack the pursuing fleet precisely on time. By your command, my lord. Receiving the reply, Santiago immediately switched comm channels, continuing to issue orders. Second Company, Enemy Fleet Group 13 will reach low orbit of Xana 4 in 1 hour, 37 minutes. Gravity is higher than in other orbits. Enemy ship speed will decrease by 29%. You are to reach the marked position in 1 hour, 24 minutes, and initiate the attack. Santiago issued a series of orders to each company while tracing glowing arcs on the hololithic tactical map. Fleet channel, comms silence. Turn to 461, inclination 5. Entering asteroid belt. Ether cannons prepare. The black ships then pushed aside the obstructing dust, vanishing from the Rangdan ship's telemetry. In the Rangdan comm channels, the audio signals were somewhat noisy. Curses. These black ships are too cunning. They don't engage us head-on. After launching attacks, they hide in asteroids or other places, using celestial bodies to hinder our attacks. They even keep each comms burst very short. We cannot track or lock onto them. A resentful voice accompanied by heavy thumping sounds. In the past 6 days, we have lost 291 ships, 83 of them capital ships. But we have only destroyed 46 enemy ships, only 5 of them capital ships. His voice was full of worry. Their numerical advantage in ships was rapidly dwindling. We must achieve victory, at any cost, a commanding voice sounded. As long as we occupy 2 human colony worlds and use their industrial facilities, the slaves will build more ships for us, and battle satellites. As you command. The commanders could only end the comm and continue pursuing the elusive black ships. 3 hours later, Santiago found his hunting target, a Rangdan capital ship, equivalent to an Imperial battleship. Fire. 2 beams of multicolored ether energy shot from the ship's prow. The beams pierced through the layers of void, striking the enemy ship with precision. On the hololith, white arcs of energy collided with stone after stone, the beams visibly shrinking. Saturation barrage. Open fleet channel. Santiago gave the orders. Concealment was no longer necessary now. Then the astrologer looked up, gazing out the viewport. A series of voices sounded in his comms. Lord, the Ramillies-class starfort has arrived in the Xana system. Lord, ambush successful. 13 enemy ships destroyed, 5 capital ships among them. Lord, ambush successful. 4 enemy ships destroyed, 1 capital ship. The dazzling light of the star awakened the astrologer's childhood memories on Cypher Mundi, gazing up at the sun of his home system. He slightly clenched his right hand, as if grasping the stars, simultaneously feeling something within him shatter like a star. I have become a true astrologer. The power rising within Santiago dispelled the fatigue of nerves strained for nearly a week. He issued an order on the chapter channel. Launch the full assault. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 484, Chapter 483, Corroding, the founder of the Carcharodons. Xanavisidec system, surface of Xana 2. Arcas Fowl swung his final chain axe blow, tearing apart the enemy. The ground around him was a river of blood, every battle brother's armor was adorned with gore. Arcas still hadn't found the Xenos enslaving humans that Balsar Kurthuri had mentioned. He shook the blood from his axe, stopped, and looked up at the sky. Countless streaks of light, like meteors, pierced the Forge world's gloomy clouds. Arcas was startled. Clearly, that was Astartes making rapid planetfall via drop pods. Shadow Lord, they have come, Balsar said as he walked over. Unlike other battle brothers from the barbaric tribes of Terra's Asiatic dust storms region, His armor was not stained red with blood. Don't rejoice too soon. It might just be a detachment, like the companies from our legion, just passing through by chance. But there are thousands of ships in the void. Balsar shook his head. Those Xenos ships covered in flails and spikes might have pushed deeper into the Imperium after securing the Xana system. Arcas turned to his librarian. Don't rely on your foresight. 8 hours ago, you told me we'd find the Xenos enslaving humans here. Shadow Lord, my apologies. I believe the Xenos possess powerful psychic abilities. They interfered with my foresight. I wish to hear good news. Where is Nareth Kireen? Arcas's gaze was cold as he stared at Balsar. Shadow Lord, I regret to disappoint you again. We have lost contact with Nareth. I also have not foreseen his location. His last known location was coordinate point 513. However, Nareth has always been sharp. He retreats before the enemy can pin him down. I believe you know him best. Nareth is a cunning one, he's not so easy to kill, Arcas said. Though all from the dust storms, Nareth, hailing from the Xeric tribe, was quite different from them. Arcas shouted to his battle brothers. Advance to coordinate point 513. Kill every enemy of the Imperium we encounter. Whether Xenos or the humans they drive. Arcas soon acknowledged that Balsar's foresight was accurate, at least in part. More and more drop pods fell like rain, wave after wave, across Xana's gloomy sky. This continued for 10 solar days before stopping. Arcas realized it wasn't just a detachment, he had received Legion reinforcements. The Shadow Lord accepted his librarian's foresight. Reinforcements and enemies were fighting across the entire world. Arcas did not halt. There was still no word from Nareth. He launched an attack on coordinate point 504. Breaking through the slaves blocking the way would bring him to coordinate point 513, where Nareth had disappeared. Arcas and his battle brothers' armor had turned a dark crimson. Fire at will. The Shadow Lord gave the order over the comms. The thunderous roar of bolters echoed before the forge complex. The shriek of rockets and the roar of plasma beams scorching the air tore through the horde of bodies. Flesh exploded, blood spraying like rain. Arcas waited for the first volley to end, then charged forward at the lead. Chain axes screamed, turning the area into a sea of blood. Suddenly, a voice abruptly sounded in his mind. Shadow Lord, something approaches. It's the Xenos. They come from all directions. It's a trap. Arcas pulled his chain axe free early, flinging the mangled corpse aside. He turned to look at the Xenos. The tall Xenos resembled an upright scorpion. It opened its maw and let out a shriek. Arcas felt his brain being hammered repeatedly. He let out a low growl, raised his chain axe, and charged the Xenos. The Xenos swung its massive claw-like arm, impaling an Astartes. Over a dozen Astartes raised their weapons, firing a dense barrage at the Xenos in anger. In the dazzling light, the Astartes were astonished to find their bolts seemed to hit an invisible barrier, exploding before the Xenos. Balsar saw that the Xenos did not stop, it was confident in its defense. His eyes immediately gleamed with golden light. He gripped his force staff, the emerald gemstone at its tip radiating psychic energy. A cloud of black flames, like shadows, enveloped the Xenos. Amid a series of piercing cracks, Balsar sent a thought pulse to Arcas. I have broken its defense. Now. Arcas suddenly accelerated. The massive momentum sent the Xenos flying backward with a deafening crash. He stepped forward, planting a foot on the Xenos' chest. The great axe swept diagonally from left to right in an instant. The Shadow Lord killed the enemy elite warrior, but Balsar showed no joy. His golden eyes looked around. Countless figures were charging at them, not just the enslaved humans, but Xenos as well. Balsar sent a thought pulse to his Shadow Lord. It's a trap. The Xenos have been using slaves to wear us down. They also used Nareth as bait. Arcas's autosensor display informed him he had lost 52 battle brothers in 1 minute, 42 seconds standard time. In over a month of fighting, he had lost only 27 brothers. The Shadow Lord immediately issued an order. Follow me. His honor guard instantly formed a crescent formation around him, charging forward. A storm of bolter fire tore a gap through the enslaved humans. Arcas charged the shield-protected Xenos before the first bolt was fired. He had to open a path for his battle brothers. Balsar suppressed the throbbing in his temples, wielding his force staff with all his might to aid his Shadow Lord. Black flames enveloped the shimmering personal energy shield. Amid a series of cracks, they finally tore through the Xenos' defenses. An otherworldly shriek pierced Balsar's ears. He wearily hung his force staff at his waist. The librarian knew he had reached his limit, he could use no more psychic power. Balsar injected himself with a combat stimulant, filling his weary body with renewed energy. The throbbing in his temples vanished amid the excited surge within. He drew his bolt pistol and chainsword, preparing to fight like an ordinary Astartes. Balsar immediately proved useful. Seeing a battle brother run out of ammunition, he fired a bolt to the right, forcing a Xenos to dodge. Arcas noted that more and more battle brothers were running low on ammo. Their last resupply was a week ago at Forge Temple 15, but that area was now heavily besieged. Terrifying creatures that could tear apart titans and vast hordes of human slave armies prevented them from approaching. The forge complex had been completely abandoned. They could only find some parts inside to repair their melee weapons. Conserve ammunition. Prevent enemies from flanking us. The Shadow Lord decided to lead his honor guard to quickly break through the front. He opened the comms. Brothers, as firstborn sons of our tribes, even before Ascension, we fought tribes far larger in Indonesia. After Ascension, we conquered Central Asia, ending the rule of the Caligan tyrant of Ursh. He forcefully struck a rune. Remember? Just after leaving Terra, we reclaimed Jupiter X from the Xenos. The battle brothers struck their runes forcefully. They had carried them as mementos since that brutal war. The Shadow Lord swung his great axe, pointing forward. The battle brothers responded with a unified roar, following the Shadow Lord in a charge. Chain weapons roared, power weapons gleaming with blue light. Arcas savagely crashed into a Rangdan overlord, allowing the claws to strike his armor as he delivered one ferocious chop after another with his chain axe. His brutal attacks shattered the overlord's proud defenses. With a piercing shriek, the great axe cleaved deeply into the enemy's chest. The Shadow Lord kicked the enemy away, only then receiving feedback from his autosensors. He had lost another 147 battle brothers, including 29 of his closest honor guard members. Only 218 still had ammunition. The Shadow Lord's gaze was icy. He didn't know how many more brothers would die on this march. He roared, charging at an overlord who had just torn apart a guard member with its dual claws. Suddenly, Arcas felt a golden light sweep past overhead. That overlord was swept into the air by a force, then its body was twisted together unnaturally, breaking into several segments. Arcas stared in shock at the black-armored giant in the air. Only when the figure landed before him did he snap back to reality. Lord Nareth, Arcas Fal, Legion Master of the 19th Legion, salutes you. Nareth looked at Arcas, whose armor was coated in dark red blood, a glint in his eyes. So it's you. The most unfortunate Legion Master. After a Primarch's return, most previous Legion Masters became second in command. Arcas was, in Nareth's memory, the most sidelined one. Not only was he not given a command, but shortly after Corvus Corax's return, he was sent to wander beyond Imperial space. Arcas later became the first chapter master of the Carchrodons. However, this is precisely my opportunity for corrosion. Through continuous attempts, Nareth had learned that the firmer one's will and the higher one's loyalty, the harder they were to corrode. Corroding Archon land, who saw the Emperor as the Omnicia, took far more time and effort than corroding Lien Ramlais and others. This held true even within the Kingdom of Disorder. Hathermot, in the future, betrayed Magnus to avoid flesh change and death, cooperating with the Tsench, could be corroded. Slough Dha, as an Eldari autarch who had walked multiple paths, possessed resilient will. Through the foresight of the Cabal, he viewed humanity as an inferior species that should be destroyed, making him impossible to corrode. Not all in the cult initially sought humanity's destruction. During the Terran era, they tried to guide humanity according to their will but failed. Only Slough Dha believed from the start that humanity should be destroyed. Thus, Nareth reached a conclusion: the target of corrosion must meet certain conditions to be successfully corroded. Either they were inherently insufficiently loyal, or an opportunity could be found. Archon was a typical example. Though he saw the Emperor as the Omnicia, Nareth could show him the miracle of retrieving the Void Claw. Undoubtedly, the future founder of the Carchrodons was such a suitable target. Corax had not yet returned, and the future Arcas was also sidelined. Corax, since you look down on the Terran-born like Arcas, I might as well help you manage your sons. The Baron of Corruption gazed at Arcas Fal. Stay by my side. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 485, Chapter 484, The Opportunity to Corrode the Ashen Claws. Nareth drew the Sword of Vol and strode forward. He saw a golden-haired, resolute-faced librarian attacking with a bolt pistol and chainsword. Seeing this figure, Nareth felt a sense of familiarity. His mind rapidly processed, instantly recognizing the librarian's identity, Balsar Kurthuri. Because Balsar differed from the bald, weathered image most common in his memory, Nareth hadn't recognized him immediately. A flash of blue-white light cleaved through a Rangdan overlord's personal energy shield. Another swift slash ended the enemy's life. Arcas Fal's eyes flickered. The Xenos he fought so fiercely against was slain effortlessly by the Gene Sun. Nareth charged towards Balsar's position, while information about him flashed through his mind. Another unfortunate soul. Nareth remembered that after the Council of Nicaea, Corvus Corax disbanded the Librarius. Balsar was one of the few Raven Guard survivors of the Dropsite massacre. He served as chief librarian in the rebuilt Librarius. This did not last. The Librarius was disbanded again. Corax decided to send them to Terra. But at Balsar's request, the librarians were allowed to remain with the Legion. As a cost, he was sent to Terra. At the Primarch's demand, Balsar swore not to use his psychic powers until he met Malcador. Balsar arrived at the Sol system accompanied by Imperial Fist's Captain Noarise, who had fought alongside him for a long time. Custodian Ludivicus gave the order to hunt the librarian down. Balsar, following Corax's command, resisted the impulse to use psychic powers. In an attempt to aid Balsar's escape, Noarise was cornered and killed by the custodian. Enraged, Balsar wanted to avenge his close friend. As he prepared to unleash powerful psychic energy to kill the custodians, he recalled his oath and ultimately surrendered. Balsar passed Malcador's test. Malcador apologized, saying he would learn from this mistake that cost Noarise his life. Balsar reluctantly accepted, his close friend a sacrificial pawn in the test. Becoming one of the founders of the Grey Knights, he gained greater psychic power but could never forget his friend's death. He took the name Ogen but could not forget his guilt towards Noarise. His face aged rapidly, tortured by inner pain for the rest of his life. Balsar witnessed his close friend's death yet upheld his oath to Corax, showing high willpower and loyalty. Corroding him is much harder than Arcaz. But not entirely impossible. Balsar, at Malcador's demand, gave up his loyalty to Corax, indicating he can change, but sufficient reason is needed. It's worth trying, but he shouldn't be the primary target. As Nareth pondered, his steps did not slow. Neither Rangdan warriors nor overlords hindered his progress. In moments, he had carved a path, arriving before Balsar. Lord Nareth. Balsar hadn't met his own Gene Father. He'd only seen the Primarch commanding the 19th Legion, Horus Lupercal. He noted that this Primarch was taller. Balsar's gaze met those pitch-black eyes. He felt completely seen through, not just his present, but his future. His clear mind suddenly froze, as if caught in a spider's web. He didn't know how long passed before a commanding voice sounded in his ears, snapping him back to reality. Balsar Kurthuri. Yes, my lord. Balsar slightly turned his head, avoiding the pitch-black gaze. He saw numerous black-armored warriors charging the Xenos lines. Balsar noticed the shadows of order operated with discipline and order. A librarian raised a blue staff. The enslaved human slaves around him immediately slowed. The shadows of order raised their bolters, unleashing a dense barrage at the Xenos. Amid bolter roars, the Xenos' pale flesh was torn apart. Kill teams wielding power weapons executed a series of precise strikes, surrounding and eliminating enemies with personal energy shields. The shadows of order can accurately identify Xenos' elite warriors and launch swift strikes. They seem very familiar with the Xenos. Balsar suppressed his puzzlement, withdrawing his gaze. He didn't want to fall into that dazed state again. He slightly lowered his head, meeting the cold gaze of the approaching Arcaz. To dispel the unease from his earlier lapse, he spoke. Shadow Lord, my foresight succeeded. We have received reinforcements. Do you remember? The shadows. Balsar, you have proven yourself, Arcaz said. Follow me, the Baron of Corruption said to both of them. Lord Nareth, Arcaz did not immediately follow. One of my companies has lost contact. Narat Kireen. He's trapped in a Xenos ambush. I request your aid for us. Hearing this, Nareth stopped. Narat Kireen. Truly a lucky day. Another target delivered to my doorstep, a great opportunity to corrode the Ashen Claws. Corroding Narat might be even easier than Arcaz. Nareth remembered the future Raven Guard Terranborn underwent 2 large-scale exiles. Arcaz's Carchrodons were exiled shortly after Corvus Corax's return. Narat Kireen's Ashen Claws were sent to the Ghoul Stars after the Battle of Gate 42 in 002.M31 by the order of Deliverance-born Praetor Calvus. Later, Narat declared his Ashen Claws were loyal neither to the Imperium nor to Horus Lupercal. Narat followed Corax over 80 years yet lacked absolute loyalty. Corax also always despised his 18th chapter, the Ashen Claws. I might as well take the trouble to look after Corax's sons for him. The Carchrodons and Ashen Claws will both have bright futures. Among the potential Karashan targets Nareth could think of, the most numerous were from the Carchrodons and Ashen Claws. He hadn't expected to encounter both Arcaz and Narat on Xana. With this thought, he spoke. I will proceed to their rescue immediately. Link to my comms network. Transmit positional coordinates. Arcaz immediately followed the Primarch's instructions. Balsar, looking ashamed, added. My lord, we lost contact with Narat over 10 solar days ago. Coordinate point 513, his last known location, might be a trap, and we may not find him there. I tried my utmost earlier to foresee his location, but I failed. The Xenos set a trap, they interfered with my foresight. As Balsar spoke, he heard approaching footsteps. I may have a way to find him. Name correction. Balthakat Yuri Balsar Kurthuri. Chapter 486, Chapter 485, The Seer. Nareth looked towards his honor guard member, William Wood. William came from the 12th chapter. Not long ago, he had passed the trials and become a seer. Are you certain? The librarian asked. He had tried to foresee several times before and failed. My method of divination differs from yours. Moreover, the ambush has already been sprung. The Xenos may have ceased their psychic interference and committed to battle. Balsar nodded slightly upon hearing this. The reasoning of the Shadows of Order was sound, but he was currently too exhausted to use his own psychic powers. Then please begin. I need an object belonging to him as a foci to increase the success rate of the divination, the seer stated calmly. What kind of focus? I need a personal adornment he used to wear, something he kept on his person. Balsar studied the Shadow of Order carefully. Unlike most librarians who used force staves, the Shadow of Order had a walking cane hanging at his waist. For an ordinary human, it would be a long staff, but by Astartes standards, it was merely a cane. Stranger still were the runes carved into the staff's body. The librarian withdrew his gaze with slight puzzlement, curious about what the warrior would do. He spoke. Perhaps some battle brothers exchanged medals with Nareth. Balsar was about to inquire over the comms network when Arkesfal removed a blood-stained medal from the right side of his chest. The medals we earned after reclaiming Jupiter's 10th moon. Before arriving at Xana, Nareth and I reminisced about our past battles fought side by side, and then we exchanged our medals. Balsar looked at the Shadows of Order. Will this suffice? Yes. He has left his mark upon it. William extended his left hand to take the rune-inscribed medal. Sticky blood soaked his gauntlet. With his right hand, he retrieved a bottle from the dozen or so oils hanging on his belt. He dripped oil, extracted and refined from plants such as aloe, Schefflera, monstera, and spider plants, onto the metal in a triangular pattern. The dark red blood receded rapidly, revealing the inscribed runes beneath. The seer, who had opened his sight, also saw the impure, mingled colors upon it swiftly disperse. William flipped the metal to its other side and dripped 3 more drops of oil. As he returned the bottle to his belt, he gazed at the metal. The impure colors vanished one by one. 2 remained, then after a few seconds, only 1. The seer knew this last one belonged to Nareth, the residual essence left from him carrying the metal for so long. He drew the divining rod from his waist, crafted for him by the armor master. The armor master had advanced to the Knight tier. The Knight tier was currently reserved exclusively for members of the Honor Guard. When the armor master inquired about his needs, William had requested not to have armor custom-made for him just yet. Instead, he had asked to forge him a divining rod. He did not wish to waste this opportunity before mastering the power bestowed by his gene-father. William had tried 4 staves, the Legion's unique Cyber-IP mind staves, and the Frail Ether staves. None could perfectly channel his divinatory abilities. The armor master had fulfilled his need, casting a perfect divining rod for him. William drew the rod and pressed a rune. With a hum, 3 crystal slivers extended from the rod's head. He aimed the rod at the metal. A flash of light, and the metal flew up. The slivers enclosed the metal, pressing it firmly against the rod's head. William gripped the black rod and glanced at his father. Begin, Nareth nodded. As you command, father. William first infused 4 of the runes with psychic energy. The black in his eyes deepened as he entered a semi-meditative state. The seer felt his spirit lighten, as if floating. He silently chanted in his mind, the location of Nareth Kareen. After 11 repetitions, his hand left the black rod. Yet the rod did not fall, it stood upright. Subtle, invisible movements surrounded him. His deep black eyes gazed upon the rod. He chanted silently once more, the location of Nareth Kareen. No sooner had he finished than the silver inlaid, black wooden rod fell, pointing to the 11 o'clock direction. Move out. Nareth stepped forward first, heading in the direction the seer's rod indicated. Balsar watched William's movements intently. Though his divination method also used psychic power, it wasn't entirely the same as what Balsar knew. He wondered if it was similar to the methods of the Thousand Suns. 5 o'clock direction. The seer grasped his rod and spoke in a low voice. The seer's voice seemed ethereal, as if it could penetrate into an unknown world. The seer's technique of rod dowsing required the focus object to be wood, metal, or a combination of both. Normally, this required 2 true divining rods, shaped like a wire bent at a right angle. The shorter end was held, and the rotation of the wire determined the direction. The seer could perform divination without using the rod, just with a staff, but this wouldn't fully utilize his prophetic talent. The armor master had designed William's rod primarily for its beyonder capabilities, while also drawing upon his psychic power. The group moved quickly. Warriors of the 19th Legion, now resupplied with ammunition, followed the Primarch and his honor guard towards the direction indicated by the seer. The seer used rod dowsing to correct their course. The direction the rod fell was the direction revealed by the divination. At the same moment, Xana's Forge Complex 250. Nareth led his company through the immense, long cold furnaces. He had prepared long for this hunt. After discovering the neural collars, he decided to track down the Xenos who enslaved them. Nareth cared nothing for the lives of these traitors. Whether it was by their will or not, they were merely traitors. He simply wanted to track the Xenos behind it all and eliminate them. It was the more effective method. To complete this hunt, he had silenced his comm channel, severing contact with the Shadow Lord. Though he respected Arcaz as a great warrior leader, their tactical philosophies differed considerably. Under Lord Horus's command, the Shadow Lord had fully awakened the savage combat customs from before their ascension. They would slaughter every enemy they encountered. Nareth and other Terran-born were different. They followed another way: locate the target, strike, withdraw before the enemy can counterattack, then strike again. That was their creed. Nareth and the Shadow Lord had spoken many times. They respected each other but could never reach a consensus. To ease their trace, they had exchanged the medals commemorating the great victory at Jupiter's 10th moon. Nareth's left hand gently touched the medal on his chest, unstained by a single drop of blood. He thought to himself, "Shadow Lord, this time, I will surely prove myself to you." Nareth looked ahead. He saw an upright scorpion-like creature. Its 4 crimson eyes turned in his direction. No more hiding. No more need for hiding. He opened his company's comm channel, intending to break comm's silence and issue battle orders. Static hissed. Nareth felt something was wrong. He whispered, "Attack." The response was static. A shadow fell upon him from above. Xana too had comm relay stations. Losing connection likely meant enemy jamming. Comm's jamming meant the Xenos might have discovered them. It was a trap. Nareth suddenly raised his bolt pistol and pulled the trigger. The surrounding command squad followed their captain's lead a second later. The company's battle brothers responded in the following seconds. They didn't rely entirely on the comm system, they were accustomed to various special situations from past battles. Rat-tat-tat. Attacks came from all directions. The Xenos drove the enslaved hordes against them. They were surrounded. A trap indeed. Nareth immediately signaled his 3 lieutenants with tactical gestures, "Withdraw." The lieutenants pivoted, attacking to the flanks and rear, seeking weaknesses in the encirclement. Nareth led his command squad, attacking towards their target. He aimed to kill the Xenos leader, but also to draw the enemy's attention, creating an opportunity for his company to retreat. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 487, Chapter 486, there's another one. Nareth activated the lightning claw on his other arm. He disliked wearing the cumbersome Cataphractii Terminator armor but favored this common Terminator weapon. He fired a burst of bolts at the Xenos. Amid the roar, he saw something flash. Nareth immediately knew it was a Xenos elite warrior, one of those called overlords. They could take many forms, their only common trait being powerful personal energy shields. Bolt guns needed sustained fire to break their defenses. Power weapons were the wiser choice at this moment. They could shred enemy defenses faster through the collision of 2 energy fields. Especially for Nareth. He surged towards the overlord at speed far exceeding his command squad members. Lightning claws were a specialized power weapon, a variant of power fist technology. They pursued slashing force. Each blade extending from the gauntlet was lethal even without the power field. When the field activated, the claws could penetrate through armor and flesh with ease. Blue light flared. Nareth swung the claws in a single second. Rapid thrusts, fierce slashes. He remained constantly in motion, a series of blows that kept the overlord off balance. The Xenos' clumsy claws scraped past him, smashing into machinery with loud clangs. With a piercing shriek, Nareth felt numbness in his arm. He knew he had broken the overlord's personal energy shield. Just as he prepared to finish the Xenos with his claws, his thoughts suddenly froze. Nareth felt his nerves go numb. He called upon the higher consciousness functions of his transhuman body, using his will to dispel the neural paralysis. With a roar, Nareth completely eliminated the sensation of rejection. He swung his claws, blocking the Xenos' opportunistic attack. He shifted his body, throwing the Xenos off balance. The crackling claws sank deep into its abdomen. Nareth cast the oozing corpse aside, looking around warily. He confirmed it wasn't an illusion. Something was nearby, attacking his nervous system. He scanned his surroundings warily, but the surging tide of Xenos soon forced him to focus on the immediate threat. He moved swiftly through the passageways, claws tearing apart the foul Xenos bodies. Nareth leaped onto a piece of machinery. He looked back first, seeing his 3 adjutants struggling to break out. The Xenos drove the slave hordes, entangling them. He looked around, then spotted a bizarre creature a kilometer ahead. It was at least half a meter taller than any surrounding Xenos. Its entire body was white. Its head was abnormally large, a third the size of its body. Its arms were also strange. The left was elongated, like a python, reaching to the ground. Its right hand held a crystal sword, gleaming brightly. It was unlike any Xenos around it. Protected by a group of guards, it aimed its arm at a human. With a scream, the kneeling human collapsed like rotten fruit. Nareth saw it raise its left arm, pointing at him. Suddenly struck as if by a hammer, he lurched and fell from the machinery. Found the target. Definitely the Xenos leader. Probably it was using some means to affect me. Nareth's expression changed. His mind uncontrollably slowed. At the same time, his attempts to control his body, to land in a combat stance and respond to the coming attack, were also hindered. Something invaded his mind, disrupting the transmission of his will to his body. Nareth fell helplessly. He stiffly saw 2 command squad members rushing towards him. Then they suddenly stopped and fell to their knees. Again. It affects, not just me, but other, battle brothers too. Nareth saw a Xenos savagely tear apart the 2 command squad members with its claws. His eyes were stained red. His heart filled with grief. Fury blazed in Nareth's eyes. He roared inwardly. I must kill it, so my company can break out. Xenos. I will not yield. Suddenly, Nareth felt control return to his body. He savagely drove his lightning claws into a Xenos head, avenging his command squad. Landing, he immediately charged towards the Xenos leader. Thousands of spikes flashed through his mind, stabbing him, making his head ring. Nareth did not stop. Nothing could stop him. The Cerebor's crimson psychic threads, piercing through its skull, flashed dangerously. Its sunken intersection locked onto the charging figure. It was astonished at how fast it moved. It was at the center of the attack, most deeply affected by the neurotoxins. It should have suffered hundreds of neurological tortures, yet it hadn't fallen like the enemies behind it. On Nareth's visor, the target indicator dropped to 100 meters. Suddenly, his skin felt like countless insects were biting him. The neurotoxins' effects spread from his mind to his body. Nareth swayed slightly. The Xenos lunged, claws tearing into his Mark II Crusade pattern power armor. Nareth's eyes were ice cold. He cast aside the dual torments of mind and body, letting will and adrenaline drive his body as he swung his claws. Nareth found he could swing the lightning claws faster than ever before. In an instant, before other Xenos could surround him, he shredded the personal energy shield. Nareth punched, crushing another Xeno's skull. Fist and claw complemented each other, continuously killing the Xenos rushing to die. At 10 meters, Nareth charged, claws aimed at the white Xenos. Scrpy, SHCNG. Lightning claws met crystal sword in a series of piercing clashes. The Cerebor's raised its other arm, but Nareth anticipated it. After enduring endless pain, his movements grew swifter. He lunged forward suddenly. The Cerebor's lurched, falling to the ground. Energy streams surged into Nareth's armor, making his hair stand on end, pressing against his helmet. Blood sprayed from Nareth's mouth, soaking his rebreather grill. Nareth seemed oblivious. He rolled on the ground with the Xeno's body, swinging his arms like a beast. The Cerebor's crooked arm slammed down heavily. The psychic force field shredded the power armor with a dull thud. Nareth's broad back visibly caved in. The Laraman's organ activated, generating cells released into the bloodstream, attaching to leukocytes, finally transported to the wound. Nareth's body continued to obey his will. He swung his right arm, claws digging into the Xeno's body. The Cerebor's movement ceased. Foul pus splattered Nareth. Nareth took a deep breath. He supported himself on the ground with his left arm, standing shakily. He assessed his condition, armor broken, the wound on his back scabbed, and internal organs damaged by the heavy blow. Nareth knew the Laraman's organ could only do so much. He was not at full fighting strength. Fortunately, the insidious attacks had ceased, both on body and mind. The surrounding Xenos, after a moment of stunned hesitation, fled in all directions. He had clearly killed their leader. Nareth moved towards his command squad, catching up to one fleeing Xenos. He swung his arm, lightning claws tearing it apart. Just as he prepared to move on, a buzzing filled his mind, like thousands of bees swarming inside. Another one. Nareth spun around. He saw another white figure, identical to the one he'd just killed. His expression changed. In his current state, he couldn't handle another such powerful enemy. Withdraw. He shouted to his command squad. Nareth drew his bolt pistol, firing at the Xenos as he retreated. Just as he stumbled back, a deafening crash echoed. Nareth followed the sound. He saw only a flash of golden light. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 488, Chapter 487, The Shadow Ascetic. Guided by the seer all the way, Nareth pinpointed Forge Complex 250. To ensure no accidents in his plan to corrode the Ashen Claws, he temporarily left behind his other two corrosion targets, Arches Fowl and Balsar Krathuri. Overlooking the Forge Complex, the battle between the 19th Legion and the Rangdan Xenos unfolded fully before him. The Primarch's transhuman mind rapidly assessed the situation on both sides and analyzed the intelligence he needed. The slain Cerebors. The one with the damaged armor must be Nareth Kareen. Nareth squinted, making every effort to eliminate the interference of the golden light to focus his vision. He saw a figure in black armor, golden wings spread behind its back. A Primarch. Lord Nareth. Light gleamed in Nareth's eyes. He watched the Primarch fly towards the white Xenos. The bizarre, agonizing torment the Xenos had inflicted on him seemed to have no effect on the Primarch. Lord Nareth's speed didn't slow in the slightest. Nareth maintained the first level of the Thelema mind state, resisting the neurotoxin's invasion. Alchemical materials couldn't be wasted. He donned the Banshee mask, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed a piercing shriek. The Rangdan Xenos clutched their heads with their claws, but couldn't stop the scream echoing in their minds. They writhed in agony. Fluid, a mix of blood and foul pus, seeped from the Cerebors' cranial depression. The red line running the length of its skull flickered. The Baron of Corruption channeled psychic energy into his gauntlet and swung his arm down. Before the gauntlet even touched the Cerebors, a viscous, transparent liquid enveloped its white body. In an instant, a massive amber-like prison formed, freezing the Cerebors in place. Nareth's eyes widened. He had seen Primarchs before. The 19th Legion had always been under Lord Horus's command, but he had never witnessed a Primarch's power on the battlefield firsthand. As the Primarch preferred to present a glorious image, dedicated to diplomatic means of bringing lost worlds back to the Imperium. Force was his last resort, and even then, it was often they who carried it out. He stared at the Xeno's face, reading shock and panic in its inhuman features. Is the amber prison that binds the Xeno's psychic power? That powerful Xenos couldn't resist at all, as if frozen. As Nareth pondered, Nareth, who had bound the Cerebors with his prison, flew back and landed before him. Nareth Kareen. Nareth knew that while Arches Fowl, as Legion Master of the current 19th Legion, preferred frontal assault and close combat, the Legion had already developed a combat style similar to the future Raven Guard. Nareth was prime example. He favored hit-and-run tactics, already bearing the shadow of the future Raven Guard. Lord Nareth. Nareth knelt on one knee, saluting with a fist to his chest according to the ancient etiquette of the Unification Wars era. The one you killed is a Cerebors, one of the two major Xenos races. They delight in consuming the brains of other species, are adept at using psychic powers, and can unleash neurotoxins. To ambush and slay a Cerebors is commendable. Hearing the Primarch's recognition, Nareth felt his weary body surge with renewed strength. He also joyfully confirmed that his target had been correct. It was indeed the Xenos leader. Now, you will receive treatment and recover swiftly. I will need you in the coming battles. The Baron of Corruption spoke to the future first chapter master of the Ashen Claws. It is my honor, Nareth said with excitement. At the same moment the Baron of Corruption began corroding Nareth, the 10th chapter, under chapter master Fox command, launched its attack on Forge Temple Prime. Ramsey led a team of librarians, tasked with supporting the 10th chapter. His entire suit of armor was custom-made by the armor master. To maximize his Beyonder abilities, Malevolus, when forging the armor, primarily used squat weave shield technology, combined with the chameleonic camo cloak from the Yeld pattern Dominum armor. Ramsey's armor was about 1/5 lighter than Mark II power armor. The weave shields concealed him while compensating for the reduced defense capability. The auto-adjusting chameleonic camo cloak enveloped his entire suit. The mystery prior watched as he weaved through the shadows of the 10th chapter's ranks, moving without a sound. The shadows of order were accustomed to librarians moving among them, but instinct made them seek out the shadow ascetic's figure. The psychic intuition of the mystery prior, sleepless, and monster allowed them to instinctively catch the black figure instantly. The instincts and keen insight of the hunter let them, after brief tracking, follow the shadow ascetic's traces and pinpoint his location. The observation of the spectator among the chaplains would take much longer to find Ramsey. The shadow ascetic used shadow lurking, familiarizing himself with his abilities. Having fully mastered the power bestowed by my lord, wearing Mark II power armor and shadow lurking makes no sound. Or, after the personal growth module fully adapts to me, that might also work. Considering the armor master just designed this for us based on Imperial power armor, its current performance is perfectly acceptable. As Ramsay pondered, he passed one shadow of order after another, nearing the front of the column. He could see the Vostroya pattern Rhino command vehicle at the very front. He also saw, a kilometer ahead, the endless sea of enslaved humans. At that moment, his internal comms activated. With a thought, Falk's voice sounded on the command channel. Scan results show the Rangdan are still using their most familiar tactics. Their slave armies, driven by a few Xenos, are attacking the Forge Temple. They will launch their general assault after the Titans and Legio Cybernetica have been worn down sufficiently. We have two tasks: kill the Rangdan commanders and tear open the encirclement, prompting the Mechanicum to reopen the surrounding area's forges. Falk clarified the combat mission for the captains, lieutenants, chaplains, librarians, tech marines, apothecaries, and court brothers, then began assigning tasks. Ramsay, your librarians will strike immediately. Weaken the Xenos slave armies as much as possible. Chaplains, fulfill your duties. Ramsay switched Vox channels and spoke to the librarians. Mind controllers, move out. Immediately, 150 psychically attuned warriors stepped forward briskly, moving among the armored vehicles. They formed teams of 10, coalescing into a unified whole through a psychic link in an instant. Then, they swung their blue Ozeron mind staves in unison. Through their warp vision, in the warp insight of the shadows of order, cerulean radiance envelopes the area ahead. Countless figures within the surging slave army abruptly halted. Feedback runes flickered on divination devices, then were uploaded to the tactical network. A large yellow area lit up on the tactical network of the Vostroya pattern Rhino command vehicle. Falk waited for the data flood to subside, then checked the result, 50,924. He tapped swiftly on his gauntlet, marking a zone 3.6 kilometers wide. Gabriel pattern predators bypassed the mark zone, their twin-linked assault cannons roaring. At the same moment the 10th chapter launched its attack, Ramsay walked straight ahead. He heard two colossal entities engaged in battle ahead. The sounds reaching him were faint, he could only vaguely discern heavy footfalls and a continuous rumble of explosions. The ground trembled, a sensation that immediately made Ramsay think of Titan combat. Ramsay speculated, a Titan defending the Forge Temple. What is it fighting against? If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 489, Chapter 488, The Asivors destroys a Titan. The Shadow Ascetic moved among the human slaves, where a battle for their minds raged between the neural collars and the power of the mind controllers. A small portion obeyed the librarian's commands, orderly turning and marching out of the throng to gather together. The majority stood frozen, eyes vacant and lost. A tiny few, still enslaved by their neural collars, continued their mindless advance forward. One Xenos, its body covered in writhing tentacles, waved its arms at the slaves around it, roaring in fury. Seeing no reaction, its 6 arms each snatched up a slave, hoisting them high. With a sickening crunch of breaking bones, it hurled the crushed bodies aside. Ramsay quickened his pace, each step landing squarely in the shadow of a human slave. Moments later, he materialized 2 meters behind the Xenos. The Shadow Ascetic's psychic sense stretched out, touching the alien's shadow. The darkness obeyed his will, rapidly coalescing into the form of a panther. The summoned shadow leopard lunged, razor-sharp claws aiming for the Xenos' thick neck. Thwump. The panther smashed against what seemed an invisible wall and was sent flying back. The Xenos spun, eyes flashing with confusion at the sight of the black beast. Where had this dark creature come from? An overlord, the Shadow Ascetic, noted silently as he lurked in the shadows, circling behind the Xeno. He extended more of his psychic energy, touching the overlord's shadow. The Xenos lashed out with its tentacles, coiling them around the panther, and instantly felt a soul-numbing cold. In the moment it was frozen stiff by the chill, a blade hissed through the air, slashing across its back. Crackling energy spat and sparked. The Xeno tried to turn, to find its attacker. But the waves of cold seeping from its tentacles made its body shudder uncontrollably. Bracing against the chill, it ordered 2 more tentacles to seize the panther, squeezing with all their might until it shattered. Black ichor sprayed, coating all 6 tentacles in viscous fluid. The Xenos felt its body grow colder still, as if plunged into a cryo chamber. Shivering violently, its turning motion became agonizingly slow. The Shadow Ascetic's psychic energy sheathed his blade as he hacked and slashed, relentlessly battering the personal energy shield. The Xenos had barely rotated 60 degrees when, with a piercing shriek, the Overlord's energy shield collapsed. Its tentacles whipped back, desperately trying to halt the unseen attacker. In the next instant, its blood seemed to boil, surging as if injected with stimulants. I must see what is attacking me. The Xeno spun like a top, completing over a dozen revolutions in the span of a heartbeat. The librarians watched from the shadows, observing the Xenos he had afflicted with bio-lightning. After the 25th spin, its speed finally slowed. It panted heavily, feeling utterly drained. I must see. With a final, bitter thought, it lost consciousness and crumpled to the ground. The shadow ascetic felt a something dissolving within him. He flashed through the shadows, crossing the slave army's lines far faster than the circuitous route of the armored vehicles. Ramsay saw many Xenos, but his gaze did not linger on them for a moment. His eyes were drawn instead by missiles trailing fire, following their path until they struck their target with a deafening blast. Through the haze of smoke, the librarian's sight pierced. He saw the Xenos that had been hit, utterly unharmed. He focused on the Xenos, tracing the outline of its colossal form. It stood as tall as a warlord-class titan. But more than any animal, it resembled a plant. Its head was a high, domed mass, as if countless growths were fused together. Its body tapered downwards, like the wrapping of a bouquet. Its arms were composed of densely packed branches, encasing a bizarre weapon that spat searing energy beams against the titan's void shields. It had 3 tree-like legs, 1 forward, 2 back. The end of each leg split into dozens of root-like branches, gripping the ground fiercely. Seeing the behemoth, Ramsay immediately recognized it from the Black Emperor's briefing, Asivors. The Rangdan were a vast Xenos alliance, with the Asivors and Cerebrors as the 2 dominant species. The Cerebrors wielded formidable psychic power, often serving as commanders, and could unleash neurotoxins that not even an Astartes could resist. The Asivors possessed overwhelming combat strength, sometimes exceeding that of a titan. Ramsay had never doubted the Black Emperor's words, but he had struggled to imagine a creature rivaling a titan in battle. He had thought only a Primarch could possess such might. Now, seeing Asivors, he witnessed it firsthand, a living thing as immense as a god machine. Ramsay stared at the sole piece of machinery on the Asivors, the bizarre weapon whose energy beam even suppressed the titan's firepower. It had a mechanical eye, larger than a man, covered in densely packed Xenos runes. The 2 gun barrels were actually covered in sharp, bony protrusions, making him wonder if it was a hybrid of machine and organism. Ramsay ascended into the first layer of Thelema mind state, steadying his shock, clearing his thoughts, and analyzing the battle. He filtered out the overwhelming assaults of the Titan and the Asivors. Missiles struck energy shields, energy beams met void shields. He couldn't judge advantage from the attacks alone. He needed other factors. Filtering the interference, Ramsay found the key. He noticed the Asivors was steadily advancing. The Titan constantly shifted position, using the surrounding forges for cover, trying to put distance between them. The conclusion was immediate. Just as my lord said. Most Titans are outmatched by Asivors. He keyed his Vox and sent a message to Falk. Lord, I've spotted a Rangdan Asivors. The Xana Titan will be destroyed soon. What? Falk's voice crackled with shock. Confirmed. Confirmed. Sending coordinates now. Ramsay, Runecaster captured the position and transmitted it to the tactical network. The moment the Vox link cut, Ramsay saw the growths atop the Asivors' head sway, as if stirred by a wind. A blindingly bright light seared the shadow of Order's eyes, he squinted involuntarily. Boom. The ground convulsed violently in the deafening explosion. Hyperthermal fragments of machinery and armor plating tore through furnace after furnace. When his eyes adjusted, Ramsay snapped his gaze to the Titan. It was immobile, the power plant was clearly destroyed. But the Titan hadn't ceased fire. Missiles streaked through the air, and searing beams lanced towards the Asivors. Boom. Ramsay saw a missile, trailing light, slam into the Asivors' crown. The colossal form shuddered. Dozens of black, branch-like appendages fell like spears, crashing down among the Rangdan Xenos. Pop pop pop. A cascade of personal energy shields failed as over a dozen overlords were impaled by the falling branches. The Titan broke its personal shields. Ramsay thought with a surge of hope. The thought barely formed when an earth-shattering roar erupted. Ramsay looked up, and his world filled with searing light. He was blinded. A thunderous explosion followed, and his ears rang with a piercing whine. Seconds passed before the shadow of Order recovered. He looked towards the battlefield. The immense Titan lay shattered, blown apart. He could barely make out its legs. Ramsay sighed inwardly, the Asivors destroyed the Titan. His ear twitched. He heard the roar of engines. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 490, Chapter 489, Shadow Shaping. The Legio Cybernetica units crouched among the furnaces, staring in horror and despair as the god machine was destroyed by the bizarre creature, toppling like a mountain. They refused to believe a god machine could be destroyed, unless they were in a nightmare. This was a nightmare, one they desperately wanted to wake from. They raised their weapons, firing at the monster, trying to break the ridiculous illusion. The Asivor's crown was scorched black. Enraged, it disdainfully turned its attention to the insignificant insects, unleashing a dense salvo of energy beams. The beams slammed into the furnaces being used as cover, vaporizing them instantly. Rising clouds of vapor made the organic parts of the Legio Cybernetica feel as if they were plunged into a furnace. Not far away, Ramsay, hidden in the shadow of a human slave, looked back. He saw industrial dust swirling in the wind. Fox Vostroya pattern Rhino command vehicle burst through the dust curtain, speeding forward. Dozens of armored vehicles followed their lord, racing along the highway, unleashing dense barrages at the enemies blocking their path. Ramsay's comm buzzed. He activated it, and Fox's voice came through. Librarian, report status. The Titan breached the Asivor's energy shield. It likely cannot be reactivated for some time. Ramsay spoke, his eyes deep, his bio-lightning extending towards the towering creature. Receiving feedback, he continued. The Asivor's is lightly wounded, but it's not significantly affected. Several seconds of silence on the comm channel, then Fox spoke decisively. We cannot waste this opportunity. Target, the Asivor's. Attack. The Vostroya pattern rhinos and Gabriel pattern predators swiveled their guns, aiming at the Asivor's. Cannons roared in unison. Tongues of flame swept across the Asivor's body, turning patches of it to green mist. Broken branches rained down. The Asivor's grunted in pain. It abandoned the insects, turning its body and aiming its arms at the black armored vehicles. The black armored formation scattered, swerving left and right to evade the attacks. Several Gabriel pattern predators veered off the highway, searing light immediately chasing after them. The monster, guided by psychic intuition, worked the controls with both hands. The black vehicles weaved recklessly between the furnaces, like a drunkard out of control. But Ramsay saw clearly, not one black vehicle struck a furnace. As they dodged, they never stopped firing at the Asivor's. A hail of shells struck the Asivor's. Green mist billowed and churned. The Asivor's let out a sharp roar. The beams of energy suddenly split into dozens of fist-sized orbs. The Asivor's can manipulate the form of its energy weapons. Ramsay frowned. He saw a Gabriel pattern predator barely dodge a beam, only to be immediately hit by dozens of orbs. The monster yanked the controls. The machine spirit roared in anger, engines screaming for more power. The black armored vehicle lurched out from among the orbs, leaving a trail of pockmarks on the steel roadway. Boom. 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 Furnace after furnace was destroyed. The Gabriel pattern predator's room to maneuver shrank rapidly. With an explosive roar, two orbs struck the black armored hull simultaneously. The orbs tore two large holes, their remaining force piercing through the vehicle, leaving two devastating wounds. Four more orbs struck. The Gabriel pattern predator was hurled into the air, crashing against a towering furnace. I must do something, Ramsay thought, stepping forward. The shadow ascetic surged forward, moving swiftly through the shadows of the Xenos. Foul odor swept past his nose. The shadow ascetic did not shut off his senses, lest a perceptive Xenos suddenly detect his presence. Ramsay felt a dissolving sensation within him. Like the nutrient porridge he had drunk today, rapidly dissolving in his body. More pronounced than when he had moved through the ranks of the shadows of order earlier. A Xenos with a trunk like an elephant's twitched its nose, sniffing around. It seemed something had infiltrated their ranks. Just as it stepped forward to search, it heard the rustling and trembling of branches. Attack. Destroy the human armored vehicles. The Xenos immediately halted, following the Asivor's command, and charged at the black armored vehicles. On the tactical hololith, Fox saw countless red dots converging on his force. Evade. If you can't evade, ram. Continue attacking the Asivor's. Don't let its energy shield reactivate. The driver jammed the controls forward. The sharp spikes on the Vostroya pattern rhino's prow snapped a Xeno's legs, viscous liquid splattering the black hull. Following the orders, the gunner's storm bolter roared, firing mass reactive rounds. To increase firepower, another gunner popped up through the top hatch, firing hunter-killer missiles from the second pintle-mounted storm bolter at the Asivor's. Flames from the mass reactive impact scorched the Asivor's body. The hunter-killer missiles streaked through the air, accurately striking the branches atop its head. Under the sustained barrage, the Asivor's body swayed, tilting backward. Falk watched the tactical screen, capturing the moment. He clenched his gauntlet. His decision to strike while the Asivor's was weakened had been right. At that moment, sensors suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Hundreds of energy orbs shot towards his command vehicle. Abandoned vehicle. Falk had concluded from the earlier battle that even split, the energy weapons that could destroy a Titan were not something armored vehicles could withstand. A few orbs would heavily damage an armored vehicle. A dozen would destroy his command vehicle. Hundreds would erase it completely. The barbarian, wearing the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype, leaped from the command vehicle faster than his honor guard. The shockwave from behind slammed into his conversion field, producing a series of piercing cracks. Falk was hurled forward, slamming into a furnace with a crash. Clang! The furnace crashed heavily to the ground. Though disheveled, he was unharmed. He pushed off the furnace with his right hand and stood. After jumping down, he immediately checked his helmet's display. 5 of his honor guard members had survived. Falk raised his arm, activating the 10th chapter's only heavy conversion beamer, mounted on the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype. A blinding beam of light flared, its brilliance surpassing even the orbs emitted by the Asivors. The conversion beam struck the Asivors' crown. The layered crown was blasted open, a hole larger than in Shadow of Order torn through it. The Asivors roared to the skies. The remaining branches trembled. All 4 of its arms swiveled, aiming at Falk. For blinding beams illuminated the gloomy sky, temporarily blinding the shadows of order. Seconds later, the light faded, vision returning. The 10th chapter's comm channel filled with the sorrowful voice of the honor guard captain. The Lord is dead. Falk was not just dead, he was utterly annihilated, erased without a trace, along with his armor and the surrounding furnaces. In grief, the 10th chapter unleashed a furious barrage at the Asivors. The shadow ascetic slipped into the green mist. He immediately felt his armor grasped as if by countless slime-covered tentacles. The gas seeping into his rebreather was foul, pungent, and coppery. Toxic. The librarian's eyes deepened. Bio-lightning infused every cell of his body. In seconds, Ramsey expelled the invading toxins. The shadow ascetic moved through the Asivors' vast shadow. He saw a colossal foot, formed of branches, lift and sway backward. The branches of the foot slapped down, crushing the corpse of a Legio Cybernetica unit beneath, turning it to pulp. The shadow ascetic didn't stop. Reaching the Asivors' back, he extended half his remaining psychic energy, touching that immense shadow. A black cat emerged from the shadow, each paw gripping a dagger. The shadow ascetic, using spirit vision, staring at the cat. He noticed it and its daggers were more solid than the shadow-shaped panther and blade from before. The stronger the shadow's owner, the stronger the shaped animal or weapon. The black cat climbed the branches, ascending swiftly. Each time its paws landed, it stabbed the shadow-shaped daggers into the branches. The Asivors didn't notice at first, until one leg failed to move as commanded, while other parts of its body functioned normally, causing it to lose balance. The branch joints on its other 2 legs bulged, trying to stop the backward slide. Too late. The off-balance Asivors crashed heavily to the ground. The black armored vehicles scrambled to flee. Hundreds of Rangdan Xenos, caught off guard, were crushed beneath the falling Asivors, reduced to pools of gore. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 491, Chapter 490, Silent Ravings. Ramsey strode forward through the shadows. He intended to deliver the final blow to the Asivors before it could rise. 10 meters from its head, the shadow ascetic mobilized all his remaining psychic energy, unleashing a murmuring whisper. The silent ravings, which he had obtained by listening to the Tan Shard, the silent cry, in the solar system's Elysian Gate region, had remained unused on the Black Emperor's orders. Now was the perfect moment. The Asivors was too powerful, he didn't want the 10th chapter to suffer more losses. The branches on the Asivors' body writhed, bracing against the ground as it tried to rise. Suddenly, an ethereal, barely there whispering filled its mind. It saw hundreds of creatures of various sizes appear before it, tiny humans and much larger basmanics. Seeing its favorite food, its branches lashed out instantly, coiling tightly around the form of a basmanic. The metal hide screeched under the crushing pressure. When the branches atop its head loosened, the tough metal hide fell away, along with flesh and blood. The bones were then fed into the gaping maw, wrapped tightly by more branches. The branches, like countless pythons, tore the basmanic apart in an instant. Having feasted on a delicious meal, the Asivors' branches quivered slightly. While the Asivors was trapped in the dreamscape conjured by the silent ravings, Ramsey reached its head. To his sight, the Asivors had never moved. It would not awaken, it would meet its death in slumber. As the Asivors gorged itself, its branches reaching for humans as a post-meal snack, Ramsey swung his staff, hurling a ball of lightning at the branches. Lightning raged through the branches. Amid crackling pops, the black branches shattered inch by inch, falling to the ground like dust. Trapped in its dream, the Asivors didn't roar in fury. Its body remained motionless, slain in silence by Ramsey from within the shadows. The shadow ascetic's psychic energy was depleted, unable to maintain his shadow lurking. His body slowly materialized before the shadow of orders of the 10th chapter. The Honor Guard commander was the first to react. Remembering the Black Cat, he said on the comm channel. It was Ramsey. He delivered the final blow to the Asivors. Truly a messenger of shadow. Silently and invisibly, he slew the Asivors. Ramsay, his face pale, suddenly felt something within him boil like nutrient porridge. He thought to himself, I have become a true shadow ascetic. The throbbing in his temples gradually subsided. The whispering that had lingered in his ears faded. But he also felt his throat burning. He knew this was the consequence of using power beyond his own life's level. The surviving Legio Cybernetica units looked up at the black-armored giant standing atop the fallen Asivors. Even with their most advanced auspex, they couldn't fully perceive the majestic figure beneath the black cloak. They withdrew their gaze in disappointment, longing to see who had slain the powerful Xeno that destroyed the god machine. 2 solar hours after Ramsay killed the Asivors, Arsena received the 10th chapter's report and hurriedly reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, the 10th chapter encountered an Asivors during their assault on Xana Forge Temple Prime. Falk was killed in action. Ramsay avenged him, slaying the Asivors. The Rangdan Xeno's morale collapsed with the Asivors' death. The 10th chapter broke the encirclement and is expected to clear the surrounding area of Xenos within 5 solar hours. Nareth's eyes flickered with surprise. Ramsay, even at sequence 7 with his powerful psychic abilities, was no match for a formidable Asivors in direct combat. Reviewing the battle report, he keenly noticed the Asivors had not moved after falling. Ramsay must have used silent ravings. Though his psychic energy couldn't fully unleash the power derived from the Tan, it was enough to trap the heavily wounded Asivors in a dream. As Nareth pondered, Arsena reminded him with some concern. My lord, who will succeed Falk as chapter master of the 10th chapter? Nareth fell into thought. No one in the 10th chapter was his ideal candidate for chapter master. After a few seconds of consideration, he spoke. Ramsay will succeed him. His abilities are sufficient, and he avenged Falk. He is the most suitable candidate. By your will. Having decided on the 10th chapter's lord, Nareth spoke to Arsena. You will represent me. Go to Forge Temple Prime and negotiate with Xana's Archmago's intendant. Xana must restart its forges as soon as possible and restore production capacity, becoming a beachhead for our counteroffensive. Negotiate on the grounds that we relieve their forge world and reduce their losses. But the terms will differ from before. Nareth knew Xana too would retreat into the Eye of Terror after the heresy. Things like supplies and alliances would lose long-term significance. His goal was to take whatever he could get. Demand technology sharing and weapons production for my legion. Tailor your demands to the situation with the Archmago's intendant. Tell him that after relieving Xana, I will also help them take revenge on the Xenos. Nareth knew the Rangdan invasion of the Forge Temple was, to any tech priest, a desecration of the Omnicia. In his memory, Xana would later commit fully, deploying the Tagmata Omnicia military operational force to seek revenge on the Rangdan. Tell Xana's Archmago's intendant that I will leave behind a contingent and a Ramillies-class starfort to provide future protection for Xana. Xana, having just suffered invasion, will surely be interested in this. Nareth hoped to acquire some good things from Xana through this, while also exerting influence. During the heresy, when Xana split, he could use the starfort as a base to plunder benefits. At the very least, he wanted to seize half the resources Xana controlled. Also, request a roster of the Legio Cybernetica. Tell the Archmago's intendant this is my request. The reason is I need to coordinate operations with their commander. Pay close attention to the name Anacris Scoria. Once found, report to me immediately. If Archon Land and Malevolus represented the peak of technical ability among tech priests, Anacris was the ceiling of personal combat power. Of course, this excluded Titans requiring an entire crew to pilot. Warhounds and the like posed no threat to him either. An ordinary tech priest typically had only one mechadendrite. Anacris, however, invented the Strategium Array. He had over a dozen mechadendrites on his back, capable of wielding different powerful weapons simultaneously for coordinated attacks. Not only was he immensely powerful, but after ruling Xana and being called the father of the Hellforges, he transformed it into the first Hellforge in history, earning him the title Tyrant of Xana. This future ruler of Xana, Anacris, served as commander of the Tagmata Scoria during the Rangdan War. He should still be an unknown, young tech priest. If he could corrode Anacris, he would gain a talented individual and seize most of Xana's people and resources in the future. As you command, my lord. Nareth rose. He decided to go inspect the Asivors. It likely carried potion ingredients on its body. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 492, Chapter 491, Lord Nareth's psychic power is too vast. Arkesfal, Legion Master of the 19th Legion, Librarian Balsar Kurthuri, and Captain Narat Kareen waited at the temporary landing pad as ordered, awaiting the Primarch. After they saluted, Nareth's gaze fell upon Nareth. His wounds had healed, and he was clad in a fresh suit of power armor. The Baron of Corruption addressed the three, "Follow me." Arcas suppressed his excitement, exchanging glances with Balsar and Nareth. When Horus had commanded them, they had seen him only a few times to receive orders, never having the opportunity to follow a Primarch. Nareth then led Arcas and the other two aboard the Stormbird. Nelson ignited the engines. The black Stormbird soared into the air, weaving through the pervasive coppery-brown haze. Nareth ascended directly to the fourth layer of the enumeration. Through practice, he could now directly enter the level he needed without first stepping into the first level and then rising. He scrutinized the three men opposite him, observing them through their eyes and movements. The Primarch's consciousness divided into countless probes, surrounding the trio. He conducted a careful spiritual observation of them without alerting the three Astartes. Arcas excitedly restrained his battle lust. Balsar rationally curbed his surging emotions. Nareth's admiration was the most evident among the three. Clearly, the rescue at the moment of life-or-death crisis had already taken effect. Combined with past experience in corrosion and his understanding of the three, he drew a conclusion. This is a good start. I should be able to corrode Arcas and Nareth before the Zana campaign ends. Balsar will be more difficult. He descended to the third layer of Thelema mind state, extending his consciousness beyond the Stormbird while shifting his gaze away from the trio, looking down upon the battlefield through the viewport. The 10th chapter was pursuing the demoralized Rangdan Xenos. Bolts detonated within the Xenos' ranks, tearing through their flesh. The Xenos' sporadic return fire could not stem the shadows of Order's fury. They vented their rage over their lord's death through slaughter. The Primarch's consciousness, surpassing his vision, grasped more information. Among the fleeing Xenos, he noticed dozens of mantis-like creatures, driving over 1,000 slaves as meat shields, fleeing in the opposite direction of the Stormbird's flight. Their wings wrapped tightly around human slaves, their mandibles piercing the slaves' spines. A librarian wearing a psychic hood led a squad of shadows of Order attacking the Xenos. The librarian swung his Osiris mind staff. Blue light rained down upon the human slaves. Instantly, most of the slaves halted. The 100 or so continuing forward were immediately highlighted. The shadows of Order aimed, bolts precisely striking the green Xenos' bodies. The Primarch keenly noted one Xenos, larger than the others, likely an overlord. Its mouthparts contracted, tearing a human slave apart. Flesh and blood sprayed. It emitted a piercing screech, its wings vibrating as it launched into the air. Over a dozen Xenos followed suit, taking flight. The Xenos' overlord's crimson compound eyes locked onto the librarian. It turned and flew towards him. The shadows of Order immediately opened fire into the air. A volley of shells hammered the Xenos. One Xenos' massive abdomen was struck. Dark green ichor sprayed, drenching the shadows of Order. The shadows of Order ignored the disgusting slime on their armor, but their visors were coated. 5 shadows of Order shots went wide. The Mystery Prior, Monster, and Sleepless, guided by psychic intuition, instinctively pulled their triggers, striking their enemies. Rain-like sludge slapped against black ceramite. The shadows of Order felt as if they were trapped in a swamp, their movements sluggish. A whoosh sounded overhead. Xenos dived to attack, foul odors invaded their rebreathers. The Hunter and Warrior simultaneously pressed their runes, rushing to the librarian's side. They realized the Xenos would prioritize killing the librarian to re-enslave the humans and escape. The slime covering the ground did not slow them. In an instant, they reached the librarian. Chain's words screamed, tearing 2 Xenos apart. A torrent of mucus cascaded over them, sticking to their power armor like amber. They struggled to swing their chain's words, their movements seemingly in slow motion. The librarian raised his bolt pistol. Rounds detonated at the Overlord's waist. In his warp vision, something like colored glass rippled. The librarian knew it was a personal energy shield. He quickly raised his staff, conjuring a psychic shield. Thud, thud, thud. A series of impacts paled the librarian's face. He knew his psychic defenses wouldn't last long. At that moment, a familiar, commanding voice thundered in his mind like lightning. My son, do not panic. I will help you. Open your mind to me. Father. The Mystery Prior looked up at the Stormbird, now kilometers away. Despite the distance, he trusted his Gene Father. The moment the librarian opened his mind, Nareth, who had descended to the second layer of the enumeration, extended his consciousness towards the librarian's mental gateway. The Primarch's mind merged unilaterally with the librarian's. The second layer of the enumeration allows a psyker's thoughts to detach from their body and establish a psychic link with another. This spiritual purity increases the fidelity of telepathic communication, but also means both parties equally sense each other's minds. The Primarch, however, can selectively achieve unilateral mind sharing. He can know any information he desires. The librarian's name was Okafor. He hailed from Alicia. 5 years ago, he completed all the implantation surgeries and became a librarian aspirant. A year ago, he passed the trials and became a codiceer. Through the psychic link, Okafor instantly grasped all the information the Primarch wished him to know, the secrets of the Banshee's mask. The young Codiceer, newly promoted, trembled slightly from the psychic communion with his gene father. Following his father's guidance, he opened his mouth and let out a resounding shriek. The Mantis Xeno's minds were pierced instantly. They crumpled to the ground. A portion of the Primarch's psychic power, beyond Okafor's control, radiated outwards. The sound pierced the gloomy clouds. Xenos within several kilometers wilted and collapsed. Arkaz and Nareth immediately pressed closer to the viewport, looking out. Balsar, however, gazed thoughtfully at the Primarch. In that instant, he had sensed the psychic fluctuations emanating from Nareth. A golden light flickered in his eyes. Faint whispers echoed in his ears. Balsar's suspicions were confirmed. His pupils were wide with astonishment. Lord Nareth's psychic power is too vast. He just channeled it through his son to attack the Xenos, slaying tens of thousands. Perhaps only the Crimson King's psychic might could compare to Lord Nareth's. Nareth noticed Balsar's gaze. He nodded slightly towards him, thinking to himself. Though the librarians using the mind staves can counter the Rangdan's tactic of using slaves to wear us down and also save some human slaves, the danger to the librarians themselves increases. Most Rangdan Xenos possess psychic abilities. They can sense and pinpoint librarians, concentrating their attacks on them. It's foreseeable that librarian casualties will be high in this war with the Rangdan. The next time I use the dice of prophecy for divination, I need to address this issue. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 493, Chapter 492, The Rose Bishop undergoes flaying. The Stormbird left the battlefield behind. A series of beeps sounded. The communicators of Arkaz Fal, Balsar, and Nareth all activated simultaneously. They quickly pressed the runes on their left vambraces, swiftly reviewing the combat report on their portable data slates. After a dozen seconds, they glanced at the Primarch opposite them, then quickly averted their eyes, communicating with each other through glances. The report was not from their own 19th Legion, but a combat report provided to Allied forces by the 11th Legion. From the brief information, they learned that a Xenos called an Asivors had destroyed a Warlord-class Titan and was subsequently slain by a Shadow of Order. When the three first received this news, they suspected it was a fake combat report. A single Xenos destroying a mighty Titan was already hard to believe. That it was then destroyed by a Shadow of Order defied common sense even more. Though no Astartes had ever fought a Titan, Arkaz and Nareth did not believe they could contend with one. Even the firepower of an entire company would pose no threat to an Asivors capable of destroying a Titan. There was only one possibility, psychic power. Balsar felt both their gazes upon him. He shook his head slightly, indicating he could not do it. Our Lord Nareth's son so powerful in psychic ability. A golden light flickered in Balsar's eyes, attempting to glean information from beyond the gateway of his mind. After a few seconds, receiving no answer, he turned his head slightly, looking at the Primarch. His gaze briefly rested, then quickly shifted away. Nareth keenly perceived his gaze, capturing Balsar's shock and a latent, subtle yearning for power. The Stormbird descended slowly. Arkaz and the other two restrainedly followed Lord Nareth down the ramp. They stared in shock at the Asivor's corpse. The Xenos' body was colossal, truly comparable to a Titan. The Baron of Corruption looked at the Asivors and, as expected, saw clusters of spirituality shimmering on the corpse. The area with the strongest spirituality is the Asivors' arms. Very special. The energy weapon and the arm seem fused into a single entity. Judging by the spirituality, it should be sequence 4 potion material, but probably not the main ingredient, more likely supplementary. Supplementary material for sequence 4, Ancient Alchemist, of the Mother Pathway. Nareth thoughtfully drew this conclusion, then examined other parts. The luster of other parts is not as solidified. Not potion materials, but can be used as spiritual reagents. With this thought, Nareth ordered the corpse, except for the arms, to be divided and handed over to Marlena, Thomas, and Michael for study, to increase understanding of the Asivors and explore the uses of the spiritual reagents. He also sent a message to the newly appointed chapter master, Ramsey, summoning him. 2 hours later, a heavy transport landed. The downdraft from its engine sent the surrounding furnaces shuddering. The landing gear deployed. Librarians and apothecaries descended the ramp, carrying away the Asivors' limbs. In the Stormbird, Nareth met privately with Ramsey. After hearing the others' report, he asked, "Ramsey, how does it feel to command a chapter?" "My lord, compared to being a librarian, I prefer fighting alongside my battle brothers," Ramsey rasped, his voice like the grating of a chain blade. Though using silent ravings had only lasted seconds, completely draining his energy, using abilities beyond his life's level had still left considerable aftereffects. Neither his bio-lightning nor the apothecary's treatments could restore him. Nareth nodded slightly. He took a data crystal from his belt. Ramsay looked at the data crystal in the Black Emperor's hand. It emitted a deep green glow. As a former librarian who had risen from Codicere, he knew the brighter the data crystal's glow, the more information it contained, and the higher its value. This crystal clearly held vast knowledge. This data crystal contains the secrets of one of the aspect paths of the Eldari warriors. The Striking Scorpions. One of their exarchs summarized their creed: swift assault, leave no trace. This is the creed of the Striking Scorpions. The Striking Scorpion aspect warriors embody the wrath of Kine, the bloody-handed one. They inflict brutal acts upon their enemies without warning. Ramsay took the data crystal. Nareth continued. The Striking Scorpions are the aspect warriors most familiar with close combat. Without exception, they are cold-blooded killers, obsessed with hunting and slaughter. But they conceal themselves within mist and shadow until the moment they strike. I have adapted the mysteries of the Striking Scorpion path to suit the shadow ascetic. My lord, I will not disappoint you. Ramsay carefully stored the data crystal. The Baron of Corruption nodded. Through his spirit vision, he saw that shadow ascetics, aura and spirit body, now seamlessly integrated, a uniform gray-black. You are already a true shadow ascetic. My lord's insight is correct. Indeed, in the previous battle, I mastered the power you bestowed. The Primarch's consciousness expanded, confirming that Arkaz and the other two were no longer near the Asivor's corpse. They stood before the Titan's remains, watching the tech priest's examination. Wait here a moment. After instructing Ramsay, Nareth left the Dionysian spear. Avoiding the shadows of order, the Primarch brought the two Asivor's arms back to the kingdom of disorder. Then, with a thought, he arrived at the first layer. Nareth ordered the Space Simian to concoct the Sequence 6 Rose Bishop potion using materials like the bloody roses obtained from Barbarous. Moments later, Ramsay accepted the blood-red vial, containing soaked, whitened flesh chunks. He did not hesitate. Tilting his head back, he drank. The moment the potion slid down his esophagus, he felt as if his throat were being crushed. When the potion reached his stomach, he felt as if countless roses were scraping his skin, trying to peel it from his body. The agony, like being flayed alive, forced muffled groans from him. Ramsay did not use his bio-lightning to repair his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and entered a meditative state. His spirit ethereally detached from his flesh. The searing pain subsided. Ramsay gazed at his physical body. Flesh melted like candle wax. The black armor slumped, collapsing softly. Even with his training in willpower and psychology, Ramsay felt genuine fear. He did not want to, was unwilling to, become an inhuman monster. At that moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Calm yourself. As if struck by bio-lightning, Ramsay regained his composure. It is Father's voice. The Black Emperor's reminder. Ramsay's fear swiftly dissipated. His attention turned to the influx of information flooding his mind. Moments later, the Rose Bishop regained control of his body. His lustrous yellow skin was crystalline, like jade. His features grew even more handsome, resembling Nareth. The Rose Bishop's throat no longer stung. His injuries had completely vanished. His breathing was smooth. As an expert in flesh crafting, Ramsay combined his Beyonder abilities with his bio-lightning, making his physique tread perfection, the image of the Black Emperor. The Primarch scrutinized the Rose Bishop before him, nearly a miniature version of himself. In appearance, apart from size, there was almost no difference. But upon careful discernment, his eyes were not as deep as his own, nor could he emit a Primarch's aura of authority, though Nareth usually deliberately restrained his. Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. I will surely use the power you have granted me well. The Rose Bishop's voice was rich and magnetic, unlike the chainblade grating sound before. The moment Ramsay stepped off the Stormbird's ramp, the communication bead in Nareth's ear buzzed. He activated it. Arsina's voice sounded. My lord, I have obtained the roster of the Legio Cybernetica from Xana's Archmago's intendant. I found the name Anacharys Scoria on the list. He became a tech priest 3 Terran years ago. Currently, he commands a Legio Cybernetica cohort defending Forge Temple 11. I will transmit the coordinates to you immediately. Nareth's eyes gleamed. He immediately decided to depart to rescue the young tech priest. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 494, Chapter 493, Anacharys Scoria, I need to become stronger. Xana 2, Forge Temple 11. Anacharys Scoria's optical implants blazed with a fierce orange light. He coldly observed the other magi and tech priests. From their actions, he analyzed they had succumbed to fear. Compared to others his age and station, Anacharys exhibited a higher degree of sanctification, an outward manifestation of his capability and ambition. Through his running data engines, he had a complete overview of the situation. The number of casualties, the destroyed forge complexes. His world's response was ineffective. He could do better, but he was merely a tech priest. The enraged Anachorus received a data packet from the archmagos he served, Eddie. Xana's defender is under Xeno's attack. Depart immediately and render aid to the god machine. Anachorus parsed the data packet instantly. He cautiously expressed his perspective, completing an exchange of views and data with archmagos Eddie in an instant. His counterattack plan was rejected in a second, leading him to believe Eddie had not subjected it to logical analysis. Anachorus then switched to the dedicated high-intensity military-grade communication system, marked the mission coordinates he had accepted, and issued orders to his maniple. His macro branch assembled in 12 seconds, beginning its mechanical march. Like other Forge worlds, Xana's Magi organized their Legio Cybernetica according to the machine god's sacred numbers. Each macro branch comprised 4 cohorts, each cohort consisting of 3 maniples. Anachorus suppressed the pulsing of his binary code, deciding to proceed with his plan. Joining the Legio Cybernetica was a choice made after careful calculation. His target was all of Archmagos Eddie's assets. Though the Legio Cybernetica's original purpose was to wage war by divine mandate, unlike the Scitarii, which only moved by the Archmagos' intendant's orders, they were organized based on feudal obligations. The Legio Cybernetica, the Legion Scitarii, and the Legio Titanicus formed the great tripartite structure. The knight houses of the Castores Familia, Ordo Reductor, Explorator fleets, and the Magos Militant were powerful in their own domains, but paled in comparison to the 3 major organizations. The Scitarii were influenced by Mars and overly secularized. The Legio Titanicus was subject to influence from multiple factions. Only the Legio Cybernetica was his best choice. Every Magos had their own resources and military strength. Through data screening, he had selected Archmagos Eddie, who had a strong desire for control, personally serving as the chief Magos of his macro branch, yet unwilling to abandon his forges. Eddie's understanding of war was too shallow. This was his opportunity. More crucially, Eddie's lifespan was 250 years, his theoretical remaining life was less than 120 years. This was his chance. By controlling the entire macro branch's armed forces, he could seize Eddie's legacy, the Archmagos' knowledge, forges, everything. Though he currently controlled only one maniple, his specially designed predictive arrays had already calculated every future node. An electronic signal pulse catches Anachorus' attention. The 3-dimensional holographic projection and data code displayed in the tactical overview caused his custom-tailored logic engines to stall for a moment. The god machine was being battered into a state of utter disarray by the dense beams. The system's warning runes were alarming. Void Shield Defense System, 19.34%. Propulsion System, 30.57%. The Auspex scanning system Anachorus had installed for himself provided more comprehensive information than the data packet in his new sphere. All the information coalesced into a creature he had never seen, beyond comprehension. Scans showed the composition of its body had a 43.61% overlap with Lycopodiopsida plants, 38.41% overlap with Moraceae plants. It was like a hybrid of multiple plants. Yet the energy beams it roared forth were inflicting heavy damage on the god machine. The void shield numbers ticked steadily downward. It is a single, but individual. Yet it is actually more powerful than a god machine. An electronic signal leaped in Anachorus' logic engines. I know what they are hiding now. I know what Eddie fears. They are concealing the existence of this Xenos to avoid questioning the symbolism of the god machine. Foolish. This cannot be hidden. It should have been disclosed long ago to find countermeasures. In 12 seconds, Anachorus' logic engines generated a complete set of battle plans. He paused in the act of distributing data packets to his subordinates. He lacked the permissions. He could only execute Eddie's mechanical and useless predetermined plan. Anachorus angrily discarded his plan, examining Eddie 014 fire support plan. His logic engine spun rapidly, finding sections he could flexibly modify. Even with a limited degree of freedom, he would exert his own initiative to achieve greater results and harvest the data feedback he desired. Combat Servitor A1 moved to coordinates 157, 358. Target Point B, 687. Battle Automaton B1 moved to coordinates 146, 329. Target Point B, 689. Anachorus finally adjusted Eddie's fire support plan, allowing their firepower to be utilized more effectively. He assigned similar target points to the combat servitors and battle automata. Through feedback, he would obtain data on the Xenos. This would be his data asset. The entire maniple of the Legio Cybernetica moved like components of a machine. Anachorus' maniple maneuvered orderly among the furnaces, completing deployment at least 36 seconds faster than any other maniple. This was the result of his calculations, bringing Anachorus his first moment of pleasure today. The plasma beams fired by the combat servitors and the meltaguns of the battle automata roared in unison. Dense beams struck their targets with precision. Anachorus eagerly examined the feedback. A second later, he restrained himself from cursing Eddie on the maniple's comm system. An energy shield. He concealed this crucial information. My fire support plan did not factor this in. Anakaris quickly calmed down, recording the feedback data on the energy shield. He rapidly adjusted the fire support plan. Just as he was issuing it, a tremendous crash sounded, accompanied by a series of mournful binary code wails in the noosphere. The Xana's defender fell. The god machine was destroyed. As the Xana's defender toppled, it crushed dozens of furnaces. Debris rained down like hail, clanging echoes reverberating all around. Anakaris was the first to emerge from grief. He noticed the Xenos was already charging towards his force. He immediately requested authorization in the noosphere to activate self-defense protocols. As he exchanged views, he sensed large amounts of dead code within Eddie, generated by witnessing the god machine's destruction. His reason is destroyed by fear. Anakaris received the authorization he desired and more. The tech priest commanding his cohort's logical link went offline. He assumed command of 3 maniples. Anakaris concluded Eddie had been consumed by fear. This was good for him. He immediately stepped into the role, discarding Eddie's fire support plan, constructing a new battle plan, and issuing it on the cohort's comm system. The panicked combat servitors steadied, moving and firing according to Anakaris' orders. The result of thousands of repetitions in training, they quickly regained confidence. They found every attack struck the Xenos. They even forgot the colossal green figure, focusing solely on executing Anakaris' commands. The battle automata's machine spirits, enraged by sensing the god machine's fall, were fully utilized by Anakaris. He assigned the identified energy shield signals to them, directing their fire at the Xenos' elite warriors. Numbers leaped rapidly on Anakaris' tactical network, 33, 107, 259. With each volley, the results improved. Anakaris adjusted the fire plan while attacking. He raised his right arm, a power staff, and discharged a bolt of lightning at a Xenos with over a dozen scorpion tails. After several dozen seconds, sparks leaped from the staff. The Xenos' energy shield overloaded, just as he had calculated. He raised his left arm. The plasma pistol's beam ended the Xenos' life. A bright red rune flared on his Auspex scanning system. A 3-dimensional image flashed in his data engines. The Xenos' blade tore through combat servitor A5. Blood splattered on a furnace. It swung its blade, charging at Anakaris. Anakaris' energy weapon was still recharging, but he had another arm and his mechadendrites. The crackling chain fist smashed into the Xenos' crimson eyes, tearing its brain apart. Not enough. Still not enough. I can wield more weapons simultaneously. This is not yet my limit. I need to become stronger. Because Anakaris had invested resources in predictive arrays and Auspex scanning systems, his investment in weapon systems had only just begun. Apart from the mechadendrites surgically attached to his spine, he had not yet added other limbs. As Anakaris chafed at his own weapon systems, countless red runes suddenly leaped in his data engines. Data feedback told him the Xenos that destroyed the Titan was aiming its energy weapon in this direction. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 495, Chapter 494, Execution of the Asivors. When the Stormbird was still over 10 kilometers from the target, the colossal form of the Asivors had already come into view. Its green crest was even taller than the peak of an abandoned mine nearby. Its arms spat searing energy beams. Where they swept, furnaces disintegrated in blinding light, Legio Cybernetica units were vaporized, erased in the rising mist. As Nareth gazed at the Asivors, the voice of the Gyrinx, John, suddenly sounded in his mind. I can actively trigger a calamity, make it sink into the ground. It will have difficulty moving for a short time. Master, you can use this time to destroy it. The Black Wolf, Freddy, looked at the Gyrinx sprawled by Nareth's left leg, and saw its gleaming black eyes. His pupils contracted. John was growing more powerful, already threatening his own position. No need to guess, he knew the Gyrinx wanted to prove itself. He glanced at the 3 men opposite, then tugged at Nareth's leg armor. Nareth looked down, reading the meaning in his gaze. I can make it dream. With a thought, the Primarch sent a simultaneous thought pulse to them. No. I will destroy it myself. Nareth glanced at Arkas Fal, Balsar Thuri, and Nerat Kireen opposite him, then thought of Anakaris Scoria below. He would personally slay the Asivors, letting them witness his power firsthand. This would make corroding them easier. As Nareth pondered, he suddenly felt a sensation. He looked up sharply, gazing out the viewport. The Asivors raised an arm, spitting a blinding beam directly at the Stormbird. He did not move. He calmly looked down, searching for Anakaris among the throng. He had to ensure his corrosion target survived. The energy beam became a series of straight lines in the mind of the pilot, Nelson. The robot calculated this beam and every subsequent one. He yanked the controls. The Stormbird evaded in the air according to his calculations. The destructive energy beam grazed the hull, piercing the gloomy sky. At the same moment, the Primarch's superhuman vision, through comparison, distinguished Anacharus from the others. Though he did not yet have the multitude of mechanical limbs of his future self, he was still discernible. He and his forces stood out among the interfering tech priests' units. The Legio Cybernetica under Anacharus' command moved like precision gears, slaughtering enemies in droves. His calculative ability was clearly orders of magnitude higher than other commanders. He accounted for the movement trajectories of enemies and allies, firepower, and the surrounding environment. The Primarch split a portion of his consciousness to monitor Anacharus while rising to his feet. He ordered Nelson, "Open the hatch." "Lord Nareth." The three exclaimed in unison. They perceived the Primarch's intent, and it worried them. Having witnessed the blazing Titan and the devastating destruction wrought by the Asivors, they now had no doubt the colossal Xenos could destroy a Titan. "Fear not," Nareth said, then leaped from the hatch, his golden wings spreading behind him. The Asivors was immediately drawn to the figure in the air. It raised its arms one after another. With a sway of the growth atop its head, the beams instantly split into countless points of light. Most of the light streaked towards the black-armored, golden-winged figure. A smaller portion flew towards the dozen or so aircraft in the sky. On the panel in Nelson's mind, densely packed red dots appeared instantly. Tactical data displays the number, 1,493,285. The robot's mind raced, plotting evasive routes. His hands moved the controls at a speed normal vision couldn't follow. The Stormbird bobbed and weaved through the storm of light. The three Astartes' magnetic boot saws locked them to the deck. They quickly adapted to the rapid turbulence. Through the viewport, they looked out. Ahead, a Stormbird was struck by golden points of light, spiraling down in smoke. "I think you should put us on the ground," Arquez spoke. "We do not wish to die in the air. Fighting alongside the Primarch is our true glory." Shadow Lord, Balsar suddenly interjected, "The Asivors has already ignored us." Nareth heard this and immediately looked down at the colossal creature on the ground. Indeed, no more light points were coming. A brilliant flash of light pierced the sky, cutting through layers of gloomy clouds. Every shadows of order on every Stormbird, and every Legio Cybernetica unit on the ground, witnessed the brightest light of their lives. On Anacharus' Auspex scanner, energy readings climbed rapidly. He looked up in surprise, trying to see what it was with his electro-optical eyes. He saw the light, brighter than anything produced by the engines of the Electro-Priest. It came from a spear, held by a majestic figure. Crack! One of Anacharus' cybernetic eyes shattered. He quickly looked down, sparing his other eye the same fate. In the new sphere, Anacharus examined all data packets. Suddenly, information from Forge Temple Prime leaped into his mind. Primarch Nareth, leading his legion, has arrived at Zana. Forge Temple Prime has been relieved. Crystalline fragments from Anacharus' shattered left eye tinkled as they fell. That is Lord Nareth. With his right eye, he saw the light grow even brighter. The spear falls. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently. Dozens of furnaces were jolted into the air, colliding. Anacharus quickly looked up again, towards the sky. He saw the gleaming spear strike the Asivor's energy shield. The Primarch descended on beating wings. Nareth channeled psychic energy into the Dionysian spear, breached the Asivor's personal energy shield, and then swooped down. A flicker of light passed through the Primarch's eyes. Dozens of furnaces and the surrounding battle automaton wreckage seemed lifted by a great net. The metal crushed under his telekinesis, turning into countless metallic particles. The Baron of Corruption's psychic energy extended. The metallic particles rapidly coalesced into chains. Thread after thread shot towards the Asivor's arms, wrapping around them layer by layer. Light flickered on and off, dimmer than the sky itself. After binding the Asivor's arms with metallic chains, with a thought, Nareth flew to its crown. He channeled all his remaining spirituality into his gauntlet, activating Verdict, Execution, a power accessible only to a Sequence 4, Imperative Mage, of the Justiciar pathway. His eyes blazed with golden light. The power gauntlet was also enveloped in golden radiance. He swung his fist down violently. Golden light cleaved into the Asivor's head. A thunderous crack. Countless branches shattered. The colossal Asivor swayed and toppled. Anacharus looked up again, catching a glimpse of the Asivors being slain by a single punch. His logic engine spun rapidly. Lord Nareth is too powerful. If I installed 10, no, 20 arms, could I achieve such combat power? Anacharus had no time for deep analysis. He saw the looming shadow of the falling creature. Just as he was about to order the cohort under his command to withdraw on the comm system, he saw the Primarch fly to the Asivor's back, raise his hands, and catch it. Only after the Legio Cybernetica units had calmly evacuated the area, the Asivors would cover did Nareth lower it to the ground. In the circling stormbird above, Arcas murmured to himself. Is this what a Primarch is? If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinzu. Chapter 496, Chapter 495, The Seer Seeks the Star Hunters. After dealing with the Asivors, Nareth descended slowly, under the gaze of all. He fixed his gaze upon the future tyrant of Zana, the architect of the first Hell Forge. Anacharis Scoria. Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. He looked at the future ceiling of Tech Priest combat prowess, noting the dark, empty socket where his left eye had been shattered. Are you all right? Lord Nareth, Anacharis Scoria is at your service. Thank you for your concern. I merely need to replace a cybernetic eye. The synthesized voice came from beneath the enveloping faceplate. Anacharis did not ask the Primarch how he knew his name. Having witnessed the giant before him slay the powerful Xenos that had destroyed a Titan in 36 seconds, he believed a Primarch could accomplish anything. Especially this Lord Nareth, known as the Omnisia's favored one, who had led the discovery of numerous holy STC. The damaged flesh was worth it. Scanning the few images of the Primarch's battle had provided him with precious data. You are an exceptional commander. I need you by my side to assist me in crushing the Xenos. Anacharis's remaining right eye brightened. It would be my honor. Though his plan had only just begun, a better opportunity now presented itself. He could not refuse a Primarch's invitation, especially from someone like Nareth, favored by the Omnisia. It would bring him immense prestige and numerous followers. Archesfal and Nerat Kireen walked towards the Asivors. They had intended to assist the Primarch in battle, but never imagined that before they could even land, Lord Nareth had already slain the Titan killer. They gazed upon the corpse of the Asivors, vast as an entire forest, replaying the battle in their minds. Librarian Balsar stared at the spear embedded in the ground. He could feel the radiance emanating from it, a familiar light. It belonged to the Emperor. In his mind's eye, a streak of celestial light flashed across the sky, the moment the Primarch had infused it with a mighty psychic energy, making the spear come alive. Electricity flickered in Balsar's eyes. His body trembled in pain as he replayed that transcendent scene. The Baron of Corruption, in the process of beginning to corrode Anacharis, felt his calm bead buzz. He activated it, and Arsina's voice came through. My lord, signs of Star Hunters activity have been discovered. Mechanicum Magi, reviewing data from reactivated monitoring systems, found Astartes activity at Forge Complexes 166, 168, 169, and 171. After comparison, it has been confirmed to belong to the Star Hunters. They broadcast a system-wide, all-frequency summons, requesting a response from the Star Hunters. As of yet, no communication reply has been received. That is not surprising, Nareth said. He knew that since the Great Crusade began, the Star Hunters were among the first Astartes to leave the Sol system. The Star Hunters had been divided into 100 companies, serving as vanguards, charting courses for the expeditionary fleets, and seeking suitable temporary bases. These reconnaissance teams received little attention or praise. They were considered outsiders within the Imperium military. They did not seek aid, choosing instead to live and die in their own way, in places of their own choosing. Assign the task of searching for them to William Wood. William Wood, having returned to the 12th chapter, was immediately promoted to lieutenant of the 5th Company. Receiving the Primarch's command, he immediately led his 3 squads aboard the newly equipped land speeder of Shadows of Order. The negotiation team Nareth had dispatched to Archon Land was currently negotiating with various Forge worlds, seeking the most suitable partners. As of yet, no Forge world had been granted authorization. Therefore, a series of vehicles, including the land speeder, were only fielded by Shadows of Order. The powerful anti-grav plates in its belly hummed to life, generating a powerful anti-gravity field that slowly lifted the land speeder. The land speeder rose to a height of 100 meters, a stable altitude sufficient to clear the surface furnaces. Forge Complex 166. William selected the target. The ramjet engines at the speeder's tail ignited, and it streaked towards the objective. William left the piloting to the monster. He took the gunner's position, reviewing the data on the Star Hunters on his slate. Star Hunters 33rd Company, continuously active in the northwestern galaxy, charting star maps for the Imperium and seeking out hostile Xenos. Founding date, 2516805.M30. Company Captain. William frowned slightly. The information was sparse, of no use for the search. Finally, he focused on the only potentially useful piece of information, the founding date. Level 2 indicates its source material can directly psychically connect with the Sol system. That's a fairly high degree of accuracy. But the Star Hunters 33rd Company was founded in the Sol system. It should be level 0 or 1. Yet it's level 2. The best proof of their neglect. But for now, I can only hope this record is accurate. The Astartes instantly calculated the corresponding time, July 7, 8 hours, 9 minutes, 36 seconds. William noted the time. He tapped runes, unlocking the onboard data slate. After inputting the decryption key, he entered his lieutenant code, accessing the star chart of the Sol system. The Seer, using 29805, July 7, 8 hours 9 minutes and 36 seconds as a base, back-calculated planetary and zodiacal positions. He then picked up a stylus. The Seer marked symbols on the astrolabe at the correct positions, adding the corresponding states of various constellations. Ordinary diviners would need reference books. But as a Seer, he only needed a simple calculation to reach a conclusion. Having completed the natal chart for the Star Hunters' 33rd Company's founding, William stared at it for a few more seconds, memorizing it. Then, he called up the star chart of the Xanavisidex system. The Seer examined it briefly, then rapidly sketched, translating the Star Hunters' founding chart from Terra to the Xana system. This would be a monumental task for an ordinary Seer, but the Seer completed it in just 1 hour. Mortal Seers needed a quiet, undisturbed chamber for their work. The Astartes, relying on his transhuman mind, completed it aboard a rapidly moving land speeder. The Seer had no time to wipe the sweat beading on his nose from concentration. He rapidly marked the positions indicated by the revelation on the tactical network. Increase power. Full speed ahead. Promethium in the land speeder's tail ramjets burned fiercely, spitting brilliant white light. The black land speeders, like arrows, streaked forward, flashing past furnace after furnace. William stared at the three-dimensional image. He wasn't worried about his divination being wrong, he wouldn't err in that, but the founding date could be incorrect. Lieutenant, something ahead, the monster warned. Open the loudspeaker. Connect me to it. William immediately ordered. As the current hissed, he saw ahead the camouflage-painted jet bikes of the Star Hunters, conducting reconnaissance. They too spotted the black vehicle. Engines roared as they split into 5 groups, speeding away. Follow that one. William chose the group heading towards the 11 o'clock direction. He marked the other targets on the tactical network. Spread out. Follow the others. William grabbed the communicator before him and shouted in High Gothic. Battle Brothers of the 5th Legion. I am Lieutenant William Wood of the 12th Chapter, Shadows of Order. The leading jet bike did not stop. The rider gunned the throttle, weaving through the furnaces. He twisted suddenly, looking up at the black speeder above. The all-black livery belonged to the 11th Legion, but he had never seen this type of vehicle before. The Star Hunter didn't stop. He twisted his body, the bike shooting between 2 furnaces. The monster had keenly perceived his intention. He leaned forward, dipping the speeder's nose, then accelerated, surging ahead. The black speeder flashed between furnaces, plummeting to a halt directly in front of the jet bike. He slammed the brake. The small stabilizing fins on the sides reverse thrust. The speeder stopped perfectly in the passage. By order of the Primarch, Lord Nareth, I am here to find you. Please stop immediately. The loudspeaker's voice echoed among the metal furnaces. The jet bike's emergency brakes shrieked. Amidst flashing sparks, the camouflaged bike screeched to a halt. Captain Borger removed his helmet, looking at the pilot. Your piloting skills are excellent. 5 standard hours later, the Seer brought the Star Hunters' 33rd Company before the Primarch. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 497, Chapter 496, Nowhere Except Vulcan's Armory. Nareth looked at Captain Borger and Apothecary Statch of the Star Hunters' 33rd Company before him. He took 5 seconds to confirm that neither of these men was anyone he recognized from his memory of future notable figures among the White Scars. The Baron of Corruption felt a slight disappointment, but it was good that at least the apothecary was alive. I need your assistance. Until Xana is relieved, you will remain by my side. Borger and Statch exchanged glances. The Primarch's command broke their long-standing habit of operating alone, but it also lifted a great weight from their shoulders. For over 50 years, they had reconnoitered dangerous sectors, slowly and steadily suffering massive losses and attrition from casualties. The Star Hunters now live by a single creed: every new day is a victory. Xenos, using psychic powers, could often detect them, engaging in guerrilla warfare that inflicted significant losses. Their company had already lost 49 battle brothers. Accepting temporary command under a Primarch would be a good opportunity to rest and recover. Lord Nareth would not, like Lord Horus Lupercal, assign tasks that might tarnish a glorious image. Nor would he, like Lord Ferrus Manus, treat us as cold, calculated numbers to be sacrificed. The legions under his command had all won their own glory. The 1st and 14th legions had earned theirs in the war in the Coronid Deeps. Thinking this, Borger immediately replied. As you command. After the others had left, Nareth looked at William Wood and said with a smile, William, you performed well in the operations to locate Nareth and the Star Hunters. You made good use of the power I bestowed upon you. You are a mature seer now. Hearing this, William would suddenly felt his body, mind, and spirit enter a marvelous state. He felt something dissolve within him, merging with his own spirit. You deserve a reward, Nareth continued, when suddenly his psychic senses were triggered. He opened his spirit vision, his tone unchanged as he continued, you may go to my private armory and select one item. The Baron of Corruption saw William's spirit body and aura were now seamlessly integrated, like a piece of pale blue crystal. He smiled. Now, you are truly a seer. Your choice will come after I bestow new power upon you. Come see me again in 5 minutes. Nareth left the Dionysian spear. After avoiding everyone's sight, he entered the kingdom of disorder. He immediately ordered the Jokeros to concoct the Sequence 8 clown potion, using materials including the gold, yellow, and red clown mask. Moments later, William restrained the urge to untie the blue crystal pendulum from his wrist and perform a divination that would be disrespectful to his father. He focused on the bubbling liquid. Gold, yellow, and red fluids interwove yet remained distinctly separate, unmixed. William tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. The bitter taste made his face twitch slightly. Immediately, his face flushed red, followed by similar changes across the rest of his body. William's own reflection appeared in his mind. Through this strange reflection, he discovered he could precisely control his facial expressions and bodily movements. Ha! The layered orb of light William had imagined slowly entered a meditative state, gradually reigning in his overflowing energy. The clown suddenly bent forward. The tip of his nose stopped a millimeter from the ground, then he instantly rebounded like a spring, standing upright, then fell backward, the back of his head also stopping a millimeter from the floor. William stood steady again. He understood the meaning of his father's words and also felt that his earlier decision not to choose his armor had been correct. He now possessed precise control over his own body. Superb coordination and balance, exceptional agility, and speed, these would allow him to grow further in technical skill. After spending a solar month familiarizing himself with his abilities as a clown, William finally took a Stormbird to the Shadow's sovereignty to select his reward. As a former member of the Honor Guard, he knew the full procedure. Periodically, Shadows of Orders received rewards from the Primarch for various reasons. Combat merit was the most common, but not the only one. Excellent evaluations in governing territories, exploration, and discovery of new knowledge and technologies, contributing special items favored by their father, such as animals or plants, any of these actions could lead to a reward. William found the new Honor Guard contingent guarding the armory. He spoke in Dunnick, Thorn. Since the campaign of Cardinal ended, many locations within Shadows of Order required permission access using Dunnick as the key. Compared to Vostroyan, Dunnick, imbued with mystical power, was more difficult to master. Not every Shadow of Order knew it. Only the Court Brothers were taught this language. As a former Honor Guard member, he knew the key for each location changed daily. The key to open the private armory at this moment was different from the one for the Librarius armory. For every location requiring access, there was a unique corresponding keyword for each of the 33 standard days. Only the Court Brothers responsible for guarding the vicinity knew this key phrase. They would be replaced by other Court Brothers in the next cycle, and the key phrase would change simultaneously. William had been informed of today's opening key only after confirming his selection time. Key correct. The third chapter member, with a moon painted on his right pauldron, placed his hand on the control panel. The pale green light of the scanning laser played across his fingers. The control panel slid out, revealing a black keypad. After William entered the encryption sequence, which changed randomly every 11 hours, a series of metallic clangs echoed continuously. With the hiss of hydraulics, the bolts disengaged. The stasis field, murder curse, and impact locks all deactivated simultaneously. The door slid open. Freezing mist seeped out. I will accompany you inside to make your selection. From the sword emblem on the right pauldron of the speaking Honor Guard member, William could see he was from the 8th chapter. They were most often responsible for guarding the armory. He entered the Primarch's private armory. Thick adamantine pillars, arranged in asymmetrical intervals, stood before him. William was immediately dazzled by the array of weapons. He sensed each one was masterfully crafted. What do you want? A weapon. If there's a suitable one. This section contains weapons gifted by the Primarch Vulcan, based on an agreement with our father. There are 52 in total. Nowhere except Lord Vulcan's own armory has so many weapons crafted by a Primarch. William nodded. He knew Vulcan was one of the Primarchs most skilled in forging. But looking at the thunder hammers and power fists on the racks, he knew they weren't for him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He walked to a weapon rack. The warrior approached. It's somewhat similar to lightning claws, but different. It consists of 10 monomolecular blades. Each monomolecular blade can attack different targets independently, and is drawn back by magnetic attraction. but it requires skill to wield. Unlike other weapons forged by Lord Vulcan, I believe this was a special weapon the Primarch crafted to hone his skills. It suits me perfectly. I'll take this one, the clown said, his eyes bright. As William stepped off the ramp, he saw Borger and Statch waiting to board. He walked over and asked Borger, "You're leaving?" William keenly noticed Borger hesitate for a moment, as if changing what he was about to say. "Lord Nareth ordered us to search the surrounding area for Rangdan Xenos." William watched the two men board, sensing they were completely different from a month ago. Only after returning to his own company did he confirm it. Both Star Hunter's attitudes towards his father had transformed entirely. It was reverence, beyond the ordinary. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 498, Chapter 497, It's not for the land speeder, it's for the company's future. Xana 2, Primarch's temporary command post. Arsena held a data slate, reporting to the Primarch. "My lord, after 6 weeks of negotiations, I have reached an agreement with the Archmago's intendant. The Archmago's intendant is willing to provide 2 technologies in return for our relief efforts in the Ramillies-class Starfort's garrison in the system. They are providing a newly developed special bolt ammunition technology, called Tracker-Stalker rounds." As he spoke, he operated a control rod, projecting a 3-dimensional image before Nareth. Xana's Magi replaced the mass-reactive warhead with a solidified watermark warhead, replaced the previous shell casing's primer and rocket propellant with a gas reservoir, and controlled the bolt's velocity to subsonic levels to achieve a silencing effect. Nareth gazed at the 3-dimensional image, superimposing it with the Tracker-Stalker rounds in his memory. "Very suitable for use by my 10th chapter, which is designated for covert operations." With this thought, he gave instructions. "Order the Tech Marines to develop an extended barrel tracker pattern bolt rifle, for sniping and covert operations." "By your will, my lord." Arsena continued. "The other technology utilizes high-temperature fusion techniques to increase current density, creating a fusion core power bundle. Compared to the servo harnesses currently used in power armor, it provides greater power. Anacharis Scoria manipulates dozens of mechandrites. That requires not only calculation and multi-threading capabilities, but also power and coordination systems. Could he have used this technology?" Nareth mused, then smiled. "This is very important to us. The court members have more diverse needs. Greater power will allow the Tech Marines to manufacture more suitable power armor with different characteristics for them." Seeing the Black Emperor pleased with his negotiation results, the Primarch's aide smiled as well. "This is a happy prospect for over 50,000 court members. Not 50,000, but 81,520. Each Beyonder is personally reviewed by me, and I grant them the potion. Even Arsena, who has been with me the longest, can only come up with a rough figure, but it's far from the actual number. He often represents me in negotiations or leads operations. The Gadianale operation was his most successful." As Nareth pondered, Arsena continued his report. "Xana has pledged to provide supplies for the war against the Xenos and to forge 3 battle barges for the Legion." Nareth nodded slightly. "A battle barge can serve as the core of a fleet. The resources and production capacity required to build one are second only to a Gloriana-class battleship. Among his territories, only the shipyards of Cypher Mundi, which rival Mars, are capable of constructing them, but their production capacity is prioritized for building Ramillies-class starforts. Shipyards like Kalth are still developing and also bear the task of constructing starforts. Currently, all 6 of the Legion's battle barges are built by Forge Worlds with which they have treaties. Xana has an extremely high production capacity among Forge Worlds. Building 3 battle barges for the Legion would be a significant boost to fleet strength." Nareth also knew that Xana was even capable of forging ordinatus weapons. During the Heresy, they built 3 for Horus Heresy. While I prefer ordinatus weapons, battle barges are good too. Anacharis will be corroded by me. With my support, the future tyrant of Xana will rise earlier and become more powerful. The ordinatus and most of Xana are already mine. It's just a matter of time. The Archmago's intendant has accepted your request. He will arrange a more suitable position for Anacharis within the Legio Cybernetica. He will lead the entire macro branch of Archmago's Eddy, directly under your command in battle." "Excellent." Nareth nodded with satisfaction. This would give him ample time to corrode Anacharis. He had previously corroded Captain Borger and Apothecary Statch of the Star Hunters 33rd Company. Nerat Keelan had also been corroded by him yesterday. Arkesfal was also nearing corrosion. Balsar, however, was progressing more slowly. The Baron of Corruption's digestion progress has increased significantly again, about 70% now. If the remaining 3 can all be successfully corroded, it should complete the digestion. I will not only fully master the Baron of Corruption's power, but should also increase my permissions, opening a new layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Even if I fail to corrode Balsar, completing the corrosion of one important target among other legions in the future should suffice. Arsena put away his data slate and reminded him. My lord, Lord Perturabo will arrive in 4 standard weeks. I understand. After the Arsena left, Nareth glanced at the timer. He still had 5 minutes until his scheduled meeting with Nareth. The Dionysian spear had already been left outside the office. He went directly to the Kingdom of Disorder and ordered the Jokero to concoct the Mystery Prior potion. Considering that the future master of the Ashen Claws excelled in the Raven Guard's method of stealth attacks, and that Corvus Corax did not favor the Terranborn, Nareth rarely had opportunities to see his Primarch, making the risk of exposure lower. Nareth chose the Mystery Prior path for him. Nareth knew that Jagatai Khan would summon all companies to Kagras in 875.m30 for a ritual called the Blooding. Therefore, like Hathermot, he had granted Borger and Statch the Spectator potion to better observe and respond. He hoped they would advance to Psychiatrist by 875, so they wouldn't be discovered by Jagatai Khan. He remembered that all 50,000 Astartes, both Terran-born and Chagorian-born, participated in the ritual, merging into one within the scars. The two, being unremarkable, should not be found. Moments later, Nareth entered the office and said respectfully, Lord Nareth. Drink this. Nareth extended his palm, offering the black potion that occasionally bubbled. Nareth took the potion without hesitation and drank it down. His face twisted slightly. Bitter. So bitter. Nareth sent Nareth a thought pulse, instilling the basic knowledge. Considering that the 19th Legion was under Horus's command, Nareth would leave soon, and that a Mystery Prior needed to master sacrificial knowledge and perform prayers to digest the potion, he revealed the rituals directed at the Black Emperor to the corroded Nareth. In just 2 standard minutes, Nareth entered a meditative state, reigning in the overflowing power of the potion. He intuitively sensed the difference. He could see more. Nareth's form was more majestic than before, more majestic than any ship he had ever seen. It seemed bound by the laws of reality, thus condescending to be within the tent. He immediately abandoned the imperial truth preached by the Emperor, knelt on the ground, and said devoutly, My lord, I thank you for your gift. I will surely use the power you have granted me well, and serve you. At the same moment, on the edge of the Visidax Thule sector, in the captain's quarters aboard the Star Lance, Borger activated the care field and asked Statch, How is the neophyte implantation progressing? The 5 neophytes grown from the gene seed bestowed by our Lord show no signs of rejection, the apothecary replied. Excellent. Our Lord will certainly wish to know this. The Auspex master told me the skin results from Guilders will be delivered to me in 2 hours. After that, we will perform the ritual and report to our Lord. Before that, I'm going to run a few laps on the training course to get familiar with my Thurn. Statch smiled as he watched his captain leave. Borger had built a training course between 2 engine sections on the lower decks. It was 5 kilometers total, with 2 parallel straightaways of 2 kilometers each, and a dangerous hairpin section weaving through exhaust pipes at each end. He wondered if his captain's oath of fealty to our Lord was influenced by the land speeder our Lord had gifted him upon their first meeting. Borger was the first Astartes outside Shadows of Order to receive a land speeder. He had named it after his birthplace on Terra, Thurn. Statch shifted his thoughts from Borger to himself. He switched to the spectator perspective, examining himself, trying to recall the decisive moment that had led him to swear fealty to the Black Emperor. Moments later, he could not pinpoint the exact time. At least I know it was definitely not because of my land speeder. It was for the future of my company. Only our Lord can give us a future. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 499, Chapter 498, The Unhappy Perturabo. Forge World Zana 2. At every Forge Temple, at exactly 12 hours, 12 minutes, and 12 seconds, the great bells of the Omnisia rang out in unison. The reverberating chimes proclaimed their emergence from the shame of desecration by the Xenos. At Forge Temple Prime, Nareth walked towards the Archmago's intendant, flanked by Magi who carried incense on either side. Behind him followed the Primarch's aide, 6 chapter masters, and Anachorus Scoria, along with Arcas Fal, Librarian Balsarker Thuri, and Captain Nareth Kareen. Though still only a tech priest, Anachorus Scoria was vastly different from before. His damaged cybernetic eye had been replaced with a meticulously crafted black crystal. The 8 Macandrites behind him swayed. His level of sanctification surpassed that of most Magi, even Archmagi, drawing the attention of many. Anachorus's cybernetic eye swept across the assembled Magi. Through the surging code in his new sphere, he felt the earth-shaking changes within himself. He knew everything he had gained was bestowed by Lord Nareth. Each of the Macandrites behind him, each weapon, required vast resources to acquire. Anachorus looked towards the chief Magos of the Legio Cybernetica. He possessed only 4 limbs. Anachorus had twice that number, and each of his weapons was no less powerful. Photon cannon, gravity cannons. According to his original plan, only after inheriting Archmagos Eddie's assets could he have commanded the resources he now possessed. But Lord Nareth had granted them to him directly. Anacharus's logic engines, once again, unexpectedly generated a word, luck. This term, once foreign to him, existed in his vocabulary but had always been rejected, was becoming increasingly familiar. Anacharus also knew that had he not been valued by the Primarch, even with his level of sanctification far exceeding others, he would not have qualified to participate in today's ceremony. Participating in the ritual at Forge Temple Prime required prestige and a commensurate status. Prestige, status, resources. In truth, I have already begun to possess them. 2 tech priests, 52 promising acolytes, 3 forge complexes. Anacharus gazed up at the black-armored giant before him. With Primarch's favor, he would soon possess everything. As Anacharus pondered, the melodious bells subsided. The Omnicia scepter in the hands of Xana's Archmagos intendant blazed with sacred lightning. The code in the new sphere calmed in an instant. Lord Nareth, liberator of Xana, Primarch of the Shadows of Order, monarch of Vostroya, conqueror of Xenos. You have purified the defiling Xenos and returned Xana to the embrace of the Omnicia. With the sacred authority granted to me by the Omnicia, the Archmagos intendant raised the scepter, I offer you our sincere gratitude. My honor, Nareth smiled in return. I will fulfill my pledge and deliver punishment upon the Xenos. The machine god watches over you. May the Omnicia's holy light ever shield you, the Archmagos intendant gripped the scepter tightly. Every forge temple of Xana, every forge complex, every follower of the Omnicia, will dedicate everything to the holy war of vengeance. Every defiling Xenos shall feel the wrathful flames of the machine god. Xana's new sphere heard the Archmagos intendant's declaration. The forge temples once again rang the great bells of the Omnicia. The reopened forges thundered back to life. After Xana's ceremonial celebration, Nareth immediately returned to the Shadow's sovereignty. Back in the Primarch's office, he quickly went to the Kingdom of Disorder and ordered the Space Simian to concoct the Sailor Potion. He had chosen the Tyrant path for Archaz. Considering that the future Carcharodons, in non-combat situations in the Void, would literally soak in water tanks, the Tyrant pathway suited their habits well. Its furious, ferocious nature also matched the Carcharodons' method of attack. Moments later, Archaz arrived alone at the office. Lord Nareth. Drink this. The corroded Archaz took the potion, blue as seawater, from the Primarch's hand and downed it in one gulp. He immediately felt the gurgling flow of water coursing through his body. Nareth instructed the Archaz, imparting the basic knowledge. Given that Horus Lupercal commanded the 19th Legion, and that when Archaz was exiled by Corvus Corax, the Emperor had entrusted him with the relic Shrieking Void for safekeeping, Nareth also revealed the rituals of prayer directed at the Black Emperor to him. Unlike the Dionysian spear, forged personally by the Emperor and infused with his power, the Shrieking Void was not crafted by him and clearly lacked his power. 2 minutes later, Archaz had reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. He paused, then asked hesitantly. My lord, are Balsar and Nareth also subjects of your assessment? I mean, keeping them by your side must be a way of observing them. Correct. Nareth nodded slightly, looking at Archaz, waiting for him to explain. Balsar spoke with me yesterday. He wishes to remain by your side. Oh. Nareth had not yet successfully corrupted the future First Grand Master of the Grey Knights. He had thought he would need another opportunity. He hadn't expected Balsar to have such a desire to stay. Why does he have this idea? Balsar witnessed the immense psychic power you displayed, slaying the Titan-killing Asivors. Among the Primarchs, only Lord Magnus can compare with you. He wishes to attend you and learn. Nareth nodded. He would naturally not refuse Balsar's request. Good. Let him stay. I will personally instruct him in the use of psychic power. A flicker of envy crossed Archaz's eyes. I will tell Balsar. This is his honor. The 19th Legion's fleet then departed. Only librarian Balsar Kurthuri remained aboard the Shadow's sovereignty. Nareth ordered preparations for Perturabo's arrival. 2 solar days later, the 20-kilometer-long, iron-gray painted Gloriana-class battleship, Iron Blood, emerged from the Mandeville Point. Unlike most Gloriana-class battleships built in the shipyards of Terra, Mars, or Jupiter, the Iron Blood was constructed on Olympia and designed under Perturabo's direction. Its most distinctive feature was the complete absence of viewports. Even the bridge lacked the long, floor-to-ceiling windows found on other Glorianas. Perturabo believed visual contact with the enemy served no tactical purpose. Battle required only auspex scans and tactical projections for command. The Strategium was one of the few places on the Iron Blood with windows, and these were merely narrow, lancet-shaped slits set between arched iron beams. Perturabo's dreadlocks disengaged from the cogitator. His ice-blue eyes grew even colder. He crushed the data slate in his hand and casually tossed the pieces to a waiting servitor. "Shipmaster, how long until we reach the orbital anchorage at Xana 2? I want an exact time." The trident of officers exchanged glances. Before arriving at Xana, their Lord of Iron had spoken to them calmly, seemingly in a good mood. Now he had crushed the Xana battle plan he had personally prepared. This could only mean one thing. The Primarch was unhappy. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 500, Chapter 499, I will only dispatch 2 chapters. Iron Blood, Bridge. Shipmaster Baktet Voigt, half-mechanized, sat on the command throne. His body had undergone targeted modifications to suit his duties, and he was completely integrated with the throne. "My lord, it will require 25 standard hours and 36 minutes, he said, his voice as mechanical as a Mechanicum's Vox synthesizer, but sounding more like Perturabo's rock-like, cold tones. "I require you to execute the voyage plan perfectly and arrive earlier than scheduled." Perturabo's voice was like frozen stone. Plasma reactor operating at 1.5 times standard. Output power will increase by a factor of 1.49. Estimated arrival in 21 standard hours and 25 minutes. Plasma reactor maintenance time will increase by 36 hours. Execute. Perturabo coldly interrupted Baktet's report. "As you command, Lord of Iron." 21 standard hours later, Perturabo and his trident arrived at the flight deck. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes gazed at the iron-gray Aquila shuttle before him. "Replace it." Rix, the first captain and warsmith, asked cautiously. "We'll take a Stormbird." "Yes." Perturabo offered no explanation. The trident exchanged glances. The campaign was over. Heading to another Primarch Legion's vessel, an Aquila shuttle was more appropriate than a Stormbird. Their father had previously been pleased with his own design. Now he wanted to change to a Stormbird. Unusual. The three grew more certain their father was unhappy. Servitors moved swiftly and silently, dragging fuel hoses to the Stormbird, disengaging the gravity locks. The Stormbird gunship roared as it entered the main lift. The atmospheric engines were already primed. The outer hangar shields opened. Perturabo and the Trident boarded via the ramp. The Trident sat and immediately fastened their harnesses. Perturabo walked directly to the front of the Stormbird's crew compartment. "Depart." At his command, though the hatch pistons were still cycling, the gunship surged upward. The hangar's massive pressure doors slowly opened, revealing the void and countless black-holed ships. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes swept across the void, then looked away. A string of numbers formed in his mind. Constructing a warp system centered on Olympia would consume resources, require 470 years. Constructing a new takes far longer than repairing. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes darkened slightly. He could design a new navigation system, but considering the resource and time consumption, it was unrealistic. He could never gain support from the War Council. The Stormbird slowly descended onto the Shadow's sovereignty landing pad. Gravity locks engaged the iron-gray hull. As Perturabo stepped onto the deck, he immediately saw Nareth's aide, Arsena Dunn. "Lord Perturabo. Take me to Nareth." Perturabo interrupted the aide, his command cold. Arsena paused, then spoke, "As you wish." Moments later, Perturabo entered the Primarch's palace. He saw the vaulted ceiling supported by irregularly angled obsidian pillars, 12 metal rods, and chapter banners arranged asymmetrically. He quickened his pace slightly. "Let's get this over with." Before reaching Nareth, his dreadlocks swung. "Nareth, since the Xana campaign is already over." Nareth keenly sensed the atmosphere surrounding Perturabo. His black pupils met the ice-blue eyes. He immediately understood why Perturabo was unhappy. Nareth smiled slightly. "No, the Xana campaign is only the beginning. We face a powerful Xenos alliance. Your arrival heralds the start of our counteroffensive." Perturabo's cold eyes brightened. He was not late. He still had the chance to bring the Olympian hammer down upon the Xenos. Perturabo's dreadlocks settled. "Tell me about the Xenos. I will formulate the battle plan." Arsena, display the intelligence sent by Star Hunter Captain Borger. "By your will." Seeing Perturabo calmly seated, Arsena raised his control rod. A star chart of the Visidax Thule sector was projected before Perturabo and his trident. Dense red markings drew their attention. "My lord, as you can see, the colony worlds of the Visidax Thule sector are under full-scale Xenos invasion. Millions of humans are enslaved by the Xenos, their minds bound by neural collars. The Star Hunters have observed an artificial war moon in the Campina system." Rix listened to the detailed briefing, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. He pondered for over a dozen seconds before realizing what felt odd. The intelligence was too detailed. This was not the Star Hunters' style. The Star Hunters were unique. They ignored orders from anyone except the Emperor. Even if our father, Lord Horus, or the Sigillite commanded them, they would not obey. Even if Lord Nareth had rescued the 33rd Company, they wouldn't conduct such detailed reconnaissance. They would only send a few brief reports, then vanish like wild horses, roaming to who knows where. Very strange. How did Lord Nareth manage to make those untamable Star Hunters obey his commands? And he always manages to calm Lord Perturabo down. Is this some unusual charisma? Perturabo ignored the Star Hunter 33rd Company's anomalous behavior. He converted Arsina's briefing into streams of data. Only after the Arsina finished did he look at Nareth. How many of your shadows of order can you commit to the Visidax Thule sector? Nareth met the ice-blue gaze, seeing the glimmer within. He knew Perturabo wanted to prove himself. He should provide this opportunity. Therefore, the forces he deployed could not exceed those of the Iron Warriors. Because of my intervention, the 4th Legion did not suffer heavy losses liberating Enchiladion. Perturabo did not conduct decimation. Currently, the Iron Warriors likely number around 70 or 80,000. But the Iron Warriors build fortresses on every conquered world and leave a garrison force. This is a significant burden and a future reason for Perturabo's downfall. The forces the Iron Warriors can deploy will not exceed 70,000. To be safe, let's estimate 50,000. With this thought, Nareth spoke, my legion has just endured a major battle and needs to rest and refit. I will dispatch the 2nd and 4th chapters, 50,000 warriors, to join the war to liberate the Visidax Thule sector. The 2nd and 4th chapters had over 60,000 assembled in the Kalium Gate region. 4 other chapters were also fully assembled, having not been committed to the Zana campaign. Nareth considered not only Perturabo's desire to win glory and prove himself, but also the possibility of Rangdan attacks from other directions, especially the northeastern galaxy, his territory, the Coronid New Zone. He remembered the Xenos race, the Basmanic, would be invaded by the Rangdan during the Second Rangdan War and flee desperately into Imperial space. Perturabo rose and walked to the hololith projection. Now, it is time for us to discuss the operational plan for the Visidax Thule sector. Farik stood behind Perturabo. The other 2 Trident members, Harker and Gorg, stood behind him. Nareth walked to his side, tapped the Guilder's system on the map, highlighting the region. Xana's Legio Cybernetica will attack this system. This is their vengeance against the Xenos. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinzu. Chapter 501, Chapter 500, not a Muggos, yet possessing his own abeyant. Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's Palace. The 3rd day after Perturabo's arrival in the Xana system. Perturabo's eyes shifted away from the hololithic display, covered in star-like runes and data symbols. He looked at Nareth. Tactical simulations have validated our plan. Nareth glanced at the neat stacks of data before Farix and the other 2. He had given Perturabo the opportunity to prove himself. Perturabo had led the process of formulating the plan to attack the Visidax Thule sector, meticulously examining all data and methodically completing the planning. He had detailed the Imperial fleet's route, the precise time to initiate the attack, the estimated conclusion time of the battle, and the supply of food and ammunition for each batch of troop ships and landing craft at every transfer point. Nareth scrutinized the entire operational plan. It appeared perfect, but he keenly sensed a shadow lurking within that perfection, not easily detectable. He looked at the gleaming eyes. Our understanding of the Rangdan remains limited. The plan should retain flexibility. Everything is under control. No factor can disrupt the operational plan. Even the Xenos you mentioned, the Asivors. I will manufacture weapons to strike them. Nareth looked at the stubborn Perturabo and said no more. He trusted Perturabo's technological creativity, Malevolus himself could not compare. He could develop target weapons. But his understanding of the Xenos was based solely on intelligence gathered by Nareth's own legion. Despite having engaged the Rangdan at Advex Mors and Xana, Nareth did not believe their understanding was sufficient. Besides the 2 major species, the Cerebrors and Asivors, the Rangdan's true ruling race, the mysterious Sloth, had not yet appeared. Nareth knew the Rangdan were also called the Sloth's murder minds. Even he knew little of the Sloth, only that they were worm creatures. Kian, captain of the 5th Company, 4th chapter, will accompany your legion to facilitate communication between us. Good. Perturabo nodded in agreement, then departed with his trident. Nareth gazed at the Visidax Thule sector. Perturabo had assigned him the Campina system, where the War Moon had appeared. He shifted his gaze to the Guilder's system, the merit he had prepared for Anacris Scoria. Nareth remembered that during the Heresy, Xana, having sided with Horus Lupercal, took the offensive and attacked Imperial worlds. The only world they successfully seized was Guilder's Prime. This indicated that among all neighboring regions within hundreds of light years, Guilder's Prime held the highest value for Xana. By conquering guilders, Anachorus would prove his ability, gain immense prestige, and control this resource-rich world. Tell Wilshire to deploy the tripod walkers to assist Anachorus in seizing guilders. After the High Lords of Gadianael surrendered, the remaining 152 tripod walkers had also capitulated. The main forces of Xana's two Titan legions, the Gore Crows Legio Vulturum, and the Deathcry Legio Kidianos, were engaged with the expeditionary fleet. Most of the remaining Titans had been destroyed by Asivors during the invasion. Those left were barely sufficient for defense and could not support their Legio Cybernetica. Rather than requisitioning allied Titan legions, Nareth preferred to commit the Gadianael tripods. The older model tripods, with limited modifications, should be tested in battle to gather more data for future new models. Nareth's Gadianael would no longer manufacture a single outdated tripod walker, like a walking morgue. By your will. The second and fourth chapters of Shadows of Order, upon receiving the Geneson's orders, transited through the Kalium Gate and deployed to the Visidax Thule sector in just 5 weeks. 2 weeks later, the Mechanicum and Iron Warriors fleet, departing from Xana II, finally reached their targets. Gilder's system. When Anachorus Scoria led his macro branch to Gilder's Prime, the second chapter's fleet had already routed the invading Xenos fleet. Anachorus immediately initiated the planetary assault. Disembarking from the landing craft, he stood upon a massive mechanical platform. The platform's upper section housed a complex operating system, a primary cogitator in the center, 3 consoles on the left, and 3 view screens on the right. 2 tech priests and 4 acolytes stood on either side, serving the one they were sworn to. The platform's lower half, besides the base, was covered with cable bundles like pythons. Each interface was connected to a weapon system. Rotary Gatlings, Maxim bolt guns. Connected to each side of the base were servo skulls, projecting green light into the surroundings. Anachorus, not yet a Muggos, not only commanded a macro branch, a force normally led by an Archmagos, but also possessed his own Abeyant throne. From the center of his Abeyant, Anachorus's cybernetic eye flashed orange light, surveying the cargo being unloaded from the landing craft, the tripod walkers. The servo skulls, like striking pythons, sprang from the throne, their heads raised, intently focused on the enormous machines with black livery. The walkers were similar in height to Warhound Titans, but broader. Each walker carried 5 weapon systems, deployed irregularly. Comprehensive scan results aggregated in Anachorus's data engines after 12 seconds. Evaluation completed in 3 seconds. His initial focus was on the weapon systems. Each walker has 3 or 4 energy weapons, vastly different from standard Imperial specifications. The remaining weapons appear to be later additions. The original design likely featured 4 weapon systems. The walkers with only 3 probably had 1 damaged in battle. Preliminary assessment: firepower exceeds that of a Warhound Titan. However, the retrofitted systems may exhibit coordination issues in combat. Based on this identified defect, Anachorus proceeded to analyze the pilots. Their biological signatures are very strange. Designed solely to fulfill piloting tasks. A platform like a morgue. The pilot's limbs have been amputated to save internal space. They exist, efficiently but incompletely, sustained by life support systems. Only the body parts necessary for piloting and combat tasks are preserved. Death would be a release for them. The 2 servo skulls retracted. Anachorus stored the data on the tripod walkers in his databases. Despite the defects in their design, their weapon systems, especially the energy weapons, possessed unique merits. The power reactor's specifications were lower than Imperial standards, indicating a more efficient energy supply system to sustain 4 energy weapons. Anachorus updated his 12 prepared battle plans. Energy was the most effective way to breach Xeno's personal energy shields. With the 52 walkers Lord Nareth has assigned to me, even if we encounter an Asivors, we can destroy it swiftly. Lord Nareth has invested massive resources in me, their value already exceeding 29 large forge complexes. I will not disappoint him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinsu. Chapter 502, Chapter 501, as long as Lord Nareth continues to support me, I can become stronger. On the surface of Gilder's Prime, 2 servo skulls tracked 10 rising golden mechanical constructs. Anachorus Scoria had considerable contact with the tech marines of the Shadows of Order. He knew these eagle-shaped constructs were golden Garudas, an advanced reconnaissance system. The tech priest manning the primary console spoke. Communication relays deployed. Comms system online. Coverage area, Southern Hemisphere. Auspex matrix scan results shared. Tactical data updated. Anachorus immediately accessed the comms system and instructed the tech priest on the other side. Consolidate scan results. Locate the Asivors. Coordinates 185, Asivors vital signs detected. 4 new dangerous rune markers appeared on the tactical network, standing out among the densely packed other Xenos markers. Anacharus's data engines and logic engines spun rapidly, adjusting battle plans and running new simulations. Suddenly, he noticed 2 additional Asivors markers on the tactical network. He traced their source immediately, shared from allied forces. Anacharus highlighted the 2 markers. Auspex to maximum power. Rescan. The tech priest at the console immediately delegated the task to 2 acolytes. The entire macro branch's Auspex systems powered up, scanning the 2 designated areas. Coordinates 162 and 205, magnetic anomalies detected. Preliminary analysis indicates abundant magnetic ore deposits in those areas, interfering with scanning signals. Anacharus marked coordinate 162 as a target. He wanted to verify the Golden Garuda's detection results. He led a fully assembled cohort of Legio Cybernetica and 29 tripod walkers towards coordinate 162. The mechanical feet of the Abaean throne stepped onto the highway built by the colonists, advancing steadily. The mechanical platform, as lenient as the adjacent tripod walkers, was far more maneuverable. The walkers' 3 legs stepped on the roadsides flanking the highway, crushing discarded ore underfoot into rubble. Inside the morgue-like cockpits, the casts numbly performed their duties amidst the jolting. Their bodies, long imprisoned, were pale, but their eyes held a flicker of fervent light. Gadianael, having escaped the era of High Lords, had undergone a transformation unseen in 5 millennia. The enslaved castes had been liberated, and they had witnessed it all. The monarch had brought change to Gadianael, and they would defend the hard-won achievements, so no one else would suffer their fate in the future. At 3.6 kilometers from the coordinates, Anacharus's Auspex, overcoming interference, detected the Asivors in a mountain hollow, resembling an ancient, colossal tree. The Golden Garuda of Shadows of Order possesses scanning and detection capability superior to any Auspex I can find or build. Anacharus surveyed the terrain. The highway they had traveled on led straight into the valley. Before entering the mountainous area, there were 2 slopes, 270 and 190 meters high respectively, flanking the entrance. The defending Rangdan forces were light. He immediately issued orders. The Legio Cybernetica would assault the 270-meter slope. The slower tripod walkers, under the Shadows of Order command, would attack the lower slope. Then, from both elevated positions, they would rain fire down upon the Asivors. The Abaeant was the first to step forward and turn. 2 servoskulls sprang up, projecting green light that enveloped the entire slope. The tech priest on the left and his 2 acolytes' arms flew across the keyboards. Black cables swayed. The rotary Gatling roared first. Belts of ammunition clattered. A dense hail of fire instantly mowed down over a dozen 4-legged spiral-shelled creatures. Gelatinous blood splattered everywhere. An overlord began to raise its segmented arms, clutching its weapons. 2 bright conversion beams crackled and slammed into it. The precisely tuned energy frequency shattered its personal energy shield. The Maxim bolt guns thundered, immediately suppressing the overlord's fire. Weapon system after weapon system on the Abaeant activated, unleashing a firestorm more powerful than an entire cohort, obliterating Xeno's defensive lines one after another. Anacharus simultaneously tracked the progress of the Shadows of Order tech marines on the other flank. The tripod walkers deployed in a line. Extremely bright beams pierced through the rock. Scorching plasma beams carved Xenos into fragments. Energy overheating turned the cold, metal morgues into furnaces. Tech marines recorded sensor data, a basis for future improvements. Gunners, drenched in sweat, pulled levers. The walkers' energy weapons elevated. Dazzling beams slammed into personal energy shields. Anacharus's optical cybernetic eye flickered, capturing the walkers' combat data. Shadows of Order has standardized the operational procedures for the tripod walkers, coordinated strike, simultaneously identifying overlords, energy weapons to breach personal shields, followed by kinetic weapons like cannons to finish them off. Though compared to my Abaeant, their coordination is less flexible, and there's some waste of energy weapons. As Anacharus evaluated, the 29 tripod walkers crested the slope. Fleeing Xenos were crushed underfoot, ground into pools of blood. In unison, they aimed all weapons at the Asivors. Countless beams pierced the dust hanging over the mining zone, slamming into the Asivors. The Asivors, standing in the mining base it had raised, turned and raised its arms. Blinding light tore through the mining district's eternally dark sky. Anacharus scanned the energy reading skyrocket. Visual signals on his Auspex flickered for seconds before returning to normal. Anacharus noted that not a single tripod walker had been destroyed. His cybernetic eye scanned. Among the crushed rock on the slope, residual energy signatures lingered. The Asivors' weapon attack was deflected. Squat void shield technology. Energy reading climbed. Anacharus allocated power, boosting his cybernetic eye to maximum output. Having witnessed Lord Nareth's terrifying power, he had recognized the inadequacy of his previous eye. With resource support, he had installed a quadruple electro-optical system. This time, he didn't lose the visual signal. He captured the entire exchange between the walkers and the Asivors. Asivors, energy shield overloaded. 2 walkers, void shield systems breached. A warning rune suddenly flashed on Anachrus's comm system. He felt a momentary lag across all systems, loss of visual signal, loss of mechadendrite control. Anachrus immediately traced the error reports. System under attack. Attack Type 1, Neurotoxin. Attack Type 2, Psychic. With one cybernetic eye still monitoring the Asivors' engagement, his other eye focused on the threat runes. A white figure, its bulbous head traversed by a red line, he instantly recognized it as a Cerebor's. As the 8 mechadendrites behind Anachrus raised, the growth atop the Asivors' head swayed. A blinding beam lanced out. A tripod walker with a breached void shield was engulfed in the searing light, annihilated, both machine and pilot erased without a trace. The energy beams from the remaining 28 walkers, green plasma beams, laser weapons, overwhelmed the Asivors' green form. As the colossal green form toppled, Anachrus opened fire. Photon-piercing cannon, phase plasma weapons. Bright beams flared, standing out even within the destructive energy storm. The Cerebors sensed the lethal threat. It immediately raised its curved arms, erecting a psychic shield before itself. A series of piercing cracks was drowned out by the thunderous crash of the collapsing Asivors, which crushed mine tunnels. The Xenos surrounding the Cerebors, stunned by the rapid destruction of the Asivors, didn't even notice their leader under attack. After gathering the necessary data, Anachrus immediately increased the output of his weapon systems. Crack! 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 A series of sharp reports jolted the stunned Xenos back to their senses. They barely raised their weapons, aiming at the mountain hollow, when another loud crack sounded. Confirming the personal energy shield shattered, the gravity cannon thundered. The Cerebors' body uncontrollably floated, its head ringing. Anachrus raised his lightning staff. A bolt of electricity, thick as an arm, struck the Cerebors' brain directly. The devastating current pierced its mind. Physiological fluid gushed from the red line. Having slain the Cerebors, a surge of elation rose from Anachrus's remaining brain tissue. I've grown stronger. The old me could never have defeated a Cerebors alone. This is all Lord Nareth's gift. He issued orders on the military-grade comms system. Kill the Xenos. Bring the Cerebors back. Anachrus had avoided using Meltas specifically to preserve the Cerebors' body. He knew from the Tech Marines that Lord Nareth appreciated various peculiar creatures and objects. The Cerebors was one such prize. In Anachrus's mind, an image formed, himself with 12 mechadendrites behind him, then 18. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 503, Chapter 502, 8 major Forge worlds, 7 have reached agreements with me. 863.m30. Segmentum Pacificus, Visidax Thule Sector, aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Lord Nareth, as you commanded, I have secured control of the Guilders system. Following comprehensive scanning, it has been confirmed that the mineral wealth of Guilders Prime exceeds even the combined total of Xana II and Xana V. After reporting this to Holy Synod of the Lord Muggos, I was rewarded and elevated to the rank of Muggos. Nareth nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was within his expectations. With his resource support, Anachrus Scoria was rapidly growing. I recall that in the original timeline, Anachrus became a Muggos 30 years before the heresy. Now, with my help, he has been elevated to Muggos over a century early. Then, the future tyrant of Xana, the ceiling of Tech Priest combat prowess, will certainly become even stronger. Nareth said with satisfaction, well done. Not only that, my lord. I directly received the title of Muggos Dominus. Not knowing if Lord Nareth was familiar with the Mechanicum's internal organizational structure, Anachrus explained. Muggos Dominus is a high-ranking Muggos title, governing a large number of artisans. I even have the authority to organize the artisans into military formations and lead them onto the battlefield. Truly excellent news. Congratulations, Anachrus. Nareth had a certain understanding of Muggos Dominus. Within the Legio Cyberneticus hierarchy, it was one of the highest titles, and the authority they wielded was matched by few across an entire Forge world. Artisans were originally responsible for manufacturing weapons and equipment. Only a few magi had the authority to mobilize them as armed forces on the battlefield. The armor they crafted for themselves far exceeded Astartes standards, each suit custom-made. The weapons they used were not mass-produced, standard issue. Master-crafted power axes were standard equipment. Grav guns and plasma guns were also standard issue, and each would bring their own auxiliary combat servitors along. It is you who enabled me to possess all of this. I, Anachrus Scoria, shall follow in your footsteps for eternity. The Baron of Corruption's eyes were suddenly filled with threads of law. Every mechanical system on Anachrus, cybernetic eye, armor, weapons, all transformed into threads of law. Something within him boiled, rapidly disintegrating, shattering, dissipating. His psychic energy became lively. The potion was agitated, accelerating its digestion. Anachorus has been corroded by me. Only the final step remains until the Baron of Corruption is fully digested. Indeed, progress is as I anticipated. Once I corrupt Balsar Kurthuri or another similar individual, I will complete the digestion. I accept your oath of fealty. I shall bestow power upon you. Wait in the reception area for 5 minutes. With Anachorus corroded and completely loyal to him, Nareth would provide him with even more resources. Moments later, Anachorus drank a golden potion. His mind exploded into a cosmic blast. Every data crystal he had ever studied, every data slate he had ever examined, all the information contained within flashed through his mind at tremendous speed. A stream of dead code flashed through Anachorus's data engines. He felt them on the verge of crashing. Simultaneously, he felt his logic engines running at full capacity. He was generating entirely new understandings of knowledge. Anachorus mobilized his databases, storing the new information. He grasped that some of these understandings, some of this information automatically derived and extrapolated by his logic engines, were precisely the answers that had recently plagued him: how to further increase the number of Macandrites and enable them to operate jointly. Moments later, under Nareth's instruction, Anachorus reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, becoming a savant. My lord, I thank you for your gift. I will surely use the power you have granted me well, and seize Zana. I will present Zana to you. Nareth nodded slightly. I believe you can do it. Do not act hastily. I will inform you when the time is right. Go now to the Forge Lord. Request to study the reliquary war suit. It is the culmination of 3,600 years of mechanical augmentation. It is integrated with the entire body, capable of wielding dozens of weapon systems simultaneously. I believe you will gain inspiration from it. Anachorus's quadruple electro-optical cybernetic eye gleamed. My lord, I will not disappoint you. After Anachorus departed, Nareth's communication bead buzzed. Arsena Dunn's voice sounded. My lord, I have received a report. The negotiation team sent to Mars has reached agreements with several Forge worlds. I wish to report to you now. Good. Nareth approved the Primarch's aide's request. 6 minutes later, Arsena entered the Primarch's office. After a respectful bow, he began his report. My lord, we have reached an agreement with the Forge world Ryza. We have authorized the STC construction template for the Land Raider main battle tank to them. In return, Ryza has agreed to sign a treaty with us, providing supplies, and to provide us with their renowned plasma weapons and vehicles equipped with plasma weapons. Due to the Orc threat they face, they are unable to dispatch a Titan Legion for combined operations. However, they are willing to provide their newly developed Stormblade Super Heavy tank. Arsena operated the control rod, projecting a hololithic image of the Stormblade before Nareth. To my knowledge, not every Forge world possesses the standard template to build the Shadows Word. Some have found ways to manufacture substitutes, Arsena remarked admiringly. Ryza is different from those conservative, hidebound Forge worlds. It is one of the rare Forge worlds that delights in invention and innovation, Nareth agreed. To Mars, Ryza is, in a sense, heretical. But they have no choice. They constantly face the Orc threat. Indeed. It is precisely because of the continued Orc whack that they developed the Stormblade to counter the Gargants, Arsena continued. It can also be used against Severus. And Titans, of course, Nareth added silently. He knew both the Shadows Word and the Stormblade were classified as Titan killers. Of course, due to their slow rate of fire, one or even a few such Titan killer weapons posed little threat to a Warlord-class Titan. It would take at least a squadron of Titan killers to pose a real threat to a Titan. I accept their terms, Nareth said. The Forge World Metallica wishes to obtain authorization for the Land Speeder STC construction template. They are willing to sign a treaty with the Legion, provide supplies, and furnish the Legion with Castellax battle automata. They are also willing to dispatch 41 Titans from their Legio Metallica to joint operations with the Legion. I accept their terms. Nareth's gaze was deep, thinking to himself. Previously, I have reached various degrees of agreement with Mars, Styges 8, Lucius, Graia, and Griffin 4. Counting Ryza and Metallica, who are about to reach agreements, of the 8 largest future Forge worlds, aside from the not yet established Agrippina, all have reached varying degrees of alliance with me. Zana's production capacity is not inferior to these 8 major Forge worlds. It's just that originally, it would have turned traitor and become a Hellforge. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 504, Chapter 503, The Sloth in the Shadows. Arsena Dunn continued his report on the negotiations. The Forge World of Anvilus 9 wishes to receive authorization for the Land Raider STC template, but they cannot provide terms satisfactory to us. We eventually reached a compromise agreement with them. We will provide the blueprints for the Mars Universal Land Engine, MULE, in exchange for their provision of supplies and for future research and development achievements based on the engine. Acceptable. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew Anvilus 9 was also a fairly innovative Forge world. Several variants of the Land Raider were developed by them. I hope they can bring me pleasant surprises. The Forge world Voss is very interested in the Land Crawler. My staff analyzed that this relates to their reliance on mineral resources from the Malden Belt, Arsena reported on the final negotiation item. The Malden Belt is a resource-rich asteroid belt and Voss's primary source of minerals. In addition to being willing to provide supplies, Voss is a center for the mass production of the Malkador heavy tank. They are also willing to supply the Legion with Lightning fighters. This is a newly developed Imperial combat aircraft, a revolutionary improvement over the Cutlass Interceptor. As Arsena spoke, he used the control rod to display a new hololithic image. Wojciech Blayek evaluated this new fighter. His assessment highlighted, among other points, that compared to the Cutlass Interceptor, the Lightning fighter possesses unparalleled power and a much larger fuel tank. The chief logistician's report also emphasized that Voss holds a unique advantage in aircraft manufacturing among many Forge worlds. He believes an alliance with Voss will help us be among the first to equip the new fighter and will also assist the Legion in improving and equipping jump packs. I agree. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Although the value of the Land Crawler and the MULE was slightly lower than that of the Land Raider and Land Speeder, they still yielded decent returns. Archon Land has brought me abundant returns. It was worth the great effort to corrode him. After hearing Arsena's report, Nareth was about to attend to other official business when a faint sound suddenly sounded in his ear. An intangible whisper echoed in his mind. With a thought, he arrived at the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He extended his psychic energy, touching the expanding and contracting gray-green orb. It was Kian, the one he had dispatched to accompany Perturabo. Nareth saw Kian in his quarters. His hands were clasped together, index fingers raised and pointing downward, other fingers together and naturally pointing downward as well. My lord, I have arrived in the Campina system with Lord Perturabo's fleet. The Lord of Iron immediately launched an attack on the Rangdan Xenos. Though they lack a simulus chamber, the Iron Warriors' fleet still operated like a machine, each ship like precision gears, deploying according to the battle plan. The fleet suffered considerable losses, but every subfleet achieved its tactical objectives. They broke through the drone blockade, allowing the Iron Blood to reach orbit of the artificial war satellite, launch its offensive, and gain the advantage in the engagement. Nareth was not surprised. Although the Iron Blood's 20-kilometer length was not large for a Gloriana-class battleship, the vessel personally designed by Perturabo was actually one of the most powerful flagships, capable of annihilating entire fleets single-handedly. As he pondered, Kian continued. By Lord Perturabo's order, I attacked the station designated 1504. Within the station's compartments, I discovered the foul, putrid gases of decaying corpses and green patches of rot. Nareth's eyes flickered. As a former gravedigger and corpse collector who had advanced to spirit medium, Kian was a professional in this area. I communicated with the lingering spirits there. From the fragmented images I obtained, I learned they came from another station, 1499. They were killed, and their bodies were left to rot before being consumed. The spirit medium reported everything he had learned, concluding with. Based on the information I have gathered, this highly matched the activity patterns of the sloth that you instructed us to watch for. Kian's report matched the characteristics of the sloth as maggot men and carrion masters. After hearing it, Nareth could confirm sloth activity in the Campina system. That is indeed the sloth. They often appear behind Rangdan lines. You must be especially vigilant. Nareth knew the sloth population was never large. They typically did not appear on the front lines, mostly indulging in corpses offered by the Rangdan and using covert means to disrupt enemy operations. Perturabo's greatest weakness is that once he formulates a plan, he refuses to change it, even when new circumstances arise. Never admitting he could be wrong, encountering the sloth in the shadows will inevitably cause heavy losses for the Iron Warriors. I cannot interfere personally, that would humiliate Perturabo. I can only rely on Kian to assist from the sidelines, letting him resolve the sloth threat on his own, and then offer unstinting praise after the battle. Only this way can I win Perturabo's regard. With this thought, Nareth sent a series of common sloth image to Kian. The sloth, as worm creatures, could appear in many forms. They could even flatten their bodies or stretch to 3 times their height. Once you discover the sloth, use your abilities to assist Perturabo. But he must resolve it personally. In the cabin aboard the Iron Blood, black mist surged before Kian. The Black Emperor's commanding voice sounded in his ears. After listening, he said devoutly. By your will. Nareth then severed contact with the orb and leaned back on his throne. The sloth are adept at concealment. Tracking them is difficult. They also possess powerful regenerative abilities and cannot be stunned. Preserving an intact corpse is even harder. To obtain potion materials, I must rely on the judge's confinement. Apart from my gauntlet, Howard Fender is the most suitable person. The first chapter should be dispatched to the place most likely to encounter the sloth. Nareth reviewed his subordinates. He thought the biologist might also have a way, but it would require first obtaining a sloth corpse to conduct in-depth research on the characteristics of the worms composing their bodies. As he pondered, he felt another orb expanding and contracting. He extended his psychic energy, simultaneously touching blue and red-black orbs. He saw Arkasfal and Nerat Kireen kneeling together before an altar. With a thought, he pulled them into the kingdom of disorder. The two, brought for the first time into the boundless black mist of this mysterious realm, looked around in astonishment. Is this the realm of our lord? Their gazes swept past the throne deep in the black mist before they snapped back to reality. The Legion Master of the 19th Legion and the captain quickly prostrated themselves, calling out in unison, "My lord." Nareth nodded slightly and asked, "What is it?" The Shadow Lord replied, "My lord, after leaving Xana and reporting to Lord Horus, he assigned us a task. The Navigator House Pharisai has established their domain on the beautiful ocean world of Svejk. Recently, this world has come under Xeno's attack. Xeno's piloting elegant chain ships appeared in the Svejk system, attacking the Navigator House's starhold. 15 navigators have gone missing. Nerat added, their ships are very strange. They seem composed of a series of interconnected components. They can disassemble during battle, splitting into multiple different parts. Chain ships capable of disassembling, attacking navigators in the Segmentum Pacificus. Nareth thought briefly and immediately identified the Xenos, the Coral. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 505, Chapter 504, The Corrosion, target recommended by Arkasfal. Those are the Coral. Though they possess advanced starships, they lack warp travel capability. That is precisely why they are attacking the navigators. They can control minds with their mind grub. Their purpose in capturing human navigators is to utilize them for warp travel and establish their own empire. The Black Emperor consolidated all the information he knew about the Coral and transmitted it telepathically to both of them. I am very interested in their queens. Capture them. Tomorrow, perform the ritual. I will bestow upon you the arc projection guns. Offer them to me, along with their mind grub, their planetary marker stones used for navigation, and their deep space monoliths. The Coral Queen was the main ingredient for the Psychiatrist's subsequent Sequence 6, Hypnotist. The mind control maggots were supplementary materials. The Coral planetary marker stones was the main ingredient for the Atruger's subsequent Sequence 6, Scribe, and the deep space monoliths were supplementary materials. Arkaz and Nerat exchanged glances. Though the Black Emperor's command differed from Lord Horus's task of slaughter, the Black Emperor's will superseded all else. As you command. My lord, Arkaz added, there is a warrior in my 89th company who is exceptionally talented. Hearing Arkaz recommend a talented individual, Nareth asked with interest. What is his name? His name is Alastair Rushell. His battle brothers in the company call him the Raven. Arkasfal continued. Though young, he has proven himself in a series of battles and is highly praised. Upon hearing the name Alastair Rushell, Nareth immediately knew who Arkaz was recommending. Alastair was a Raven Guard, but after the Dropsite massacre, he joined the Night Lords and became a member of the Chiroptera. The Chiroptera was the future ruling council of the Night Lords, composed of the Legion's high-ranking members. After a certain campaign, Sevatar, seeking an advantage in the intense internal power struggle within the Legion, brought Alastair into the Chiroptera. Though a member of the Chiroptera, Alastair was actually in an awkward position, he commanded no military forces of his own. But Alastair's abilities were considerable. Crucially, since he was willing to betray Corvus Corax, his will was not unshakable. This meant he could be corroded. Prepare a frigate. Load the sacrificial items. Order Alastair Rushell to escort them, Nareth instructed. Tell Horus this is in gratitude for my rescue of you at Xana. Arkaz was taken aback. He looked up into the depths of the mist, seeing only a vague, indistinct figure. As the Shadow Lord of the 19th Legion, he immediately grasped the Black Emperor's implied meaning. My lord, you do not wish them to know that I serve you. Correct. To ensure the Emperor entrusted the relic Shrieking Void to the exiled Terranborn he trusted, Nareth needed Arkaz to maintain appearances as usual. Furthermore, you and Nerat should not interact frequently from now on. Do not let anyone discover your close relationship. Corvus Corax would not exile all Terranborn immediately upon his return. To bring them all under his command, Nerat Keelan had to remain with the Raven Guard. This would allow him to take the remaining Terranborn away before the heresy, and also learn something from Corax. Though Nareth, as a Terran-born, was not favored by Corax and would not even meet his Primarch before being used as cannon fodder at the 42 Gate, the Ashen Claws was still a chapter reformed according to the Raven Guard's new combat doctrines. We understand. The black mist swallowed them. Nareth sent them out of the Kingdom of Disorder. Segmentum Pacificus, Svedjk System. Flagship of the 19th Legion, renamed by the Shadow Lord as the Sea Monster. Ark has sat on his throne. Have the Ark projection guns been issued? Shadow Lord, they have been issued. Each squad has one, the Honor Guard captain immediately replied to the Legion Master. Excellent, a slight smile appeared on Arcus's grim face. Remember the appearance of the Xenos Queens. Capture them. I will present them to Lord Nareth. He extended his aid to us on Shanir too. My lord, Nareth's company has, as you ordered, locked onto a chain ship. They are preparing to simultaneously board when it disassembles. Good, Arcus's tone was flat. Blockade the other ships. Do not let any Xenos vessel slip away. He and Nareth had agreed before parting yesterday, the ocean world was for him, the sailor. The secrets of the Xenos ships were for the mystery prior to explore. As Ark has maneuvered his ships to blockade the coral vessels, Nareth was already stepping off the ramp of the boarding torpedo. The mystery prior heard the buzzing drone of wings. He raised his bolt pistol and fired directly into one of the dozen or so labyrinthine entrances before him. With a bang, the round detonated against a Xenos, its papery form shattering. Nareth's subsequent bolts pierced the mist, striking the Xenos' slime-coated bodies, blasting them into bloody mist. His guard members looked towards the passage entrance. The Xenos shrouded in mist had 6 eyeballs, their compound eyes arranged in vertical pairs. The Xenos possessed a bird-like beak. Their bodies were encased in a material resembling brittle paper. This outer surface and tough, sticky inner surface formed a garment like a sleeveless short coat. Adamantium-tipped rounds shredded the Xenos' papery clothing, detonating within their bodies. Accompanied by piercing buzzes, Xenos after Xenos flew out. Their bodies quivered. The surrounding air seemed sucked away by a fan, drawn into their bodies. Amidst a series of pops, invisible gaseous bullets were expelled from their rear ends. A string of crisp impacts rang out as one guard member's power armor was struck repeatedly. The ceramite visibly crumpled. Nareth noticed the mist-like compounds in the air. Simultaneously, the mystery prior's psychic intuition warned him that something was flowing through the atmosphere. He knew this was the chemical mixture secreted by the coreless complex chemical glands. The Xenos, lacking auditory organs, communicated through colored hormones and fluid pheromones. Nareth ordered on the company comm channel, target their upper bodies. That's where their sacs are. The Xenos communicate with secreted hormones. The Astartes immediately aimed their bolters at the Xenos' upper torsos. Bolts thundered. Coral sacs ruptured one after another. Slime splattered everywhere. The labyrinth entrance was covered in disgusting gray-black fluid. The Xenos' attacks immediately became disorganized. Impacts clattered against various power armor suits, causing no damage. After the dense barrage slaughtered the surging tide of Xenos, the guard captain stepped forward. He stopped before stepping in the disgusting slime. He shrugged and joked, "These Xenos are disgusting. But this is the only passage." The mystery prior's eyes glowed with a red-black light. Seconds later, he spoke. "No, that's a trap. We take this passage." He pointed to the third passage on the left of the one from which the coral had emerged. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 506, Chapter 505, Company Captain, you cannot insult the honored navigator. Nareth Karin's command squad captain looked doubtfully at the passage. He could not see anything special about the one his captain had indicated. Despite his doubts, he followed Nareth into the passage. The mystery prior advanced, simultaneously sensing the subtle changes around him. The group proceeded, winding through the labyrinthine passages for a standard hour. This far exceeded the skin results for this section of the ship. Have we taken a wrong turn? No. Nareth denied without hesitation upon hearing the command squad captain's question. He could intuitively sense that those adult male coral warriors wanted to lure them onto a specific path to spring an ambush. The Black Emperor had told him the Xenos possessed considerable intelligence. The path he had chosen would thwart the Xenos' ambush plot. 3 o'clock. Fire. From around the corner came adult male coral warriors emerging from the diffusing mist. They flew directly into the dense barrage fired by the Astartes. The appearance of the Xenos lifted the spirits of the 19th Legion warriors, casting aside their earlier unease about being lost in the labyrinth. Adamantium-tipped rounds shredded the Xenos' papery outer shells. Bolts detonated within their sacs. Rat-tat-tat. What shot towards the Astartes now was no longer air bullets, but dense solid rounds. The mystery prior saw more clearly than the other Astartes, who only saw outlines. The Xenos had firearms mounted on biochemical interfaces at the base of their abdomens. The rounds hammered into the power armor, pitting and denting the ceramite. The Astartes moved in zigzag patterns, using the side passages as cover as they returned fire. The adult Coral warriors did not need to turn their bodies. Their thoraxes could simply rotate, covering 180 degrees, firing like rotating turrets. With a thud, a command squad member fell. These biochemically modified individuals, even with their sacks destroyed, posed a greater threat than the ordinary individuals encountered earlier. Realizing this, Nareth immediately activated his lightning claws and charged straight into the Coral. His energy field-wreathed claws swung, tearing apart an adult male warrior. Weaving among the Coral, warrior after warrior fell. His movements were swift, and not even the foul slime touched his armor. The Coral noticed the swift figure moving among them. The warriors, split on either side, abandoned the command squad members and directed a hail of fire at Nareth. The mystery prior let his psychic intuition guide him. He sidestepped, he surged forward, moving agilely through the storm of bullets. Nareth carved through the Coral ranks. He sensed his command squad members following behind him. He did not stop. He could already see the end of the passage ahead, where a chamber lay. Elite Coral male warriors are guarding something. He swung his lightning claws, shredding the Xenos in his path, and arrived before a large door. The roar of bolts sounded behind him. His following command squad meant he didn't need to watch his back. Unlike in the past, Nareth did not immediately resort to breaching charges or melta-bombs to blast open the entrance. Now, he possessed the power bestowed by the Black Emperor. The mystery prior gazed at the Xenos runic script on the panel. The runes were vastly different from Gothic letters, but they were clearly pictographic. Some had a circle on top, a vertical line below, and slanted lines on the sides, likely representing humans. The intellect of an Astartes allowed Nareth to take in all the runes in an instant. The mystery prior's eyes deepened as he analyzed and interpreted the Coral runic script. By the time the roar of bolts behind him ceased, he had holstered his bolt pistol and was rapidly tapping on the gelatinous keypad. Accompanied by the diffusion of cold mist, similar to that emitted from the Xenos sacks, the door slowly opened. Navigators. Navigators of House Frank, the command squad captain exclaimed, stepping beside his company captain. He no longer doubted, they had indeed taken the correct path. The pale-skinned navigators stared at them. One said weakly, save me. What's wrong with you? The command squad captain asked. The navigator said stiffly. It's nothing. Nothing. But you just begged for help, the command squad captain asked, puzzled. Nareth suddenly strode towards the navigator. The mystery prior shoved him down and tore off his clothes. The command squad captain was about to stop his company captain. Insulting an imperially consecrated, honored navigator would cause them no small trouble. Lord Horus would reprimand them for their disrespectful behavior. His gauntlet, reaching for the captain's arm, stopped midair. He saw a maggot attached to the base of the navigator's spine, close to the nervous system. It was a fat, bloated maggot. Its two tentacles were deeply embedded in the navigator's pale flesh. Its mouthparts were clamped tightly onto the spine. The surrounding pale flesh was a livid purple. The Xenos used this to control the navigator, the command squad captain realized. Correct, Nareth recalled the information the Black Emperor had given him. It's called a mind grub. Container. An apothecary immediately retrieved a metal canister from his belt. Following the company captain's orders, he had prepared 15 storage containers in advance. He pressed a rune. Cold mist dispersed as a section of the canister extended. Nareth raised his left hand and grabbed the fat maggot. Deprived of its host, the mind grub angrily emitted a piercing shriek at Nareth. Nareth placed the maggot into the biological chamber. The apothecary pressed the rune again before the fat creature could squirm out. Thud. The mind grub slammed against the inner metal wall. Thank you. The surviving navigator of House Frank said weakly. He had finally escaped the nightmare. He never wanted to relive the torment of constantly fighting the intruder with his will, struggling not to let his consciousness sink into the abyss. Take him back to the ship, Nareth ordered. Then he looked at a massive stone, taller than himself and 3 men wide. The stone was covered in coral runic script arranged in a honeycomb pattern. A deep space monolith. Nareth's eyes gleamed. Both the mind grubs and the deep space monoliths were items the Black Emperor had specified. Take this back. 2 command squad members immediately stepped forward and lifted the deep space monolith. Nareth then led his command squad back into the labyrinth. Passing through one corridor, he suddenly stopped, pointing at the metal wall. Melta-bombs. Moments later, an explosion echoed. Command squad members who had advanced some distance looked back. They saw countless Xenos writhing and struggling within a sea of fire. They raised their bolters, firing at the coral desperately crawling out of the flames. The command squad captain was not surprised, but still glanced at his company captain with wonder. He felt his company captain was growing stronger, and wiser too. Nareth led his company in boarding one disassembled coral chain ship after another as they tried to flee. They rescued captured navigators and brought back spoils. Only after all the chain ships in the void had been captured did he halt. Upon receiving the Shadow Lord order to stand down and rest, the mystery prior began performing prayer rituals in his captain's quarters, offering the mind grubs and deep space monoliths to the Black Emperor. As he mastered the power the Black Emperor bestowed through these offerings, Archas issued the order for an orbital assault on Sefirot Prime. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinsu. Chapter 507, Chapter 506, The Coral Queen's Air Cannon. Sefirot Prime's surface was divided by vast oceans into 5 major continents and thousands of islands. Archas descended upon the largest continent. The moment he leaped from his drop pod, he was immediately met with a tidal wave of surging coral. Becoming a sailor had unlocked the latent power within his body. He hefted his massive chain axe in one hand and raised his architect pistol with the other, firing into the air. The searing lethal radiation, harvested from the planet's radiative zone, pierced the papery outer shells, incinerating the sacks within along with them. The Legion Master's honor guard unleashed a dense barrage into the sky. Xenos' corpses rained down like hail, their slime splattering against the verdant trees. Archas looked up at the obscured sky. He suddenly recalled the Black Emperor's words, a coral queen could lay thousands of eggs daily, and each coral lived for about 10 Terran years. The coral have already taken root on this world. I must gather more troops. The Shadow Lord immediately marked his coordinates on the 19th Legion's tactical network and issued an assembly order. Then, he switched comm channels and hailed the fleet. Auspex officer. Maximum power scan. I want the 20 coordinate points with the strongest life signals. As green runes rapidly converged on the tactical network, Archas simultaneously spotted 5 squads approaching from different directions. Incineration cannon spat beams into the air, reducing swathes of adult male coral warriors to ash. On Archas's helmet display, the red dots in the surrounding area vanished rapidly, replaced by more and more green. His helmet's internal comm beeped. He activated it. The Auspex Matrix Master's voice sounded. Shadow Lord, scan complete. The nearest coordinate point is 14.83 kilometers from your position. At least 100,000 Xenos there. Archas ended the call, immediately marked the target location on the tactical network, and issued the attack order. Clad in his cataphractii pattern Terminator armor, he strode forward. Since becoming a sailor, he felt slightly more at ease in the armor. Though not as nimble as when he wore the Mark I power armor from the Unification Wars, his steps had become noticeably lighter. Archas slowed his pace, but still gradually pulled ahead of the Terminator armored squad. 2 squads in Mark III power armor flanked him, keeping pace. Suddenly, Archas surged forward, his chain axe roaring. Rounds slapped against his Terminator armor. The sailor raised his hand, firing a beam that detonated the abdomen connecting an armored vehicle. The vehicle, severed from its biochemical interface, hurtled forward under its own momentum. The sailor fired a beam at another armored vehicle while swinging his axe. The roaring chain axe tore the Xenos vehicle apart. Fragments of metal, mixed with organic matter, clattered against his Terminator armor. Archas didn't slow. He crashed into the coral armored cluster. The chain axe spun in the sailor's hands, a blur of motion. Amidst piercing shrieks, chitinous limbs were shredded. Slime sprayed. Metal debris of all sizes clanged against his armor. After obliterating the coral armored force, Archas found himself at the entrance to a large basin. He glanced at his helmet's tactical network. Ahead lay the target point, the screen filled with a red sea. Archas looked into the basin. At the entrance, groups of coral roamed. Unlike the adult male warriors encountered earlier, these lacked wings. Their bodies were supported by 1 or 2 pairs of 3-jointed walking limbs. The Shadow Lord raised his axe, pointing into the basin. Purge the Xenos. The Legion Astartes following him roared in unison. A dense barrage tore into the coral juveniles, blasting them into pulp. Archas plowed into the Xenos. Where he passed, coral juveniles were crushed into pools of ichor. Entering the basin, he immediately saw the mountainsides covered in numerous eggs. His gaze was then drawn to a colossal figure, mountainous in size. She was 10 times the size of an adult male coral warrior. Each of her arms was 3 times thicker. Her massive body lacked wings. She lay on the ground, her 3 pairs of compound eyes glaring ferociously at him. Hunting party, stand ready. Everyone else, destroy all coral. Burn every single egg. The Astartes immediately executed the Legion Master's orders, firing bolts at the coral juveniles. Devastators took meltas and incineration cannons from their battle brothers, leaping into the air to scour the cliffs of their densely packed eggs. The Coral Queen's 3 pairs of compound eyes watched her children die in droves. She let out an enraged roar. A sudden storm erupted within the valley. Eggs rattled down the cliffs. Coral juveniles were swept up by the airflow, flying towards the center. At the center stood the Coral Queen. The honeycomb structures within her abdominal sac underwent complex, rapid movements. Muscular filters and 13 valves vibrated at high frequency. Just as she prepared to attack, she saw a figure charging towards her at tremendous speed. Where he passed, scattered eggs popped like balloons underfoot, smearing the ground. Coral juveniles were torn apart by the chain axe. Arcas raised his hand, firing a beam at the Coral Queen. Simultaneously, the Queen attacked. A deafening boom. A piercing shockwave. An air cannon shot forth. Where it passed, thousands of wind-blown eggs and dozens of coral juveniles were pulverized to dust. The air cannon collided with the beam, instantly engulfing it. Arcas watched his searing radiative beam vanish in an instant. With a thought, that sailor activated the phantom scales hidden beneath his skin. The moment Arcas was sent flying, he issued his order. Hunting party, now. Dozens of arcs of electricity shot forth simultaneously, crackling as they struck the Coral Queen. Her entire body convulsed. Her heaving abdomen stilled. Arcas slammed heavily into a cliff. Countless rocks tumbled down, burying him beneath. Honor Guard members immediately rushed towards their Legion master. The hunting party angrily fired a second volley of arcs at the target. The Shadow Lord Honor Guard scrambled frantically at the rubble. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Arcas emerged from the debris, disheveled but alive. The chest plate of his Terminator armor was dented. "I'm fine." The sailor's tone was calm. He had activated his phantom scales at the last moment of the attack. The shockwave had pierced his armor but caused him no real harm. Arcas heard a sound like a mountain collapsing. The ground shook violently. He turned. The Coral Queen lay slumped and helpless on the ground. Her body heaved, she was clearly unconscious. He also saw dozens of enormous stone pillars protruding from the ground behind her, covered in coral runic script. The first hunt was a bit rough, but at least I completed our Lord's task. We have the Coral Queen and the planetary waymarkers. He pressed a rune, and the chain axe gradually fell silent. His gaze swept across the basin, towards the sea in the distance. With the hunt complete, it's time to set sail and truly enjoy being a sailor. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 508, Chapter 507, Lord Perturabo, your son has been parasitized. The void of the Campina system was filled with flame-wreathed wreckage. The most prominent among them was the burning new Sun, the Rangdan's artificial war satellite. To achieve this brilliant victory, the flagship of the Lord of Iron, the Iron Blood, had paid a heavy price. The iron-gray hull of the Gloriana-class battleship was covered in scars left by swarms of Rangdan drones. After securing victory in the void battle at great cost, the Iron Warrior successfully made planetfall. In the Primarch's command post, Kian, encased in his armor, stood quietly before the hololithic table, listening to Perturabo issue orders. Perturabo explained his plan to his trident, finally pointing to a mountain range. Now, the only uncertain factor in my plan is this mountain range that bisects this plane world. Due to unknown electromagnetic interference, the Auspex Master has not provided me with scan results sufficient to eliminate all unknowns. His ice blue eyes stared at the center of the hololith, a mountain range like a reclining dragon. A hint of dissatisfaction tinged his voice. Ferrix spoke to his Gene Father. Father, I have already dispatched Kirks. He is the sergeant most adept at reconnaissance among the lieutenants. He will surely bring back intelligence that satisfies you. On Campinas Prime, the endless mountain range rose and fell, shrouded in perennial mist. Deep within the heart of the range, imposing fortresses rose from the ground. Concealed in the shadow of the rocks, a sloth infiltrator, Dominicus, his body a mass of writhing worms, lounged, watching the scene below with satisfaction. Light falling upon him was absorbed by the burial shroud enveloping his form. Two servants he had summoned, Cerberus, following his will, had already surrounded the warriors in iron-gray armor. As a sloth who had barely crossed the threshold into biological weaponry, he could sense the neurotoxin already diffusing in the air. Soon, he would acquire test subjects and proceed with his plan. The worms writhed, forming a vaguely human-like smile. Dominicus watched as one warrior in iron-gray knelt. Light flashed. A Cerberus swung its crystal greatsword, cleaving another iron warrior in half. Hour after hour passed. The young Dominicus grew somewhat impatient, watching the one warrior who still stood. His ammunition was spent. His power sword had shattered against the Cerberus's crystal blade. But he still struggled. Dominicus emerged from the shadow of the rocks, moving among the Rangdan warriors. The infiltrator, wrapped in his burial shroud, glided noiselessly between his servants, arriving silently 3 meters behind Kirk's. The burial shroud writhed and twisted as if alive, following the spreading worms. The worms covering Dominicus's body stretched rapidly, in an instant reaching Kirk's head, grasping it like a giant hand. Necrotic fluids rapidly secreted from the worm creature's body tissues. Molecular-level acid enveloped Kirk's helmet. Kirk swung his chainsword, laboriously parrying the crystal blade. He felt something on his head. The necrotic acid had already eaten a fist-sized hole in his helmet. Countless worms surged madly, burrowed in the helmet, grasping at Kirk's scalp. The necrotic acid enveloped the Astartes' head, quickly tearing a hole in his skull. Hundreds of worms, like hands, grasped a bloody, insect-like thing and pushed it into Kirk's brain. Kirk's chainsword halted mid-swing. His face contorted. His body trembled. The 2 Cerberus and other Rangdan ceased their attacks, retreating a distance, eyeing their master with some fear. The worms rapidly retracted. The burial shroud contracted, reverting to humanoid form. He walked to the corpse of an iron warrior. His left arm hung limp. Worms surged onto his right arm. The elongated right arm grasped an iron warrior's helmet. After the necrotic acid dissolved the helmet, densely packed worms completely enveloped the warrior's head. Over a dozen seconds later, the iron warrior's head vanished. Simultaneously, a large mass of jumbled memories, knowledge, and experience flooded into Dominicus's mind. The worms on his face writhed chaotically for a time before he found the needed fragments amidst the chaotic information. He reverted to humanoid form. Meanwhile, Kirk's body ceased trembling. He walked to Dominicus and knelt. Dominicus's body writhed. A worm hand again grasped Kirk's head. Then, Kirk rose, tore the helmet from another iron warrior's corpse, and placed it on his own head. The worms on Dominicus quivered. He raised his right arm. A lumpy metal orb at the tip of the tentacle glowed. A Vox synthesizer translated the sloth's scraping sounds into words his servants could understand. One Cerberus immediately departed with its subordinates, conveying the master's orders to other Xenos. The other Cerberus, with its remaining servants, picked up the iron warrior corpses and followed behind Dominicus. Dominicus returned to his fortress with his spoils. The iron warrior corpses were divided. The 10 more complete bodies were sent to the laboratory, awaiting dissection and biological research. The remaining corpses were sent to his dining chamber, to be left until they rotted before he would enjoy his meal. Compared to the discomfort of consuming living memories, rotten corpses were far more delicious. 4 standard hours later, Kirk entered Perturabo's command base. He saluted the Primarch and the Trident, then spoke fluently in his usual tone. I reconnoitered the central mountain range as ordered. The Xenos have built no fortifications within the mountains. There are several straight highways through the range. The foolish Xenos have not utilized them. We can occupy these positions and build fortresses. This will give us an advantage. Kian listened to the Iron Warrior's report. The spirit medium suddenly felt his psychic senses triggered. He also sensed faint, barely perceptible signs of decay on Kirk's body. Though faint, to a former corpse collector, there could be no mistake. The spirit medium immediately opened his spirit vision, scrutinizing the Iron Warrior before him. Kirk's soul is wrong. It's not the somber, resilient iron gray of an Iron Warrior. It's a pale red. He closed his spirit vision and opened his Eye of Death, an ability he had possessed since becoming a gravedigger and had enhanced upon becoming a spirit medium. He continued to scrutinize the Iron Warrior. Entering the spiritual realm, looking down upon the Astartes from a higher plane, he immediately saw decay at both the physical and spiritual levels. The spirit medium closed Eye of Death. His psychic energy extended towards the Iron Warrior, touching the blood-red insectoid creature. The spirit medium sensed its independence. Combining the observations from his spirit vision and Eye of Death, he reached a startling conclusion. The Iron Warrior had been parasitized. An Astartes, after undergoing augmentation, had been parasitized and yet seemed to retain his reason. This seemed impossible. But the Black Emperor had already informed him that the sloth possessed such capability. Kirk's words are false. It's a sloth trap. Just as Kian opened his mouth to warn, he remembered the Black Emperor's instruction, assist Lord Perturabo. He changed what he was about to say. Lord Perturabo, I have crucial intelligence that requires a private report to you. Perturabo's ice blue eyes swept over Kian. Follow me. Perturabo led Kian away from the hololithic table into a private chamber. After activating the shield's field, he spoke. You have 1 minute. Lord Perturabo, your son, Kirk, has been parasitized. The moment Kian finished, he felt as if struck by a hammer. He met Perturabo's ice blue gaze and saw it overflowing with cold fury. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu Chapter 509, Chapter 508, Nareth's son is quite impressive. Perturabo's jaw thrust forward. The long cables stuck on his head, like dreadlocks, clinked against each other softly. Your evidence. Kian felt Perturabo's pressure. He knew that if he couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, he would surely incur the Primarch's punishment. He had already formulated his explanation. My lord, my evidence comes from my own father. The ice blue in Perturabo's eyes receded somewhat, but he still stared intently at Kian. The Xenos we face are controlled and driven by a race called the Sloth. The Sloth can parasitize an Iron Warrior's body with a special, blood-red, insect-like creature. And this is your answer? Perturabo said impatiently. Ferrix knows Kirks. He has not been parasitized. My lord, he has been parasitized. The talent bestowed by my gene father and my unique psychic abilities allow me to see what others cannot. Kian attributed the spirit medium's abilities to psychic power, the common external explanation used by the Shadows of Order. He saw Perturabo fall silent, seemingly analyzing his words. If you do not believe me, you can test it. How? Perturabo's rock-like, cold voice softened slightly. An individual parasitized by that flesh, while possessing intelligence surpassing a normal human's dash, cannot retain your son's calculative and analytical abilities. He is not a true Iron Warrior. If you test him, he will immediately reveal himself. Kian always bears in mind the Black Emperor's instruction. His role was to remind, not expose. Letting Lord Perturabo discover the truth himself was his task. Perturabo said no more. He deactivated the shielding field and returned to the hololithic table. The waiting Trident, seeing their father's gloomy expression, couldn't help but wonder what Kian and their father had discussed. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes fixed on Kirk's. He spoke gravely. Mark the detailed results of your reconnaissance on the hololith. As you command, father. Kirk's immediately moved, taking the control rod and beginning to mark the mountain range's outline. Perturabo watched Kirk's every movement. Normally, he wouldn't waste time waiting, enough time to complete logistical planning. But now he didn't leave the hololithic table. He watched Kirk's, motionless. His trident also stood by, waiting quietly. The command center's timer ticked away 1 standard hour. Perturabo's brow furrowed slightly. Kirk's movements were slower than usual. He would pause occasionally, think for a few seconds, then continue. His movements are too slow. His autosenses should assist his recording. He shouldn't need this long to recall. Attack marker point 1, Perturabo pointed on the hololith, asking Kirk's, your plan. Kirk's hesitated. After 2 minutes of silence, he spoke. 1 company, 10 Malkador heavy tanks. After seizing the target area, deploy tarantula sentry guns. Then build defensive fortifications. Perturabo's voice grew colder. How many fortifications? Scale of fortifications. Standard construction time. Garrison strength. Firepower allocation. Reserve supplies. Kirk's fell silent for another 3 minutes. 4 fortifications. Each of equal scale. Ferrix frowned, watching his lieutenant. According to Kirk's markings, the terrain around marker point 1 was uneven and winding. At such a crucial node, building fortifications of equal scale was clearly wrong. They should be tailored to the terrain to maximize each fortification's firepower. As he pondered, Perturabo moved. He stepped before Kirk's and tore off his helmet. The Primarch's ice-blue eyes immediately caught the unhealed gash on Kirk's scalp, a millimeter wide, finger length. He doubted no more. Amidst the Trident's horrified exclamations, he thrust his fingers into Kirk's skull and pulled out a blood-red maggot. As the maggot was extracted, Kirk's body crumpled to the floor. Perturabo slammed the writhing, struggling parasite onto the hololithic table. With a sharp crack, the flesh and blood parasite's body slapped against it. He was parasitized. Ferrix, blade of the Trident, thought of the devastating casualties they would have suffered walking into an ambush based on Kirk's misinformation. He knelt in shame. Father, I failed to detect Kirk's parasitization. I nearly led us into the Xenos trap. Be more vigilant in the future. Ferrix, expecting punishment from his gene father, was stunned. He had thought he would be stripped of the Trident's honor. He never expected his perpetually strict father to forego punishment. Perturabo's eyes were filled with ice blue. The Xenos set an ambush in the mountains. Now, they will pay the price. Though his words were false, they still provided intelligence. Every strategic node must have Xenos fortifications. They will also be lurking in ambush nearby. Kian listened to Perturabo's rapid-fire analysis. The Primarch, almost without thinking, extrapolated the Xenos deployment from Kirk's false report and formulated a corresponding battle plan accordingly. 4 minutes later, his name was called. Kian, your task is to find the Sloth. Ferrix looked thoughtfully at Kian. Father is assigning the sloth, the architects of all this, to Kian. Could it be? He spoke privately with Father earlier. Father didn't punish me for my failure. Did Kian warn Father? As you command, my lord. But I need that. Kian pointed at the parasite's body on the hololithic table. Receiving permission, he picked up the blood-red maggot with his gauntlet. Kian recalled the duty the Black Emperor had given him. My lord, the sloth are difficult to kill. Please allow me to report to you once I have located him. I will authorize a dedicated comm channel for you. You will be able to contact me at any time. Perturabo sent Kian a series of communication codes. Ferrix watched Kian with envy, thinking to himself. He has already won Father's trust. After confirming his helmet's comm link, Kian left the command center. He assembled the court brothers within his company, those to whom his father had granted different powers. Kian selected no psychics. He certainly didn't use any diviners to foresee. The Black Emperor had cautioned him that the sloth possessed certain traits similar to blanks. No sloth could be sensed by a psychic. Their terrifying minds could also inflict varying degrees of punishment on any psyker. 6 hours later, Kian and his team reached the outskirts of Marker Point 5 in the mountain range. Beside Kian stood a seer, the blood-red parasite wound around the tip of his divining rod. He looked into the distance. The Iron Warriors had already launched their surprise attack on the mountains. They moved like a precision war machine. Every squad acted simultaneously, reaching predetermined points at the same time, delivering precise firepower strikes against the Xenos. The deployed Tarantula sentry guns didn't fire laser beams. Instead, they fired energy beams personally designed by Lord Perturabo. The Tarantulas, along with the energy weapons mounted on the Malkador heavy tanks, opened fire on the towering, tree-like Acivores. Each Acivore's attack erased a tarantula or a vehicle. But the Iron Warriors didn't retreat. They formed an unstoppable tide of steel, surging forward wave after wave against the Acivores. The attacks overwhelmed the Acivore's firepower. With a thunderous roar, the titan-sized Acivores toppled. Move out. Amidst the violent trembling of the ground, Kian led his team past the 34 Malkador heavy tanks destroyed by the Acivores and entered the mountains. They advanced. The seer continuously used rod dowsing to correct their course. Eventually, they reached the foot of a 1,000-meter peak. The spirit medium ordered a halt. He opened Eye of Death, entering the spiritual realm, viewing the fortress from a higher plane. The gray-white fortress was wrapped by countless, howling, dark-green wrathful spirit. After observing for a time, that spirit medium closed Eye of Death. He had found his target. Kian immediately switched to the dedicated channel for Lord Perturabo, transmitting the coordinates captured by his divination device. 1 second later, Perturabo's rock-like, cold voice sounded on the comm, "I understand." Kian led his team to conceal themselves behind rocks and waited quietly. They didn't wait long. The helmet's timer had barely ticked past 36 standard minutes. With a roar of engines, a squadron of iron-gray stormbirds pierced the clouds, flying swiftly towards them. The heavily armored stormbirds, personally forged by Perturabo, led the iron-gray formation. Defending Acivores fired beams into the air, striking Perturabo's mount. Sparks flew as the beams impacted the iron-gray stormbird. Within seconds, the stormbird squadron formed an arrowhead formation, unleashing a series of strikes on the Acivores. Forget the air. The sloth might try to flee. Stay alert. The court brothers immediately averted their eyes from the sky, each using their own abilities to watch the mountain. The spectator beside Kian, his pitch-black eyes sharp, searched the mountainside. Suddenly, a black figure flashed through his vision. The spectator's eyes gleamed. He suddenly shouted on the comm channel. "I found him." He immediately uploaded the captured image of the black figure to the tactical network. Amidst the thunderous crash of a collapsing Acivores, Kian immediately shared the sloth's location with Lord Perturabo. The iron-gray stormbirds, flying towards the fortress, immediately changed course, heading for the sloth. Dominicus constantly changed direction, but the stormbird stayed relentlessly on his tail. Perturabo stood in the open hatch. Tactical data flashed through his transhuman mind. Based on this, he predicted the sloth's trajectory. While directing the pilot, he raised his custom-made plasma gun, firing beams at the sloth. With a series of wet slaps, worm after worm fell among the rocks. The moment the iron-gray stormbird's shadow covered the sloth, Perturabo leaped down. A massive, unmatched broadsword plunged deep into the sloth's body. Amidst a piercing shriek, the worm creature's body stretched in all directions. Perturabo swung his sword repeatedly, hacking at Dominicus's limbs. "No," Dominicus roared, "how did he find me?" After slaying the sloth with a series of strikes, Perturabo thought silently. Nareth's son is quite impressive. He asked the approaching Kian, "What reward do you desire?" "My lord, it is my honor to serve you." If I may, I would like the sloth's body. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 510, Chapter 509, Rescuing Omegon Early, Asking for Live Samples is Only Fair. 9th month, 863.m30. Visadax Thule Sector, aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. After hearing Kian's report, Nareth fell into silent contemplation. Faced with Perturabo, that sloth only thought of running. He didn't have a scepter capable of firing destructive rays, nor numerous constructs to protect him. His regenerative ability was also weak, he was killed by Perturabo's external attacks. He must have been the lowest rank of sloth infiltrator. Nareth remembered that during the Rangdan War, Alfarius learned that his twin Primarch brother, Omegon, had ended up on Barsaver. He led his men to that planet. Then, Alfarius furiously discovered that the sloth were using their biotechnology in an attempt to enslave Omegon. In close combat, Alfarius was no match for the sloth. The worm creature's powerful regeneration. His power lance was knocked away. Worm tentacles coiled around his waist. Necrotic acid corroded his armor. Ultimately, it was Librarian Rookle who sacrificed his life, unleashing a psychic attack that stunned the sloth for 1 second, allowing his Primarch to find an opening and shove a crock grenade inside the creature, detonating it. Rookle knew he would die the moment before he attacked. He had used his psychic powers recently, and seconds later had fallen to his knees in agony, convulsing and retching. He was a powerful Astartes librarian, his will far exceeding a mortal's, yet the moment he touched the sloth's mind, he was countered. Even if Perturabo is stronger than Alfarius, he couldn't have so easily killed a sloth overseer, let alone a destroyer. After all, even with 3 Primarchs like Lion L. Johnson in the decisive battle at Taxel, the situation was dire to the extreme. The one Perturabo encountered was an infiltrator. Having reached this conclusion, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Nareth. I could advance the timeline by a few years. Before Alfarius learns of Omegon's location, I could go to Barsaver and rescue him myself. Nareth was certain the sloth wouldn't be gentle with Omegon. If they wanted to enslave him, they would have subjected him to comprehensive study. Sloth science and technology perfectly blurs the line between organic and inorganic. Their biosynthetic techniques can achieve various functions, all acting in complete obedience to the master's will. A sloth laboratory is immensely valuable. Besides research data, there are live samples like blood and skin tissue. These can be used to create mystical objects and to detect infiltrating Alpha Legionnaires. A Primarch's blood contains powerful warp energy. Nareth remembered that the future Great Unclean One, Kugath, used a single drop of Gilliman's blood to create a disease called the God Blight. Omegon is being tortured terribly by the sloth. If I rescue him early, sparing him that suffering and also preventing the Alpha Legion from losing a librarian and many elites, asking for some live samples in return is only fair. I've earned it. I really am a good man, taking on all this trouble and asking for so little. Nareth made a mental note of this future arrangement, then turned his attention to the meter-long crystal coffin before him. Within its stasis field floated clusters of worms and a tattered garment. The Baron of Corruption opened his spirit vision to examine them. A pity. Even an ordinary infiltrator would be suitable potion material, but this one is damaged. It can only serve as psychic reagent. The burial shroud is the main ingredient for the spirit mediums, subsequent sequence 6, necromancer, but it's also damaged. Only psychic reagent as well. But before serving as psychic reagents, they had other uses. Nareth looked at Marlena. The biologist's tea-brown hair writhed like poisonous snakes. Marlena, they are yours. Conduct your research first. Then send them to the Forge Lord. He may also have discoveries. When the research is finally complete, the worms are yours, and the shroud is his. By your will. Marlena raised a hand. Vines spread from her armor, entwining around the crystal coffin. She turned. The vines, like tentacles, carried the crystal coffin as she walked out through the 11-meter-wide doors of the Primarch's office. Seeing the Black Emperor's gaze return to him, Kian continued his briefing. Despite the intelligence you provided and Lord Perturabo's meticulous planning, the Iron Warriors still paid a considerable price. To my knowledge, casualties in the Campina system campaign reached 7,490. Casualties on other fronts total over 5,000. The Iron Warriors also lost over 200 ships, no fewer than 70 of which were capital ships. About a third were destroyed by the drone swarms from the artificial war satellite. During Kian's pause, the Arsena spoke, his tone carrying a hint of concern. My lord, our own legions also suffered considerable losses in the 2 campaigns, liberating Zana and the Visadax Thule sector. 5,840 Shadows of Order have been killed. Due to the widespread participation of librarians specifically tasked with countering the neural collars, the casualty rate among them is far higher than in the past. 130 have fallen. Nareth nodded slightly. This was expected. However, the dice of prophecy still had over a year left on its cooldown, so he couldn't perform divination on this now. I will address this issue soon. Hearing the Black Emperor say this, Arsena's concerns faded. The 19th Legion, in gratitude for your earlier rescue, has dispatched a fleet to deliver gifts to you. Balsar has received his Legion battle brother. They are waiting outside. Let them in, Nareth instructed. Arsena and Kian saluted and then departed. Arsena ushered Balsar and the other inside, then busied himself instructing attendants for the imminent visit of Lord Perturabo. Moments later, Alastair, his heart pounding with excitement, entered the Primarch's vast office. The office, crafted from obsidian, was so spacious that Alastair, recently promoted to sergeant by the Shadow Lord, felt his entire squad could maneuver freely within it. He respectfully performed the Aquila salute to the Primarch and spoke. Lord Nareth, Alastair Rushell, of the 19th Legion's 89th Company salutes you. By order of the Shadow Lord, I present to you 381 Xenos queens captured during the war with the Coral, and 25 planetary waymarkers. We hope they please you. I am very pleased with this gift, Nareth said with a smile. Alastair exchanged a glance with librarian Balsar Kurthuri, drawing courage from the latter's eyes. My lord, the Shadow Lord hopes I might remain by your side for a time, to serve you and learn from the experience. The Baron of Corruption spoke amiably, a smile in his voice. Alastair, welcome. I am very happy to accept your service. Alastair, following the Shadow Lord order to make this request, hadn't expected it to be so smoothly accepted. Filled with anticipation, he became one of the Primarch's 8 attendants. Nareth had Balsar take Alastair to get settled. He then went to his private storage chamber and moved the Coral Queens and planetary waymarkers, one by one, into the Kingdom of Disorder. Before his final trip, he sent a message to the flagship captain, Diana Paulin, instructing her to come to his office in 5 minutes. Then, he went to the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder and ordered the Space Simian to concoct the Sequence 6 Hypnotist potion using the Coral Queen and Mind Grub. Diana entered the Primarch's office 10 seconds ahead of schedule. Drink this. Diana, with excitement, took the vial from the Primarch's hand. She looked at the transparent, colorless, viscous liquid. It undulated in her hand, with tiny, silent vortices seeming to spin just beneath its surface. She tilted her head back and downed it in one gulp. A layer of scales immediately rippled across her skin. Moments later, the newly promoted hypnotist had reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. The dragon scales on her body vanished. She sensed the changes within. She felt her physical capabilities had been considerably enhanced. Her strength and agility now exceeded ordinary human levels. The defense of the dragon scales, combined with battle hypnotism. From now on, I possess true combat capability. My combat effectiveness should be no less than an average psyker. She looked gratefully at Lord Nareth. When she had been selected as flagship commander, she never imagined she would come to possess such wondrous abilities. 3 solar days later, the battle-scarred Iron Blood arrived. Perturabo, accompanied by his trident, took an Aquila lander to the Shadow's sovereignty. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 511, Chapter 510, Perturabo, complete your artwork, and I will make your ideal city a reality. Arsena, representing Nareth, waited on the landing pad. Upon seeing Perturabo, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Lord. Take me to Nareth. Arsena compared Perturabo's tone and expression to the last time. He thought uncertainly. He seems in a slightly better mood than before. He had no time to ponder deeply. He said respectfully. Lord, please follow me. Perturabo strode forward, accompanied by the high chanting of servo skulls. The Primarch, Lord Perturabo, the Lord of Iron, the Hammer of Olympia, the glorious victor of Campinas. The Trident followed their Primarch, more relaxed than their usual tense state. Perturabo entered the palace. His eye swept over the asymmetrical architecture, then settled on the approaching Nareth and Kian standing behind him. He also noticed 2 warriors not bearing the iconic black livery of Shadows of Order. The numerals on their shoulder plates marked them as belonging to the 19th Legion. Perturabo, congratulations on destroying the Xenos War Moon in the Campinas system and achieving a glorious victory. Perturabo's ice blue eyes gleamed. He spoke appreciatively. Nareth, your son is quite impressive. He played a vital role at Campinas. The Iron Warriors will learn from Shadows of Order. Nareth keenly perceived the deliberate concealment of satisfaction and pride in Perturabo's voice. He signaled his aide to activate the hololith. I would very much like to hear from you personally, everything about the Campinas system campaign. I would be happy to share everything with you, Perturabo said, not stepping forward. He looked at Nareth, who regarded him with slight puzzlement. I would like to invite you to the Iron Blood. I will tell you everything there. Along with some new works I've tinkered with in my spare time. Hearing this, Nareth readily agreed. I would be delighted to visit your flagship. The two Primarchs rode the same Aquila lander, flying towards the 20-kilometer-long Iron Grey Gloriana-class battleship. Stepping into Perturabo's strategium, Nareth immediately felt a repressed atmosphere. Though this was one of the few places on the Iron Blood with windows, they were merely narrow, lancet-shaped slits set between arched iron beams. After the Iron Warriors and Servitors saluted, they immediately immersed themselves in heavy, busy work. Perturabo concisely began to introduce the tactical concepts and series of actions he had employed at Campinas. Nareth responded with occasional appreciative remarks. Gradually, Perturabo's explanations became more and more detailed. One standard ship day later, he finished his account, still sounding somewhat unsatisfied. He walked to a workbench and pointed to a model upon it. This is a fortress I casually constructed while commanding the campaign. Nareth walked to the model and bent down to examine it. It uses a modular design. Modules like the power core, defensive fortifications, and weapon units can be selected as needed. Ingenious design, appropriate resource allocation, flexible enough to meet different firepower requirements. You've even considered the future, blending civilian structures and defensive fortifications into one. Every part of a building becomes a bunker, strongpoint, and barracks. Perturabo's tone was casual. Merely a casual piece. I'll convert it into technical data and send it to you. I certainly need it. But I'd rather see your ingenious ideas in areas other than tools of war. Nareth asked tentatively. He knew that only Magnus had ever viewed Perturabo's private collection. Perturabo's eyes brightened. Of course. Turning, he said to Ferrix. Take the others to rest. Nareth followed behind Perturabo, heading towards his private quarters. One of the long cables on Perturabo's had interfaced with the door's cable. With a rumble of mechanical motion, the door opened. Nareth entered Perturabo's quarters. Compared to his own palace, this one was somewhat smaller. Not only because the Shadow's sovereignty was larger, but also because Perturabo rarely spent time here. He was always busy in the strategium, formulating plans and reviewing every report. Nareth felt momentarily dazed. Perturabo's quarters reminded him of Ferrus Manus's quarters aboard the Fist of Iron, a dwelling resembling a forge workshop. But he immediately noticed the differences. Here, there were more elements of engineering than forging. Workbenches with integrated environment simulators, structural strength testers, and vibration test stations. Laser files and temperature-variable soldering irons arranged opposite each other. The entire quarters lacked measuring or calculation tools like digital calipers or laser rangefinders, yet everything was neatly arranged and well-organized. Nareth walked towards a stone platform. He saw numerous drawings hanging around it, and lifelike, unfinished artistic pieces on the stone base. Seeing they hadn't yet been moved to a private storage chamber, he knew Perturabo still harbored some lingering hopes for them. Truly a city of grand vision. Based on Dunivar Asticon's formula, you've used the tools of science and art, applying the laws of perspective to give it perfect proportions. You understand Olympian art. A flicker of surprise crossed Perturabo's cold eyes. Nareth's gaze remained fixed on the model architecture. Your art has already transcended Olympian thought. The philosophy of that world was incomplete. Its philosophers focused on classification. The tools of art and science are the same. Everything is part of a single whole. You've unified them with steel and glass, constructing magnificent buildings, an awe-inspiring palace. Perturabo's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. This was something even Magnus hadn't articulated, the design philosophy hidden within his architecture, a secret he once thought no one would discover. The Baron of Corruption's gaze finally settled on the most dazzling building. The model instantly transformed into countless geometric figures, circular outlines, floor plans. The most remarkable is the Grand Theater. It is the perfect embodiment of geometric beauty. The corner of Perturabo's mouth twitched. Before it could fully rise, he caught himself and forcibly suppressed it. He recalled the discussion of artistic views when the three of them had journeyed to the galactic core to formulate the plan to attack the squats. As Perturabo was lost in memories, Nareth looked at him, his pitch-black eyes meeting the ice-blue ones. Why not complete it? Nareth had to admit, Perturabo's conception balanced practicality and artistry. It was perfect architecture, rivaling only Tisca. Paradigm City, which he had designed in the past, prioritized efficiency, with the environment as a secondary consideration. Even if I redesigned one now from a geometric perspective, I could probably only achieve this level. Perturabo involuntarily averted his gaze. After several seconds of silence, he spoke. It would consume vast resources, and it's too fragile. It shouldn't exist in this brutal galaxy. His eyes filled with gloom. Peaceful and prosperous cities are destroyed in the flames of barbarism. In Terra's past, in this galaxy, it happens every moment. Therefore, it is meaningless. I think only you and Magnus would appreciate it. The other brothers would only see it as meaningless ruins destined for disaster. Art without protection is fragile. Our beautiful angel, even his Angelicra, has no space for art. Perturabo said helplessly, Father would also never permit me to expend vast resources building a utopia. No. Nareth shook his head in denial. Perturabo turned to look at him, a lingering melancholy in his eyes. Art isn't always fragile, as long as its shield is hard enough. My Ramillies-class starforts can protect the void. My fortress-grade void shields can protect an entire city. Shadows of Order is the shield that guards. Nareth gazed into the ice-blue eyes and spoke seriously. I have sufficient resources to build such a city. So. He emphasized his promise. Perturabo, complete your artwork. I will make your ideal city a reality. I hope Vostroya can have such a city. Perturabo's eyes lit up, gleaming like blue stars. His normally rock-like voice was filled with a rare warmth. Good. As they left Perturabo's quarters, Nareth naturally made his request. Perturabo, I'd like to ask you to help me design a special weapon. Of course, no problem, Perturabo said confidently. This won't affect my completing it. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 512, Chapter 511, Perturabo's Faith. Since the weapon I need is still just a concept, I'd like to have an expert in this field join the development. Someone like the Magos Kronos on your ship, Zulun 4. Nareth spoke directly. In the past, he might have hesitated, considering whether seeking someone else's involvement would displease Perturabo. But now, they had established a close relationship. Zulun 4 would also prove himself in the field of time, perhaps even surpassing Perturabo. In Nareth's memory, the Magos Kronos had discovered an error in one of Perturabo's designs. Though not a critical error, it could have led to the deaths of many Iron Warriors. He wanted to avoid any mistakes if possible. He didn't want Shadows of Order to pay for them in blood. I'm not sure if such a person exists, Perturabo frowned. I need time to confirm. Moments later, a figure fully enveloped in a red robe stood before the two Primarchs. He raised his hooded head, spreading his metal arms as he bowed. Magos Kronos, Zulun 4, pays homage to the Lord of Iron and Lord Nareth. You specialize in temporal matters. Perturabo looked appraisingly at the Magos from his ship. Yes, my lord. I must acknowledge this, as the power of time is understood by only a few in this age. I have heard that people of the dark age of technology use temporal weapons. After that, the practice was shunned. Regrettably, my field is not understood or respected by my peers now. After his lament, the Magos Kronos confidently displayed his self-assurance in his domain without hesitation. Faced with these most obscure secrets, they lack the insight that I possess. Few can understand time as I do. It is the true engine of the universe. Of course, you and Lord Nareth are capable of comprehending any mystery. Perturabo immediately caught the implication in Zulun 4's pointed words. He said coldly. You claim to be dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, yet you endlessly prattle on about souls. Everything you do is inherently contradictory. I don't care how a machine feels today, because everything it tells you is merely your own fantasy. The Emperor himself welcomed us into the Imperium, Zulun 4 argued. The Omnicia sanctioned our religion while forbidding all others, because he saw the truth within us. Perturabo said coldly, my father is not a messenger for your machine god, regardless of what you believe, or what he permits you to think. His tolerance for your cult is merely expediency. Your faction is powerful and cannot be subdued swiftly. He also craves your industrial output to serve the crusade. Perturabo said contemptuously, I have no interest in any certainty beyond what you derive from the application of fact and reason. It pains me deeply that one such as you cannot grasp the true essence of the Omnicia, for you are far more insightful than any Magos. Perturabo said sarcastically, if you want to bring a Primarch into your church, why not try Ferris or Vulcan? I imagine they would also ignore your invitation. Zulun 4 did not answer immediately. The Mechanicum had long been dedicated to spreading the glory of the Omnicia to the Primarchs. Nareth, Ferris Manus, Perturabo, and Vulcan all exhibited extraordinary traits in different aspects. Among them, Ferris had already accepted the philosophy of the flesh is weak, and deeply integrated with them. Mars had shared its repositories of knowledge with Ferris, authorizing him access to all sacred STCs. Explorator fleets operated alongside the Iron Hands, establishing one new forge world after another. The number of sacred templates they discovered was second only to Nareth, favored by the Omnicia. The Magos guiding Ferris had gained immense prestige and, valued by the Omnicia, had become Archmagos. Zulun 4 looked at Lord Nareth, who had remained silent. His Vox synthesizer carried an eager tremor. Lord Nareth, favored by the Omnicia, you surely perceive the divine radiance of the Omnicia. Listening to their exchange, Nareth pondered how to completely win over Perturabo. Through his previous efforts, he had already established a close relationship with Perturabo. He was confident that he was one of Perturabo's two friends. By helping Perturabo turn his artistic ideal into reality, he would become even closer to him than Magnus was. But for Nareth, this was not enough. After all, in a sense, absolute loyalty is the only true loyalty. Less than that is equivalent to disloyalty. At least, he wouldn't offer Perturabo a potion now. But making Perturabo, who despised faith, completely loyal to him would be no easy feat. Examining the dialogue between Perturabo and Zulun IV, Nareth drew a conclusion. Perturabo's adoptive father, Damkos, had judged him correctly. He did possess a faith in reason, science, and art. His faith in reason wasn't due to emotional detachment or cold-heartedness, but a willingness to pursue order at any cost. Perturabo's fear of things others couldn't see stemmed from a sincere desire to establish order at any cost. Faith in reason, science, and art. Pursuit of order. A flash of inspiration struck Nareth. A rough outline of a plan began to form. As he pondered, he keenly heard the unusual emotion in Zulun IV's Vox synthesizer. He smiled slightly and steered the conversation back to the purpose of the day. Muggos, let us set aside our differences for now. I require a weapon to counter a potential threat. Arsena. The Arsena immediately responded to Nareth's call. He connected his data slate to one of the Strategium's cogitators, projecting an image reconstructed from the Primarch's transhuman memory. The Hrud. They are found between the ventilation shafts and access ways of starship decks. They thrive in darkness. Their skin can release various toxins. They can also generate distortion fields that can confuse an Astartes' vision. The most troublesome thing is the entropic field generated within their bodies. It causes the surrounding environment to age, and even an Astartes can rapidly decay. Perturabo's trident exchanged glances. If these words came from anyone else, they would dismiss them as nonsense. But a Primarch's words commanded their attention. Perturabo's ice blue eyes deepened. After pondering for over a dozen seconds, he spoke, outlining his idea. A stasis device with sufficient power could counteract the entropic field generated by the Xenos. Correct, Nareth affirmed Perturabo's idea. This was precisely what he wanted, to have Perturabo design a weapon to counter the Hrud ahead of time. Once he obtained the sloth, the only materials missing for the Mentor of Disorder potion would be the enslavers and the Hrud. When the Rangdan War concluded and his legion had recuperated, he would launch the Saktrata Deeps campaign early. He needed Perturabo to first create a prototype weapon. The Forge Lord and others could then make targeted improvements based on battlefield conditions. He recalled the error Perturabo had made, the one Zulun IV would correct. A bomb format could counter the distortion fields of several Hrud. But as the number of Hrud increases, the entropic effect they generate also intensifies dramatically. I overlooked that, Perturabo frowned, annoyed at his oversight. He looked at the Muggos Kronos. So that's why you called for him? Nareth nodded. Correct. Only you can complete this device, but you need assistance. Vulcan's forging skills were unparalleled. Ferris mastered the most esoteric knowledge. Perturabo's technical ability was no less than theirs, but he possessed more genius and creativity. He could always design weapons based on battlefield needs. The Muggos Kronos will assist you in completing this device. Zulun IV's metal limbs raised. He said excitedly, "This is my honor. We may unlock the secrets of temporal axis weapons, or design a temporal locator, thereby minimizing the time distortion of warp travel. I look forward to receiving the stasis field weapon and the model of your ideal city." Perturabo thought of his ideal city. His ice blue eyes gleamed. "You will see it." The moment he finished speaking, almost simultaneously, his internal comm beeped, Nareth's communication bead buzzed, and the comms of Arsena and everyone else chimed with alerts. Perturabo strode to the hololithic tactical table and slammed his hand heavily upon it. The Xenos have launched a full-scale invasion. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinzu. Chapter 513, Chapter 512, The Rangdan Full-Scale Invasion. Nareth walked to stand beside Perturabo, gazing at the galactic star chart. He saw dense clusters of red light points, spreading across the northwestern galaxy. He thought to himself. Deploying the Ramillies-class starfort, rapidly liberating Xana, and then jointly reclaiming the Visidax Thule sector with Perturabo, these actions have had the desired effect. The central area where the war burns is not my core territory. At the same time, Nareth noticed that the Coronid New Zone in the northeastern galaxy had inevitably suffered invasion. The Primarch picked up a data slate and reviewed the information. A stream of data flashed through his mind at tremendous speed. The Poolheim sector has fallen. 1.4 billion colonists have been enslaved by the Xenos. The Rauza subsector is under invasion by a Xenos fleet. Expedition Fleet 365 encountered in Warmoon. The entire fleet was annihilated. The RAN system is under invasion. Expedition Fleet 804 has been destroyed. 4 regiments of the Solar Auxilia, reinforced by the 5th Legion's 36th Company, are conducting guerrilla resistance. The fortress world, Fortress of Resilience, is besieged. Communication has been lost for over 41 standard days. In an instant, the Primarch found the information he needed within the data. 32 worlds, including Abyssport, Lethe, Lament, Corando, and others, were under invasion by Xenos with metallic hides. Nareth's eyes narrowed. Abyssport was the transportation hub of the Coronid New Zone. It must not be lost. Though guarded by a Ramillies-class starfort, it is not infallible. The siege must be lifted quickly. Northeastern Galaxy, Xenos with metallic hides. Base mechanic. Balsar Katyuri, Alastair Rushell, and Perturabos Trident connected their data slates to the cogitator and began reviewing report after report. Their expressions were grave. The previous battles with the Xenos had already cost them dearly. They had thought the Xenos were crippled. They hadn't expected an even more ferocious assault from the main Xenos force. A thought inevitably arose in their minds: the Xenos they now faced were more powerful than any other Xenos they had encountered before. Even more powerful than the Orc Empire in the Wheel of Fire, or the Mitu who had ruled the Coronid New Zone. Arsena, however, was less surprised. He knew the Black Emperor had been preparing for this. The Ramillies-class starforts had been built preemptively but not yet deployed. He had also ordered the assembly of all Legion warriors at the Kalium Gate, leaving only the necessary garrison forces. As they pondered, Perturabos' ice-blue eyes turned to Nareth. "We must formulate an operational plan." Nareth nodded. "We should report to the War Council and the Emperor, requesting reinforcements. The Emperor must deploy the Ordo Sinister, and other legions must dispatch forces. The Carcharodons and Ashen Claws, along with Balsar and others, were not enough. I need to corrode more people." "I agree." Perturabo realized that Nareth's earlier words at the War Council had been predictive. They needed more support. After the 2 Primarchs reached a consensus, they immediately submitted a joint request for reinforcement to the War Council. Perturabo's eyes were fixed on the star chart. "Reinforcements will take time to arrive. We must take action immediately." Nareth nodded slightly. He had already formulated a plan. He now only needed Perturabo's agreement. "Xana can provide powerful support for our counteroffensive. It is our base. The Iron Warriors have already established numerous fortifications in the Visidax Thule sector. I propose your legion defend this line. I believe no Xenos can breach the defense line you have established." Nareth raised his hand, tracing an area on the star chart that encompassed Xana and the Visidax Thule sector. "This region will be our secure rear area. With the Iron Warriors advancing steadily from this central point, we can gradually liberate the Lost Worlds." "Of course," Perturabo said confidently. "I will crush every Xenos." Seeing Perturabo accept his arrangement, Nareth continued. He drew a straight line on the star chart, like a sharp knife. "My legion will thrust forward, liberating Imperial worlds and leaving garrisons behind, until we return to the Kalium Gate. Then, I will transit through the Kalium Gate, projecting power directly into the strategic core region, opening a new front." Striking a heavy blow directly among the Xenos, Perturabo said admiringly. "I agree with your plan." After another 5 standard hours discussing the plan's details with Perturabo, Nareth boarded his shuttle and flew back to the Shadow's sovereignty. Back in his office, he instructed Arsena. "Issue orders immediately. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th chapters are to attack the Rangdan Xenos. The 9th chapter's target is Bergenheim." The Arsena meticulously recorded the orders. "By your will, my lord." Nareth left the Dionysian spear on its rack and went to the Kingdom of Disorder. With a thought, he extended his psychic energy, touching orbs to confirm that Howard Fender, Sanchez, and Thierry were alone. He then pulled them into the Kingdom of Disorder. Pasquale's abilities had not yet reached the standard Nareth had set, so he had not informed the 6th chapter's lord about the Black Emperor and the prayer rituals. The 3 men, arriving in the mysterious realm shrouded in black mist, immediately bowed respectfully to the Black Emperor on his throne. "My lord. The Coronid New Zone has been invaded. You will immediately lead your chapters to Abyssport." After speaking, Nareth transmitted images and information about the sloth to the 3 through a psychic link. "You must be especially vigilant. The base mechanic invasion by the Rangdan may have the sloth lurking behind it. Once you encounter the sloth, be cautious. Among them are those capable of contending with the Primarch, and even some who are stronger." Seeing Thierry's eyes gleam, knowing his love for challenging the strong, Nareth emphasized his tone and spoke gravely. "Do not engage them alone." He emphasized to the weapon master, "Your weapons cannot cause substantive damage to the worm creature's regeneration. Seeking an opportunity to throw a grenade inside them is your only chance." Sanchez, Nareth said to the pyromaniac, your flames are the same, but more flexible than grenades. Your chances are better. Howard, he said to the judge, your prohibition can interfere with the sloth's regenerative ability. Confine might be able to bind a wounded one. If possible, confine a sloth. After a pause, he continued. Do not force it. He absolutely did not want Howard to lose his life for the sake of potion materials. Based on Kian's report and his own memories, Nareth judged that Howard could handle an infiltrator alone. Against an overseer, the outcome was uncertain. Against a destroyer, he would surely die. After instructing the three, Nareth said to Howard, inform Pasquale. He is to return to the coordinate new zone immediately. The black mist churned. Nareth sent the three back to the real space. Term correction. Basmanic, base mechanic. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 514, Chapter 513, The Wind-Blessed Daily Flight, and the Water Tanks. Aboard the 9th chapter's flagship, the Relic-class vessel Wave. 5 levels of the lower decks had been opened up, initially 3, now 5. 2 figures flew through the air of the training area, like large black birds with wings on their backs. Their black armor was much lighter than standard power armor. The wings on their backs were crafted by Vulcan based on the Yell pattern Dominum armor. The armor was made of lightweight yet tough metal composites, but to reduce energy consumption, the adaptive camouflage ability was omitted. Stealth was not their combat style. Neither used the built-in wing assist. This was a pure flight contest. Fierce winds, welling up from within the wind-blessed, enveloped their bodies, howling loudly. Nicholas, recently elevated to wind-blessed, flew through the air, weaving between pylons. The pylons swayed as the gale swept past them. Position runes flashing on his helmet display showed Skesny high above, nearly touching the ceiling. Skesny not only flew higher but also maintained a lead of over 100 meters. He has fully mastered the power bestowed by our Lord. He is a true wind-blessed. Suddenly, Nicholas felt the gale around him subside. His body dipped, plunging sharply downward. The wind-blessed felt like a storm bird diving. Dust in the air ducts was blasted by the strong wind towards the fairings at either end, then sucked away by filters before impact. Nicholas glanced at his helmet display. The position rune for the finish line showed 210 meters away, and his descent was accelerating. He strained to straighten his body, ensuring his flight trajectory was forward, not down. Through his helmet's visual layer, he saw Skesny ahead, descending calmly. The gale around him instantly subsided. His body, neither forward nor back, landed steadily on the finish line. Nicholas's speed decreased. He glided forward a distance, straining to maintain his posture. Finally, as the wind died, he lost control and landed. Nicholas glanced at the position rune. The displayed number was 58.2 meters. Storm Lord, I lost. Your progress has exceeded expectations, Skesny said, walking towards him. And you didn't use your expertise in storm-based psychic powers. This was a pure contest of wind-blessed, a way to master the power bestowed by our Lord. Nicholas wasn't too concerned about the outcome. He felt his psychic energy become lively, enjoying the daily flight experience of a wind-blessed. Indeed, Skesny nodded, speaking with feeling. I used to think mastering the power bestowed by our Lord would get harder each time. But the wind-blessed is different. The direction for mastering this power is clear. You just need to use the wind. He shared his insight with Nicholas. Of course, letting yourself get angry occasionally helps you master it faster. It's the same for the folk of rage. As you say, Nicholas agreed. I think this is why our Lord gave us the path of the Eldari's howling banshees. Fury holds immense power, but it can also make one lose control. Our Lord wouldn't want that, said Skesny, who had followed the Black Emperor since Vostroya. We've already explored 2 directions. We need to practice this on Bergenheim. I will lead the honor guard, using the war mask also derived from the Eldari aspect of the warrior, channeling fury into power, using it as a weapon. You will lead the librarians and selected warriors, entering the meditative state created by our Lord, releasing the power of fury. I will call them Stormers. Nicholas's eyes deepened. After receiving the Black Emperor's command, he and Skesny had begun to practice the path of the Howling Banshees within the 9th chapter. As a librarian, he integrated this meditative state, seeking the storm of power. Skesny was about to speak when his helmet's internal comm chimed. He activated it. The master of the Vox's voice came through. Storm Lord, the fleet has arrived at the Mandeville point. We can transition to the real space of the Bergenheim system. Begin the transition, Skesny ordered, then said to Nicholas, back to the bridge. As you will. Nicholas followed Skesny to the elevator. The elevators on the 9th chapter ships were quite different. The composite crystal was decorated with seashells and corals from oceanic worlds. Through the crystal, one could see, deck by deck, the shadows of order immersed in water tanks. Most were already folk of rage, but like the sailor, they enjoyed the churning within the water. The elevator rose rapidly. The moment the hatch opened, the librarian's eyes flickered. He felt the unmistakable change as the ship traveled the barrier. They went straight to the tactical table before the command throne. The archaeologist overseeing the chapter's simulus chamber had already compiled the scan results, presenting the tactical data as a hololith before his lord. Skesny gazed at the tactical table. Red and blue forces seemed evenly matched. He turned his gaze to the right, reviewing 5 operational plans submitted by the student of ratiocination, acting as shipmaster. Enlarge Plan 2. At Skesny's command, a screen with a blue border expanded. Execute Operational Plan 2. Codename, Tide 9. As you command. The shipmaster's response came through the Vox channel. Over 1 million servants and crew, under direction, activated weapon systems and energized power conduits. The Punisher-class reactors powered the drives. Almost simultaneously, every void ship in the chapter increased engine output. Frigates and destroyers surged forward first, like the crest of a wave, crashing into the Rangdan ship formations. Like tides scouring rocks, they scattered the Xenos ship formations. Beams and shells crossed in the stellar sea, illuminating the void. Lances from the Relic-class ship pierced the entire Rangdan formation, slamming into the hull of the flagship, bristling with spikes and flails. Battleships and cruisers followed, wave after wave battering the enemy line. Across the vast stellar sea, silent explosions dotted the flagship's hull. The glowing skeletal remains of destroyed void ships radiated blazing light. Skesny stared at the screen, filled with signals, gradually calming like an ebbing tide. He issued the order. Prepare for planetary assault. In the water tanks aboard the 9th chapter ships, the internal comms of the Shadows of Order chimed with assembly orders. 1,950 folk of rage, and 3,290 sailors surfaced, stepping out of their tanks. Water droplets fell from them, collected by the recycling systems. Drop pods rained down like a storm upon Bergenheim Prime. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 515, Chapter 514, The Storm is my home ground. Nicholas led his trained force of 1,052 stormers onto the surface of Bergenheim Prime. They all came from the 2nd through 10th companies. First Captain Giorgino and Storm Lord, Skesny, had adopted the same training method, a purer, more warrior-focused path. The core of the stormers were 11 librarians from the 9th chapter. They were responsible for transmitting Nicholas's orders to the other stormers. Nicholas checked the target position runes on his helmet display and issued orders on the stormers' channel. Today is the moment to test the results of our training. It is also your opportunity to earn prestige within the chapter. For the Gene Father, purge the Xenos. Stormers, advance. The stormers marched forward in uniform pace. Their breathing gradually slowed and stabilized. Their eagerness for glory subsided. One by one, they entered a meditative state, then ascended to the first level of the Thelema mind state. In the true will state, they clarified their desire for glory and solidified the creed of the stormers. Perceive the trend of the storm. When attacking, unleash firepower and sweep away the enemy. When defending, be unshakable, standing firm amidst the storm. Through the 11 librarians, Nicholas received confirmation that all were ready. He focused on the tactical data on his helmet. Confirming that the approaching slave army lacked any human-recognized signals, being other species enslaved by the Rangdan, he directly ordered. Storm Mask. Open fire. The instant he gave the order, the librarians transmitted the command to the stormers' minds faster than any comm channel. The wind rose. The stormers, wearing their storm masks, raised their bedrock pattern bolters. Their arms moved with superhuman speed, acquiring targets and pulling triggers. In 1 second, the bedrock pattern bolters, equipped with hunter-killer modules, emptied their first magazines. Shredded flesh and blood churned together, as if swept up by a tornado. The stormers didn't miss a single shot, nor did any 2 bolts strike the same target. The rapid firing made the Shadows of Order's arms tremble slightly. Their hearts pumped powerfully. Adrenaline made their movements even swifter. They rapidly reloaded and waited for the enemy to enter optimal firing range. Hundreds of thousands of Xeno slaves surged wave after wave towards the stormers' line, but couldn't match their rate of slaughter. The stormers advanced calmly, resupplying from ammunition vehicles produced on the Firestorm world. They repeated the cycle: fire, advance, engage again. Time and again. The power unleashed by the storm mask found no release, no satisfaction. Some stormers grew agitated. A librarian was the first to notice a stormer under his command break formation. He was 2 steps ahead of his squad mates. Ascend to the 2nd level of the mind state. To be a stormer, besides mastering the storm mask, one needed at least the second level of the Thelema mind state. Squad leaders required the third. One by one, the stormers ascended to the second level of the Thelema mind state. Nicholas's eyes deepened. His pitch-black pupils dilated suddenly. Through his warp insight, he saw the storm brewing around the stormers. Nicholas nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the result he wanted. The whites of his eyes re-emerged. He looked at the enemy appearing ahead. The time to unleash the storm had arrived. Attack. In an instant, the stormers were released. 10 magazines were emptied in seconds. Even the rugged, durable bedrock pattern bolters had their barrels overheat from the rapid firing and movement. Machine spirits, in their frenzy, issued dangerous warnings. A firestorm engulfed the Xenos' army's front lines. Rangdan Xenos were torn apart in terror, one after another. Overlords felt their personal energy shields shudder and oscillate under the relentless barrage. They were stunned. Librarians, the overlords are yours. With a thought, Nicholas activated the conductive filaments connected to his neural cortex, energizing thousands of metal plates made of a special alloy. The hinged framework, linked by microfiber bundles, drove the wings to spread. Wind surged from within the wind blessed. He spread his wings and took flight. The armor's wings extended. He howled through the air towards the Cerebors. The 11 librarians withdrew from the Thelema mind state and entered the 5th level of the enumeration. Psychic lightning and flames leaped. Amidst a series of crackling reports, the energy shields of dozens of overlords shattered one after another. Storm. The stormers unleashed another volley of fire, tearing apart the overlords' bodies. Nicholas flew before the Cerebors in an instant. He saw the dangerous light flickering in the red line running through its skull and felt the numbness from the neurotoxin's intrusion into his mind. Though it hadn't yet affected him substantially, he knew he had to eliminate the Cerebors quickly. Nicholas raised his staff. Electricity flickered in his eyes. The storm mask propelled the accumulated psychic power into release. Since becoming a wind-blessed, his storm-based psychic abilities had been further stimulated. The librarian alone conjured a hurricane. Thousands of Xenos around the Cerebors were swept up by the violent winds. The Overlord's personal energy shields howled in the gale. The wind-blessed elegantly swooped and glided. His wings, painted gold in emulation of the Black Emperor, extended, their sharp edges grazing Xenos after Xenos. Blue light flashed. Force fields crackled. Flesh and blood scattered, brutally torn apart. The Cerebors raised its bent arms, resisting the powerful force pulling at it. It watched the hurricane above rapidly turn blood red. The wind-blessed shook his staff. The wind suddenly reversed direction. The Cerebors, caught off guard, was swept up by the cyclone. The librarian shook his staff. The compressed hurricane roared towards the Cerebors. A series of sharp cracks pierced the howling wind, echoing across the sky. The Cerebors shrieked in terror. It knew it was utterly outmatched in the air. Before its tentacles could react, the wind direction abruptly reversed again. Its body lurched, tumbling. Nicholas masterfully utilized the storm, constantly changing its direction and intensity, weakening the energy shield with a relentless series of storm attacks. He watched as Xenos were torn apart one by one. Even Rangdan overlords couldn't last long in the psychic storm. He looked at the struggling Cerebors, thinking to himself. The storm is my home ground. Once you're caught in it, you have no chance. After tumbling and flailing in the air for a time, the Cerebors discovered in horror that its energy shield was shattered. It realized it had to kill Nicholas. A crimson light flared. Psychic energy enveloped its body, temporarily freeing it from the wind's grasp. The Cerebor swung its crystal greatsword at the shadows of order. Clang. Nicholas folded his golden wings, blocking the crystal sword. Seizing the moment, the force field deflected the attack. Nicholas roared, utilizing the abilities of the Folk of Rage. His arm shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the Cerebors' head in an instant. The Cerebors, terrified, felt that the black-armored warrior's fist was a storm. With a thunderous crack, the Cerebors' bulbous head exploded. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 516, Chapter 515, Harnessing the Power of Fury. Surface of Bergenheim Prime. Skesny entered the Land Raider via the forward assault ramp. Clad in his custom-fitted armor, he sat in the commander's station without feeling cramped. Please undergo gene code verification. Skesny removed his gauntlet and pressed his hand to the touch panel. Spikes immediately pierced his palm. For security purposes, all controls on a Land Raider require gene code verification to prevent unauthorized use by the enemy. Verification successful. Welcome, Storm Lord. Skesny gazed at the hololithic tactical display before him while simultaneously connecting the external cable from the central auspex to the implant port in his spine. The instant he established connection with the tank, tactical data from the triple redundant analysis engine team flooded into his mind. The 9th chapter had already gained the upper hand in 27 of the 41 operational zones where they were engaged. Another 12 zones were at a stalemate, with only 2 zones at a disadvantage. He asked the tech marine beside him, "Has the identification result been confirmed?" "Storm Lord, I have double-checked. It is in operational zone C-14. The tech marine's servo arm clutched a mass of worms, still writhing actively. The archaeologist channeled psychic energy into the runes surrounding him with both hands. The worms grew more active. But this item is still in the experimental stage. This mass of worms was obtained by Kian, captain of the 5th Company, 4th chapter, at Campinas. It came from the slot corpse Lord Perturabo awarded him. The Forge Lord and Lady Marlena worked together to create this item, hoping to utilize the mysterious connection between slot to detect slot lurking in the shadows. Skesny stared at the disgusting mass of worms and issued an order. "The area is too broad. Pinpoint the exact distance to the target." The archaeologist channeled more psychic energy into the runes. Hundreds of worms writhed rapidly, only gradually calming down after several minutes. "My lord, approximately 15 to 24 kilometers. The exact distance cannot be confirmed." Skesny, seeing only constantly writhing worms, had no idea how the tech marine had arrived at that figure. He glanced again at the tactical data. Zone C-14 was precisely one of the 2 zones where the 9th chapter was at a disadvantage. He pondered for a few seconds, then adjusted the local communication array channel connected to his spine. "Giorgino. The tech marines have detected possible slot activity. I must go to confirm. You will be in temporary command. Dispatch your elite to support Zone D-3. "As you command, my lord," Giorgino said before signing off, adding to his friend, "but don't leave me in charge too long. I just got dizzy from flying." Skesny laughed heartily. "It won't be long." After ending the communication, he marked the direction of the suspected slot and ordered the advance. Promethium burned fiercely in the Mars pattern adaptive thermic combustion reaction engines of the 11 Land Raiders of the Honor Guard. Of the 20 track links on the Firestorm pattern Land Raiders, the first 11 represented the Legion, engraved with the Legion's symbol of wings, spines, and an abstract crown. The following 9 represented the chapter, engraved with the chapter's blue wave emblem. Skesny reviewed the brief for Operational Zone C-14 and activated the tactical display. Towering, tree-like a Sefirot. Dense beams lanced towards the Firestorm pattern Land Raiders. The first wave of blinding beams struck the front glassy plates. Tactical data from the auspex showed the titanium and plasteel composite in the reinforced critical areas was penetrated, but not the mastercrafted thermoplastic fiber mesh. Cerberus and Sefirot, as the 2 major Rangdan races, were the 2 main enemies faced by Shadows of Order. Every part of the Legion conducted research on the enemy. The 9th chapter based its research on its own advantage in armored assault. The chapter's domain, the Firestorm world, with its large-scale forge facilities, gave them production capacity rivaling many forge worlds. Relying on this industrial capacity, the 9th chapter rapidly equipped Land Raiders. Only the 3rd and 11th chapters were faster. In response to the Sefirot thermal ray attacks, the Land Raiders' thermoplastic fiber mesh was further reinforced to absorb and dissipate high-energy laser weapons. Located within the first of 2 layers of ceramite, it could withstand extreme temperatures and melt weapons. Skesny reviewed all tactical reports and confirmed the modifications were successful. On average, a Land Raider could withstand 3 hits before being destroyed by Sefirot. Critical areas like the assault ramp, front glacis, and hatches could withstand 5 hits. The 4th Company's Firestorm pattern Land Raiders, after releasing smoke, fully utilized their mobility advantage. Combined with the targeting defensive upgrades, only 5 Land Raiders had been destroyed so far. The 4th Company's biggest problem is insufficient firepower. They can't breach Sefirot's energy shield quickly enough. There are 4 ways to destroy an energy shield: overwhelming force like a Gene Sun's, overloading with energy weapons, concentrated fire from tripod walkers or massed armored vehicles, and ferocious firepower. Having reached this conclusion, Skesny ordered the tech marine to edit the tactical display. The tech marine, knowing his lord's needs, quickly edited footage of Land Raiders being destroyed by beams and Shadows of Order being vaporized. He sent the footage to the Honor Guard members. Skesny immediately opened the comm channel. "Folk of Rage, the moment to test yourselves has arrived. Our target is a Rangdan Sefirot. Now, put on your war masks." The 100 Folk of Rage viewed the edited footage. Fury burned within them. Hearts pumped powerfully. Blood circulated faster. Adrenaline surged. Unlike the boiling power within their bodies, their minds, wearing their war masks, were unusually calm. The machine spirits of the firestorm pattern land raiders, sensing the driver's fury, roared angrily. 11 firestorm pattern land raiders, like black lightning, flashed across the pitted ground, dust trailing dozens of meters behind. Fury mask. The folk of rage, using fury as a hand, put on their fury masks. Entering the state of fury, power 1,000 times greater than a combat stimulant injection made them gasp involuntarily. Unleash your fury. At Skesny's command, the lost cannons of the firestorm pattern land raiders thundered in unison. The enraged machine spirits unleashed a series of dense beams at the Asivors. The Asivors was stunned to see the newly arrived black armored vehicles instantly unleash 100 times the firepower of over 200 of the same tanks. The moment the assault ramps lowered, the folk of rage dismounts shot out like lightning. They simultaneously raised their Edikarn plasma guns. The Forge World firestorm capacity met the equipment needs of the folk of rage. Countless blazing beams converged in the air, forming an artificial sun. The sun engulfed the Asivors. Its energy shield shattered. Blow its head off. The Fury Mask kept the folk of rage exceptionally calm. They flawlessly executed Skesny's order. An orb of light engulfed the Asivors' head. Amidst a rumbling tremor, the folk of rage released their fury. They felt their psychic energy leap and calmly inspected their Edikarn plasma guns. Even the Edikarn, based on squat technology far more stable than Imperial plasma guns, had its barrels overheat from the folk of rage's rapid firing. Skesny smiled with satisfaction. Fury is power. The Fury Mask harnesses it. It is the power source of the folk of rage, the key for the folk of rage to master the power bestowed by the Black Emperor. The honor guard marched in uniform pace, reboarding the firestorm pattern land raiders. After assembling the 4th company, Skesny advanced in the direction indicated by the mass of worms. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 517, Chapter 516, Sloth, you can't escape even if you want to. Cody, wrapped in his burial shroud, scurried panicked among the rocks. In a faintly glowing canister, samples like shadows of Order blood sloshed around. Cody glanced back, the terrifying scene he had just witnessed flashing through his mind. How could those black-armored warriors' firepower be so ferocious? What they held should be plasma guns, but only 100 of them. How could they unleash such a... It took Cody several seconds to find a word in his vocabulary to describe what he'd seen. An attack like a falling, burning meteor. He gripped his necrotic scepter tightly. Clusters of worms writhed beneath his burial shroud. I just wanted some tissue samples to study the powerful constructs. I never expected such danger. I don't yet have a truly near unkillable body. If I suffered an attack like that, even if I didn't die, I'd be gravely wounded. Thinking of the Asivor whose head had been vaporized, he thought angrily. Useless. They're all useless. I need to create more powerful servants. I won't risk coming out again until I have 10 warrior constructs. As an infiltrator who had infiltrated hundreds of worlds, Cody forced himself to calm down and think about how to escape safely. The terrain of the surrounding area flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the cluster of worms on his face quivered in unison. The ocean. The shadows of Orders are busy fighting my useless servants on land. They definitely won't notice the ocean. Besides, they're riding armored vehicles. They won't be as agile as me in the water. Thinking this, Cody calmed down immediately. He thought smugly. Once I escape there, I just need to wait for them to leave, then blend in with a subsequent human colony or transport ship. I can get away safely. Cody knew that after the battle, human transport ships would arrive with supplies for rebuilding. There would also be colonists to replenish the lost population. Blending into those ships, he could leave without issue. Decision made, Cody immediately headed for the sea. Aboard the firestorm pattern land raiders, the folk of rage once again donned their warrior masks, accumulate the power of fury. Lord, the archaeologist said excitedly as he channeled psychic energy into the mass of worms in his hands. When the battle erupted just now, they changed. He stated, confirming, there is a sloth nearby. Skesny looked at the writhing mass of worms in his hands. They're writhing faster. Not by much, but definitely a bit faster, the archaeologist explained, gently stroking the mass of worms as he addressed his lord. Can you determine its exact location from their reactions? Skesny pressed. The archaeologist's hands rapidly and repeatedly stroked the writhing, viscous bodies, channeling psychic energy to stimulate all the worms, carefully discerning the subtle differences. Suddenly, his hands stopped. Skesny stared at his hands. His right hand pointed to the 2 o'clock direction relative to their advance. His left pointed to the opposite 8 o'clock. The archaeologist stated with conviction, 2 o'clock direction. Skesny immediately marked the direction. The firestorm pattern land raiders turned in unison. Amid the roar of engines, Skesny reviewed the tactical data ahead. The moment he saw the Auspex Matrix scan report, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The worm creature wants to flee into the sea. The tech marine was momentarily taken aback, then also smiled. The worm creature doesn't know our land raiders are like fish in the sea. Land raiders can operate in almost any type of planetary environment, possessing broad adaptability. The hull completely isolates the passengers from the environment and provides life support functions. Therefore, land raiders can operate on uninhabitable and airless planets, and also under the pressure of the seafloor. The 9th chapter, due to the large number of sailors and folk of rage, had further enhanced the underwater adaptability of the firestorm pattern. The firestorm pattern could not only propel itself on the seafloor but also maneuver flexibly in the water. Skesny ordered on the combined channel of the Honor Guard and 4th Company. Adjust weapon systems. Switch to underwater mode. Cody sprinted through the shadows. He was astonished to find the shadows of orders seemed able to pinpoint his location. He wondered. I don't sense any foolish psychers trying to lock onto me. I would definitely detect them. My burial shroud blocks scanning. No psychers are foolishly attempting it. How are they pinpointing me? Cody pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out how the shadows of orders were tracking him. He thought, somewhat relieved, luckily, I chose the ocean. Once I reach the sea, they won't be able to touch me. Wearing that heavy armor, they could kick their legs off and never catch me. With that thought, Cody took a running leap and plunged into the blue seawater. Clusters of worms swam composedly in the sea. After nonchalantly swimming 2 kilometers, Cody suddenly felt something amiss. There seemed to be currents behind him. Struck as if by lightning, he whirled around to look. The next instant, all the worms on his body stopped writhing. He froze. He saw rows of propeller blades extending from the sides of dozens of black tanks. The energy jets at their rear indicated they were equipped with pump jet propulsion systems. Cody saw hundreds of tanks spreading out behind him, forming an encirclement like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. Even more terrifying, between the tanks, in front and behind them, black-armored warriors swam like a school of fish. How is this possible? What exactly are the shadows of orders? Wearing such heavy armor, how can they swim so fast? Before Cody could figure out what was happening, he suddenly felt the water around him churn rapidly. An ocean current formed abruptly. He snapped out of his stupor. Worms thrashed madly. He turned and fled. But it was too late. He slammed into the current, tumbling end over end. Cody saw a figure with golden wings on its back raise a hand, pointing in his direction. He can control water. Foolish. Cody, who had already mastered the ability to counter psychers, prepared to teach him a painful lesson. Not psychic power. Then how is he manipulating the seawater, forming currents? As Cody wondered, the wind-blessed hands danced. His psychic energy extended, rolling up currents one after another. The wind-blessed domain in the air was just beginning. His true domain was control in the ocean. In water, the wind-blessed abilities were comprehensive and substantially enhanced. On land, Skesny's spirit vision couldn't detect the sloth. But in the sea, the sloth was as obvious as a lantern. The moment it entered the water, he saw the writhing clusters of worms. He hadn't used water control immediately, simply letting the sloth venture deeper while allowing the seafarers, folk of rage, and sailors to form the encirclement. The wind-blessed extended his left hand. Streams of water instantly unite into hands. The hands, condensed by water control, grabbed the burial shroud simultaneously. The wind-blessed pulled his arm back. The burial shroud was ripped from the sloth's body. Cody struggled in the churning waves, raising his necrotic scepter, aiming it at Skesny. The wind-blessed smiled mockingly. He raised his right hand. Countless streams of water converged, slamming into the sloth like a cannonball. He flicked his left hand, tossing the burial shroud behind him. A sailor reached out and grabbed the prize. The wind-blessed raised his hand again. A column of water rose from nowhere, smashing into the sloth's wrist. A folk of rage twisted his body and snatched the necrotic scepter. Cody felt his body lighten. The burial shroud was stripped away. Pain shot through his left hand. The necrotic scepter was taken. Damn. Cody shot a terrified glance at the black-armored, golden-winged warrior. His body instantly disassembled, scattering into clusters of worms. He stretched his body to 3 times its length, squirming like an arrow, trying to break free of the currents. The wind-blessed smiled confidently. On land, he indeed had few options against a worm creature. Concentrated fire to kill it was the best he could do. But this was the ocean. This was his home ground. Sloth, you can't escape even if you want to. The wind-blessed's hands danced. Layers of waves transformed into nets, layer upon layer. Cody was slapped back by the waves time and again. He constantly changed form, sometimes arrow-like, sometimes ball-like. But no matter how he transformed his body, he was at all times confined within a 100-meter radius. He united his body slower and slower. His transformations became smaller and smaller. "You're a monster." Cody let out a helpless, horrified cry. The wind-blessed firmly wrapped the ball-like sloth in a water net. Then, two folk of rage placed it inside a crystal sphere. The stasis field activated, leaving Cody's bewildered thoughts frozen in place. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 518, Chapter 517, the second phase of Beyonder development. Aboard the Shadow's sovereignty. After the application testing in the Bergenheim system, Skesny's briefing entered its final stage. He exchanged a glance with librarian Nicholas beside him. "We believe the optimal way to utilize the power of the Howling Banshees is through release, not restraint. This is also the method more suitable for our chapter. The Fury Mask allows us to unleash our accumulated fury while still maintaining reason. Of course, the restraint of reason should remain our final line of defense. Therefore, I believe the training of the mind state is necessary, especially for those who have not undergone the journey of the Folk of Rage." Nareth nodded slightly, affirming the Storm Lord's statement, which also aligned with his own planning. In his conception, each chapter should simultaneously possess two systems centered on the Beyonders. One system would be integrated into each company, each squad, with the main path he had selected for the chapter as its core, developing unique tactics. The core for the 9th chapter was the power of fury, the ocean, and future aerial advantage. His conception required Beyonders to realize it. Nareth had planned the first phase of Beyonder development. Every squad should have one Beyonder of the chapter's main path. They formed the foundation. Now, they had entered the second phase of Beyonder development. Nareth's target was for every squad to have several Beyonders of the chapter's main path. Among them, their sequences should be one higher and one lower. At the current stage, this mostly meant one Sequence 8 as the sergeant, and another Sequence 9 as his assistant. The current 9th chapter, for example, had Folk of Rage as sergeants, supplemented by sailors. Each squad should also have Beyonders of other paths to enrich the squad's system of Beyonder abilities. A well-combined Beyonder squad could handle complex situations. His short-term goal was for each squad to be supplemented with 3 Beyonders of different paths. That is, each squad should have 5 Beyonders. The other system, like the Folk of Rage, concentrated elite Beyonders of the chapter's main path. Currently, in the 9th chapter, the chapter's honor guard and the first company had initially formed such a force. As Nareth pondered, he said appreciatively to Skesny and Nicholas, "Your exploration is highly significant." He then instructed Arsena Dunn. "Summarize the experience. Require the other chapters to learn from it." The Arsena, who had been recording on his data slate, looked up. "As you command, my lord." The Black Emperor's praise and recognition invigorated Skesny. He spoke of their subsequent plans. "I have decided to promote this within the 9th chapter, striving for every member to master the Fury Mask. The chapter's elite will master the War Mask, accumulating more power before battle erupts. Librarians, Tech Marines, Apothecaries, and Special Court Brothers will invest more in the training of the mind state, using the restraint of reason to bind the power of fury." Excellent. Nareth saw that Skesny had thought clearly, with a well-organized plan for the chapter. He voiced his support. "Proceed according to your ideas." The Baron of Corruption then turned his attention to the spoils Skesny had brought. Besides the burial shroud, the necrotic scepter also radiated psychic luster, clearly potion materials. "Arsena, send these 2 items to the Forge Lord aboard his flagship for study." Finally, Nareth's gaze fell upon the crystal sphere. The sloth inside was weakly bound within the stasis field, solidified like a ball molded from a cluster of worms. "Open it." Arsena, Marlena, and Nicholas instinctively recoiled from approaching the sphere. All 3 psychers could sense the evil consciousness within the creature. Even with the Black Emperor's warning, they reigned in their own consciousness, but they could still feel the terrible consciousness permeating the chamber. They unanimously maintained the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state, allowing themselves to stand more composedly in the palace. Skesny walked calmly towards the sphere. He could also sense the sloth's evil consciousness, but it was much milder. Nareth observed the 4 men's different reactions, discerning their distinctions. His gaze fell on Arsena and the other 2. He thought to himself, psychers are closely linked to the warp. When they draw upon its power to unleash psychic abilities, the sloth's evil will act upon the warp itself, like a blank. The sloth severs the psycher's connection to the warp and affects them directly. They clearly feel unwell. And this is a sloth drained of power, in stasis hibernation, not actively using its suppression abilities, just the natural ambient effect. Nareth recalled that most Rangdan Xenos possessed psychic abilities, yet the sloth could enslave them. Perhaps the sloth suppressed them to achieve enslavement. The Cerebor's psychic powers are useless. The sloth are immune to toxins and diseases. Swordsmanship cannot overcome the sloth's constantly regenerating body. Facing means like necrotic fluids, they are utterly outmatched. Even an infiltrator could dominate a cerebrore. Nareth shifted his gaze to Skesny, who reacted so differently, pondering the distinctions of the Beyonder. And Beyonder's power comes from the potion, relying on consuming their own psychic energy to unleash Beyonder abilities. Therefore, the Wind-Blessed water control is not suppressed by the sloth. Though, in most cases, Beyonder abilities and psychic powers appear outwardly the same, they offer a unique advantage against sloth, blanks, and even Necron Blackstone technology. Nareth leaned back on his throne, making a final summary. As long as they wisely refrain from using psychic powers, Arsena and the other two could also have a chance to defeat a sloth infiltrator. With prior preparation, the polymath could secure victory. In the ocean, or in an open space where flight is possible, the Wind-Blessed can easily prevail. In a chance encounter, the biologist could defeat a worm creature under any circumstances. As Nareth pondered, Skesny approached the crystal. His gauntlet tapped on the runes. A series of runes lit up. The crystal sphere opened. A puddle of seawater spilled, wetting the obsidian floor. The remaining half of the water, still under the influence of residual psychic energy, tightly bound the spherical cluster of worms. One worm awoke from its slumber. It sluggishly moved, bumping into several nearby worms. One by one, the worms awoke. They writhed madly. Cody felt himself extreme weakness. It took him 5 times the usual time, and 10 times the usual energy expenditure, to stretch himself into sharp spikes. Thump, thump, thump. In a series of impacts, clusters of worms burst the seawater cage binding them. Nareth raised a hand, stopping Skesny's movement. He rose and in an instant appeared before Cody. He raised his left arm but made no further move. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. His consciousness extended towards the sloth. The Primarch's consciousness crashed against the evil, dark will. In the collision, he frowned slightly. Cody reunites into humanoid form. He felt an immense psychic force applied upon him. He let out a contemptuous shriek. His will united, he retaliated against the foolish psyker. Nareth immediately felt a throbbing in his temples and a buzzing in his ears. Not just passive defense, but also actively using psychic suppression. Not a overseer, but close to that level. Psychic suppression. Let's see if you can suppress this. In an instant, the Primarch ascended to the first level of the Thelema mind state. The throbbing in his temples instantly calmed. The buzzing in his ears vanished. He ascended to the second level of the Thelema mind state. Golden light erupted from his spine. The light streamed through the viewport, shooting into the cold void. The Primarch's psychic power, like repeated hammer blows, crashed against the shield of the evil will. An invisible collision raged intensely in the realm of mind. Worms writhed madly. The Primarch stood unmoving. The Primarch ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state. His will bore down on the sloth like a mountain. How is this possible? Having traversed 100 worlds, this was the first time he had encountered a being that could suppress him psychically. In all of sloth history, such a bizarre event had never occurred. Cody shot a panicked glance at the black-armored, golden-winged figure. A name struck his evil mind like lightning. Nareth. The Primarch of Shadows of Order. He immediately dispersed himself into clusters of worms, scattering like his body dissolving. Nareth gazed at the scattered worm creature, comparing it to his own strength. Without taking risks, my psychic power can defeat a sloth overseer. But facing a destroyer, I would likely be injured. For the mission to rescue Omegon early on Bar Saver, I cannot use psychic powers. The Baron of Corruption channeled psychic energy into his power gauntlet and thrust it forward suddenly. A flash of golden light, blinding, illuminated the entire Primarch's office. The light of the lumen lamps paled in the dazzling golden radiance. Nareth stared at the sloth trapped in the amber-like liquid, thinking to himself. The sloth are few in number. That's why they always stay hidden in the shadows. The previous potion material was wasted. Not every battle is in the ocean. To capture them, we still need to rely on the judge's imprisonment. I hope that in the future, every company in every chapter of mine will have a judge. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 519, Chapter 518, The Lucky One in an Unfortunate Teleportation. Coronid New Zone, Lament System. Flamini, due to his merits in the Cardinal campaign, had taken command of the 4th Company after its captain fell. Clad in Saturnine pattern Terminator armor prototype, manufactured on Cyclothraith, he led his command squad towards the teleportation platform. His raised left leg paused momentarily in midair before landing. The seer felt a hazy mist shrouding the teleportation platform. The mist vanished in an instant. He frowned. As a lucky one, he was certain today was his lucky day, yet he had just sensed a hint of foreboding. "Company Captain, is something wrong?" The command squad captain noticed his commander's anomaly and asked, puzzled. Flamini did not answer immediately. His eyes deepened. He looked up. His gaze pierced the barrier between reality and the warp. Having fully mastered the power of the robot, he saw more than before. He saw the vortex formed by shapeless colors, nameless emotions, and unwarranted dimensions. He also saw delicate, thread-like strands merging into the trickles of future events. Controlling his pre-battle emotions with the recently acquired craft of the Thousand Suns Corvidi cult, Flamini ensured his gaze did not disturb everything around him. The moment his gaze immersed itself in the flowing stream, he saw layer upon layer of metal. He tried to discern more clearly, when suddenly the layers of metal shattered inch by inch, as if crushed by some force field. Metal. Shattered. Among the materials issued by Father, the base mechanic have metallic hides. The revelation I received is that we will tear the Xenos apart. Interpreting the revelation of his divination, Flamini reached an uncertain conclusion. The lucky one's high inspiration told him something was still wrong. He had a premonition that on this lucky day, he would encounter some setbacks. "Company Captain, the teleportation point has been located." Within the hexagonal area of adamantine pillars, the force field crackled. The teleportation operator reported, "Ready, my lord." Flamini continued walking forward. After reconfirming that, overall, today would go smoothly for him, he spoke to his command squad captain in a normal tone. "It's nothing." The command squad captain breathed a sigh of relief and followed his commander. As a newly promoted robot, he was no stranger to his commander's anomalies. Having gone through the newly monster sequence, he often had sudden, strange feelings, sometimes appearing abnormally dazed in the eyes of his battle brothers. As he pondered, he had already followed his commander onto the teleportation platform. Activate teleportation. Electricity leaped suddenly, screened by curtains, sparing the chapter serf's eyes. Flamini immediately felt a chill intruding his body. He keenly sensed something wrong. It was colder than during past teleportation rune jumps, as if he were suspended over a bottomless abyss. The base mechanic ship has a device that interferes with teleportation. As this thought arose, he felt as if falling into an iceberg. The teleportation was in progress, and he was neither a demonologist nor a telekines. In this situation, he was helpless. Instinctively defying the imperial truth, Flamini sought asylum from his gene father. "Father, please protect me." Only when his boots touched the solid deck did Flamini breathe a sigh of relief. He exclaimed devoutly, "Praise the gene father." Flamini's relief turned to sorrow in an instant. The lucky one sensed a command squad member wedged into a metal wall, another hanging from a metal pillar dangling from the ceiling. He grasped his surroundings. Inside the base mechanic ship, the bulkheads were roughly 4 times thicker than those on human ships. The entire deck was covered with various metal objects, metal pillars hanging from the ceiling, metal spikes covering the floor. A catastrophic teleportation. Flamini also noticed base mechanic charging towards him. They were tall, a third taller than him in his Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype. Within their metallic hides were creatures like yaks, covered in dense, pitch-black hair. Rows of skulls hung on their chests. They roared like beasts, swinging spiked metal clubs with thick arms as they charged. The lucky one intuitively sensed that the base mechanic, sprinting at full speed, hadn't spent any time observing their surroundings. Their beast-like instincts let them race swiftly between metal pillars and spikes, completely unaffected. "Attack!" Flamini shouted on the comm channel. The reactor of the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype thundered. The plasma bombardment gun roared, spitting a beam at the Xenos. Flamini saw the blinding beam slam into the base mechanic's head. Strands of black hair vaporized instantly. The Xenos' head was suddenly bald, but it didn't fall. The bizarre, layered metal hide on the center of its head was noticeably thicker than elsewhere. There, it had stopped the plasma cannon's attack. Formidable defense, even stronger than power armor. Realizing the base mechanic's terrifying defenses, Flamini immediately ordered on the comm channel. "Flank attack. Target their hair." Missiles trailing light soared from above Flamini's head, flying towards the 11 o'clock direction. Boom. Flamini saw the armor-piercing missile tear apart the beast's huge head. The dense hair vaporized instantly, but its metallic hide remained intact. The black metal-hulled body, propelled by inertia, crashed to the floor with a rumble. Just as Flamini prepared to fire his recharged plasma cannon again, he suddenly felt a chill to his right. Teleportation. He worried for the battle brothers about to arrive on the battlefield. He raised his arm, firing towards the 2 o'clock direction, while turning to look. Light flared. Before it dissipated, the lucky one had already identified the arrival. Chapter Master Pasquale. His pupils instinctively contracted. He had already foreseen Pasquale's unfortunate future. Pasquale's body materialized onto a spike. Then his Saturnine pattern Terminator armor. Finally, the conversion field enveloping the armor. In the physical world, this all happened within a second. But in this unfortunate teleportation, there was a distinct sequence. The spike pierced Pasquale's left leg, then lodged in the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototype armor. The protruding portion was then shredded by the conversion field. Even through the conversion field and thick Saturnine pattern Terminator armor, the lucky one could see the meter-long metal spike transfixing the left leg, twisted end within the armor. He also sensed that a member of the chapter master's honor guard had been teleported into a metal pillar, forever fused with it. Compared to the chapter master, compared to the others, I am the lucky one in this unfortunate teleportation. The lucky one sensed a beast-like base mechanic break through the fire zone, charging at Pasquale. He immediately moved. The power claw on his left arm crackled, colliding with the metal club. Clang, clang, clang. In a series of impacts, Flamini's body swayed. Terrible, beast-like strength. He slid his feet, luring the base mechanic away from Pasquale, while switching comm channels, shouting to the chapter master. My lord, the teleportation must be stopped immediately. Flamini ducked behind a pillar. He raised his arm, ready to blast the beast Xenos with plasma. Thump, thump, thump. The base mechanic's club slammed into the metal pillar. The lucky one hadn't expected the Xenos' beast instincts to air, but he immediately seized the opportunity. His power claw shot up, driving into the base mechanic's right side. The force field crackled, tearing through the elbow and rear part of the arm unprotected by metallic hide. With a crash, the metal-hulled forearm hit the ground. The moment Flamini raised his power claw again, he heard the chapter master's voice on the chapter comm channel. Honor guard, all companies, cease teleportation. Flamini breathed a sigh of relief. He drove his lightning claw savagely into the base mechanic's ribs, through the dense hair. As the body crashed to the floor with a rumble, he saw two beast Xenos swinging their metal clubs madly at Pasquale. Flamini immediately attacked, supporting Pasquale. Missile sword. Plasma beams, like solar flares, lanced towards the two Xenos. With a resounding thud, Pasquale's left leg was struck. He stumbled and knelt. The other beast Xenos, grinning savagely, swung its club, smashing into his helmet. Crash. Flamini saw the two base mechanic and his chapter master collapse together. He sensed only 13 Saturnine pattern Terminator prototypes remained around him. The command squad captain walked to his side. The roars of beasts rose from all around, growing louder. The Xenos have a teleportation jamming device. We cannot risk another teleportation. We will have no support for the time being. Company captain, your orders. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 520, Chapter 519, Similar Circumstances, no longer needing to bear everything alone. Flamini suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were back in his youth, leading human refugees through sewers to hide from the Me Too. Flashbacks of memories from becoming a Shadows of Order gave Flamini a way to handle the current situation. Recover their abilities. His calm tone reassured the other battle brothers, and they immediately moved. The apothecary activated the recovery device specially designed for Terminator armor. Amidst an unpleasant sound echoing across the deck, the protruding parts of the gene seed pushed out from within the bodies. The other court brothers also moved, activating their spirit vision to search for items precipitated on the corpses. Pasquale's honor guard captain had been killed by the base mechanic while protecting him, so Flamini went to his side. He didn't need to activate Spurty vision, his high inspiration already guided him to the black, viscous crystal. Flamini pulled a crystal sphere from his belt and placed the black viscous crystal inside. This was a requirement his gene father had made when granting him power. As Flamini placed the crystal in the sphere, he suddenly realized things were different now than they had been in Manichea. He no longer needed to bear the responsibility alone, carrying everyone's expectations. He had more battle brothers with outstanding abilities by his side. Flamini tucked the crystal sphere into his armor and asked on the squad's Vox channel. Pasquale's honor guard, I will lead you to find a path to victory in the beast's lair. But I need your help. Tell me now, what powers has Father bestowed upon each of you? The apothecary, placing the gene seed into the recovery device from which cold mist drifted, was the first to speak, Beast Tamer. The other court brothers, looking at the Baron, also spoke up one after another. They followed orders more out of respect for his rank than because Flamini was a company captain. Monster. Trickmaster. Lawyer. Hearing there was a trickmaster in the honor guard, Flamini's eyes lit up. He felt more confident about the guerrilla warfare to come. He made a request to everyone in the squad. We will receive no resupply for some time, so manage your power wisely. Losing power will make movement difficult. That is equivalent to death. The lawyer from the chapter master's honor guard stared at the base mechanic corpses. They excel in close combat, and there are too many of them. They will surround and kill us. Lord Pasquale was. He suppressed grief and anger, calmly analyzing the current situation. So, when we fight, we must adopt a circular formation. Each warrior can protect those on either side. The lawyer paused for 2 seconds. The circular formation is a classic defensive formation for when we are outnumbered. But the Xenos are too many. They might besiege and wear us down. Of course, the lucky one said confidently. We must seize the right moment. When to fight, when to withdraw. That is precisely what I excel at. When I give the order to break out, you must unleash your full firepower. What Flamini didn't tell them was that he had already detected an energy anomaly. That was the source of the teleportation interference. The lucky one looked around, finally pointing at the deck to the right. Trickmaster, open door. The Trickmaster immediately stepped to where the court baron indicated and pressed his hand against the metal wall. He intuitively sensed the wall was several times thicker than those on the chapter's flagship. But that didn't daunt him, it was still within his understanding, not too thick. The Trickmaster's psychic energy extended. A hazy, deep blue door with no substance, inlaid on the wall yet also showing traces of metal, suddenly appeared before him. The shadows of orders quickly passed through the door, which rippled like a water curtain, and then it vanished. The base mechanic flooding onto the deck stared wide-eyed, searching, but found only mangled corpses and intact armor. On the adjacent deck, just one wall away, the shadows of orders in Saturnine pattern Terminator prototypes had already formed a circular line, following the court baron's orders. From the position that Lucky One had chosen, they precisely burst into the center of the base mechanic formation. The Lucky One knew that with their chapter master dead, the guard members' hearts were filled with shame. They needed a victory to boost morale. Even when surrounded, he didn't just want to flee. He had to seize every opportunity to kill the enemy. A base mechanic, snarling, attacked first. The warrior raised his arm, his fist without an activated energy field, blocking the club. The base mechanic's club jarred upwards. It looked down at the black-armored warrior, its crimson eyes, hidden beneath thick hair, filled with astonishment. This black-armored warrior, so much smaller in stature, actually possessed strength matching its own. It let out a bellow like a bull and swung its club to attack again. Suddenly, it felt a gust of wind from its side. A fist hammered into its unprotected ribs. The base mechanic lurched sideways. The warrior's claws seized the opportunity, grabbing the wrist holding the club. The claws couldn't tear the tough metallic hide, but they locked the Xenos' arm firmly. Meanwhile, the arbiter and lawyer attacked from both sides. Heavy punches slammed into the base mechanic's right ribs. With a rib-cracking sound like an explosion, it could no longer hold its club. With a resounding crash, the lawyer's combat knife plunged into the base mechanic's body. The warrior kicked the base mechanic over and picked up the fallen club. Club in hand, the warrior sidestepped a swinging club. He swung his own club effortlessly, as if he had practiced thousands of times. The metal club slammed sideways into the club held by another base mechanic. The lawyer spotted the base mechanic's exposed back. Utilizing Form 23 of Otsbergvia, he seized this opening, reversed his grip on the combat knife, and stabbed it into the broad back. The shadows of Order's circular formation alternately expanded and contracted. They covered each other, maintaining the integrity of their line. The base mechanic, charging madly like beasts, fell one after another. More and more base mechanic flooded onto the deck, anxious to reach the enemy, but the space around the circular formation was limited. The corpses further reduced the angles the shadows of orders had to defend against. On Flamini's helmet's internal timer, an hour passed. The circle still showed no sign of being breached. Suddenly, the Lucky One sensed several brutal auras rapidly approaching. He turned to look at the deck entrance at the 3 o'clock direction. He saw a figure, a head taller than any other base mechanic, shoving aside Xenos as it burst onto the deck. Flamini immediately shouted on the comm channel. 6 o'clock direction. Breakout. The shadows of orders instantly activated their suit's weapon systems. Missiles trailing light tore through the heads of a dozen base mechanic. The squad, having built chemistry through battle, moved in unison, like a black steel ring cleaving through a metal ocean, parting all obstacles. They surged out of the deck in the direction without the giant base mechanic. Then Flamini ordered the Trickmaster. Entrance, tumble. The base mechanic's bestial intuition transcended sight, hearing, and other senses. Abilities like flash, blackout, and fog that affected the senses were useless, they couldn't slow them down. The Trickmaster immediately raised his hand. The entrance behind them became as if coated in grease. The leading base mechanic stepped onto it, slipped, and crashed to the ground. The base mechanic behind tried to slow, but it was too close, too late. It felt its feet stick, then it tumbled, landing on the thrashing base mechanic. A chain reaction of falls blocked the entrance completely. The giant base mechanic charged to the entrance, only to see its kin on the ground. It roared in anger. Only after pulling and dragging did it clear a path, but the black-armored warriors were long gone. The Lucky One led the squad in guerrilla warfare through the base mechanic's metal vessel. They killed base mechanic after base mechanic, breaking through layer after layer of encirclement. The squad moved like a snake, coiling and advancing upwards, heading towards the energy anomaly Flamini sensed. 5 hours later, they finally burst onto the deck with the energy anomaly. The shadows of order saw an enormous skeleton suspended from the ceiling. Below it, surrounding it, stood a group of bizarre base mechanic. They were covered in bones, holding bone staves, chanting in the Xenos language, which sounded like beasts roaring. Attack! At Flamini's command, the squad attacked the skeleton. Scorching energy beams hammered the skeleton like rain. The skeleton shuddered violently, emitting piercing cracks. Roar! A deafening roar. A metal beast, its shoulders towering over the other base mechanic, burst onto the deck. The shoulders of the Saturnine pattern Terminator prototypes launched missiles in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles struck accurately, but the Lucky One sensed the base mechanic wasn't seriously hurt. Its entire body was encased in metallic hide. Only one place was unprotected, its head, but it was shielding that spot with its arms. The Lucky One raised his arm, aiming the plasma cannon at the skeleton. He fired not at a position calculated by his transhuman mind, but at a spot sensed by his psychic intuition. As the blazing beam lanced out, a base mechanic was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into the skeleton. The enormous skeleton tilted, and then the plasma beam struck it. The skeleton's tilting trajectory was altered, causing it to collide with the charging giant base mechanic. As the giant base mechanic was sent flying, the missile from above Flamini's head streaked out, precisely striking its crown. With an explosion, the giant base mechanic's corpse crashed to the ground. Flamini felt something within him shatter like a star. He thought, with feeling, I am a true Lucky One now. Today truly is my lucky day. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 521, Chapter 520, Euclidean Runes. 844.m30. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. My lord, Arsena Dunn said, holding a data slate. The 4th and 11th chapters are the first to break through the Rangdan lines. They have already entered the Segmentum Obscurus region. The other 6 chapters are expected to enter the Segmentum Obscurus successively within 15 solar days. Nareth nodded slightly, satisfied with the Legion's progress. To date, 4 Titan legions have been surrounded by the Xenos and annihilated. The Emperor has decided to deploy the Ordo Sinister to respond to the Xenos threat. Hearing that the Emperor had finally deployed the Inquisition, Nareth thought to himself. The Emperor has finally recognized the enormous threat of the Rangdan and is playing his trump card. The Dark Angels, Ultramarines, Space Wolves, Emperor's Children, Thousand Sons, and Word-Bearers were the first to respond to the reinforcement request from you and Lord Perturabo, dispatching warriors to support. Nareth's eyes gleamed. He thought to himself. An opportunity for corrosion has arrived. Have the commanders of each task force been confirmed? My lord, only 2 have been confirmed so far. The commander for the Thousand Sons is Librarian Hather Mott. Nareth was not surprised that Magnus had sent Hather. Hather had been seconded to his legion before, serving by his side. He was a bond of friendship between the 2 legions, naturally the best choice. The commander for the Emperor's Children is 2nd Company Captain Akerduana. Akerduana. Hearing this name, Nareth immediately recalled the Cardinal campaign. Akerduana was originally scheduled to be sent by Fulgrim in 869 to serve beside his close brother, Ferrus Manus. At the end of the Cardinal campaign, when the desperate lords used their ring weapon to attack Ferrus, Akerduana stormed the command center and detonated it at the cost of his own life. Akerduana is among the ceiling of Astartes' combat prowess, matched by only a few. A talented individual, to be sure. Though Sequence 6 Judge Howard Fender, Windblessed Skesny, and Rose Bishop Ramsey are certainly stronger than him. Among Sequence 7, Pyromaniac Sanchez and Weapon Master Thierry Vieira are not weaker than him either. But if I can corrode him, I wouldn't say no to more talent. Nareth considered the possibility of corroding Akerduana. Not impossible. He has considerable loyalty to Ferrus and willingly sacrificed himself. Akerduana admires the strong. Corroding him might not be difficult, certainly easier than Balsar Kurthuri. I am also his savior, in a sense. Having him swear fealty to me is only fair, right? And the commanders of the other Legion task forces? Nareth asked. The leader of the Astropaths is still establishing contact with the other legions. I will report to you immediately upon confirmation. Order them to assemble at the Kalium Gate, Nareth instructed. After the Arsena departed, a murmuring whisper sounded in Nareth's ear. He left the Dionysian spear on its rack and went to the Kingdom of Disorder. Nareth's psychic energy extended, touching the expanding and contracting orb, pulling Howard into the kingdom of disorder. "My lord, my fleet has arrived at Abyssport and is preparing to attack." "Excellent," Nareth said, noticing a trace of sadness on Howard's face. "Is there something else?" The 6th chapter encountered the base mechanic in the Lament system. Pasquale was killed in action. Flamini led 13 court members, slew countless beasts, destroyed the teleportation jamming device, and in the subsequent battle, cleared the Xenos that had intruded on the system. He achieved a brilliant victory. Howard said admiringly. He, too, had encountered the base mechanic. These metal beast-like Xenos were powerful warriors. For Flamini to lead 13 men, without a single loss, aboard a Xenos vessel was nothing short of miraculous. Howard reined in his thoughts and stated the main purpose of his prayer. The 6th chapter has routed the main base mechanic force, but suffered considerable losses. Moreover, they currently have no chapter master. Flamini holds the highest rank within the chapter and is temporarily acting as commander. Convey my order. Flamini is to be the lord of the 6th chapter, Nareth instructed. He also recalled Howard mentioning the base mechanic's metallic hide, which possessed powerful defense. It was likely potion material. Furthermore, he needed to establish real-time intergalactic communication with the 6th chapter. Flamini, having been saved by him, was completely loyal. So he spoke, inform him of the ritual procedure. Command him to pray to me. The offering is 2 suits of base mechanic metallic hide. By your will, my lord. Howard acknowledged the order. Black mist enveloped Howard's body, returning him to the judgment's glory. As the black mist receded, Howard praised the Black Emperor and slowly rose. He left the altar. After exiting the door, the hyperpsychic cat immediately came to his side. He left his quarters and went to his office. Howard entered the office and looked at the waiting Flamini. Congratulations. The Gene Father has decided that you are to be chapter master. Flamini was pleased at first, then asked, but I haven't received any orders. Has the leader of the astropaths received them? You will know soon enough. That is what I am about to tell you. Howard walked towards a black scale, placed his hand upon it, and channeled psychic energy into it. The lucky one watched as the patterns on the floor lit up one by one. Psychic energy spread rapidly, covering the entire office. The seer felt his connection to the warp completely severed. Experiencing this for the first time, Flamini felt a sense of emptiness. But the lucky one sensed his beyonder abilities hadn't vanished. His high inspiration still perception his surroundings. The physical enhancements and mental enhancements brought by digesting robot remained. He stared at the floor pattern. It was a complex design composed of a series of geometric shapes, triangles, quadrilaterals, pentagrams. Flamini's transhuman mind determined in an instant that there were 33 shapes in total. This is a rune created by Father. Its function is similar to the Sotham sigil created by Lord Magnus, to isolate this place, making it impossible to be observed. But unlike the Sotham sigil, which only Lord Magnus can use, court brothers can also complete this. Of course, it requires a sufficiently profound understanding. Currently, only 5 of us have mastered it, the Primarch's aide, the Chief Librarian, the Death Lord, and a few others. The lucky one's eyes shone, fixed intently on the mysterious rune on the floor. I believe you will soon begin studying it. But for now, let me tell you something more important. The Black Emperor's prayer ritual. 3 standard hours later, after thanking Howard for his instruction, Flamini carried the 2 suits of base mechanic metallic hide into the altar. To expedite the ritual, Howard had generously allowed him temporary use of his own. The items on the altar were already arranged, but Flamini still carefully checked them. After confirming the black iron scale on his left and the cast iron copy of the Sovereign's iron code on his right were correctly positioned, he walked to the candlestick. Flamini held his palms suspended above the wicks, rubbing gently to ignite the candles with psychic energy. After lighting 11 candles, some standing, some inverted, he produced the ritual knife. Calming his excited mood, he chanted in Dunnick. In the name of the Black Emperor, you are sanctified. Psychic energy surged from the knife's tip. Flamini paced in a circle. An invisible force welled out. Without needing to activate Witch Sight, the lucky one sensed that a wall of psychic energy had indeed formed around them, excluding all unclean things. Then, Flamini took a deep breath and entered the Thelema meditative state. After his body, mind, and soul quieted, he knelt on the black onyx cushion and recited the formal liturgy in Dunnick. Black Emperor of Shadows of Order. On the 5th repetition, Flamini felt wind suddenly blow within the sealed psychic walls. Black mist churned. The mysterious realm slowly opened its gate to him. The lucky one felt a formless, incomprehensible, irresistible force applied upon him as the black mist enveloped him. When Flamini came to, he was already in the mysterious realm. The lucky one felt surrounded by mist. Since awakening as a psyker, he had never felt so limited. Even after being granted power by the Gene Father, he had never experienced this. Such is the might of the Black Emperor. Flamini knelt, devoutly praising the majestic figure deep within the black mist. My lord. Nareth nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the stacked metallic hides beside Flamini. Based on the psychic luster, they are psychic reagents. Likely sequence 6 potion materials, but not among those already unlocked on the blasphemy slate. My potion is nearing digestion. Perhaps then I can unlock the remaining half of the formula. The Baron of Corruption's gaze returned to Flamini. You have already mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Yes, my lord, just like the previous 2 times. Shortly, I will bestow new power upon you. With a thought, Nareth transmitted the Euclidean runes to Flamini telepathically. The runes he had comprehended, relying on his own geometry abilities, were understood from geometric patterns. Hence, he named them the Euclidean runes. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I will surely study them diligently. Black mist engulfed Flamini, returning him to the judgment's glory. Nareth then went to the first layer, ordered the Jokero to concoct the Calamity Priest potion using materials including the Calamity Mantis, and bestowed it upon Flamini. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 522, Chapter 521, The Terrifying Ship of the Sloth. Abyssport was the transportation hub of the Coronid New Zone, bridging the Segmentum Obscurus and the Segmentum Ultima. Most of the major trade routes within the sector passed through it. Orbital docks, like islands, revolved around the planet. Countless berthing platforms, docks, gantries, floating workshops, and worker quarters were crammed with vessels. Dozens of worlds in the eastern part of the sector desperately awaited the arrival of transports laden with Zavric agricultural products. The industrial products, equipment, parts, and so on, from Juya, which the previous sector lord had vigorously developed, had passed inspection but could not be investment. The first phase of construction on Masila Prani as planned. The first wave of nobles to rise in the sector, from Manichaean Commonwealth and merchants, had their lavishly decorated ships tightly bound by anchor lines. The Ramillies-class Starfort, the Grail Abyss, had begun its long journey of loyal guardianship 25 years prior. All 4 quadrants of the Grail Abyss operated continuously at high capacity, respond to wave after wave of attacks. A Ramillies-class Starfort could shatter a fleet in a short time. But facing skies filled with drones and the constant surge of Rangdan ships, it could barely fulfill its duty, preventing the Xenos from causing substantial damage to Abyssport. The arrival of the fleets from the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th chapters within the system immediately changed the battle's dynamics. At the moment Flamini prayed to the Black Emperor, 3 of the 7th chapter's 4 relic-class ships, along with the 8th chapter's Razor, had already launched their attack. Light lances and bombardment cannons stabbed into the ships, bristling with spikes and flails. Macro-cannon shells swept across like storms of flame. Blazing lances tore apart the Xenos vessels. As wave after wave of attacks pierced the Xenos ships, a black prototype vessel emerged from the burning wreckage. The obsidian-like ship rotated slowly, its core pulsing with an evil crimson light. Compared to the surrounding ships, it was less than 10 kilometers in diameter, yet it projected a sense of enormity that transcended physical laws. The anomalous ship recognized runes immediately drew the attention of each chapter's simulus chambers. Recognizing its Gothic architecture, different from Imperial ships, yet distinct from the spiked exterior of Rangdan vessels, immediately alerted the Shadows of Orders. They matched the rotating obsidian ship with the sloth vessels described in their Gene Father's materials. Reports were instantly forwarded to each chapter master. After the sloth ship revealed itself, the crimson light at its center grew increasingly bright. As energy reading on the auspex of every Shadows of Order vessel climbed rapidly, the dazzling light swiftly surpassed the star's radiance. Then, light like a stellar explosion engulfed the entire system. The simulus chambers on every Shadows of Order ship were filled with red warning signals. Thierry rose from his command throne. A series of piercing alarms sounded on his helmet's internal comm, fortress-grade void shields overloaded. Primary lance weapon arrays invalid. Port macro-cannon battery B-16 malfunctioned. His shipmaster, a student of ratiocination, shouted a warning. Night Lord, the Xenos ships are charging. Thierry looked at the hololithic tactical table. He saw Xenos ships, propelled by the expanding shockwave, bearing down on his vessel like small boats tossed by a storm. Restart void shields. My lord, I am trying, but it takes time, the shipmaster said hurriedly. I should warn you, the Rangdan ships are charging at full speed. They've never been this mad before. The energy shockwave has accelerated them. Impact is imminent. Before the shipmaster could finish, the Razor shuddered violently. Thierry activated the magnetic locks on his boots, steadying himself amidst the earthquake-like tremors. As spikes scraped through the hull, a piercing screech of metal echoed through the bridge. Xenos with needle-like feathers madly poured through the breach. Thierry flicked his wrists. 2 swords appeared in his hands. In his right hand, he held a power sword forged by the Primarch Vulcan, blazing with dazzling blue light. Thierry's left-hand weapon was a psychic sword forged for him by the master smiths of Cathier. After carrying it for over 30 years, Thierry had developed a faint psychic ability. As he channeled psychic energy into it, the sword was wreathed in dazzling white light. Thierry charged towards the Xenos boarding his ship. The weapon master's speed left his honor guard far behind. He felt his thoughts momentarily stall. His body hesitated. Thierry's black eyes flickered. He saw a bridge officer fleeing in terror. As he ran, he frantically pushed his rebreather mask into place. The mask covered his face. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. Suddenly, his running steps halted, as if bound by telekinesis. He was immediately tackled by a Xenos. Hundreds of needles pierced him in an instant. Crimson stained Thierry's vision. In an instant, he donned his war mask. The power of fury filled his body. He shot forward like lightning. His mind remained steady. His eyes fixed on the Cerebror, ignoring the other flailing Xenos. Dozens of needle-feathered Xenos immediately noticed the charging black figure. They shrieked and dove at Thierry. The weapon master's blade spun rapidly. A horizontal blue figure eight formed in the air in an instant. The figure eight expanded rapidly. The shrieking disassembly field energy simultaneously sliced through the dozen Xenos. As their mangled limbs fell, the weapon master was already past them. He weaved through hundreds of Xenos, his twin swords flashing like a storm. Slash, chop, sweep, thrust. The weapon master utilized the Elvira sword style beyond its nature. In seconds, hundreds of Xenos lay dead. The red line running through the Cerebor's skull pulsed with crimson light. It raised its bent arms. A bolt of green lightning crashed down from the air. A chain of electricity crackled before the honor guard members, forcing them to halt. They saw their lord's eruption of speed surpass the psychic lightning. The green lightning was left behind. In an instant, he was before the Cerebor. The Cerebor swung its crystal greatsword at Thierry. The weapon master simultaneously raised both arms level. His right arm swung. The power sword clashed with the crystal greatsword. Amidst the piercing crackle and screech of energy collision, the Cerebor was driven back by the much smaller weapon master. The weapon masters attacked non-stop. His left arm, held level, thrust forward. The weapon master's killing stroke pierced from the Cerebor's abdomen up through its brain. Slime splattered. The Cerebor's body split and collapsed limply. Having swiftly slain the Cerebor, Thierry was about to charge another when the student of Ratiocination's voice sounded on his helmet's internal comm. "Night Lord, the sloth ship has moved. It's racing towards us at high speed." Based on the Rangdan Xenos deviation from standard tactics, launching this devastating attack in a mutually destructive manner, the tech marines of the Simulus Chambers and I have deduced they are following the sloth's orders, covering its escape. Thierry didn't slow. He continued cutting down Xenos with his twin swords. We cannot let the sloth ship escape. It hasn't unleashed another attack, likely due to enormous consumption of energy. This is our best chance to destroy it. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. Chapter 523, Chapter 522, he cannot be allowed to just run away. Have our weapon systems come back online? Thierry asked. Energy from the Punisher-class reactor has restarted the ship's propulsion systems and void shields. Lances are charging. 5 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. The shipmaster answered rapidly. After checking all weapon systems, he finally reported which ones were usable. The ether cannon and 8 macro cannons are available for firing. Fire. Thierry immediately ordered. As you command, my lord. The ether cannon, powered by its independent matrix, had been unaffected by the attack. The elongated gun barrels mounted beneath the razor's prow on either side glowed with colorful light. The colorful beams pierced through the void wreckage, lancing towards the obsidian disc-shaped ship. The colorful light vanished instantly, as if swallowed by darkness. The black disc ship suddenly accelerated. Macro cannon shells streaked past its hull. As Thierry received the report of the ineffective attack, he leaped, crossing his swords and swinging them down onto a Cerebor. He landed steadily. The Cerebor's body crashed onto the deck before him. Thierry recalled that the materials issued by the Black Emperor mentioned the sloth possessed advanced technology, surpassing humanity and the Eldari in certain aspects. They were masters of the physical realm, capable of building engines independent of the warp. Display tactical data. Mark the sloth ship. Formulate interception plans. Over a dozen seconds later, the student of Ratiocination's voice sounded on the comm channel. My lord, possible interception courses have been calculated. Displaying on the tactical table. Thierry strode back to the hololithic tactical table. His gaze swept over the red disk ship, then to the green lines projected from the flagship. Interception Course 1, estimated success probability 53.84%. Interception Course 2, estimated success probability 29.61%. The shadows of Order's transhuman vision simultaneously took in the casualty reports flashing in the bottom right corner. Lost battleship Unfailing Eagle. Lost cruiser Carvestus. Lost frigate Sons of Kasai. A sharp glint flashed in Thierry's eyes. He issued the order. Prepare for boarding action. Interception Course 1. From the moment the Sloth's ship had appeared, he deduced the enemy they faced was at least an overseer. Though the Black Emperor believed that against an overseer, his only chance of victory was to throw a grenade inside the Sloth, Thierry still decided to attempt the boarding. His flagship lay directly on the Sloth ship's escape route. He would not retreat. Shipmaster, I want all weapon systems restored as quickly as possible. Fire on the Sloth ship, force them to follow the most probable course. Immediately send messages to the Arbiter Lord and the Reaper Lord, requesting their assistance. Though decided to take the risk, Thierry was not mindlessly seeking death. If an opportunity arose to kill the Sloth, excellent. If not, as long as he could hold out until Howard Fend and the others arrived, they could kill the Sloth overseer together. My lord, your orders have been executed. According to calculations, boarding torpedoes offer the highest probability of success. The flight deck is prepared. Thierry immediately led his honor guard into the flight deck. The honor guard members followed their Night Lord into the heavily armored prow of the ship. They connected multiple retractable inertial restraint clamps to their power armor. Unlike some chapters equipped with Saturnine pattern or Cataphractii pattern Terminator prototypes, the 8th chapter, to leverage their agility and skill, still used improved power armor. Thierry and his honor guard were equipped with the personal growth systems of the Huntress-class armor, supplemented by Squat Void Shield technology, and equipped with activatable Rangdan personal energy shields. 20 robots ignited their rocket engines. The black boarding torpedoes shot from the deck, propelled by blazing light. Simultaneously, the Razor's Punisher-class reactor pumped. The primary lances pierced the void dust, striking directly at the Sloth ship. The entire ship turned, presenting its starboard side to the enemy, increasing the interception area. Runes and massive amounts of data flashed across the tactical screens before the robots. Their minds raced. They pushed and pulled at the controls, constantly adjusting course in the void. The 20 black torpedoes spread out like a net, deployed around the interception course the student of ratiocination had formulated. My lord, the student of ratiocination's voice sounded in Thierry's helmet. Following your orders, suppressing fire is covering the enemy ship's other escape routes. Estimated interception success probability has increased to 83.95%. The Arbiter Lord and the Reaper Lord have sent communications. They are in pursuit of the Sloth vessel. Acknowledged. Thierry's tone was edged with steel. He ordered on the squad channel. Don your war masks. His requirement for his honor guard was mastery of the war mask, proficiency in swordsmanship, and proficient application of Vostroya's Otsbergvaya and the Kasai Ulvira sword style. Furthermore, each was required to possess a psychic sword forged by a Kasai mastersmith, and to have worn it for a sufficient duration. 200 pugilists donned their war masks in an instant and began rapidly reviewing tactical data. Shadows of Order's fleet was recovering from the brief chaos caused by the Sloth ship's terrifying shockwave, repelling the Xenos boarding actions, and restarting systems like void shields. But the fleet had still paid a heavy price. His chapter alone had lost 5 capital ships and 13 escorts. The pugilists calmly accumulate the power of fury with their war masks. He stroked his sword hilt, awaiting the moment to unleash that power. My lord, a robot shouted on the comm channel. We've made it. Prepare for impact. 3, 2, 1. The next instant, tremendous force slammed into their backs, hurtling them forward. The clamps held them firmly in their seats. Blazing flames from the massive melta charges erupted skyward. Large holes were blasted into the obsidian-like Sloth ship. The armored prow was breached. Go. Thierry was the first to release his restraints. He vanished, darting down the assault ramp. The honor guard followed close behind. Specializing in the domain of the war mask, they drew mighty power from their fury. The surging power swelled their bodies, making their 2 hearts pump powerfully. Blood burned within them. Adrenaline, surpassing combat stimulants, flooded their systems, slowing everything around them. The psychic swords in their hands blazed with dazzling light. The pugilists slammed into the mass of Xenos like beams of light. Swish, swish, swish. Psychic swords swung in unison. A continuous series of cleaving sounds filled the entire deck. In a brilliance like a rising sun, Xenos after Xenos vanished in explosions of light, like missiles detonating. In 2 seconds, the blade light had cleansed the entire deck. Thierry's eyes deepened, fixed on the spiral passage. He sensed a powerful, evil will rapidly approaching. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 524, Chapter 523, I've actually been imprisoned. Aboard the Sloth's obsidian disk ship. Thierry Vieira stared into the depths of the dim passage. 5 Cerebors flanked a figure wrapped in a grey shroud. Beneath the hood, clusters of worms writhed madly. The Sloth Overseer raised his necrotic scepter. A sickening light flared, and then an arc of electricity, accompanied by a dim light, lanced towards Thierry. The Weapon Master had already activated his swift charge. The necrotic ray scorched the obsidian deck. Guard members following their Night Lord saw a large hole left in its wake. The weapon, blurring the line between machine and organic matter, crackled with frothy slime, like the surge of sickening bodily fluids. The shadows of orders swiftly flanked either side. The putrid slime disgusted them. Then came fury. The war mask transformed that fury into power. Their speed abruptly increased, shattering the numbness caused by neurotoxins. In an instant, they clashed with the Sloth's servants. A pugilist raised his blade horizontally, meeting a descending crystal greatsword. With a crack, he was driven back 2 steps. A Cerebor's tentacle sent another honor guard member flying. The pugilist tumbled through the air before crashing down. An invisible force surged from the pugilist's exceptionally robust body. The telekinetic force that had enveloped him rapidly dissipated. After tumbling twice, the pugilist regained control of his body. He pushed off with his legs, forcefully dropping. With a thud, the pugilist crushed the telekinetic cage that had bound him and landed composedly. Simultaneously, another true pugilist closed on a Cerebor, swinging his sword from right to left. As energy sparks flew, he clenched his fist. His power gauntlet slammed into the Cerebor's abdomen. As the Cerebor staggered backward, a black figure leaped into the air. The pugilist swung his psychic sword with all his might, from left to right, cleaving downwards at an angle. With a flash of psychic light, the blade split the Cerebor's entire torso diagonally in 2. The honor guard worked in seamless coordination. Those with the greatest strength and best defensive skills met the enemy head-on. The strongest delivered fierce attacks to cripple the Cerebors. Finally, the most perceptive swordsmen seized the opportunity to finish them. The pugilists' bodies withstood psychic attacks. The unwavering will granted by the war mask allowed them to resist the neurotoxins. In moments, the 5 Cerebors were slain by the combined efforts of the honor guard. They formed a solid wall around their lord. Within that wall, amidst the writhing worms, a glowing parasitic eye perceived everything in the dim passage. The passage, the shadows of orders, everything became distorted electromagnetic waves and light. The Overseer's electromagnetic spectral vision allowed him to see, from another perspective, the energy waves blazing on the power swords, the undulations blazing on the psychic swords. He abruptly raised his arm. An invisible shockwave swept the area. The personal energy shields of the shadows of orders crackled. They were struck as if by lightning, trembling violently. The hands gripping the psychic swords felt as if they were clutching red-hot branding irons. Thierry sheathed his psychic sword and ordered on the helmet's internal comm channel. Deactivate personal energy shields. Sheath psychic swords. The blazing light of the psychic swords rapidly dissipated. The shadows of orders, gripping their power swords, stood ready. Thierry gripped his power sword, wreathed in blue light. This blade, forged by Vulcan, was broader and thicker, its blade 1.5 times longer than a standard sword. Other shadows of orders who received similar blades would wield them two-handed. But the Weapon Master wielded it single-handedly, with effortless grace. The Weapon Master swung his sword, charging swiftly at the Sloth. Clusters of worms writhed. The necrotic scepter swung up. On the scepter's curved, claw-like branches, evil runes emanated a strange, cold aura. Scree scree scree. The evil, eerie force field clashed with the disassembly field, emitting a strange grating sound. Simultaneously, the Sloth's left arm stretched instantly, lunging at Thierry's waist like a giant python. Thierry was prepared. He rolled left, dodging the tentacle, and simultaneously punched the Sloth's head. With a sound like a bursting balloon, a large mass of worms scattered. The parasitic eye tumbled through the air, a flicker of surprise in its glow. The worms tumbled through the air, coalescing into a mass, then sprang up suddenly, enveloping the parasitic eye and merging into the right arm. The necrotic scepter elongated and suddenly swung at Thierry. The Weapon Master hit the ground and immediately sprang up, evading the scepter's strike. He rolled, swinging his sword, slashing at the Sloth. With a tearing sound, the disassembly field tore the burial shroud and swept across a cluster of worms. The worms scattered like startled things, then condensed again. The Weapon Master wielded his blade with his swordsmanship, leaving gash after gash on the Sloth in moments. Worms on the Sloth's entire body writhed madly. Never since his elevation to Overseer had he been so disarray. He had assumed that unleashing that attack and scattering the Shadows of Order fleet would allow him to drive his ship away composedly. He never expected the enemy to board his ship and be so troublesome to deal with. If he delayed further, allowing other ships to surround him, escape would become difficult. He would lose massive assets. The Sloth Overseer's mass of worms writhed madly. The Vox synthesizer embedded within his body extended. The lumpy metal orb translated the Sloth's viscous scraping sounds into the Rangdan language. Murder minds, I command you to kill the Shadows of Orders immediately. The Xenos surging from the ship's depths immediately launched a mad attack on the Shadows of Orders. Unlike their usual composed demeanor, standing aloof behind the front lines, the overlords now shrieked and charged. Over a dozen Xenos raised their crab-like claws. Gray-green psychic flames, like flamethrowers, spat searing molten streams. The pugilists met them head-on. They would never allow Xenos to disturb their lord. The molten streams slammed into the gossamer-like net shields. Most of the molten streams were deflected, spraying against the obsidian walls on either side, crackling and charring them black. The pugilists didn't slow. Flecks of flame licked at their black power armor. They closed on the Xenos, swinging their swords, chopping at the crab claws. Wave after wave of Xenos attacks crashed against the pugilists' rock-solid defenses, only to be shattered time and again. Though he had the sloth suppressed, Thierry frowned. He hadn't inflicted any significant damage. His only achievement was destroying a large piece of the burial shroud. He recalled the Black Emperor's words, his only chance of victory was to throw a grenade inside the sloth. The weapon master pulled a grenade from his belt, staring at the sloth, seeking an opportunity. His blade spun. Amidst a series of clashes, his eyes suddenly coagulated. The burial shroud on the sloth's legs contracted into a single strip. His upper body swelled dramatically. A mass of worms slammed against the obsidian ceiling. The parasitic eye coldly fixed on the black-armored warrior below. It pounced like a python striking. The weapon master sidestepped while swinging his power sword. The blade, like a rain, missed the necrotic scepter and applied force from the opposite direction. The maneuver sent the sloth lunging forward by inertia. Before it could react, the blade slashed open its body. The disassembly field shrieked as it cut open its abdomen. Worms scattered. Seizing the moment, Thierry pulled the pin and shoved the crock grenade into the sloth's body. Worms churned and tumbled. Then, with a muffled explosion, worms scattered. Thierry retreated. He saw clearly, the grenade had not detonated inside the sloth's body. A cluster of worms on its chest had trapped, wrapping around the grenade. It had avoided the strike at the cost of partial damage. The sloth's vitality is too tenacious. Nearly unkillable. As my lord said, destroying it with a grenade requires my utmost effort, and even then, it's only a possibility. As Thierry pondered, a familiar, commanding voice suddenly sounded behind him. The voice spoke in Dunnick. It came from Howard Fender. Extending or expanding is prohibited here. The judge raised his hand, thrusting forward, and spoke authoritatively. The Sloth Overseer's synthesizer emitted a snort of derision. His evil will spread. The next instant, his body shook violently. The Overseer let out a startled cry. He discovered, in horror, that his attempt to counter with psychic power had absolutely no effect. How is this possible? The Overseer suddenly found his body, which he could freely stretch and shape at will, completely unresponsive. The worms were constrained within an invisible range. The shape united by each cluster of worms remained exactly the same as before. He struggled desperately to break free of the invisible bonds, but the worms moved slower and slower. Damn. I expended too much power earlier. He looked in horror at the Shadows of Order who had raised his arm, aiming at him. The Sloth Overseer heard the other speak authoritatively in a completely incomprehensible language. Viscous, almost solid, transparent liquid tightly enveloped his body. Layer after layer of walls tightly wrapped around each worm. The Sloth Overseer's body solidified. He thought, horrified and bewildered. I've been imprisoned. I've actually been imprisoned. Thierry stared at the sloth, now encased in an enormous amber-like prison. He said to Howard, who had arrived beside him. As my lord said, dealing with him is far easier for you than for me. No, Howard shook his head. Without your earlier attrition of his power, I couldn't have imprisoned him so easily. From the fact that the worms could still move within a limited range earlier, he judged that his prohibition could only partially suppress an overseer at full strength, not completely restrict it. He needed to wear down its power first to finish it. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 525, Chapter 524, Luther, who disobeyed the lion's orders, the most valuable corrosion target. The fourth layer of the kingdom of disorder. Nareth sat high upon his throne, shrouded in the depths of black mist, listening to the reports of his four lords. That's how it was, Thierry Vieira said with feeling. The grenade I threw failed to detonate inside its body. Nareth recalled the scene of Alfarius and his team battling the sloth. He remembered the chief librarian of the Alpha Legion had sacrificed his life to unleash a psychic attack. The sloth was stunned for an instant, and only then did Alfarius manage to shove a crock grenade into its body. Sacrificing a librarian is still too high a price. There are other weapons that could achieve the same effect. With this thought, he spoke. The glass grenades. They will create an opportunity. Thierry understood. My lord, you mean that when the warp brain worms collide with the worm creatures, they will become locked in a stalemate? Howard Fender's eyes lit up at this. If so, he could hunt sloth more composedly, offering them to the Black Emperor. As he pondered, following the Night Lord's words, he continued his report. After I captured the sloth using the power you granted me, the Tech Marines discovered advanced technology within the disc-shaped ship, drastically different from humanity's. Nareth considered the expertise of his various tech priests. Lien Ramleys, who had excavated the Ramleys-class starfort, was obviously the most suitable. I will have Lien take charge of studying the sloth ship. We will assist the Archmagos in completing the takeover, Howard added. After the sloth died, the Rangdan Xenos seemed to fall into a desperate frenzy. We speculate that the sloth's death subjects them to severe punishment. After withstanding their mad attacks, we have now surrounded, divided, and annihilated them. Abyssport is operational again. Excellent, Nareth nodded with satisfaction. After you rest and refit, drive out all Xenos that have invaded the Coronid New Zone. The black mist engulfed the four lords, returning them to their flagships docked at the four quadrants of the Ramleys-class starfort. Over the following dozen or so days, Nareth accepted tens of thousands of sacrifices. These included potion materials and psychic reagents from base mechanic, cerebrors, acivores, and also beyonder characteristics from various paths. He summoned honor guard members who had passed their trials and bestowed beyonder characteristics upon them. When there were suitable candidates, Nareth prioritized using beyonder characteristics to nurture or promote beyonders. On one hand, these were his sons, loyal to him, people he cherished. On the other hand, beyonders were more valuable than mystical items. Though mystical items created from low-sequence beyonder characteristics possessed some wondrous abilities, most could be substituted. Weapons forged from hunter or warrior beyonder characteristics were far inferior to those forged by Vulcan. Divination foci made from psi crystals could achieve the same effect as a seer's beyonder characteristic. Moreover, mystical items created from beyonder characteristics usually did not possess all the abilities of the corresponding sequence. Depending on the creator's skill, they would have one or several beyonder abilities. Most of Nareth's own mystical items were like this. The bloody chain provided him with powerful recovery. The dice of prophecy could only perform divination. Only the gauntlet corresponding to the hand of order could use the beyonder abilities of various sequences. He speculated this was related to him being the chosen one of the Kingdom of Disorder, and that the Justiciar and Black Emperor corresponded to the same source. As one batch of honor guard departed and a new one arrived, Nareth listened to Arsina's report in his office. My lord, following your orders, the 8 chapters have proceeded to Vostroia, Cyper Mundi, and Mordian to complete resupply. They will then transit through the Webway Gate to the Kalium Gate to await further orders. After this report, the Arsina paused, then continued. My lord, I believe the threat to Port Aquila warrants attention. Nareth leaned back on his black throne, looking at Arsina with his silver hair flowing. Port Aquila. Yes, Arsina continued. The leader of the Astropaths received a plea for help 15 standard days ago. The planetary governor reported that ships bristling with spikes and flails destroyed the starport and invaded the surface. Port Aquila is located at the convergence of several warp routes. 5 of these routes lead to the Vostroia sector, 2 of them directly to Vostroia and Cyper Mundi. If the Rangdan Xenos enslave the local human population, they could indeed obtain star charts and other information, potentially launching an attack on my territories. With this thought, Nareth decided to eliminate this potential threat before launching his counteroffensive. Dispatch the 12th chapter. They will accompany me to Port Aquila. The Bridge of the Shadow's sovereignty immediately became busy. Tech Marines, acting as the engine prophets of other legions, coordinated their assistants like conductors, following the rites of operation. Attendants, prepare the incense for the rituals to appease the machine spirits. Senior engineers, recite the litanies and generate the current data reports. Amidst the symphony of binary code, the Tech Marines' mechadendrites plugged into the electronic throats of the cogitator guardians. With a series of rune flashes, the data memory accepted new data. The warp sextant, amidst chanted blessings, updated its data and completed its calculations and planning. After confirming the warp engines were functioning normally, the Tech Marines immediately reported to the shipmaster. Ship Captain, the engine room is functioning normally. We can now transition to the warp. Initiate transition. Diana stroked the hyperpsychic cat beside her as she issued the order. After a journey of 4 standard weeks, the Shadow's sovereignty emerged from the warp. Diana reviewed the summary of Auspec's data report on the view screen, then swiveled her chair towards the command throne. Lord Nareth, Auspec scans display a fleet within the system. The ship's identification codes indicate they belong to the Dark Angels. Hearing this, Nareth frowned slightly. Dark Angels. The War Council authorized me to command the war against the Rangdan. I ordered all Legion task forces to assemble at the Kalium Gate. Could the proud First Legion have disobeyed my orders? Send a communication request. One by one, the black ships transitioned into real space, assembling around the Gloriana-class battleship. My lord, communication link established. Lord Nareth, Luther salutes you. Nareth listened to the voice in his communication bead. He was stunned. Wasn't Luther sent back to Caliban by Lion L. Johnson to train neophytes? Nareth knew that Luther, who had adopted the Lion, like Lorgar Aurelian's adoptive father Corferin, was too old to undergo the full Astartes implantation surgery. He was placed among the Astartes, yet different from them. This troubled him, and he also grew jealous of the Lion, who completely controlled the Great Order. In 848.M30, the Lion led the 22nd chapter, breaking away from the expedition to proceed to Serosh, relieving the patient's exhausted Star Hunters and overseeing the Terran officials. The Supreme Grand Master refused to take a Stormbird, instead taking a Serosh shuttle to the Invincible Reason. When meeting the Lion, he activated a device, attempting to detonate the nuclear warhead loaded on the shuttle. Luther, driven by jealousy, hesitated while trying to rescue the Lion. Though ultimately persuaded by librarian Zahariel to save the Lion, he was discovered by the Lion and subsequently sent back to Caliban along with a large number of Terran-born. This second-in-command of the Great Order, along with numerous Dark Angels, remained on Caliban in what was nearly exile during the height of the Great Crusade. The only subsequent campaign Luther and his followers, along with the Terran-born, participated in was the Zeramund campaign in 970.M30. Luther supported Horus and Kala Typhon in pacifying the rebellion on Zeramund. At the celebratory ceremony, the Lion arrived, angrily denounced Luther for disobeying orders to remain on Caliban, and stripped him of his fleet. Luther still has a fleet now. He disobeyed the Lion's orders and acted on his own. Resentment at being confined to Caliban. For glory. The Baron of Corruption's eyes deepened. He couldn't help but think. Luther entertained thoughts of betraying the Lion in the past, and will betray him in the future. He can be corroded. And he hasn't yet studied the Chaos tomes confiscated from those knights. Though without Chaos power now, his combat ability isn't high. But Luther's comprehensive abilities are second only to the Primarchs. Without him, the Dark Angels wouldn't have reached their current scale. Nareth thought of Luther's excellent abilities, the possibility of corroding successive batches of neophytes after corroding him, and learning the secrets of the Dark Angels. Luther is the most valuable corrosion target. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 526, Chapter 525, I've always been the one paralyzing others. Port Aquila, a Skellen sector. Aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth, seated on the command throne, reigned in his thoughts. He pressed his communication bead and spoke. We will conduct joint operations to cleanse the Xenos from this system. After that, I will summon you. As you wish, Lord, Luther replied. After the communication ended, Nareth noticed that Diana's chair had not swiveled back towards her console. My lord, we have a clear advantage in the void battle. I wish to participate in the ground combat once we've established void superiority. Nareth keenly sensed the eagerness for battle in her tone. Considering Diana was already a Sequence 6 hypnotist with decent combat capability, he granted her request. You may proceed to the surface. Diana recalled the Auspec scan results she had just received. Some Xenos had made planetfall while the Imperial ships were still struggling to defend. The scan indicated the ground combat intensity was low, suitable for her. By your will. The captain swiveled her leather chair back to her console. She entered the spectator state, surveying the view screen before her from a detached perspective. Seconds later, her emotions calm, she commanded the fleet's offensive. Blazing lances and shadow strike light showers filled the void, illuminating Port Aquila, shining into the gloom of the Hive City. People in the Hertford Hive fled in terror. 11-year-old Pat stumbled through the loading zone, running with an uneven gait. More than hunger and weakness, what tormented him were the colors around him. Red and black filled his vision. Countless blinding white lights, those were people's fear. The entire city trembled. No, the whole world. Pat's eyes suddenly flashed with a pitch-black light. He immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. Pat had seen that black light before. Afterwards, his thoughts would stall, his body stiffen. If he hadn't recovered faster than others, and if others hadn't been closer to that evil Xenos, he would already be a corpse, or in a worse state, enslaved. Pat ran desperately. His tattered boots, much too large for his feet, were now just a few scraps of artificial leather wrapped around them. The cold metal floor of the loading zone stung his soles with every step. He bit his dry lips, afraid to make a sound. Amidst terrified screams, a bloody red light flared behind Pat. He didn't look back, but he could see it clearly. Pat ran faster. The desire to survive forced strength from within him. Stumbling, he ran on. Only when there were no colors around did he stop. He leaned against a cold machine, panting heavily for a few seconds. Pat immediately covered his mouth with both hands and looked around vigilantly. Seconds later, as if a mist had lifted, he could see the markings above him. Having learned more than other workers' children since he was young, he barely made out the letters. He was astonished to discover he had run past the loading zone and reached berthing area 36. Pat felt unfamiliar and also somewhat ironic. As the child of a loading worker, he would never have set foot in this area in his life. He never imagined that a Xenos invasion would allow him to escape the cage of his birth. Pat looked around blankly. When he saw a burning aircraft, he snapped out of his daze. Those fierce guards are gone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Those damned Xenos have been here. They won't come back. At least, not today. With this thought, Pat's strength left him. He collapsed weakly. He curled up and fell into an exhausted sleep. He didn't know how long he slept before he suddenly frowned. Black. Red. White. Pat woke with a start. Cold sweat soaked his body instantly. He scrambled up and ran. Hearing a piercing shriek from above, Pat immediately dropped and rolled. He glimpsed an orange figure with a sharp beak embedded in the ground, stuck, its wings beating against the ground. Panicked, Pat ran between two wrecked aircraft. Wind rushed overhead. And the hum of engines. He had no time to think, only to flee. A clattering sound. One after another, orange bird-like creatures thudded to the ground. Pat stared in shock at the sky, then saw 15 black aircraft descending. The airflow from the opening hatches pushed his frail body back. He crossed his arms in front of him, eyes wide, looking forward. Pat saw a female officer in black armor. Her golden hair was tied back, falling behind her head. Her blue-green eyes suddenly flashed gold. Deep within her pupils, there seemed to be another pair of golden, vertical pupils, staring at him. Pat shrank back, pulling his thin, ragged clothes tighter. He felt those sharp golden rays penetrate his body. He felt completely exposed. "Me, lady." His lips trembled as he called out in the local low Gothic. He wanted to say something, anything, to make himself feel better. Pat's words came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly felt the blackness surging behind him engulf his surroundings. He immediately tried to run in terror, but then a calming, powerful voice sounded in his ear. Pat didn't understand the language, yet a thought abruptly flashed through his mind. "Don't panic." Pat felt the voice held a certain power he couldn't comprehend, but he was no longer afraid. He stopped running, no longer afraid. Pat stared blankly at the heroic female officer, watching her stride past him to face the strange Xenos. Having calmed the boy, Diana advanced to meet the Cerebror. Diana suddenly felt her thoughts stall. Layers of gray, decaying threads enveloped her. The hypnotist's eyes flashed gold. Her thoughts instantly cleared. The hypnotist's golden eyes coalesced. Psychic light, like an arrow, shot towards the Cerebror. The hypnotist knew the effect of her battle hypnotism would be brief. As she used her Beyonder ability, she raised her Archaeotech pistol. The Cerebor's raised bent arm suddenly lowered, swatting away an aircraft. It only became vigilant when it felt its arm burning with pain. The Cerebor glanced skeptically at its arm. A dazzling beam lanced towards it. The energy beam, harvested from the star, struck the intersection of the vertical line running through its head and its horizontal mouth. A wound the size of a fist appeared. Sickening mucus dripped to the ground. The Cerebor cried out in shock. It had always been the one numbing others with its neurotoxins. This was the first time its mind had been numb. It stepped forward, raising its arm. Suddenly, its foot slipped. As its swaying body steadied, another dazzling beam struck. Pat, no longer afraid, followed the female officer's figure, watching the battle. He was stunned to see the terrifying Xenos staggering and swaying like the drunken adult workers he knew. Beam after beam struck its body. It fell. Crashed to the ground. Pat stared blankly at the golden hair and the upright back, murmuring, "Are you a magician?" Diana heard the boy's incomprehensible local low Gothic. She didn't understand the words, but as a full-fledged telepathist, she could guess his astonishment. Looking at the fallen Cerebor, she felt a slight astonishment herself. She had access to apportioned shadows of order reports. She remembered that it took elite warriors to kill a Cerebor. She knew it was because the Cerebor's neurotoxins couldn't harm her, a specialist in the mental domain. Her battle hypnotism had caused the Cerebor's erratic behavior, and the Architect pistol could deal sufficient damage. Against other enemies specializing in close combat, I wouldn't have this much time. Diana calmly summarized. Still, she was satisfied with her current combat capability. Before meeting Lord Nareth, I never imagined I would possess such power. Thank you, Lord Nareth, for granting me this strength. As Diana pondered, a gray figure flashed in the corner of her left eye. Her eyes gleamed. She looked to her front left. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 527, Chapter 526, Psychic powers can be suppressed. Port Aquila, Starport berthing area. Diana Bullen's eyes gleamed. Her sharp gaze swept her surroundings. The hypnotist's gaze halted on the shadow of a wrecked aircraft. She saw a figure in a tattered gray shroud, holding a scepter. Diana immediately recognized the figure lurking in the shadows as a slot. She hadn't expected to encounter a slot. Though she had just slain a powerful Cerebor, Diana knew a slot was not something she could kill. Battle hypnotism would fail instantly if it posed a direct threat to the target. The hypnotist only wanted to delay the slot's escape until reinforcements arrived. She knew from the Black Emperor's briefing materials and battle reports that a slot lurking on this world would be a considerable threat. Diana didn't attack. She pressed a rune on her armor. The optical camouflage cloak activated. Her suit was custom-made for her by the Forge Lord. Based on the yell pattern, it maintained outstanding mobility but sacrificed the dual scythes and power knives. The optical camouflage cloak, combined with squat void shield technology, was greatly enhanced in its ability to conceal her movements, making her difficult to lock onto. Also, the yell pattern's non-evolutionary modules were replaced with a personal adaptive evolution system. Diana pressed her throat-mounted communicator and whispered. Slot sighted. Requesting support. She marked the image captured by her mask's integrated device on the tactical network. Diana ran. The hypnotist's speed far exceeded ordinary human levels. Even augmented Solar Auxilia High Commanders couldn't match her speed. The hypnotist rapidly closed the distance to the slot. In over a dozen seconds, she was within 30 meters. The slot was completely unaware. The optical camouflage cloak perfectly concealed the black armor suit's presence. Its parasitic eye and evil will also detected nothing. The hypnotist's psychic energy extended towards the slot, grasping its evil mind. The hypnotist created a psychological blind spot in the slot's mind, making her hide in plain sight, within its consciousness's blind spot. The hypnotist had walked past crewmen on her ship without them seeing her, but Diana cautiously didn't get too close to the slot. She knew her psychological invisibility only eliminated her sense of presence, placing her in a blind spot of attention. If the interaction became too strong, she would inevitably be exposed. The hypnotist could sense the slot's evil, powerful will. If an accidental contact occurred, she would be discovered immediately. The newly elevated slot overseer sped through the shadows. He had intended to attack Port Aquila, plunder resources, and build a ship of his own. He had dispatched all his servants to gather resources. Now, he gradually felt things slipping out of his control. His servants weren't returning on time. More and more enemies were appearing. He decided to find a place to hide first and look for an opportunity to leave later. An engine roared overhead. He paid it no mind. Foolish enemies wouldn't find him. Diana, tracking the slot, looked up. The reinforcements arriving were black stormbirds, but they belonged to the Dark Angels, not the Shadows of Order. The captain recalled that the Shadows of Order and the Dark Angels partially shared tactical networks. Inside the Stormbird, Luther didn't immediately order an attack. He looked at Zahariel opposite him, waiting for the librarian's psychic probe results. Suddenly, Zahariel fell from his seat in agony, kneeling on one knee, convulsing. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zahariel, what's wrong with you? Luther asked in astonishment. He felt Zahariel was very weak. This was extremely puzzling. Zahariel was the most powerful librarian of the Dark Angels, the only one besides the lion to have slain a Calibanite lion beast. Luther helped Zahariel, who was much taller than him, to his feet. Luther, having undergone only partial implantation surgery, was noticeably smaller than other Dark Angels. Zahariel's retching stopped after a few seconds. He said painfully. My lord, that, Xenos, can counter psychic power. Then don't use your psychic power, Luther said, drawing his power sword from his belt. Let's go down. We'll kill it like we hunt Calibanite beasts. Yes. Zahariel drew his chain's word and followed Luther towards the hatch. The parasitic eye, nestled within writhing worms, turned. The slot overseer stared in astonishment at the black-armored warriors dropping from the air. How did they find me? The slot overseer didn't stop. His right arm elongated, swinging. The scepter fired a necrotic ray. The corrosive beam struck a dark angel's armor, instantly melting through the power armor. Necrotic mucus crackled, rapidly corroding the Astartes' body. A fist-sized wound opened in the dark angel's chest. Cells secreted by the Laraman's organ engaged in a fierce battle with the necrotic mucus. As he stumbled, two figures sped past him. Luther and Zahariel charged from both sides like knights. Their swords arced through the air. Luther's power sword was faster than Zahariel's. The flashing light tore through the tattered shroud. A large mass of worms was shredded with a crackling sound. Zahariel's lion sword followed. It was a powerful weapon forged from the sharp teeth of the lion beast he had slain. Clusters of worms were chopped apart by the sword. Blue-white light pierced the slot's chest. The sword sliced the worm creature in half. Just as Luther and Zahariel thought they had killed the evil Xenos, the scattered clusters of worms suddenly sprang up, like two tentacles, grabbing for them. Worm tentacles grabbed Zahariel's helmet. Bacteria secreted by necrotic fluids, laced with acid, dissolved the metal at the molecular level. The helmet dissolved like foam, revealing Zahariel's resolute face. At that moment, the two worm tentacles suddenly slipped away. A crisp, clear female voice sounded in Zahariel's calm earpiece. External attacks won't kill it. You have to throw a grenade inside it. The Xenos can suppress psychic power. How did she do it? The worm tentacles slapped the rock-hard concrete ground, leaving two deep craters. The parasitic eye flickered with evil light. The slot overseer had broken free of the battle hypnotism. His eyes flickered. He suddenly raised his scepter. The necrotic ray lanced towards Diana's hiding place. The hypnotist had anticipated her exposure when she moved to aid the two dark angels. Golden dragon scales emerged from her skin, filling the space between her body and her armor. With a piercing, crackling tearing sound, the dominum armor was pierced. Necrotic mucus splashed onto the dragon scales, instantly corroding the gleaming golden scales. The mucus spread, meeting newly generated dragon scales. The hypnotist's psychic energy drained rapidly. Layer after layer of dragon scales were generated. Zahariel's eyes flickered. He saw worm tentacles wrapped around Luther's waist, the power armor dissolving. The librarian's gaze pierced through the tattered shroud, seeing the clusters of worms. Inside the Xenos, he saw clusters of fat worms drastically different from the exterior and the evil energy enveloping them. Zahariel's chest burned. Every bone and muscle ached. A bone-deep cold swept through his body. She was right. It can only be killed from within. Ignoring his pain, Zahariel said calmly to Luther, "Lord, I will create an opportunity for you." He knew unleashing a psychic attack would bring a painful death, but now there was no choice. Just as Zahariel prepared to sacrifice himself with a psychic attack, a flash of dazzling teleportation light appeared. Zahariel saw a figure, taller than the lion, emerge from the light. Lord Nareth. The Baron of Corruption raised his right hand. Psychic energy extended. An invisible force surged. The writhing clusters of worms, the will to stretch and contract, were distorted. The slot overseer discovered in horror that his body was uncontrollably compressed into a sphere. Nareth channeled psychic energy into his power gauntlet. Layer after layer of viscous, almost solid, transparent liquid enveloped the writhing sphere of worms. Luther felt the worm tentacles release him. He then saw the enormous amber sphere binding the worm ball. He looked skeptically at Zahariel. The librarian interpreted the meaning in his eyes. "Didn't you say psychic powers would be suppressed?" If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 528, Chapter 527, Leowen, you won't have to work so hard reconciling with your sons anymore. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Luther salutes the Primarch, Lord Nareth, and thanks you for your timely intervention in slaying the Xenos. Luther, with his neat black hair, resolute features, and thick beard, spoke respectfully. The image of the golden light imprisoning the slot in amber flashed through his mind. Nareth scrutinized Luther. The Primarch keenly noticed the suppressed turmoil hidden in his eyes. Sorrow and anxiety plagued him. He looked weathered, much older than his augmented body suggested. Luther was, in a very real sense, the lion's adoptive father, though they had never addressed each other as such. He had named the lion. In Calibanite, Lion L. Johnson meant the lion, son of the forest. As the most renowned hero of his generation, Luther would have been the greatest hero of any age on Caliban, except this one. He had slain more great beasts than anyone, except the lion. Luther and the lion had led the expeditions against the great beasts together. But when it was over, the lion received all the glory. They were adoptive father and son, and also brothers in arms who fought side by side. They had once been inseparable. Now they were estranged, like strangers. In name, Luther was the Dark Angel's second-in-command, but in reality, he was relegated to training neophytes. He led Astartes, yet he himself had only undergone partial implantation surgery. Nareth's pupils contracted slightly. He had already found a breakthrough to corrode Luther. Luther craves power. He secretly kept the chaos tomes they seized. As Nareth pondered, the other dark angel spoke. Zahariel salutes you, and thanks you for your aid. Nareth's gaze shifted to Zahariel, pausing for a moment on the special sword at his waist. The lion sword. After Zahariel slew the lion beast, avenging his master Amatus, he had extracted the beast's sharp teeth. He had earned the respect of all the knights and the lion's friendship. The lion had personally forged the lion sword for him. Nareth then thought of his cousin, Nemiel, who would one day be killed by the lion's flying fist. Who would have thought that Nemiel, who would later condemn the lion for defying the emperor's decree at the Council of Nicaea and having no right to use psychers, had once, upon the lion's arrival on Caliban, conspired with others to assassinate him. And the one who stopped them was Zahariel. Thinking of Zahariel and Nemiel, and their future fates, Nareth mused with some emotion. Once loyal, Zahariel, personally tested by the emperor himself, will become one of the first fallen. But Nemiel, who led the Inner Circle Knights in an attempt to assassinate the emperor, becomes his faithful follower, his head punched off defending the emperor's decree. What an ironic reversal of fate. The Primarch's lips curled slightly as he reined in his thoughts. From their eyes and expressions, he saw the melancholy of exile. Zahariel, since becoming a dark angel, has never had a chance to prove himself. The only operation he participated in was the Sefirot incident. He persuaded Luther, and he was the one who jettisoned the nuclear device from the Invincible Reason. He played a decisive role in the Sefirot incident, yet still, for being Luther's adjutant, he was mercilessly exiled, ending his brief 2-year stint in the crusade. Nareth thought of Zahariel's adherence to Caliban first. He would rationally assess the situation and not cling stubbornly to loyalty to the lion. He would become a fallen. He can be corroded, even more easily than Balsark or Thuri. Zahariel's abilities, however, far surpass most Legion librarians, including Balsar. His psychic talent is quite special. He is valued by both the lion and Luther. He is the only dark angel the lion has ever called hero and kinsman. My lord, Luther said, his eyes flickering as he presented his prepared explanation. Caliban came under Zeno's attack. I led the fleet in pursuit. En route, I received an astropathic distress call from Port Aquila's governor and came to render aid. Nareth nodded slightly, not probing Luther's explanation. While possible, it's not the main reason you're here. You still chafe at being a mere spectator to the Great Crusade, stuck on Caliban training neophytes. With the Imperium's north under invasion, your actions here might go unnoticed. His gaze coalesced, a playful thought occurring to him. No need for such secrecy. Everything you desire, I can give you. Opportunities for glory. The power you crave. Even Caliban, which you wish to protect. I will give you all of it. Cold sweat beaded on Luther's brow. Just as he began to feel uneasy, Nareth spoke. The Xenos' invasion of the Imperium is unprecedented. Caliban needs a fleet for its protection. The Primarch paused deliberately, seeing through Luther and Zahariel's dimmed eyes to the deep melancholy within, before continuing with a smile. I will provide you with that opportunity. You may come aboard the Shadow's sovereignty and accompany me. I welcome the Dark Angels to join us. Nareth spoke with a smile, thinking to himself. I'll take as many as you have. 10,000 isn't too few, several tens of thousands isn't too many. Luther and Zahariel's eyes gleamed. They spoke in unison. Thank you, my lord. We will not disappoint your trust. Nareth watched their departing backs, a smile curling his lips. Lion, since you disdain them, I might as well do you a kindness and take your sons off your hands. He thought of the paternal tenderness the lion would display 10,000 years later, reconciling with the fallen. With a patience he did not currently possess, he would forgive sons who shot at him, sons who drew blades against him. He would allow sons to not swear fealty to him, accept their demands, receive their oaths. Lion, with your hair and beard white with age, you'll have to work so hard reconciling with your sons. Now, you won't have to tire yourself out like that. You're welcome, Lion L. Johnson. Having decided to take on this selfless, mutually beneficial, anonymous good deed, Nareth instructed Arsena Dunn, who stood attentively nearby. Make arrangements for the Dark Angels. Let them all settle in aboard the Shadow's sovereignty. Pay special attention to these names: Zabriel, Aphical, Librarian Bevidan. Nareth listed dozens of fallen with outstanding abilities. The list did not include high-ranking figures like Marir Astalin, Cypher, or Israfil. They had not come with Luther to see him, they were likely left behind on Caliban. Nareth wasn't concerned about missing them. By corroding Luther, the pivotal figure, most of the fallen and future neophytes would already fall under his control. As Nareth pondered, Luther and Zahariel boarded the shuttle. Luther, repressed for nearly 20 years, sat comfortably in his seat and said with a smile to Zahariel opposite him. Zahariel, our gamble has paid off, better than even our best expectations. Zahariel looked at Lord Luther, understanding the pressure he bore. All of Lord Luther's followers had been exiled back to Caliban, watching their former comrades follow the lion into the stars, winning glory. Lord Luther had been searching for a way out. Now, he had found it. My lord, I hope the glory we win will earn the lion's forgiveness. Zahariel saw the shadow that fell across Luther's eyes and immediately regretted his inopportune words. He quickly raised another topic that would interest Luther. Lord Nareth possesses special, powerful abilities. That captain, she could use mental attacks on the worm creature. The golden scales on her body were more defensive than power armor. I've never seen such abilities. I think. Zahariel spoke thoughtfully, voicing his speculation. Her power might come from Lord Nareth himself. Luther's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such power, even without undergoing the full genetic augmentation, he could intimidate all dark angels. Perhaps even. 11 standard days later, the two fleets set sail. 3,300 dark angels among Luther's followers did not return to Caliban. They boarded the Shadow's sovereignty. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 529, Chapter 528, Corroding Two at Once. Aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, Primarch's office. Nareth asked Luther with a concerned tone, have all the dark angels been settled comfortably? Thanks to your lordship's concern, Luther said gratefully. We've been given treatment equal to your own honor guard. We are deeply honored. Nareth's gaze swept over the 1st Legion's librarian Zahariel, the 19th Legion's librarian Balsar, and Captain Alastair Rorschach. He spoke with a smile. Today, I want to share a technique I've realized. It's called the War Mask. It's a technique for tempering the will. All 4 were his corrosion targets, with Luther being the primary objective. Nareth knew his greatest desire was power. Naturally, he would approach from this angle. Before Luther was completely loyal to him, he wouldn't grant him a potion. But he had other abilities to impart, and the War Mask was one of them. After mastering this technique, you can transform fury into power, while maintaining a calm mind. Nareth guided the 4, beginning their mental tempering to master the War Mask. 33 standard ship days later, on the Primarch's private training deck. Nareth stood with arms crossed, observing the Astartes of the 1st and 19th Legions paired off against each other on the deck. Luther and Alastair. Zahariel and Balsar. Nareth's gaze first fell on the 2 librarians. Zahariel, not using his lion sword, wielded a chain's word. It clashed against Balsar's weapon, shrieking continuously. Teeth ground. Sparks flew. Zahariel's eyes flickered. The power drawn from fury made his strength advantage increasingly evident. Balsar bent his knees slightly. Just before being overwhelmed, he swiftly cut in, thrusting low. Zahariel turned his blade, deflecting the strike. They've already grasped the fundamentals of the War Mask. After this evaluation, the Primarch shifted his gaze to the other pair. The clash of weapons echoed through the training deck. Luther let out a restrained, excited roar. His chain's word, pumping like a piston, drove back Alastair. For the first time in a duel against a true Astartes, he held the advantage. A feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He no longer needed to rely solely on skill to quickly defeat a dark angel, masking the fact that his strength and speed were not superior. His 2 hearts pumped powerfully. Adrenaline surged. Luther charged straight at Alastair, like a knight making a cavalry charge. Alastair, his eyes dark, felt his blood race. He swiftly stepped sideways, avoiding the direct collision. As they passed, Alastair spun suddenly, extending his claws, reaching for the back of Luther's head. They've all mastered the War Mask, but they employ it differently, completely different approaches. Luther transforms fury into physical strength, compensating for his deficiencies. Alastair further enhances his advantage in agility. As Nareth pondered, the Knight of Caliban and the Raven from Terra engaged in swift combat. Blades flashed. Claws shrieked. A series of thoughts flashed through Luther's mind. The lion and Zahariel had slain the lion beast. He hadn't found one. He had lost his chance for glory. He had led the great beast hunts, yet received no acclaim. He was the second in command, yet he was confined to Caliban. Fury boiled within Luther. He needed release. With extreme calm, he threw a punch, striking Alastair's arm. A sharp crack. Alastair's arm bent, fractured. Luther's sword pointed at Alastair's throat. The blade's reflection made his face look even paler. Luther sheathed his sword and said to Alastair with a smile. That was an exhilarating duel. The Raven's reputation is well deserved. My lord, your swordsmanship is the strongest I have seen, second only to Lord Nareth, Alastair said admiringly. All thanks to Lord Nareth's instruction. As he finished speaking, he turned towards Nareth. When the Lord of Shadows had given him his orders, he never imagined he would receive personal instruction from Lord Nareth. Even less did he imagine being taught the war mask technique, gaining his current combat prowess. Reflecting on his duel with Luther, he knew he would have been swiftly defeated before. Luther also turned towards Nareth alongside Alastair. The Primarch had not only given him a chance for glory but also taught him combat techniques to enhance his strength. Thank you, my lord, for your instruction. Nareth suddenly felt his psychic energy leap. Something within him shattered like a star. Everything before him transformed into threads. The weapons were threads of red and gold intertwined. The deck and walls were threads of golden structure. He even saw, as Zahariel and Balsar clashed, the lines of force as they swung their weapons. From a supernatural perspective, he could even perceive their physical trajectories. Seconds later, the threads faded. Nareth felt his body, mind, and soul become purer. His psychic energy was more abundant. He thought to himself, I have fully digested the potion. I am now a true Baron of Corruption. I will also grant you more abilities. Nareth said meaningfully. He scrutinized the two before him, thinking skeptically. Was it Luther, or Alastair, who was corroded by me, allowing me to complete the digestion? He had specifically fulfilled Luther's needs, while Alastair had been following him for some time, nearing complete corrosion. Thank you, my lord. The Primarch observed Luther and Alastair, taking in everything, the reverence in their eyes when they looked at him, the subtle changes in the tone of their respect. Moments later, he reached his conclusion. Both of them have been corroded by me. Nareth thought. Corroding two at once, and I don't even know which one finished digesting my potion. He looked at them both with satisfaction. Alastair's combat prowess is formidable. Though Luther's combat ability isn't top tier, his other skills are outstanding. He could be called the foremost beneath the Primarchs. The 30,000 on Caliban during the heresy, most were his followers, along with the batches of neophytes he will train over the next 140+ years. The corners of Nareth's mouth turned up. He smiled. Now, they will all be mine. As Nareth pondered, Zahariel executed a perfectly angled thrust, piercing Balsar's defense. Excellent, Nareth applauded, praising them. Zahariel and Balsar, you have entered the gateway of the war mask. Luther and Alastair, you have mastered the techniques I taught you. Come to my office in 10 minutes. I have new techniques to impart to you. Zahariel and Balsar watched Luther and Alastair with envy, resolving to practice the war mask even more diligently. Nareth casually left the Dionysian spear on the training deck and returned to his office. With a thought, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder. Upon entering, he immediately felt, as expected, that the 7th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder had opened. He didn't explore it. He went straight to the first layer. The Primarch's consciousness spread, sweeping across the entire world. The second layer was already a self-sustaining, complete world, constructed from psychic energy. Hive City rats, men-high, scurried through filthy sewers. Blood-stained crystalline spikes lined the passages. Prismatic worms crawled around the eyes of Ovja. Chemical dogs emerged from the alchemical solutions of Vostroya. Rapeseed plants swayed in the fields. Ginkgo leaves rustled on the mountainsides. After spending a long time constructing it, the second layer now allowed most low-sequence potion materials, animals, and plants from various pathways to breed here. With a thought, Nareth appeared beside a Hive City rat. He raised his hand and grasped its neck. Moments later, he brought the lawyer and secret suppliant potions before the Jokero. Though Luther eagerly sought power, and warrior would satisfy his needs most quickly, considering his ambition, Nareth still chose the lawyer for him, his own pathway. Once he advanced to a high sequence and could influence his own pathway, Luther's loyalty would be secured. Nareth also believed that during his time serving by his side, Luther would complete digestion. After advancing to Barbarian, his needs would naturally be met. Considering the Raven's combat style, he chose the secret suppliant for him, corresponding to the future Rose Bishop who could hide in shadows. After obtaining the 2 potions, Nareth immediately returned to the real world. Moments later, Luther and Alastair entered the Primarch's office with excitement and anticipation. Nareth walked before them, opening his hands to reveal the potions in his palms. Drink these. Luther and Alastair looked curiously at the black and the black-red potions. Seeing Lord Nareth offer no explanation, they took the potions and drank them in one gulp. Countless pieces of information flooded into Luther's mind. Legal texts like the monarch's iron laws leaped through his thoughts. Alastair looked at Lord Nareth with awe. He felt the Lord before him, constrained by the laws of reality, was more majestic than the Gloriana-class battleship they were on. Nareth telepathically imparted the necessary knowledge to them. 2 minutes later, Luther was the first to reign in the overflowing power. He performed a knight's salute and swore fealty to his liege. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I shall be your loyal knight, and carry out all your commands." Alastair followed, kneeling. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I shall carry out your will. Wherever you command, I shall go." Nareth nodded with satisfaction. "I accept your fealty." After they departed, with a thought, he returned to the Kingdom of Disorder. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinzu. Chapter 530, Chapter 529, The Seventh Layer, The Black Emperor's Prison. Upon entering the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth first went to the Blasphemous Tablet, browsing the newly unlocked the other half of the Sequence 6 potion recipes. As his gaze swept over the Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, recipe of the Twilight Giant, path, he noticed that one of the main ingredients was the metallic hide of the base mechanic. A key feature of the Dawn Paladin is the exceptionally defensive Dawn Armor. The base mechanic's metallic hide possesses superior defense, so it's fitting. With a thought, Nareth arrived at the fourth layer. His psychic energy extended, touching Thierry Vieira's psychic orb. Seeing that Thierry was alone, he focused, forming the information he wished to convey in his mind and transmitting it to the orb through a subtle connection. Across countless light years, Thierry's mind suddenly filled with rising black mist. He saw the majestic Black Emperor sitting on a throne. A commanding voice sounded, "Remove your armor and pray to me." "By your will, my lord." Thierry immediately went to his captain's quarters, removed his armor suit, and donned a black robe embroidered with a metallic-colored sword on the chest. Then, he knelt before the altar in his quarters, clasped his hands together with fingers pointing downwards in the ritual gesture, and chanted in Dunish. "Black Emperor of Shadows of Order. I beseech thy gaze. I beseech thy favor." On the second repetition, black mist rose and engulfed him. Entering the mysterious realm shrouded in black mist, Thierry bowed. "My lord. Drink this." As the commanding voice sounded, Thierry saw a potion floating before him. The potion was dim, but light continuously emerged from within. He immediately took the potion, tilted his head back, and drank. Immediately, he felt as if he had swallowed a pot of boiling nutrient paste. His body burned. Thierry activated his spirit vision, observing himself. He saw the bright white light of his transhuman body within, flashing dazzlingly. Light emanated from every part of his body, swelling his frame. Thierry immediately understood why the Black Emperor had told him to remove his armor, because his body was growing. Unlike during his implantation surgeries, where his body grew gradually, his frame expanded in an instant. Nareth watched as Thierry's body visibly grew taller and broader. In an instant, his slightly loose black robe was burst, hanging on him, barely covering his vital areas. Dozens of seconds later, the newly promoted Dawn Paladin's growth spurt ended. The Primarch's gaze swept over him, gauging the Dawn Paladin's height. 3 meters tall. About what I expected. Even the tall salamanders among the Astartes won't match Thierry. Even an ordinary human, upon becoming a Dawn Paladin, becomes a giant, at least 2 meters tall. In terms of height, physique, strength, and defense, he should be second beneath the Primarchs. Nareth looked at Thierry, who was a bit embarrassed as he reigned in his overflowing psychic power. He couldn't help but smile. Now, facing Slot again, aside from an overseer, none can threaten you. Just as he was about to send Thierry back to the Razor, he remembered Thierry's original Dominum armor. Though Thierry hadn't worn it long, the intensity of the battles he'd fought was far beyond that of an ordinary armor. The Astartes who wore it would inevitably become an elite warrior in a short time. Have the Forge Lord make you a new set. Choose someone worthy to bestow the old one upon. Nareth remembered that in the future, someone on Necromunda would luckily find a discarded hunting rig. Upon donning it, the suit, based on the data of its previous owner stored in its adaptive system, would comprehensively modify his body. Within days, he would rapidly grow into a strong man, rising through the hive. By your will, my lord. Thierry breathed a sigh of relief as the black mist engulfed him. After sending Thierry back to the Razor, Nareth willed himself to the newly opened 7th layer. The moment he set foot there, the Primarch's vision was filled with countless ropes of various shapes. Spiderweb-like threads filled the sky. Chains, thick as pythons, writhed on the ground like tentacles. Electric serpents, crackling with lightning, slithered all around. The Baron of Corruption gazed around. Through his vision of the threads of law, he deconstructed the ropes before him. In the Baron of Corruption's sight, the chains instantly transformed into countless threads of law, different in color and thickness, twisted and intertwined, like a snake pit writhing with countless small snakes. Threads of law, forming ropes. Previous spaces only manifested one aspect of a sequence upon opening. This one is composed of 2 aspects. The Baron of Corruption's eyes deepened. He took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back. His body brushed against an electric serpent. He saw blue-green threads of law rise up, encircling him, as if about to strike. White threads, like spider silk, also cover him like a hunting net. Nareth made no move. The lightning and the web dispersed on their own before touching him. Nareth paused thoughtfully. Ropes are meant for binding. The threads of law that compose them are manifestations of law. Then the function of this layer is. With a thought, he went to the first layer. Various palaces within the black mist stored different potion materials. Nareth went straight to one palace. Within golden amber, 3 worm creatures were bound. He cautiously chose the one captured by Skesni, the weakest of the 3 slot. Nareth raised his hand, grasping the enormous amber, and returned to the 7th layer. He casually threw the amber out while raising his left arm. His gauntlet glowed with golden light as the imprisoned slot was freed. Cody felt as if he had experienced a long, unconscious dream. Just as he began tumbling through the air, hundreds of electric serpents pounced on him. Clusters of worms, as if electrocuted, shriveled up. The electric shock instantly jolted Cody awake. His first thought was that he was under psychic lightning attack from a biomancer. The slot was about to unleash his evil will to suppress the psyker when he suddenly saw the black-armored warrior standing not far away. His movements immediately became cautious. He carefully released a tiny fraction of his will. Cody cautiously glanced at Nareth. Seeing him just staring, making no move, the worms writhed. The slot cautiously took a step forward. Countless electric serpents suddenly pounced. The clusters of worms, racked with pain, shriveled again. Nareth watched the slot, thinking to himself. The experiment succeeded. The main function of the 7th layer is confinement. Then, what is its purpose for me? The Baron of Corruption looked up at the sky, focusing on the ropes only he could see. As the master of the Kingdom of Disorder, I can control this space, commanding it to form ropes according to my will. With a thought, the spider silk dispersed into individual threads of law, wrapped around the slot. Clusters of worms were tightly bound by an invisible net, exposing the fat worms within and the dark fluids, drastically different from the necrotic fluids on the surface. Cody, his internal weaknesses exposed, struggled desperately in terror. But he found his evil will couldn't stop what was happening. This wasn't a telekinetic attack from a psyker. He awaited death in despair, but found Nareth wasn't killing him. His body was merely formed into a ball, then stretched back into humanoid shape, over and over. After kneading the worm creature for a while, Nareth released him and continued pondering. If a slot can be bound here, what about even more powerful beings? Nareth couldn't help but think of the star god in the Attila system, and the will of the silent tears that Ramsay had contacted at the Elysian Gate. He hadn't dared to approach them before, lacking confidence. The Necrons use their labyrinths to imprison 10 shards. Perhaps I can use another method to imprison them. I don't have the power to imprison a Tan shard myself, but the Kingdom of Disorder is a Sefirot. It should be able to suppress a Tan shard that is already imprisoned. Having this thought, Nareth continued. The significance of this is transferring a Tan shard imprisoned in the outside world to my private domain, for my exclusive use. This is a prison. After clarifying the function of the 7th layer, he thought further. But I still lack the ability to benefit from it now. A chain suddenly formed in the Baron of Corruption's vision, binding the slot. A flash of inspiration struck him. Ropes composed of threads of law, a combination of 2 abilities. I linked the shadow aspect of the Kingdom of Disorder with the 4th layer, achieving intergalactic real-time communication and meetings. That was a combination of 2 layers. Similarly, I could bind individuals in the 7th layer with ropes and link them through the 4th layer. This should allow me to draw upon their power to some extent. Thinking of how the Necrons use 10 shards as power sources and weapons, he thought. I should also be able to use a Tan shard as a power center, supplying energy to other layers. Perhaps I can even invoke their abilities through several means. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the slot again. He immediately decided to use him for experiments first. With a thought, he returned to the real world. Nareth sent messages to Arsena and Thomas, summoning them. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 531, Chapter 530, I bring new life to Caliban. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Nareth leaned back on his throne, addressing Arsena and Thomas. You both have extensive experience in ritual magic. Now, I have a task for you. The Primarch looked at the ritual magic master, the polymath, and the warlock, who commanded vast knowledge. With a thought, he transmitted his requirements to them through a psychic link. As the information flooded their minds, the polymath and the warlock understood the Black Emperor's request. They were to design a ritual, create talismans, and invoke the Black Emperor's power. The polymath and the warlock exchanged glances. They were both quite interested in this new endeavor. By your will. Thomas, Nareth gazed at him, keenly noticing his furrowed brow and somber mood. What troubles you? My lord, the chief librarian, seeing the Black Emperor had perceived his worry, spoke frankly. Since the war with the Rangdan began, 401 have fallen. The Lexicanium of Combat and the Codicea of Knowledge have both been affected. Nareth nodded slightly, recalling that the dice of prophecy would be fully charged in about a month. When we arrive at the Kalium Gate, I will tell you how to resolve it. The chief librarian immediately felt the weight lift from his shoulders. Praise be to my lord. At the same moment Arsena and Thomas left the Primarch's office, on the upper decks. Luther and Zahariel sat comfortably in a corner of the officers' mess. Luther glanced around, those seated nearby were all his followers. The lawyer turned his gaze to his adjutant and spoke the words he had prepared. Zahariel, do you truly believe the Lion will ever accept us again? Lord Lion. Zahariel, beneath his psychic hood, began to speak, then suddenly paused. A memory flashed through his mind. After the nuclear crisis was resolved, during the subsequent war meeting and ground operations, he had twice met the Lion's gaze. Recalling it now, the Lion's eyes had revealed no emotion whatsoever. But that very lack of emotion meant he had lost the Lion's trust. He had been special to the Lion. He had never seen that look of indifference in his eyes before. Zahariel also remembered that night on Caliban, after he had slain the lion beast, the night the knights celebrated for him. He had walked alone with the Lion outside the fortress walls. He had been astonished and honored when the Lion had leaned in with a cunning look and said to him, "Do you know that now, on Caliban, there is a unique bond of brotherhood between us?" He was the only one, besides Luther, whom the Lion had ever called brother. But now they were estranged. Zahariel knew he had had a chance. But he was Luther's adjutant. Based on his sense of duty, he had kept the secret, telling the Lion nothing. Lord Lion commands you and Astalin to accompany Luther back to Caliban. The cold words echoed in his mind. Zahariel's body trembled slightly. He picked up the Tarikan black coffee from the machine on the table and downed it in one gulp. He values loyalty. He will never forgive us. Zahariel said with difficulty. He realized he would never again have the chance to follow his gene-father, the great hero, into battle. We disobeyed his exile order. He will punish us. Correct, Luther said, seeing Zahariel was as rational as ever, facing reality. He continued, Lord Nareth has provided us with a new opportunity. Zahariel looked at Luther in astonishment, scrutinizing him carefully. Zahariel realized Luther was completely different from before. The regret and gloom were gone from his eyes. His gaze was resolute, just as it had been when he led the knights in their charge against the great beasts. Zahariel exclaimed, Lord Luther, you have decided to swear fealty to Lord Nareth. The Lion will not permit this. Zahariel looked around. Face after face met his gaze. They were all listening to his conversation with Luther. He surveyed the 135 dark angels around him. Then he realized none of them would tell the Lion what happened here today, just as he once would not have. They were Luther's knights. The liege they served was Luther, not the Lion. The lawyer's eyes were sharp as knives. Do you have another choice? Seeing Zahariel fall silent, the lawyer spoke again, his words striking directly at the other's heart. The Lion has abandoned Caliban. Our home has been treated as a place of exile. He took his knights and left the Terran-born on Caliban. Do you know why? The lawyer said coldly, he resented that the First Legion was already established before his return. The Terran-born are the exiled, and we are the exiled as well. Everyone on Caliban is a prisoner. I bring new life to Caliban. The surrounding dark angels knelt as one. We shall follow Lord Luther to the death. For Luther. For Caliban. The lawyer finished his coffee. He felt his psychic energy become more lively, a dissolving sensation within him, like the coffee dissolving in his digestive system. Luther rose, walked to Zahariel, and patted him on the shoulder. I trust you will make the wise decision. Zahariel watched Luther and the other dark angels depart, saying nothing. The Lion's merciless gaze at Sarosh, and his smile on Caliban, alternated in Zahariel's mind. When the next ship's standard cycle bell chimed, Zahariel emerged from his reverie. He walked heavily towards the training deck. Entering the training deck, he saw Librarian Balsar Kurthuri and Captain Alastair Rushell of the 19th Legion. Zahariel watched Luther standing before Lord Nareth, his expression complex. He did not approach. The Primarch noticed Zahariel's anomaly the moment he stepped onto the training deck. His peripheral vision swept over Zahariel, his supernatural perception capturing his mood. His mind is heavily burdened. Nareth glanced thoughtfully at Luther. My loyal lawyer has started using beyonder eloquence to persuade his followers already. This will save me a lot of trouble. Nareth had no doubt about Luther's abilities. He knew what Zahariel valued most, and how to persuade him. His ability to win people's hearts, his leadership, his management skills, his aptitude for administration and development. Beneath the Primarchs, none could match him. Zahariel. Balsar. Nareth's voice, deep and commanding, broke Zahariel's reverie. It is time I taught you how to develop your psychic abilities. Though he trusted Luther, he wasn't going to just coast. He had also promised Balsar he would teach him. Most importantly, he was curious about Zahariel's special psychic gift. First, I must understand your abilities before I can begin your instruction. Zahariel. Zahariel drew the lion sword, forged for him by the lion, from his belt. Blade in hand, his eyes gradually grew resolute. Nareth drew his sword of Vol. With a flash, he appeared before Zahariel. Before Zahariel could react, the blue-white blade was at his throat. Awaken your psychic power. Zahariel looked at the towering Primarch. He hadn't even seen the Primarch's movement, neither the approach nor the retreat. He knew he would have to use the rare psychic power his brother librarian Israfil had mentioned, fear sight, to even perceive the Primarch's movements, let alone match them. But he didn't know how to actively activate his ability. Neither did Israfil. Perhaps the Emperor knew, but after testing him, he had not told him. That memory was blurred in Zahariel's mind. As a librarian, he knew the Emperor had used his immense psychic power to erase the testing process. He only remembered a flash of golden light, and a stabbing pain. How can I actively use fear sight? You can keep up with me. The Primarch's majestic figure vanished. Zahariel blindly swung the lion sword at the spot where Nareth had just stood. Unsurprisingly, his swing met empty air. The Primarch appeared beside him, the blue-white blade at his throat again. Zahariel decided to move. He executed agile turns and swift rolls across the training deck. No matter how he moved, the blade was always at his throat. After losing sight of Lord Nareth countless times, he swung the lion sword in fury at the spot where the Primarch had just appeared. The lion sword effortlessly cleaved the deck, leaving a fist-deep gash. Zahariel wrenched the lion sword free, fury coursing through him. Countless images flashed through his mind. The lion's merciless gaze. The cold command of exile. The endless days and nights confined to Caliban. The helplessness of having a blade at his throat, over and over. Suddenly, everything in Zahariel's vision slowed down. For the first time, he saw the Primarch's approaching form, then he vanished. Nareth's eyes flickered. He instantly activated his warp insight. He saw Zahariel, becoming formless, phasing his body, shifting into the warp. He saw him leap back into real space, swinging the lion sword with a speed surpassing an Astartes' limits, aiming for him. The Primarch raised his sword of Vol horizontally, blocking the incoming lion sword. Good. Zahariel flickered in and out of reality, between the warp and real space, constantly appearing around Nareth, launching attacks. The Primarch's warp insight captured every one of Zahariel's movements. Hundreds of Zahariel's attacks ended in a single second. Every one was blocked by the Primarch. After that second, Zahariel's movements suddenly slowed. His fear sight had ended. Nareth gazed at Zahariel. I can teach you how to activate fear sight at will. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 532, Chapter 531, Corroding the Future Cipher, the current one is almost there too. November, 864.m30. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, training deck. Zahariel drew the lion sword. This blade, forged from the fang of the lion beast, was shorter than the swords of other Calibanite knights. But the power of the sword forged by the lion compensated for its reduced length. The bare metal crossguard, the leather grip, and the bronze pommel were very simple, but the blade's luster was a pearly white, dazzling and bright. Zahariel's fingers swiftly traced the ivory-like blade, then he looked up at Lord Nareth. The Primarch's earnest instruction echoed in his ears, fear sight originates from the power of fear. Zahariel bowed respectfully to the Primarch. The moment he straightened, he actively awakened his memories of fear. The fear of death when facing the lion beast. The fear of losing the lion's friendship. Fear transformed into power. Zahariel created a fear mask in imitation of the war mask. He would feel fear, but he would not surrender to it. Fear was his source of power. He could harness the power of fear. Everything in Zahariel's vision seemed to freeze in time. His body shifted, leaping into the warp, then flashing behind Nareth, swinging the lion sword in a swift thrust. Nareth's memory rewound, returning to the moment he first arrived in this world, learning he was the 11th Primarch, the moment he feared the fate of erasure. He looked back at that memory from a detached perspective, drawing power from it. Nareth's figure also dissipated into nothingness, flashing beside Zahariel, the edge of the sword of Vol slashing towards his arm. Relying on his warp insight perception, the Primarch had deconstructed the process of using fear sight while teaching Zahariel. Nareth and Zahariel flickered in and out of reality, between the warp and real space, their blades flashing across the training deck and the sea of souls. Fearsight was Zahariel's talent, but the Primarch's psychic power far exceeded his. Balsar Katuri's eyes deepened, barely following the trajectories of their warp-phased movements. His eyes shone. He had never witnessed such powerful psychic abilities before. Luther's eyes widened, trying to follow their forms in real space. At first, his mortal eyes could barely track their movements. But in less than a second, he could no longer distinguish the layered figures. The lawyer activated his spirit vision, watching the battle. He saw figures interwoven with white and black. He saw the gleaming golden light of a lion. That's Zahariel. Where is Lord Nareth? The lawyer stared at the battlefield. A flash of black shadow passed through his vision. Lord Nareth. He strained to discern that shadow, but it flickered and vanished. The lawyer found he couldn't keep up with the strobing shadow. Relying on the secret suppliant's high inspiration, Alastair Rushell had the clearest view of the battle. He could see the shadow's trajectory, but he dared not stare continuously. The secret suppliant's psychic intuition warned him of the powerful force lurking within the shadow. His eyes throbbed, opening and closing involuntarily. Zahariel's attack lasted 2 seconds. He suddenly flashed into visibility. All 3 observers saw him. The lion sword was embedded in the deck, supporting his exhausted body. Zahariel trembled all over. Frigid mist plumed from his nose. His entire body was cold, yet warmth flooded him the moment he saw Lord Nareth smile. The lion had valued him, but never taught him like his mentors Lamel and Amadis, and Lord Nareth had. Before boarding the Shadow's sovereignty, he never imagined receiving such patient instruction from a Primarch. Since I have no choice, following Lord Luther and swearing fealty to Lord Nareth is the best option. For Luther, and for Caliban. Thank you, my lord, for your instruction. I have mastered Fearsight. Nareth sheathed his sword, scrutinizing Zahariel. Though he had already digested the Baron of Corruption potion and had no digestive sensations to guide him, the Primarch could confirm, through Zahariel's eyes and expression, that he had corroded him. At the same time, Zahariel overlapped with the future figure in his memory. The figure with twin pistols, the lion sword on his back. With such combat prowess, it's no wonder he could kill the 3rd Lord Cypher and become the 4th Cypher. Wandering the galaxy for 10 millennia, repeatedly evading capture by the Dark Angels and other unforgiven chapters. Nareth knew the title Lord Cypher was granted on Caliban to the one responsible for guarding the Order's traditions. He didn't know how many Lord Cyphers there were before the Lion's arrival on Caliban, but since then, there had been 4. The current Lord Cypher was the 3rd. After Zahariel killed him, Luther would elevate him to the 4th. The future Lord Cypher has been corroded by me. The current one is almost there too. Both the old and new Cyphers will be corroded by me. Congratulations on unlocking your innate ability. Come to my office in 10 minutes. I will teach you a new power. Zahariel, his heart pounding with excitement, walked with a light step into the Primarch's office. He saw Lord Nareth push a bottle of black potion towards him, instructing him. Drink this. Zahariel did not hesitate. He opened the potion. The pungent stench made him wrinkle his nose. The potion Nareth had chosen for Zahariel was sleepless. Though the future Cypher was more adept at covert operations, that was somewhat beyond his control. Now, Zahariel was on a different pathway. Moreover, his rare psychic ability, Fearsight, had some connection to Sequence 3, Horror Bishop, of the Darkness pathway. Zahariel's abilities were outstanding. He had the potential to become a high-sequence Beyonder. Moments later, having become a sleepless, Zahariel performed the Calibanite Knight's salute. Lord Nareth, from this day forward, I am your knight. Nareth rose, drew the Sword of Vol, extended his spirituality, and through concept swap, transformed it into an ordinary blade, gently resting it on Zahariel's shoulder. I accept your fealty. After Zahariel left, Nareth thought silently. Among the key corrosion targets, only Balsar remains uncorroded. The more loyal they are, the harder they are to corrode. Corroding Balsar will require more thought. Perhaps it needs a catalyst. As Nareth pondered, the communication bead in his ear buzzed. He pressed it. Arsena Dunn's calm voice came through. My lord, following your command, the chief librarian and I have successfully developed the ritual magic. Shall we pray to the Black Emperor now? Good. Nareth granted their request. In the Primarch's palace, Arsena Dunn's private quarters. Arsena ended the communication and said to Thomas, Our Lord has granted permission. Let us begin. They had long prepared the ritual materials. They immediately went to the altar. Arsena channeled psychic energy, activating the Euclidean runes. Thomas felt his connection to the warp severed. The entire altar was isolated. The warlock touched the bottle at his waist. The discomfort of losing his psychic power quickly faded. He opened his eyes of mystery prying, watching as Arsena used the ritual knife to create a wall of psychic energy. After his body, mind, and soul quieted, Arsena knelt on the black onyx cushion and recited the formal liturgy in Dunnick. Black Emperor of Shadows of Order, I beseech thy gaze. The polymath paused briefly. The warlock's eyes of mystery prying solidified. The following liturgy was their new exploration. They were about to learn if their recent research into ritual magic had succeeded. Arsena's gaze fell upon the 33 irregular talismans made of black gold alloy placed on the altar. He continued chanting the prayer. I beseech thee to grant me power to complete the worm talismans. After reciting the litany they had developed, Arsena continued with the subsequent parts of a standard prayer. O balance, foundation of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my talismans. O iron laws of monarchs, basis of the kingdom of disorder, grant strength to my talismans. At the same moment, in the fourth layer of the kingdom of disorder, as Arsena began his prayer, Nareth extended threads, linking to the bound sloth in the seventh layer. Seeing the black mist rise and the ethereal gate take shape, the Baron of Corruption coalesced his will, projecting the sloth as will through the ethereal gate. In the seventh layer, the sloth was suddenly enveloped in black mist, shrouded in shadow. In the fourth layer, Nareth saw threads of law pulling a mass of shadow, casting it into the ethereal gate. At the altar in the Primarch's aides' quarters, the black mist churned. The ethereal gate opened. The warlock's eyes of mystery prying immediately felt a majestic power descend. His gaze swiftly moved from the ethereal gate to the talismans on the altar. He saw the black mist envelop the 33 black metal talismans. He saw clusters of worm-engraved patterns spontaneously emerge on them. We've succeeded, the warlock said to the polymath. Arsena, maintaining his clasped hands with fingers pointing upwards, said devoutly, Praise be to my lord. After breaking the psychic isolation, each took a talisman in hand. The moment the black talismans touched their hands, they immediately felt nausea, irritation, and a chilling, evil sensation. Arsena channeled psychic energy, deactivating the Euclidean runes. The chief librarian narrowed his eyes, attempting to mobilize his psychic power. Cannot use psychic power. Activating it with the runes will make it more powerful, the polymath speculated. Once it's released, the Rangdan Xenos, sensing their master's aura, will surely suffer a plunge in combat effectiveness. As the polymath and the warlock examined the worm talismans, in the fourth layer of the kingdom of disorder, Nareth also reviewed the entire ritual magic process. The sloth shows no obvious signs of weakening. Their psychic luster hasn't dimmed. It won't affect their use as potion materials. Still, to be cautious, I'll produce worm talismans periodically. Nareth's eyes gleamed. He thought of the 10 shards. Once I move them into the 7th layer, I can also try to draw power from them, creating different talismans. With anticipation, Nareth willed himself to the 3rd layer, reached out, and picked up the fully charged dice of prophecy. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 533, Chapter 532, Gilliman, I've stolen your son's homeworld again. Nareth picked up the fully charged dice of prophecy. Information about Mancora flashed rapidly through his mind. Ultima Segmentum, Night World Mancora, a harsh world of constant conflict among its people. After all he knew about Mancora flashed through his mind once, he silently recited. Star chart from the Kalium Gate to Mancora. After reciting it 11 times, he tossed the dice from his hand. The dice tumbled through the air several times. The moment it landed in Nareth's open palm, a scene like a holographic projection unfolded before his eyes. Nareth memorized the star chart and input it into a data crystal. He then returned to the real world and, through a psychic link, sent the Mancora information to John. The Calamity Priest immediately performed a dream divination but received no special revelation. Nareth then sent a communication to the chief librarian, summoning him. Moments later, Thomas entered the Primarch's office. He said excitedly, My lord, the worm talismans are complete. They will be a powerful weapon against the Rangdan elite. Acknowledged. Distribute them to the chapters for testing, Nareth instructed, then pushed the data crystal towards the chief librarian. After arriving at the Kalium Gate, you will immediately lead a team to Mancora in the Ultima Segmentum. That world produces a far greater number of psychers than any other. Nareth chose Mancora not only because it produced psychers but also because the librarians recruited from Mancora showed no abnormalities. The Howling Griffin chapter, to be founded in the 33rd millennium, would claim Mancora as its homeworld. Among the many successor chapters of the Ultramarines, the Howling Griffin had the purest gene seed, without any defects. Considering the Howling Griffin possessed a powerful librarius exceeding that of other chapters, this indicated Mancora was untouched by chaos or other influences. Seeing Thomas's delighted expression, he continued. Besides training librarians, you must also cultivate insight and uncover Mancora's secrets. You can comprehend a unique psychic technique from that world, unleashing a powerful cry like a diving griffin to terrify enemies and shatter their resolve. It is also a powerful weapon against warp entities, capable of shaking the bonds that hold them in the material realm and banishing them back to the warp. Nareth decided to name this technique after the name the Howling Griffin gave their unique psychic ability. This technique is called the Griffin's Roar. Nareth speculated that it was precisely the mystery of the Griffin's Roar on Mancora that prevented chaos from polluting that world. It was for the Griffin's Roar that he decided to dispatch the chief librarian, rather than someone else. As the most powerful psychic beneath himself, a master of the eyes of mystery prying, and a warlock skilled in many spells, Thomas would surely comprehend the Griffin's Roar. Thomas's eyes deepened. He pondered the source of this psychic technique from the mystery prier's perspective. A natural wonder. The work of an ancient race. Curious, Thomas accepted the key to Mancora. My lord, I will not disappoint your expectations. Nareth watched Thomas's departing back, silently thinking. Guilliman, sorry for stealing your son's homeworld again. As the Primarch pondered, his gaze fell upon the viewport. His vision pierced through it. The Shadow's sovereignty was crossing the barrier between the warp and reality. After the Shadow's sovereignty arrived at the Kalium Gate, Alastair Russell returned to his frigate. En route back to the Legion, the mystery prior began praying to the Black Emperor at his newly constructed altar. Ethan withdrew his gaze, left the observation deck, and walked to his console. He entered the first level of the enumeration and immersed himself in his work as a codicier, beginning to compile the Legion's combat records. At the same moment Ethan immersed himself in his work, Hathermot boarded the Shadow's sovereignty. He descended the boarding ramp of the Red Aquila lander. His Payok, imperceptible to those without etheric vision, circled him. The Payok, like a soaring eagle composed of 1,000,000 golden stars, looked down upon its surroundings with vanity and pride. The Payok's golden form suddenly trembled. It noticed many people around gazing at it. Among them was a group of 100. Most wore psychic hoods and carried staves, clearly librarians of Shadows of Order. But there were also other black-armored warriors. Their pitch-black eyes were deep, as if they saw its beautiful, shimmering phantom. The Payok involuntarily lowered its altitude, hovering behind Hather's head. Hather greeted Thomas. The two chief librarians exchanged salutations. The warlock's eyes of mystery prying solidified the view of the Payok. Through the golden light, he saw a body coalesced from pure, formless energy. It was a form coalesced from warp energy. What is it? It's called a Payok. It's my tutelary, Hather said without concealment. That's what we Thousand Sons call them. Ahriman and others initially thought they were angels, but that term was soon discarded. That ancient word is too emotional, too shrouded in mystery. We prefer to refer to them in understandable terms. They are essentially materialization and functionalized fragments of the primordial creator within the great ocean, forced into being by our will, we who possess psychic power. Thomas nodded slightly. His eyes of mystery prying scrutinized the Payok and Hather. He intuitively sensed that the familiar spirit didn't seem completely subservient to the Thousand Sons' will. As he pondered, Hather asked, "You have a mission?" "Yes." "Executing my lord's command," Thomas replied. A perfect smile graced Hather's face. "Then I dare not delay your journey. I wish to pay my respects to Lord Nareth." Thomas nodded. He led the 100 Legion librarians aboard a Stormbird, flying towards a cruiser. Ethan, from Barbarous, a rare, resistant psyker, had recently been granted power by the Primarch, becoming a warrior. Through the Stormbird's viewport, he gazed at the ships in the void. He saw no dull grey ships of the Death Guard. After disembarking, Ethan immediately ascended to the first level of the enumeration, calming his tumultuous thoughts. Then he immersed himself in his work as a codicier, beginning to compile the Legion's combat records. At the same moment, Hather stepped into the Primarch's office. The Primarch looked up from his desk, his gaze fixed on the shimmering phantom in the air. The Payok immediately felt a mountain of pressure. It cowered fearfully behind Hather's crimson cataphractii pattern Terminator armor. It heard the sound of a sword being drawn. It shrieked in terror. The next instant, an invisible force slammed into it. It spun, hurled into an invisible vortex. "My lord," Hather said, "having experienced something similar before, you have succeeded. You have created something akin to my father's Sothma sigil. The same kind of runes." Nareth nodded slightly. "You will learn them. Tutelary are not benevolent. You must be cautious." Though he knew Hather was one of the few Thousand Sons not controlled by his tutelary, nor by warp energy, he still offered a reminder. Nor would he purify the Payok. Without it, Hather would be ostracized. Before the burning of Prospero, it could not be purified. Until then, as long as Hather mastered the Euclidean runes, he could temporarily block the Payok when needed. Hather nodded thoughtfully. "My lord, I understand. I will be careful in the future." He then gave a briefing, reporting the details of Morningstar rescue mission, details not submitted to the War Council. Finally, he produced a data crystal. My lord, this contains all the secrets of the Dragon Realms known to the Thousand Sons. Nareth nodded slightly. Congratulations on achieving your wish and becoming Chief Librarian. It is all thanks to my lord's bestowal, Hather said sincerely. Without meeting Lord Nareth, he would never have had the chance to challenge Ahriman, let alone defeat him. My lord, my father has placed Exandria 4 under my command. The Order of Ruin answers to me. Exandria 4. Nareth recalled the details of this world with only a moment's thought. Exandria 4 was one of the first worlds reclaimed by Magnus after his return to the Legion. It was a symbol of the 15th Legion's achievement. The Imperium's best engineers, working in concert with the Thousand Sons, had built a city in the style of Prospero on Exandria 4. Exandria 4 was centered on scholarship, the greatest repository of Thousand Sons knowledge outside Tisca. This is the authority you have gained as Chief Librarian. Nareth knew that besides the 5 major cults, the Thousand Sons had many smaller organizations. The Order of Ruin was one of the more powerful. Each member was a skilled logistician, planner, analyst, or organizer. The Order of Ruin prioritized logistics and supply. They also controlled the docking and maintenance of the Thousand Sons fleet. They were responsible for formulating battle plans and were often deployed to the rear of any major Thousand Sons campaign. Exandria 4 itself had been meticulously established by the Order of Ruin. Now Magnus handing it to Hather was the authority he gained as Chief Librarian. Fully control Exandria 4 and the Order of Ruin. By your will, my lord, Hather replied confidently. With a thought, Nareth transmitted the secrets of the Euclidean runes to Hather through a psychic link. He drew the Sword of Vol and, with a sweep, dispelled the Euclidean runes. Wait outside. Come back in 5 minutes. The tutelary, banished back to the warp, could not return to the real world on its own until Hather performed a summoning ritual. Moments later, Nareth instructed Hather, now a hypnotist. Utilize hypnosis, the Thousand Sons of your Corvidi cult, your second fellowship, and your Order of Ruin make them swear fealty to you. Ignis is the primary target. Ignis, the Master of Ruin, was the future leader of the Order of Ruin, especially skilled in void warfare. He had clashed with several void warfare experts from other legions and remained undefeated. His most dazzling achievement was during the Heresy, at the Battle of Exandria 4. Ignis's Order of Ruin toyed with Pollux, the Imperial Fists commander who had matched Perturabo in void combat, and the first chapter master of the Crimson Fists. The Order of Ruin, led by Ignis, was preeminent in void warfare. By your will, my lord. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 534, Chapter 533, The Night Lord crossed the magma flames without being burned. Ventrilia, Starport. Planetary Governor Justin Watera watched the Black Aquila lander descend gracefully from the sky. As the landing gear deployed, Justin walked towards the Night Lord. Seeing Thierry descending the ramp, he halted abruptly, stunned. Justin was astonished to see that the Night Lord was more than half a meter taller than when he had last seen him. Other nobles, following the governor's gaze, also looked up at the Night Lord with awe and admiration. They all froze, staring at the giant figure. Justin recovered first. Suppressing the doubt that lingered in his mind, he stepped forward as usual. Walking into the giant's shadow, he said gratefully, Night Lord, thank you for accepting our invitation, for taking time from the front lines to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Thierry had transited through the Abyssport teleportarium to the Kalium Gate and then, using the fully repaired Kalium Gate, had traveled from the Segmentum Obscurus to the Eastern Fringe in just 3 weeks. It is my duty, the Night Lord nodded slightly. Besides, I am quite interested in the creature in the magma lake. I trust there will be no disaster this time, Justin joked, referring to how the ceremony had been altered 3 years prior due to the Night Lord's warning of calamity. I think. Thierry paused deliberately. Not this time. Justin laughed heartily, then said, My lord, the coming-of-age ceremony is ready. Please follow me. Outside the magma lake. As the black-armored warriors of Shadows of Order arrived, the gathered Ventrilian nobles erupted in thunderous cheers. They still remembered the warning from 3 years ago. Had they not received it, many of them would have perished in the erupting sea of magma. Justin and Thierry boarded the elevator together, ascending to the platform. A slight hiss of static came from the Vox system. Holographic projections across Ventrilia simultaneously displayed the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here for the glorious coming-of-age ceremony. Unlike the past, the great Shadows of Order will also join us. The holographic image switched, displaying 2nd Captain Gerger and 10 Pugilist Honor Guard members. The scene shifted again, showing the 1,408 tall Ventrilian candidates for Shadows of Order. Not only that. Thierry stepped forward, his giant figure appearing on the screen. His commanding voice echoed across Ventrilia through the Vox system. The armor I once wore. The image switched again, displaying a black Huntress-class suit. After consideration, the Night Lord had decided to offer his former armor as a prize, to deepen ties with the Ventrilians. The one who performs best will receive this armor. The recipient's body will be enhanced, and they will gain 8 years of my combat experience. The image froze on the black armor. Over 100,000 Ventrilian nobles participating in the ceremony had gleaming eyes, which then quickly dimmed. They had no confidence in defeating the superhuman shadows of orders, even without their armor. Limited to Ventrilians only. The moment the Night Lord finished speaking, the eyes of the Ventrilian youths, both male and female, lit up. Their opponents were not shadows of orders, but the other nobles participating in the ceremony, and the shadows of order candidates. Though the candidates were the best among them, the gap was not insurmountable. Omari McCarty, ranked 3005th in the candidate trials, clenched his fist. He had missed passing the first selection stage by just 5 places. Chris Anderson's hand rested on the hilt of his jeweled sword. After his father's unexpected death, he had abandoned his dream of becoming a Shadows of Order to take over family affairs. Now, he had a new opportunity. I will win this suit, make it an heirloom for House Anderson. Under the noble's gaze, Thierry left the platform and headed for the Shadows of Order encampment. Apothecaries, preparing for the ceremony, saluted as their lord passed. Thierry walked on, entering a room decorated with long swords and gems. He removed the newly crafted suit Vulcan had made for him. He donned a black robe woven from fireproof material, black fireproof composite boots, and picked up a training chains word-sized for his frame. Thierry strode out of the camp. Entering the black lava canyon, he immediately felt a wave of heat. His gaze swept across the canyon walls, layers of rock, different colors, interwoven and disorderly, piled upon each other. He stepped onto the raised, hot rocks at the entrance to the magma lake. On the walls carved inside the canyon, he saw over 1,000 members of the Noble Council, in groups of dozens, looking down. Above, pugilists rode hoverbikes. Apothecaries with assistants piloted land speeders. Servo skulls floated higher, their auspex casting green light upon the lake, projecting images across Ventrilion. Thierry looked at the lake's surface. The ceremony had begun. Ventrilians, standing on rocks, fought creatures wreathed in flames. Omari McCarty led dozens of noble candidates, charging at a group of catfish-like creatures with meter-long tentacles. Over a dozen agile noble youths had gleaming runes on their ornate armor. Splashed magma struck their protective fields, emitting piercing shrieks. The catfish creatures lashed their tentacles, reaching for the youths. The youths agilely leaped to pre-chosen rocks. The tentacles struck empty air, crackling. The creatures twisted their bulky bodies, raising their arms to grab at the youths. Attack! Omari shouted, leading the others in a charge. The noble youths, in groups of 3 or 5, attacked the catfish creatures. Their ornate noble swords gleamed. Combat training since childhood, countless practical drills, allowed them to perform reasonably well even under stress. Slashing bellies. Stabbing arms. Omari charged a catfish creature alone. A 3-step run, a leap, his sword piercing between its eyes in an Otspurd via first form. Omari flipped and landed, charging the next creature. In the candidate training camp, he had practiced the first form until it was extremely skilled. Omari leaped and landed among the rocks, stabbing again and again. Plop, plop. Catfish creature after catfish creature crashed into the magma. Soon, no more creatures surfaced near the edge. He rallied his excited followers and immediately pressed forward. Catfish creatures were low value, killing 100 would allow one person to pass the trial. They needed to kill higher value creatures. He saw Chris, who practically managed House Anderson's affairs but was not recognized by the nobles, had already single-handedly killed over a dozen scorpion-like creatures. Chris had already passed the trial, but he was still fighting towards the center of the lake. Omari knew no noble would be satisfied with just passing. The Night Lord's wondrous armor was coveted by all, a relic no gem mine could buy. Using Otspurd via second form backhand thrust, Chris pierced a scorpion creature. He planted his boot on its burning body. With a piercing crack, he leaped forward with all his might. In midair, he saw the Shadows of Order candidates had already pulled 100 meters ahead of him. They had entered the periphery of the central zone. The creatures there were more dangerous, and their value higher. Chris's eyes stared intently. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. On the training field, he had defeated candidate after candidate. In the past, most of them didn't perform as well as me in training. Now, they're far ahead. I missed my chance indeed. Chris decisively pulled a combat stimulant from his belt. He jabbed the needle into his neck, the finest Ventrilian combat stimulant, worth 10,000 gems. His speed surged. His ornate sword flashed. Scorpion creatures, meters long, crashed into the magma, their bodies sliding in. Chris's gaze locked onto the tall back of a Shadows of Order candidate. The distance closing fueled his belief that the cost was worth it. He injected a second stimulant. He sped up again. The gap was less than 10 meters. Just as Chris lunged forward, he felt a surge beneath his feet. A crocodile, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, burst from the lake. Chris's gaze was icy. No one would stop him now. He raised his sword high with both hands and brought it down in an Otsburg via 7th form cleaving strike. The blade struck the crocodile creature's left eye. With a crack, Chris leaped into the air. Suddenly, he felt the magma surge below. Another crocodile leaped. Chris struggled to evade, but he was in midair, unable to move freely. One of the crocodile's fangs caught him in the ribs. His ornate armor shrieked as it was pierced. Several ribs were torn away. Flames seared Chris's side, now missing part of his ribs. He tumbled and fell. Just as Chris thought he was doomed, an engine roared. Through blurred vision, he saw a Shadow of Order catch him. The pugilist caught the noble youth, then hurled him towards a land speeder before gunning the throttle to evade the crocodile creature. An assistant secured the youth with medical clamps while spraying white medical gel from an appendage. Chris's body trembled in pain. An apothecary poured a bottle of blue-green potion down his throat. His pallid face gradually flushed. The apothecary's scalpel then descended, beginning treatment. Justin watched from above as noble youths in danger were rescued. He said admiringly, "In every past ceremony, over 10,000 died in the magma lake, bodies never found. From now on, deaths will number less than 100. As the planetary governor marveled, Thierry had already raced towards the center of the lake. With speed defying his size, he caught up to the candidates, who had undergone various implantation surgeries. Thierry's eyes suddenly lit up. In the center of the lake, he saw cylindrical objects with barbed hooks. At first glance, they resembled scorpion tails. But the Shadows of Order saw clearly, those were just the parts of something emerging from the lake. There are plants living in this lake. As Thierry pondered, he saw a Shadow of Order, dodging dozens of fire snakes leaping at him, step onto one of the objects. The barbed tip, like a scorpion tail, instantly pierced through his boot sole. The candidate, over 2 meters tall and nearly fully augmented, was instantly riddled with holes. Countless fire snakes, like sharks scenting blood, shot from the lake, lunging at the dozen or so nearby candidates. Thierry accelerated instantly, reaching the fallen candidate in a flash. His chain's word spun rapidly. Fire snake after fire snake was severed. Fall back. Hearing the Night Lord's command, the candidates immediately retreated. More and more fire snakes erupted from the magma, lunging at Thierry. The Dawn Paladin was unfazed. A suit of refined full-body armor rapidly formed on his surface. He wore a crested helmet. Gauntlets encased his hands. A breastplate covered his torso. The gleaming Dawn armor attracted all the fire snakes. They lunged crazily at the Dawn Paladin, thudding against the Dawn armor one after another. Seeing the candidates had retreated, Thierry hurled his flame-wreathed chains word. He grabbed the fallen candidate's body and tossed it to a pugilist rushing to help. Then, he grabbed one of the objects in each hand. The Dawn Paladin pulled with all his strength. An object nearly a kilometer long, its roots anchored in the lake bed, was torn completely free. Fire snakes battered against him. Flames licked his gauntlets. The Dawn Paladin felt his psychic energy drain rapidly. He pulled back sharply. The Dawn armor had no weight, not hindering his swift movements at all. The Ventrilians rubbed their eyes, stunned to see the fire snakes attacking the Night Lord, yet his steps remaining swift. He even retreated calmly, dragging the flame-wreathed objects with both hands. The Night Lord had actually crossed the magma fire waves and left the lake unscathed. 4 days later, the coming-of-age ceremony celebration. Justin announced loudly, on behalf of the Ventrilian Noble Council, "I congratulate all ladies and gentlemen who have passed the trials and become new noble members." Omari McCarty, standing with the 14 nobles beside him who had also passed, held his head high, pride on his face. Chris Anderson, bandaged, had passed the trial but showed no joy. He looked enviously at the tall figure in a thin, black bodysuit. Justin's proud voice echoed. "Finally, let us congratulate the winner," his voice paused deliberately, "Joe Wattera. He will inherit the Great Night Lord's armor suit." Justin watched his son, with the assistant's help, don the black armor suit. He surveyed the nobles, sending my heir to the candidates was wise. House Wattera will be sung of for generations, ruling Ventrilian forever. Justin's thoughts were interrupted by the noble's exclamations. He looked at his son. Joe felt his body being kneaded and stretched. He grew hot and swollen. His skin, muscles, and bones seemed to melt. The adaptive evolution lasted nearly a week. Joe's body gradually expanded, fitting the originally oversized black armor. His brain felt like it was being pricked. Something seemed to be added to his mind. Apothecaries constantly monitored Joe's physical indicators. A week later, the 8th Company had a new recruit, taller than any other Shadow of Order. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 535, Chapter 534, Russ's Scheme, I have a conspirer. Kalium Gate Zone, aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Nareth, buried in data slates, heard a vague prayer sound in his ear. He glanced at the hanging clock. There were still 10 minutes until Arsena was scheduled to report. With a thought, he went to the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Extending his psychic energy, he saw Thierry Vieira with hands clasped pointing downwards, and on the altar, 2 lotus roots bundled together. With a thought, he pulled Thierry and the lotus roots into the Kingdom of Disorder. My lord. After bowing, Thierry briefly reported to the Black Emperor his attendance at the Ventrilian coming-of-age ceremony, the granting of his former armor suit, and how he won people's hearts. Finally, he said, this lotus root grows in Ventrilia's magma. It is quite special. I thought you might like it. Seated high, Nareth had already recognized the offering Thierry presented as Fire Lotus Root, the only missing material for Sequence 6 Conspirer, the subsequent pathway of Pyromaniac. I am indeed interested in this. Order the candidates who passed the final assessment to collect them. By your will. Thierry accepted the command, immediately deciding to have the Tech Marines develop harvesting tools. After sending Thierry back to the Blade, Nareth returned to the real world. 2 minutes later, Arsena, carrying a data slate, entered the Primarch's office. My lord, the fleets of the Dark Angels and Space Wolves have arrived at the Kalium Gate. Nareth leaned back on his throne, asking with interest, who are the commanders? The Dark Angels had been the main force in the original Rangdan War. Leman Russ, during the Third Rangdan War, had set aside his feud with Lion L. Johnson to jointly cleanse the Rangdan homeworld. The Dark Angels commander is Urian Vendraig. He leads 5 chapters, including the 8th chapter. His flagship is the Gloriana-class battleship Paradigm of Hate. The Space Wolves commander is Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company. After reporting, the silver-haired Primarch's aide requested instructions from the Black Emperor. Whom will you receive first? Vendraig. After deciding, Nareth instructed further. Luther has asked me to keep his secret. Ensure Vendraig avoids any possible contact with him. By your will. Arsena acknowledged. 5 standard hours later, Nareth watched Vendraig enter the office. He keenly noted the suppressed melancholy clinging to this man, the Legion Master of the First Legion before the Lion's return. He was a far cry from the confident and energetic figure who had won glory in the war against the Me-Too. More and more Terran-born are being exiled to Caliban by the Lion. Vendraig must also feel the Lion's alienation. As the former Legion Master, he's not even second in command, let alone a place in the top 100. Luther is the nominal second in command of the Dark Angels, but the one the Lion truly trusts most now is Corswain, the Legion's strongest swordsman. Vendraig is relegated back to the 8th chapter. Lord Nareth, Vendraig saluted respectfully, then made his request directly. Please assign me the most difficult task. The Primarch heard the fortitude and bitterness in Vendraig's tone. It reminded him of the Dark Angels after the Carcassonne campaign, when they were censured by Guilliman and crazily attacked Xenos across the galaxy, seeking to prove themselves. A thought flashed through Nareth's mind, Vendraig is quite unfortunate. Should I do a good deed and corrode him? But in my memory, Vendraig dies in the Carcassonne campaign. I don't know his level of loyalty to the Lion. If I keep him close and fail to corrode him, Luther would be exposed. Your Legion will be responsible for relieving the fortress world resilience. Nareth decided not to take the risk for now. Luther was far more important than Vendraig. He also felt Vendraig hadn't yet reached despair, he was still trying to prove himself to his Gene Father. Perhaps, after suffering setbacks at the Fortress World Resilience, an opportunity might arise. The Fortress World Resilience has been besieged by Xenos for 3 years. Though the Fortress World hasn't fallen, the situation is precarious. Arsena operated the control rod, highlighting the Fortress World Resilience on the galactic star chart. Amidst a sea of red dots, a single green sphere flickered alone. Dozens of Imperial worlds in the surrounding area have all fallen. They have lost strategic depth and all supply lines. The only unverifiable intelligence indicates the Xenos have 1 war moon in the entire subsector, over 1,000 warships, and an uncountable number of Xenos warriors. Thank you for your trust, Vendraig said gratefully. Powerful enemies were precisely what he urgently needed now. As Vendraig left the Primarch's office, he was met by 2 warriors draped in wolf pelts, clad in grey power armor. Urian Vendraig. Skarsen's voice was loud and harsh, emanating from beneath his wolf pelt mask. The black wolf pelt was fastened behind Skarsen's neck with bone buckles. The skull of a dead giant wolf and its long, sharp fangs formed his right shoulder guard. Wolf Lord Scarson. Vendrake held his head high, glancing contemptuously at the giant wolf drooling at his feet. They passed each other. His gaze lingered briefly on the rune priest, whose body was covered in talismans. He saw a smile crease the rune priest's weathered face, but Vendrake merely walked past in silence. Vendrake left them behind. Then he heard the Primarch's honor guard member say sternly behind him, "Wolves are not permitted inside." Scarson's grey Terminator armor towered over the honor guard member. The blade of the black axe on his back glinted in the lumen light. "You think you can stop me?" The honor guard member from the 7th chapter gazed fearlessly into the iron-grey eyes beneath the mask adorned with broken stone, eyes the same color as his armor. "Leave them here, or go back. Listen, boy. My name is Amlodi Scarson Scarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company, Space Wolves." Scarson's tone was exactly like a killer's, cold as ice. "I heard you," the honor guard member said calmly. "Leave them here, or go back." The giant wolves tensed, baring their teeth at the much smaller wolf. The green-furred Katakan wolf, like its master, stared them down fearlessly. "Wolf Lord, remember the Wolf King's orders. Remember our mission." Wordmake's voice sounded. He said to the giant wolves, "Wait outside." Scarson said no more and walked forward. Seeing the giant wolves didn't follow, the honor guard member let him pass. As Scarson passed the honor guard member, he saw the 7 red arrows painted on his right pauldron. His iron-grey eyes were cold as knives. The shadows of order felt a chill on his shoulder. Instinctively, his hand went to the Katakan thong at his belt. Wordmake smiled at the shadows of order. Admirable courage. The shadows of order saw the rune priest smile. He keenly sensed it was like a Katakan viper. He gripped his Katakan thong tightly, watching the rune priest warily. Wordmake, smile still on his face, followed his wolf lord into the Primarch's office. "My name is Amlodi Scarson Scarsensen, Master of the 5th Great Company, Space Wolves. I come by order of the Wolf King, heeding your call to war. Other Wordmake, Rune Priest of the 5th Great Company, greets Lord Nareth. Lord Primarch, I hope to fight alongside the librarians of Shadows of Order." Nareth glanced at Wordmake, instantly alert. He remembered that Wordmake, near the end of this millennium, would feign friendship with Ahriman to gather evidence against the Thousand Sons. To gain acceptance, Magnus had Ahriman openly introduce the Thousand Sons to Wordmake. This not only became evidence for Wordmake's accusations against the Thousand Sons at the Council of Nicaea, but also crucial intelligence for the Wolves when they launched their attack during the burning of Prospero. The Primarch also recalled Wordmake's reminder to Scarson at the office door. A mission. The task Russ gave them is probably to gather intelligence, taking this opportunity. Nareth knew the cunning hidden beneath the Wolf King's rough exterior. He had sent Wordmake to befriend the Thousand Sons. He had suspected that the Remembrancer Caspar Ansbach Hauser was Magnus Aquariamon in disguise, and had tried to exploit that. In my legion, the Beyonders disguised as librarians, plus the actual librarians, make up a large number. It's quite possible Russ has already launched a scheme against me. Besides the large number of psychers in my legion, are there other reasons? The Primarch's eyes deepened. His mind raced. Could it be my order to conceal conquered territories, the sudden apparent slowdown in expansion, that aroused Russ's suspicion? Or did he detect my little ambition? Thought after thought flashed through Nareth's mind. "Russ, since you want to play schemes, let's play properly." The Primarch released his pressure, gazing coldly at Scarson. "Take off your mask." Scarson felt a mountain pressing down on him. He felt colder than being on a Fenrisian glacier. His body trembled. He bit his lip. After a second, he reluctantly raised his hands, unfastening the mask's clasps. His arms trembled in the inner struggle. Scarson's weathered face was revealed. He was clean-shaven, with prominent cheekbones. Wordmake gripped his rune staff tightly. He felt the pressure vanish and instinctively raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. "The 7th chapter will accompany your great company. Librarian Okafor will accompany Wordmake." Wordmake's eyes lit up. He said, "By your will." After Scarson and Wordmake left, Nareth immediately went to the Kingdom of Disorder. Extending his psychic energy to confirm Sanchez was alone, he immediately ordered the Jokero to concoct Sequence 6 Conspirer potion, using a giant ice worm from the fjords of Fenris's glaciers and 1 fire lotus root. While waiting, he couldn't help but think. The 2 main ingredients for Conspirer are ice and fire. Truly opposites. The Conspirer's control over flames increases, corresponding to the fire lotus root. The burrowing worm perhaps corresponds to aspects of deception, confusion, and scheming. Moments later, Nareth brought the Conspirer potion to the 4th layer. Extending his psychic energy, he pulled Sanchez into the Kingdom of Disorder. "Drink this." Sanchez took the iron-black potion. He saw a large amount of reddish rust floating inside. Sanchez downed it. As the liquid reached his stomach, he felt an itch in his brain. His thoughts became more agile and clear. Two flames lit up in his eyes, gleaming brightly in the black mist. After the newly promoted conspirer reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, Nareth instructed. The Space Wolves' 5th Great Company will accompany your chapter. Be wary of their schemes. Especially that rune priest, Wordmake. He is a cunning wolf. Russ's scheme. I have a conspirer. Sanchez's eyes flickered. He felt his mind possessed higher intelligence than before. As the Black Emperor spoke, schemes of misdirection, confusion, and deception brewed in his mind. By your will. After sending Sanchez back to the Void Hunter, Nareth went to the second layer. Using psychic energy, he formed a 1 meter diameter, 1 meter deep simulation of a magma lakebed and inserted the remaining fire lotus root into it. Then, he ordered the Jokero to concoct another hunter potion. Returning to the real world, he called to the Honor Guard member at the door. Stevens, come in. The Honor Guard member from the 7th chapter strode quickly into the Primarch's office. Father. This is your reward. Moments later, the newly promoted hunter knelt. Thank you, Father, for granting me this power. I will faithfully perform my duties and win glory for you. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 536, Chapter 535, Sloth Supervisor, Enjoy the Calamity Together. After succeeding Flamini as chapter master of the 6th chapter, he had been leading the fleet in cleansing his territory, the Coronid New Zone, of Xenos. Relying on his prophetic abilities, he led the fleet to the Masila system. After the fleet transitioned to real space, Flamini ordered, raise the shields. His command throne, like that of Santiago of the 5th chapter, had been moved before a full-length viewport. With a soft clatter, Flamini gazed into the void. Since his elevation to Calamity Priest, his prophetic abilities had further improved, especially his ability to foresee calamity. Flamini left the void warfare deployment to his simulus chamber, led by his student of ratiocination, adjutant. His eyes deepened as he searched the void for hidden calamity. His gaze swept across the void. Suddenly, a sky full of crimson light engulfed everything. Phantoms of ships, one after another, were battered by the crimson tide. Flamini felt a sharp pain in his head, a dry heave in his throat. His eyes stung as if pricked by needles. He reined in his consciousness, instantly ascending to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state. Seconds later, the sharp pain gradually faded. The Sloth's counter to psychic power is truly terrible. I haven't even directly touched its evil will, yet I already feel unwell. Still, this risk was worth taking. If that bizarre ship of theirs attacks, who knows how much damage it would cause. And if the Sloth escaped, it would bring calamity to countless worlds. Flamini shuddered at the thought, then felt relieved. He immediately opened his helmet's internal comm. The Sloth ship is hiding in the Biscay asteroid belt. Prepare for the energy shockwave. The Sloth doesn't know I've found it. Unlike a psychic directly touching the Sloth's will, it wouldn't detect him. Formulate a plan to board the Sloth ship. Leverage our advantages in air squadrons and lightning fighters. Most of the 6th chapter's court brothers had been granted the power of monster and its subsequent robot by the Black Emperor. Based on this, Flamini decided to leverage their advantages in intuition and calculation to build powerful air squadrons. Forge World Cyclothrave, which the Black Emperor had instructed be developed, the Industrial World Juya developed by the previous chapter master, and Dominica Minor, which he himself focused on, provided a solid foundation for his vision. Lightning fighters were rapidly equipped by the 6th chapter, gradually establishing an advantage within the Legion. As you command, my lord. After his adjutant acknowledged the order, Flamini felt the physical discomfort fade. He withdrew from the Thelema mind state and rose. He strode forward and entered the elevator. Flamini pressed the button for the forge deck. The elevator descended rapidly from the bridge. With a hiss of hydraulics, the elevator slowed to a stop. The moment the doors opened, Flamini stepped onto the forge deck. He saw Tech Marines and their Cephs busily repairing land raiders torn apart on their flanks by Xenos. My lord. Flamini walked forward quickly, nodding in acknowledgement to those who saluted him. He reached the chapter's master of the forge and said to the appraiser, to deal with the Sloth threat, I need to open the Forbidden Vault. By the Black Emperor's command, using forbidden weapons required simultaneous authorization from the chapter master and another court baron. The 6th chapter still only had 5 court barons. 4 were lucky ones serving as his honor guard captain and company captains. To substantively obey the Black Emperor's command to use forbidden weapons sparingly, he had established the Forbidden Vault on the forge deck, with the semi-independent master of the forge as the final safeguard. The appraiser pondered for a few seconds, weighing the justification for using the forbidden weapon. My lord, please follow me. Flamini followed the appraiser to the adamantium door. The master of the forge extended a servo arm, entering the 33-digit key, which changed every 11 standard hours, on the keypad. With a hydraulic whir, cold mist billowed out. The two entered. Only after the outer door closed did they simultaneously approach the guardian sentinels flanking the inner door. Amber irises in the sentinels' eye sockets gazed at them. With a metallic creak, their lower jaws opened. The chapter master and the court baron simultaneously raised their hands. Sharp metal fangs pierced the backs of their hands. Black runes flashed across the view screens on either side. A Vox-synthesized voice announced. Gene authentication passed. Door opening. Flamini strode quickly into the forbidden vault. He passed shadowy weapons captured from conflicts with the Squat League and headed for the stasis zone where the glass grenades were kept. The moment he picked up a glass grenade, he felt the warp brain worm within quiver. Flamini keenly perceived a hissing sound emanating in the warp. He placed 6 glass grenades into the tactical pouches on his armor's sides, waist, and thighs. After the forbidden vault door closed, his adjutant's voice sounded in his helmet comm, "My lord, the assault plan is ready. Transmitting to your tactical network." Flamini reviewed the tactical information as he walked towards the elevator. Execute immediately. The relic-class ship Fortune altered its course slightly. It handed off the enemy ship it had been targeting to other vessels. Under the coordination of the Simulus Chamber, the 361 ships of the 6th chapter methodically completed a series of rotations. Each ship seamlessly switched targets without abruptness. The Fortune pursued a Rangdan ship bristling with spikes and flails. At the edge of the Biscay asteroid belt, 200 lightning fighters shot out like black lightning. From countless asteroids of varying sizes, swarms of drones instantly erupted. A robot, who had participated in the Gadianail Prime Void battle, gently nudged the control stick and slipped out from among dozens of drones. He immediately felt the huge difference from before. The Cutlass Interceptor was a machine of incredibly high performance, with superb turning speed and touch responsiveness. But compared to the unparalleled power of the Cyclothraith pattern Lightning Fighter, the Cutlass was insignificant. The Cutlass was too complex, too light, underpowered, and required a lot of troublesome precise operations in combat. The robot calmly glanced at the view screen. The underwing missile pods of the Cyclothraith pattern Lightning Fighter were extremely heavy. Its tail fins, rising high, were made of rugged, practical black metal. The powerful plasma ramjet engine and state-of-the-art avionics gave it super strength. The maneuver he had just used to penetrate the drone swarm would have required dozens of control stick movements in a Cutlass. Reducing the demands on the pilot meant he could deliver more devastating attacks on the enemy. The long-barreled autocannon mounted under the fuselage and the laser cannons on each wingtip, all under his control, opened fire. A chain of flames erupted. Red enemy marker runes vanished rapidly. The robot calmly left the pursuing drone swarm behind, always advancing towards the objective. He felt the power of the new fighter and thought with feeling. Perhaps its only drawback is its high production cost, and the difficulty of maintenance and piloting. For an Astartes, it's actually easier to fly than a Cutlass. For a mortal, it's difficult. Only 15 of our serfs are in this strike force. High production cost isn't really a problem for us, or for the Iron Hands and Ultramarines. As the robot pondered, his craft flew along his calculated and planned route. The black Cyclothraith pattern Lightning Fighters, with the shortest courses and fewest deviations, flashed past asteroid after asteroid. The drone swarm, 1,000 times larger, couldn't keep up with the squadron's super strength. They became void wreckage in flash after flash. When Flamini saw the Rangdan's disc-shaped ship, he glanced at the tactical report. Losses, 5 fighters, 1 Shadows of Order pilot, 4 chapter Cephs. Target locked. Inferno missiles. In seconds, 195 fighters each launched their 4 Inferno missiles. Fire filled Flamini's vision, but the Calamity Priest was unaffected. The moment the missiles struck the disc-shaped ship, he already knew the result. He pushed the control stick and ordered simultaneously, "Follow me." His craft flew through the flames and into the passage running through the ship. Without needing to switch fuel, the Cyclothraith pattern Lightning Fighters, their speed undiminished, adapted to the ship's low-pressure environment. The Sloth didn't need to breathe, but its biological minions did. Black fighter after black fighter entered the passage. Autocannons roared, unleashing dense barrages. Amid the thunder of explosions, Flamini's craft traversed the passage in seconds. He saw the burial shroud-wrapped figure, and the 5 Cerabivores surrounding it. Flamini slammed the control stick forward. His fighter plunged towards the ground like lightning. Boom. The Prometheum explosion tore through thousands of Xenos. The personal energy shields of dozens of overlords flickered. The 14 overlords at the center of the explosion wanted to flee in terror, but their duty to guard their master rooted them to the spot. A chain of explosions tore through their personal energy shields. Waves of fire engulfed them. Flamini, ejected into the air, felt the shockwave batter his conversion field, producing piercing shrieks. Before hitting the ground, he hurled the glass grenades from his sides. The invisible detonation thundered in the Xeno's mental realm, raising a violent storm in the warp. The Cerebrors and surviving overlords cried out in terror, then collapsed one by one. Their souls were erased, including all traces of them in the warp. Flamini crashed heavily onto the deck. He swayed slightly, then steadied himself. The Calamity Priest activated his spirit vision, staring ahead. He watched the clusters of worms wriggle slowly. The glass grenades hadn't killed the sloth, only lightly wounding it. Sloth Overseer, enjoy the calamity together. Flamini grabbed the remaining 4 glass grenades from his pouches. As he threw them, he instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state. As the maggots writhed faster, the Sloth Overseer regained consciousness. It raised its necrotic scepter. A green ray pierced the conversion field. With a crack, the personal energy shield sparked. Just as the clusters of worms formed beyond the fire, the glass grenades detonated. Tsunami-like waves roared and churned in the warp. The sloth as evil was savaged by the warp brain worms. Flamini suffered the same waves and warp brain worm attacks indiscriminately, but by ascending to the 3rd level of the mindset, he withstood wave after wave. The Calamity Priest had prepared for this, triggering a calamity in his favor. The Calamity Priest's super high psychic energy extended towards the Sloth Overseer, triggering a psychic storm. The Overseer, struggling against the onslaught, lost consciousness. Clusters of worms scattered across the floor. Flamini's face was pale, but the leaping of his psychic energy made him feel slightly better. He struggled to open his internal comm and issued a brief order. Transport ship. Stasis crystal coffin. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 537, Chapter 536, Russ, since you abhor psychic powers, you might as well not wear the cloak. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, after accepting Flamini's offering of the sloth, Nareth returned to the real space. He was just about to adjust the counteroffensive plan based on the support status of other Legion task forces when he noticed Arsena entering. My lord, Akerduana, 2nd Company Captain of the Emperor's Children, will arrive in the Kalium Gate Zone tomorrow. The Ultramarines fleet will also arrive tomorrow, commanded by Gren Vosto. Nareth nodded, thinking to himself. Gilliman clearly remembers that I once rescued Vasotho, so he sent him as commander of the task force. His timely intervention had prevented Vasotho, then the 13th Legion's Legion Master, and his rebellion-pacifying fleet from being annihilated in the Osiris sector. As Nareth pondered, the silver-haired Primarch's aide continued his report. The Word-Bearer's fleet is delayed due to unknown reasons. It will arrive in 2 standard months. Nareth was not surprised. Since Lorgar's return to the Imperium, his legion had always moved slowly. He had been repeatedly reprimanded by the Emperor for this. Seeing the Black Emperor's expression unchanged, Arsena continued. The Emperor has summoned a war council for 9 o'clock next standard ship cycle. Understood. The next day, Nareth's psychic projection crossed countless light years and descended upon the Golden Palace of Terra. His eyes flickered. The Fabricator General of Mars had not yet arrived. Clearly, after Xana's relief, he had no urgent matters and would, as usual, arrive at the last minute. Nareth also noticed the seating order was unchanged, but there was an additional figure. Unlike the other Primarchs attending via psychic projection, he, like Malkador, was present in person. He was tall and slender, with long limbs, his entire form sharp and angular like a bird of prey's claw. His face was long and gaunt, the scar on his left cheek very prominent. His black braids were bound with golden rings, falling upon his ornate armor, which was decorated with white fur and gleaming ornaments. As usual, Horus, in the tone of a good elder brother, introduced him to Nareth. Nareth, father, and I found our brother on the great plains of Kagaris. Nareth keenly detected a hint of pride and pleasure in Horus's tone. Jagatai Khan. Welcome, Jagatai, Nareth said with a smile. Nareth. Unlike his sharp exterior, Jagatai's voice was refined, tinged with an aristocratic nobility. The Star Hunters are excellent hunters. Shadows of Order were also excellent hunters once, but they have degenerated into meddling with sorcery. Unsurprisingly, Nareth once again heard Russ's mocking words. Thinking of Russ's scheme against him, Nareth's gaze turned cold. He was about to respond when Jagatai spoke again. Russ, thank you for the invitation, but I have no interest in hunting with you. Nareth's eyes lit up. He remembered that Jagatai Khan had the best relationships with Sanguinius and Magnus, jointly championing the use of psychic powers in the Imperium. His relationships with Russ and Mordorion were the worst. During the heresy, after receiving Russ's plea for help, he ignored it and, after breaking through the Alpha Legion's blockade, left directly. Jagatai Khan's joining will bolster our influence in the War Council. The weeds of Kagaris have clogged your eyes. The sons of Fenris are the true hunters. You will see that in the war against the Xenos. After speaking, Russ ignored Jagatai Khan and addressed Nareth. Nareth, my wolf lord will defeat Sanchez and win even more glory. Do you dare continue our previous wager? If I win, Sanchez will hand over his wolf helm to my wolf lord. And if you lose? Nareth said coldly. I cannot lose. Russ's ice blue eyes were cold as knives. As I recall, you've said similar words several times, Nareth said contemptuously. Russ paused for a moment, suppressing his anger, before continuing. Scarson will definitely defeat your whelp. If I lose, my cloak will be Sanchez's. Nareth's eyes lit up. He knew Russ's cloak was made from the pelt of the great wolf Blackmane, whom he had slain, and it was a psychic cloak. The cloak granted Russ the ability to pass through the gates of death and return when needed. After the heresy, Russ's promise to return at the end times was precisely because he possessed the psychic cloak made from Blackmane's pelt. Russ, since you abhor psychic powers, wearing a psychic cloak is inappropriate. You might as well not wear it. With this thought, Nareth immediately agreed. It's a deal. I accept the wager on Sanchez's behalf. Horus and Sanguinius, Ferris and Fulgrim, Perturabo and Magnus simultaneously exchanged glances. They all read the same thought in their close friend's eyes. Sanchez will win. Scarson will definitely lose. Gilliman saw the tension between Nareth and Russ and was about to offer mediation, but unexpectedly, they quickly reached their wager. He sighed helplessly and watched the Fabricator General of Mars enter the hall. Then, a golden light flared. The Emperor and Constantine Valder arrived simultaneously. The Emperor's gaze fell upon Nareth. He said solemnly. The Xenos are massively invading Imperial territory. The northern galaxy is burning. 14 expeditionary fleets have been annihilated. 5 Titan legions have had their designations revoked. I wish to know the progress of the war. The Emperor ignored Perturabo. Nareth looked towards him. Though he showed no expression, he would clearly be displeased by the slight. Nareth's gaze also swept over Hannibal. He keenly noticed his cheekbones were more prominent, the bony spurs on his face more pronounced, seeming ready to pierce the skin. The physical changes are more evident. He hasn't actively participated in the war against the Rangdan. That's unusual. He's found more suitable prey, or Xenos he can consume alone without being discovered. Nareth withdrew his gaze and first mentioned Perturabo's crucial role. Perturabo has established a defensive line centered on Xana. The Xenos' offensive has been contained. I am about to launch a counteroffensive. My legion will be projected through the Kalium Gate into key areas of Xenos' occupied territory. Nareth would not, as in his memory, fight a 20-year protracted war with the Rangdan. He aimed to achieve a decisive victory within 10 years and annihilate the main Rangdan force. Excellent. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. The Ordo Sinister will fully support your plan. I will order the 8th and 12th legions to provide you with support. Nareth's eyes lit up. Perhaps there would be another opportunity for corrosion. As he pondered, the Emperor said with a smile. I hope you will achieve victory soon and cleanse the Xenos. I will prepare a grand celebration for you. Nareth's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself. The celebration isn't important. The key is the reward. Hee Golden Man, it's been a long time since I last visited your vault. By your command. The War Council concluded. Just as Nareth was about to leave, he suddenly heard Sanguinius's magnetic voice. Nareth, Magnus, please stay a moment. As the other figures vanished, Nareth and Magnus both looked towards Sanguinius. The smile on Sanguinius's face was as perfect and warm as his pure white wings. You saw Jagatai's attitude just now. According to my intelligence, he is not rejecting psychic powers. He is a brother we can win over. Which of us should speak with him? Hearing this, Nareth knew Sanguinius wanted to bring Jagatai into their political alliance. He remembered that originally, Sanguinius was the one who approached Jagatai Khan and reached a consensus. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared who spoke with Jagatai Khan. But now, facing Russ's scheme and considering Jagatai's attitude towards him, this was an opportunity. With this thought, Nareth spoke. I will speak with him, he then gave his reason. Through the Kalium Gate, I can meet with him more conveniently. Sanguinius and Magnus recalled the intelligence on Jagatai Khan, unfettered and acting independently, as elusive as the Star Hunters themselves. Nareth would indeed find it easier to locate him for a face-to-face meeting. They both nodded in agreement. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 538, Chapter 537, 3 Visions and 2 States of Mind. Ultima Segmentum, Mancora. Mountain ranges, like enormous serpents, sprawled across the surface. Shadow-patterned stormbirds, concealed within the various mountain ranges, observed the wars fought between the local nobles. Chief Librarian Thomas, accompanied by the young Ethan, walked up a slope several hundred meters high. Ethan gazed into the distance. His gaze pierced through rocks and trees, reaching the edge of the battlefield where the knights of both sides clashed, lances and greatswords colliding. "Guard my body." Ethan accepted the solemn command. An Osiris mind staff and a force sword materialized in his hands. "As you command, my lord." Thomas's eyes deepened. He entered the first level of the enumeration, then successively ascended to the second, third, and finally the fourth level. Compared to his mastery of the Thelema mind state, custom created by the Black Emperor for Shadows of Order, he was less adept with the enumeration and had to enter each level sequentially. Thomas closed his eyes, attuning himself to the wind's caress, the faint tremors of the mountain stones. Following the etheric flight of the Thousand Suns, as taught by Hathermot, his light body was liberated from his flesh. Thomas did not allow his light body to ascend into the great ocean, that was dangerous and unnecessary for his current purpose. He carefully drew a sliver of power from the warp, using that raw, pure, vibrant energy to propel his light body aloft. His physical shell remained behind, guarded by Ethan. Freed from the confines of flesh, Thomas felt reborn. His myriad, keen senses far exceeded ordinary human comprehension, even surpassing Astartes' understanding. Only when he activated his warp insight could what he saw barely compare. His light body, like an arrow, flashed dozens of kilometers in an instant. His incorporeal form passed directly through stone, passed through trees. He left a gleaming trail in the sky, visible only to those with etheric vision. Thomas reached the battlefield. From his light body state, he looked down below with his supernatural etheric vision. The knights' grey fear before the charge, their blood-red battle lust. Complex emotions mingled, like the chaotic colors of an overturned dye vat. The entire battlefield, from the perspective of pure emotion beyond the physical, was brought into his perception. The Shadows of Order attempted to activate his warp insight, the genetic gift bestowed by the Black Emperor. He felt his eyes, detached from his light body, observe from a superhuman perspective. The Shadows of Order found his field of vision abruptly narrowed, yet still wider than in his purely physical state. He simultaneously observed the clash of dozens of knights at the battle center. The defensive gap in the right shoulder exposed when a knight couched his lance and charged with his left arm. The unprotected abdomen when swinging a sword two-handed. Finally, the warlock activated his eyes of mystery prying. His field of vision further narrowed, limited to just 6 individuals. He saw not only their red desire to kill, but also their rock-hard will. Through his eyes of mystery prying, Thomas saw the waves stirred by the knights' war cries, rippling through the warp. He saw the invisible golden wings within those sound waves. The warlock's mind raced, comparing the 3 supernatural visions he commanded. The Thousand Suns' etheric flight offers the widest field of view, allowing observation of emotions. But the physical body is exposed, and the light body itself can be attacked. My lord once said Magnus often used the state to travel the warp, communicating regularly even before reuniting with the Emperor. His state of mind was precisely created to fend off predators while traveling the warp. After summarizing his first experience with etheric flight, he considered the power granted by the Black Emperor. The warp insight, my lord, granted Shadows of Order doesn't require leaving the body. It's safer for use in combat, focused on discerning the enemy's essence and probing weaknesses. Another key difference, Hather said only some Thousand Suns masters can control etheric flight, while warp insight is far easier. Every squad leader has now mastered it. The eyes of mystery prying not only examines emotions but also the mysteries behind phenomena. These knights of Mancora have grasped part of the mystery of the Griffin's roar. As Thomas pondered, he saw 2 crowned knights, each leading hundreds of men, charge. Now is the time. With a thought, Thomas drew a thread of power from the warp. His light body suddenly surged upward, like a shot from a cannon. Not good. I drew more power than I can control. As his mind raced, his eyes of mystery prying saw a form formed of golden light dive down, unleashing a deafening roar. The roaring sound waves struck his incorporeal body. Agony racked him. His light body dimmed rapidly. The Griffin's roar had actually damaged his light body. Thomas hastily ascended through the levels of the enumeration. The various levels of the enumeration served different functions, suited for different situations. A higher level was not always more powerful. While most Thousand Suns simply and brutally used their highest mastered level in combat, Thomas was different. He demanded the ability to switch between levels according to the situation. But for psychic defense, it was different. Like the Thelema mind state, higher levels of the enumeration offered stronger psychic defense than lower levels. Ascending to the 5th level of the enumeration, Thomas felt the cutting sound waves become like tiny arrows. His light body's glow stabilized. Ascending to the 6th level, his psychic power completely isolated the sound waves. His light body gradually brightened. Just as Thomas stabilized his form, golden light flared. 4 griffins dove down. Not good. He cursed inwardly and hastily began to descend through the levels of the enumeration. The highest level of the enumeration he had mastered was the 6th. It was insufficient to withstand a roar that struck directly at the soul. The moment he completely exited the enumeration, the deafening roar struck. In an instant, Thomas ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state. Psychic armor formed around his light body, enveloping it just before the storm hit. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible collisions erupted in the supernatural realm. Thomas's light body stood unmoving. Calmly, he formed a staff from his psychic power and swung it through the air. Screech, screech. The griffins cried out in alarm, turned, and fled. Thomas carefully guided his body, steadily back into his flesh. The Thelema mind state created by my lord, while lacking the many functions of the enumeration, offers stronger psychic defense. It is more suitable for the perceptive shadows of orders. Thomas withdrew from the Thelema mind state. With a thought, Ethan and the 8 nearby librarians heard his voice simultaneously in their minds. Move out. The librarians boarded the shadow pattern Stormbirds. Engines roared. Landing gear retracted. As the shadow pattern Stormbirds reached the battlefield, Thomas instructed the pilot. Land. He rose and walked towards the hatch, simultaneously pressing his hand on his custom-fitted armor. The psychic circuits, improved by shadows of order based on squat technology, lit up. Light and shadow flickered in Thomas's eyes. The librarians immediately felt the surging rush of warp energy. The chief librarian, like the center of a storm, gathered immense power. With a thought, the hatch opened of its own accord. He stepped out. His Ozeron mind staff blazed with dazzling light. Stop. At his command, the staff swung down. In the librarian's etheric vision, a brilliant psychic storm erupted 50 meters below the surface. At the invisible storm's center, the crowned king and the hundreds of knights beside him fell from their warhorses, crashing heavily to the ground. The psychic storm's aftereffects swept the surroundings. Thousands of knights on the battlefield suddenly heard a voice in their minds, letting them understand the command spoken in a language they didn't know. Involuntarily, they stopped their actions and stared up at the black-armored giant in the sky. Their stillness gradually spread further, affecting knights who hadn't been psychically impacted. The clamorous battlefield fell silent in dozens of seconds. The 2 kings, using their swords for support, climbed to their feet. They stared in astonishment at the descending black metal bird and the black-armored giant emerging from it. Their gaze finally settled on the black-armored giant descending from the sky, meeting those gem-like, piercing, pitch-black eyes. Instinctively, they lowered their heads. Simultaneously, a commanding voice sounded in their minds. Through the librarians' telepathy, the feudal kings and knights learned of the existence of shadows of order and their lord. 10 days later, 100 librarians completed the conquest of Mancora. Thomas, accompanied by Ethan and several librarians, ascended Mancora's highest peak. The chief librarian instructed, build a fortress on the summit. This place will be as important as Shadowhold and the Librarius on the Shadow's sovereignty. As you command, my lord, a melee scholar immediately replied. Thomas turned to Ethan beside him. Ethan, are you ready to fly? Ethan was taken aback. Then he heard the rushing wind. 2 great birds descended from the sky. They were lion-like in form, covered in thick golden fur. Their eagle heads were held high, their eyes golden, their hooked beaks sharp as knives. Their wings, which blocked out the sky, beat slowly as they descended. The gyrinx fur bristled. It was on edge, as if facing a great enemy. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 539, Chapter 538, Fulgrim's Firstborn, I have a chance to complete Lord Nareth's portrait. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth observed the golden griffin of Mancora that Thomas had offered. He immediately identified it as the main ingredient for the Sequence 6 Notary potion, the subsequent sequence, Solar High Priest. I didn't expect Mancora to actually have griffins. No wonder the chapter is named, Sons of the Griffin, and the librarians master the griffin's roar. With a thought, Nareth formed an idea and transmitted it to the psychic orb. Your thinking is correct. Start with the golden griffin. Then, extending his psychic energy, he confirmed Wilshire was alone. He brought the 2 golden griffins, 1 male and 1 female, to the 2nd layer. Psychic energy drained rapidly. 100-meter cliff rose from the black mist. The 2 golden griffins landed atop it. Taking the 3rd griffin, Nareth went to the 1st layer and ordered the space simian to concoct the notary potion. Aboard the Radiance, Wilshire was engulfed by black mist. Arriving in the mysterious realm, he gazed reverently at the Black Emperor enthroned high. My lord. Drink this. At the commanding voice, a dark gold potion materialized before Wilshire. He took the crystalline potion, so clear it seemed to reflect one's soul, and drank it down. Golden light surged from within Wilshire, instantly dispelling the black mist for a centimeter around him. As if provoked, the black mist instantly enveloped Wilshire's form. Wilshire's eyes gleamed, like two dark gold pages. Sparks of light, like sparks, sputtered forth, then were drowned by the black mist. The Baron of Corruption gazed at the notary. He keenly saw that those sparks were tiny, shrinking dark gold pages. Moments later, Nareth observed the notary who had reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. Wilshire, now sequence 6, can notarize beyond her abilities. Leading a dozen or so solar high priest, along with numerous light suppliant and bards, he is fully capable of purging a world of chaos cultists, even handling unexpected situations. It's time to move ahead of the Word-Bearer's legendary champion, Argilian Vec, and seize the dark age of technology ship, the Slaughter Song. Even if its AI has been corrupted by chaos, or resists subjugation, the notary can handle it. As Nareth pondered, Wilshire knelt and saluted, saying devoutly, "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I will be able to contribute more for you." The counteroffensive is about to begin, Nareth instructed, sending Wilshire back to the glory of light. Returning to the real world, Nareth had just settled onto his throne when the communication bead in his ear buzzed. "My lord, Gren Visotho and Akerduana have arrived. Whom will you receive first?" Considering his limited knowledge of the early deceased Visotho and lacking confidence in corroding him, Nareth pressed the communication bead. Akerduana. 5 standard ship hours later, a magnificent purple Aquila lander slowly descended upon the Shadow's sovereignty. Stevens, the honor guard member guarding the gate, watched Akerduana approach. The hunter intuitively sensed that Akerduana was far more powerful than that foul wolf lord, Scarson of the Space Wolves. He felt confident he could contend with the wolf lord, but instinctively knew he would stand no chance against the second company captain of the Emperor's children. The hunter warily studied Akerduana. His armor was flawless. Unlike other Emperor's children, his armor had more gold than purple. Delicate etchings extended from his left breastplate down to his vambrace. The imperial aquila on his chest gleamed brightly, seeming ready to take flight, a unique honor granted to the Emperor's children by the Emperor himself. The helmet tucked under his arm was adorned with a horsehair plume. His red cloak billowed with the movement of his bolt pistol. Akerduana's 2 long swords, tightly wrapped in yellow silk, were strapped to his legs. Praise and rumors about this unparalleled swordsman, circulating among the legions, flashed through the hunter's mind. Fulgrim's firstborn. First sword of the Palatine. Leader of the 200 swords. Rumor held he collected 360 sabers, each a masterwork weapon. His swordsmanship was superb, with few equals, only Sigismund, Abaddon, and Raldoran could match him. That's only relative to other legions. Our chapter masters are undoubtedly stronger. The Forge Lord has numerous mystical items. The Chief Apothecary is rumored to be near unkillable. The Chief Librarian commands countless spells. They would all give him a difficult time. Stevens, new to the court, thought firmly, then speculated uncertainly. Perhaps many court barons can also match him, or at least come close. Our chapter's 1st Company Captain, Thibaut, and 7th Company Captain, Sonda, are both pyromaniacs. With this thought, Stevens stood even taller. Akerduana's eyes swept over the Primarch's honor guard, a gleam of admiration in them. A perfect smile on his face, he nodded in acknowledgement and entered the Primarch's office. The moment Akerduana stepped into the Primarch's office, his bronzed skin felt dry. His heart raced. He swallowed hard. Seeing the Primarch, he instantly understood why Lord Nareth, like his father, Sanguinius, or Horus, often appeared in people's dreams. But this was indeed perfect, different from his father's charm. It was a sculptural, majestic beauty. Akerduana felt an impulse. He felt the familiar brush in his hand, parchment spread before him. He wanted to immediately use his most proficient art form to depict this perfect Primarch, who belonged in dreams, upon it. Perhaps I cannot complete it in one sitting. Akerduana thought regretfully, it would be a flawed piece. Nareth, leaning back on his throne, observed Akerduana, maintaining his pressure. Drawing on his memories, a plan to corrode Akerduana was already brewing in his mind. Akerduana, you will serve by my side. Akerduana's eyes gleamed. He bowed. This is my honor. I have a chance to complete Lord Nareth's portrait. 1 standard hour later, Visotho entered the Primarch's office 30 seconds early. Lord Nareth, I wish to personally thank you for your rescue at Osiris. The Primarch scrutinized Visotho, whom he was meeting for the first time. He keenly noted the melancholy clinging to him. Memories and intelligence related to Visotho, Guilliman, and the Ultramarines surfaced in his mind. He immediately understood. Like most Primarchs, Guilliman considered the Terran-born incongruous with the Legion. In Nareth's memory, Guilliman had relegated all Terran-born to the 22nd chapter, responsible for executing Exterminatus. Though Visotho and the Terran-born had survived thanks to his rescue, the substantive situation hadn't changed. Although the politically astute Guilliman hadn't exiled the Terranborn like the Lion or Corax, even making Vesotho chapter master of the first chapter, his status was clearly inferior to Marius Gage's. Guilliman governed nearly 200 worlds. Of the 2 champions he had appointed, Vesotho, the former Legion master and current first chapter master, was not among them. There's a chance, but the difficulty should be close to Balsark or Thuri. In an instant, Nareth assessed the possibility of corroding Vesotho, then said with a smile. This was inevitable amidst chance, a result you earned. Seeing Vesotho's puzzled look, he continued. The Legion under your command held out in the rebellion incited by the Ozeron mind control seeds across 11 systems until my arrival. The melancholy in Vesotho's eyes lightened slightly. He smiled and said, My lord, I have brought the 1st and 22nd chapters. It is my honor to follow you in cleansing the Xenos. Nareth nodded slightly, pondering the deep meaning behind Guilliman's arrangement. Does Guilliman believe the billions enslaved by the Rangdan's cruel methods warrant exterminatus to purify them? Or does he wish to use the Xenos to further weaken the Terranborn within the Legion, eliminating unstable elements? Unable to conclude, he turned his thoughts back to Vesotho. 2 chapters. Terranborn. A not inconsiderable difficulty for corrosion. Worth a try, but not a primary target. You will campaign with me and be responsible for logistics planning. Vesotho bowed. My honor. Nareth then summoned Arsena Dunn and issued orders. Order the full-scale counteroffensive to begin. The first chapter will depart from Abyssport, attack Gallon, and thrust straight towards Forge Keep. The 12th chapter will transit through the Kalium Gate, project into the Pulheim sector, and liberate the 1.4 billion people enslaved by the Xenos. Thinking of his plan to corrode Acarduana and the approaching Thierry Vieira, Nareth continued. The Emperor's Children's Second Company, and the Ultramarines' 1st and 22nd chapters, will accompany me on the campaign in the Rosa subsector. The Squat League fleet will accompany me as well. The 8th chapter, upon returning to the Kalium Gate, will immediately be projected into Rosa. Arsena recorded each order meticulously, transmitting them to the respective chapters. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 540, Chapter 539, The Legacy of the Dragon Realm, Nareth's 4 lines of defense against chaos. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Nareth slid the data crystal offered by Hathermot across the desk towards Arsena Dunn and spoke. I think you'll be interested in the contents concerning the Dragon Realm. My lord, I am very interested in this ancient realm. Arsena, who spent his free time buried in mysteries found in books and data slates, his eyes lit up. Issue an order. Throughout all Legion territories, public plazas are to be constructed as a welfare measure for the populace. They are to practice the Dragon Realm's Taijiquan. Nareth remembered that the Thousand Sons would supervise the populace practicing Taijiquan in the squares of Tisca. People found tranquility in the gentle and precise movements, soothing their troubled minds with repetitive cycles and elegant harmony. Tisca had a large number of mutants and psychers, and it was through this method that the Thousand Sons controlled the potential danger. Until the destruction of Tisca at the burning of Prospero, Tisca remained unaffected. After arriving in Tisca with the Emperor, Nareth had not observed the promotion and use of Taijiquan, clearly a secret the Thousand Sons had obtained from the Morningstar rescue operation. Upon examining it, he found it significantly different from the simplified version he knew. The biggest difference was the many repetitive, cyclical movements. Each movement needed to be repeated at least 5 times to achieve tranquility of mind. Nareth speculated that during the colony ship's journey to Morningstar, when psychic awakening influenced by Shaitan began among the crew, the Dragon Realm's crew had improved Taijiquan based on their knowledge. Although Taijiquan couldn't match the effects of blanks, sanctioned psychers, or even protective runes, its greatest advantage was the low cost. Anyone could learn it. The only resource required was time. This formed the defensive line Nareth designed for ordinary humans against chaos. For the Shadow of Order, he constructed 3 additional defenses. The outermost defense was the Thelema mind state, which forged an unbreakable will. Willpower was the greatest weapon against chaos. The Astartes strengthened their will through ascetic-like daily training. The Thelema mind state, personally created by Nareth for his sons, strengthened their will while suppressing the drawbacks caused by heightened perception. The middle defense involved the Legion's visionary pathway chaplains, followed by purification by the Sun pathway beyonders. The final defense was the Kingdom of Disorder. All core Legion members could pray to the Black Emperor if they found themselves unable to resist corruption. At the same time, if someone became corrupted without being discovered and was pulled into the Sephiroth, they would be detected as an invading force and the corrupting power would be expelled. After you've reviewed it, pass it on to the Forge Lord and the Chief Librarian. Have them research the spectral constructs together. Study the craft of the constructs. Learn from the wisdom within. Attempt to create psychic-powered constructs, but do not use methods that summon warp entities. Nareth cautioned seriously. In Nareth's memory, the Thousand Sons during the Heresy era did not possess the skill to create spectral constructs. They only encountered them while searching for fragments of Magnus. Unable to find a suitable host body, the Vizier Greater Demon of Tsench, Kairos Fateweaver, temporarily inhabited one of these constructs. He then incited Hathermot, suffering from flesh change, to tamper with the Book of Magnus. Later, he made a deal with Ahriman, obtaining Hathermot's body and thus manifesting in the real world. Hather, using the abilities and hints Nareth had granted him, had discovered a colony ship that should have been destroyed, obtaining from it the secrets of the Dragon Realm spectral construct creation. Arsena took this seriously and carefully noted it down. As he walked out of the Primarch's office, Lucius stood at the door of Akerduana's quarters. He knocked on the rune. After a longer wait than expected, 6 seconds, the door opened. Lucius entered the quarters. The accommodations the Primarch's aide had prepared for the second company captain were much larger than his own as a new recruit. The quarters were spacious, enough to accommodate Lord Akerduana's easel. After opening the door, he immediately returned to his easel stand. Lucius frowned slightly. He had requested to join the task force to refine his swordsmanship. He wanted to seize every opportunity to cross swords with the first sword of the Palatine, to bring his own swordsmanship to perfection. But he felt he wouldn't get that chance today. Akerduana, unlike other commanders who were arrogant, was warm and sincere to people, except when he was painting. My lord. Lucius saw that the warm Akerduana did not turn his head. His brush left the parchment as he asked. Lucius, what is it? My lord, I wish to practice swordsmanship with you. Apologies, Akerduana said with regret, finally looking away from his canvas. I have something more important to do now. Your painting. Lucius frowned. He couldn't understand anything being more important than swordsmanship. Correct. Noticing Lucius's disappointment, Akerduana patiently explained to the rising star he favored. Inspiration is fleeting. I must seize it while it's here. May I see it? Lucius wanted to know what Akerduana was painting, and more importantly, how long it would take. Akerduana pondered for a moment before speaking. Though an unfinished work shouldn't be viewed, especially considering the subject of my painting is perfection. But Lucius, I'll make an exception for you. Lucius walked to the easel and gazed intently. He glanced at it and felt disappointed. The painting was only outlined in rough form, far from completion. The next instant, he caught sight of a pair of wings. Wings. Lucius knew only 2 Primarchs possessed wings, Lord Nareth and Lord Sanguinius. Considering they were aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, the subject of Lord Akerduana's painting was obvious. Lord Nareth. You are painting Lord Nareth. Correct. It's a challenge, so I cannot be distracted, nor can I interrupt the process. Akerduana's gaze returned to the canvas. I understand, Lucius said, leaving the quarters. In his mind, based on rumors, he sketched an image of Nareth, black armor, golden wings, a spear on his back, a power gauntlet, and a power sword blazing with blue-white light. Lucius's eyes shone. Only Lord Nareth can match father's swordsmanship. Even the lion cannot compare. He walked towards the training deck, his gaze lingering on the waists and shoulder guards of various shadows of orders. The 7th and 8th chapters are both renowned for swordsmanship, especially the 8th chapter. After scrutinizing for a while without finding a suitable target, he entered the training deck. Lucius picked up a practice sword from the rack. The Emperor's children rotated through various weapon training, striving for perfection in all aspects. In the entire legion, only he and Akerduana focused solely on honing their swordsmanship. He tapped on the panel of the weapon training room. The training cage activated. I hope Shadows of Order's training cage is better. Lucius thought proudly. He had already worn out one from his own legion with his bare hands. As the training dummy descended, Lucius flicked his wrist. His blade thrust rapidly. Lucius sweated profusely on the training deck. After one standard voyage week, he still hadn't heard from Lord Akerduana. Frustrated, he once again entered Akerduana's captain's quarters. Akerduana set down his brush and was about to speak to Lucius when his communicator suddenly buzzed. Activating it, he heard the voice of his adjutant, Solomon Demeter. Company Captain, the fleet has transitioned to real space. I am attending Lord Nareth. You will command the fleet. Akerduana said with confidence. All Emperor's children knew he lacked the command abilities of Eidolon or Vespasian. His command talent was only half of Demeter's. It was his unparalleled, unmatched swordsmanship that earned him the title Fulgrim's firstborn among the Emperor's children. As you command, my lord. I will share tactical imagery with your tactical network. Lucius. Lucius met Lord Akerduana's eyes, feeling as if facing 2 sharp blades. His heart beat with excitement. Come with me to the bridge. Lucius's heart pounded. He had never seen his own gene father, yet he had the fortune to witness another Primarch in person, and one who was a supreme swordsman. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 541, Chapter 540, I have a chance to witness Lord Nareth's swordsmanship. Lucius followed Akerduana onto the bridge. Even before stepping out of the elevator, he peered towards the command throne. He immediately spotted the black-armored, golden-winged giant at the tactical table before the throne. Lucius gazed at the majestic form, like a marble statue, and suddenly understood why Akerduana had been holed up in his quarters for so long. He was flawless, in every aspect. Lucius felt the Primarch's deep gaze upon him. Those obsidian-like eyes, like two sharp blades, pierced through his armor, striking directly at his soul. His thoughts stalled. He stood frozen in the elevator. The moment Nareth saw the figure behind Akerduana, he recognized him as Lucius, the future chosen of Slaanesh. He had neat white hair, a proudly arched nose, and captivating violet eyes. His handsome features rivaled those of Hathermot and Ramsay among the Astartes. Recalling that Akerduana thought highly of Lucius and had taught this promising young man for a considerable time, Nareth was not surprised he had brought a soldier to the bridge. He withdrew his gaze and continued listening to the briefing. Gren Vasotho, chapter master of the Ultramarines' first chapter, reviewed the information on his data slate and spoke. Lord Nareth, preparations are complete. Our forces have been deployed according to plan. Vasotho glanced at Diana. While formulating the plan, he had keenly felt that Shadow's of Order's efficiency was no less than the Ultramarines. As he pondered, Luther, who was leading the operational planning, spoke. The squad's formidable fortress ships will serve as the spearhead, thrusting towards the War Moon. The pilots of the Ultramarines and Emperor's Children will shoot down the Xenos drone swarms. Finally, you will lead us in a direct assault on the War Moon. Akerduana, who had walked to the tactical table, and Lucius, standing behind him, both had their eyes light up. Balsar Kurthuri scrutinized Luther, wondering what he had received from the Primarch that, 5 days ago, he had suddenly gained an Astartes physique. This was not something apothecaries could achieve. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Execute the operational plan. Within a second, the sector commanders received their orders. They dispatched more communication ships than usual to ensure commands were transmitted. Through the viewport, Nareth watched the bloody battle unfolding in the void. Without deploying a Ramillies-class starfort, the squad's fortress ships, thicker and more heavily armored than Imperial or Rangdan vessels, were the ideal weapon against the War Moon. The fortress ships advanced like leviathans through the sea of stars. Drone swarms surged around them like plankton. Their numbers were so vast that they even obscured the starlight. Within the leviathans, the Votan sang loudly, exultantly praising the names of their ancestors. The Ironkin worked in an orderly fashion, mechanical arms moving in a dance. Ranks of shells, like a flood, swept towards the drone swarms. Dazzling light flashed repeatedly. Drone after drone was torn apart. The squad's guns thundered in unison, their torrent of fire capable of shredding an entire main fleet. But the Rangdan drone swarm seemed endless. Over a dozen drones breached the silent morass of firepower and slammed into the armor. Their suicide impacts left scars on the thick armor. More and more drones broke through the fierce fire net, continuously crashing into the Leviathans. The Leviathans, wrapped in layer upon layer, slowed their advance. Rangdan ships, bristling with spikes and flails, swam in like bloodthirsty sharks. Shadow strike beams rained down like lightning, leaving ominous black marks on the armor. Seeing the fortress ships hindered, Nareth shifted his gaze back to the hololithic tactical table. He saw blue and purple runes streak across the green pathways, leaving trails behind. Vasotho stood before a cogitator, his hands flying across the keys. He distributed data packets of enemy ship readings, identified by the shadow of royalty, to the fleets of the Ultramarines and Emperor's Children. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a view screen light up. Blue runes leaped, followed by purple. Vasotho saw the feedback white runes light up. He thought with feeling. Shadows of Order identified the Xenos forged readings so quickly. As Vasotho pondered, Luther's voice sounded. It's time. Launch the air squadrons. Vasotho checked the tactical display. His Gene-Father's teachings flashed through his mind. Once the execution phase or primary objective is initiated, you must use every means to complete it, rapidly commit overwhelming force. Primary objective initiated. As the order was transmitted, Cutlass interceptors and Lightning fighters surged from the flight decks. In the blue flight formation, the heavier Lightning fighters made up over half. In the purple formation, the opposite was true. Flocks of steel birds swept past the Leviathans. The autocannons of over 1,000 fighters spat dense barrages. Flames flashed. The plankton entwined the Leviathans thinned by one layer. As if provoked, the plankton surged towards the birds. The Lightning fighters abruptly accelerated, leaving the pursuing drones behind. The Cutlass interceptors weaved left and right, dodging the swarming enemy craft. A blue bird, amidst the red glow, alternately soared and dove. With a red rune lighting up on the screen, a piercing alarm screamed in the helmet. In a silent collision, the cutlass interceptor spun rapidly, trailing fire. Nareth watched the holographic display, observing the performance of the two Legion's pilots. The Ultramarines' blue flight formation moved with machine-like precision. Even with the different performances of lightning fighters and cutlass interceptors, and varying surrounding conditions, their gathering and dispersing remained like a single entity. The Emperor's children displayed superior individual skill. Even when surrounded by red, they often shed their pursuers with dazzling arcs. Amidst sparks like phosphorescent fire, the fortress ship surged forward, cleaving through obstacles, crashing into the Rangdan vessels. The shipmaster, seated at her black-painted brass console, issued the order. The output of the Shadow of Royalty's Judgment-class reactor suddenly increased. Following the space carved open by the fortress ships, it lanced straight towards the Warmoon like a drawn sword. Prepare to board. At Nareth's command, Lucius excitedly gripped his sword hilt. He would actually be fighting alongside a Primarch. I have a chance to witness Lord Nareth's swordsmanship. Across the upper decks, squad after squad of black-armored warriors headed for the flight decks. Unlike before, not only were the honor guards present, but also 3,300 dark angels with winged sword emblems painted on their chests. Drop pods rained down like a storm upon the Warmoon. The moment Nareth set foot on the surface, he saw Lucius swiftly charging a Xenos overlord. As he ran, he raised his bolt pistol and fired a burst at the airborne target, forcing it away from his chosen dueling spot. The Xenos' bat-like wings flapped loudly. In an instant, it spiraled up 100 meters. But every one of Lucius's shots struck true. Though he focused solely on honing his swordsmanship, his naturally accurate marksmanship annoyed other Emperor's children. Before he even swung his sword, the Xenos overlord's personal energy shield shattered with a crack, then was torn apart by another burst of bolts. Lucius holstered his bolt pistol and charged the overlord head-on, unleashing a storm of slashes and thrusts. His sword switched effortlessly between one-handed and two-handed grips, sometimes swinging like a club one-handed, sometimes cleaving like a greatsword two-handed. In the dazzling light, he savored every vibration and crack of the blade. Amidst a series of dazzling cracks, Lucius achieved his first melee victory. He excitedly licked his lips and charged towards his next target. Nareth strode forward, raising his power gauntlet. The twin-linked bolt gun and the plasma gun gifted by Perturabo roared in unison. Dazzling beams leaped, tearing through the Xenos overlord's shield. The following bolts shredded it. He didn't slow, his gaze sweeping over Acarduana. The two blades, sheathed in silk on his legs, cleared their scabbards simultaneously. Timur, with its gold-woven grip, had a slightly curved blade. Its pommel was shaped like a horse's head, adorned with a black horsehair plume. Athena was longer, with a straight blade and a narrow crossguard. Abstract ancient Greek runes flickered on its thin blade. Both sabers were forged by a mastersmith of ancient Terra through unique rituals and alchemical techniques. Possessing one was the highest honor for a swordsman in the Legion. He possessed two, yet no one questioned his qualification. Acarduana charged like lightning into the midst of four overlords. His twin swords spun like a windmill. The overlords roared, swinging their blade-like limbs, attacking like 8 swordsmen simultaneously. Acarduana calmly stepped, dodged, parried, and attacked. He had long specialized in moving between enemies. No one had ever managed to wound him. His sword spun like a whirlwind, dazzling even Zahariel. He is stronger than the Legion's first sword, Corswain. Zahariel assessed himself. Unless he activated Fearsight, he could never move so swiftly. Acarduana, like a dancer, played a series of attacks with his twin swords. The Overlord's personal energy shields crackled. Not once did their attacks even graze his ornate armor. Timur plunged straight into an Overlord's body. Then Athena. Acarduana strode forward. Behind him, the 4 Overlords fell almost simultaneously. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu